Chapter 1701 Han Xingxingchen. Here we go! Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily. And in an instant the jade bottle in front of him rose up, creating a huge wave. This big wave swept out. And under the urging of the white tiger body tempering technique, it did not overflow. But like a dragon, it suddenly turned around Yang Muqing's body and hit his body. These spiritual waters are naturally not as valuable as the Xiantian sinking water that Yang Muqing encountered before. The most important thing is that the quantity is extremely large. Otherwise, Yang Muqing would not look down on him at all. A pinch with the right hand. Immediately, the hundreds and thousands of pores all over his body expanded. At this moment, it was as if he could breathe on his own, directly inhaling the huge power into his body. The 5 elements of spirit are, as the saying goes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all of which are indispensable in the theory of yin and yang. There is also a saying that the yang does not grow alone, and the yin does not grow alone. Only when the 5 elements come together can the maximum effect of the 5 elements spirit body be exerted. Pure water energy poured into Yang Muqing's body through the pores, washing his body over and over again. Open up the blocked areas in his meridians over and over again. Then these powers are evenly distributed throughout the body, like blood vessels throughout the body, allowing its attacks to be continuous, like a torrential river. Not far from where Yang Muqing was practicing, Qin Tianlan and others were sitting on a huge bluestone. While counting the harvest, they were protecting Yang Muqing to prevent any presence from disturbing Yang Muqing's practice. Wu Long, Qin Tao, and others were naturally excited. In this line of work, they have gained a lot of treasures. And when they are distributed according to their work, they will also gain a lot of money. I really didn't expect that Master Yang, who is only at the peak of the cave sky, can also play a leading role in this operation. If it weren't for him, we would have had no idea how dangerous this journey would have been, Qin Tao said. Yes, if we wait until he reaches the Tai realm, his strength will probably be even more terrifying. Wu Long recalled that before. Even he couldn't withstand a blow from Dragonfish, but was easily suppressed by Yang Muqing, which filled his heart with horror and shock. Another half-step Tai named He Fei and the team couldn't help but nodded. His strength is stronger than some Tai experts. Qin Tianlan, on the other hand, stared intently at the young man who was concentrating on his cultivation. Hula. In the jade bottle, endless spiritual water surged. Yang Muqing's belly was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual water poured out, he could swallow it without hesitation. As the spiritual water is absorbed, the advancement of the white tiger's body gradually approaches its peak. The advancement of the body of the white tiger makes the rotation of the 5 elements more and more perfect. The 5 elements are in harmony with each other. Water generates wood. Wood generates fire. Fire generates earth. Earth generates metal. And metal generates water. A steady stream of power surges from the heart to the limbs. The advancement of the white tiger's body was like a pipeline, constantly transporting Yang Muqing's powerful energy and blood to his limbs and every part of his body. At the same time, with the completion of the 5 elements spiritual body, Yang Muqing could feel that the power of his body was endless, as if it was inexhaustible. Although his cultivation level has not increased, his strength has increased invisibly. Laugh! Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with golden light, like 2 little suns. It wasn't until a moment later that the golden light gradually converged and disappeared quietly. Miss Qin Tianlan, we can go! After gathering the surging energy and blood into his body, Yang Muqing turned his eyes and looked at Qin Tianlan. Ah! Qin Tianlan, who was still immersed in Yang Muqing's cultivation form, was slightly startled, and a trace of rosy color appeared on his face. This young man was many times more clever than the dandies in other chambers of commerce. But it actually made her lose her mind. Of course we can set off! But are you finished practicing so soon? Qin Tianlan, who came back to his senses, quickly responded. However, she couldn't help but have some worries. It seemed that Yang Muqing's practice did not last long. Nature! Yang Muqing nodded and returned the jade bottle to Qin Tianlan. This trip to the mysterious area has already made enough money for Yang Muqing. Even if he couldn't find the Xianming cold fire, the body of a peak white tiger was enough to make up for everything. Okay, now that the training is over, let's continue setting off. Following Qin Tianlan's greeting, Yang Muqing and the other 5 people left the Shattered Star and headed towards the depths of the mysterious area again. I don't know how big this space is. Several people walked at full speed for 7 or 8 days without reaching the border. On the contrary, as we go deeper, the area of this space becomes deeper and deeper. The number of monsters encountered along the way is increasing. Although Yang Muqing's team was all under the Tai realm, because Yang Muqing's strength was no worse than that of the Tai masters, and his speed was not slow at all. All those in the way were directly killed by 5 people. 3 days later, Yang Muqing and others killed a huge tree demon guarding a jasper star. This peach tree demon's cultivation level reached the Tai realm, which was more terrifying than the previous dragon fish. Even if Yang Muqing tried his best, he could only barely suppress it. The 5 of them worked together to completely kill him. 7 days later, everyone bumped into a big heavenly corpse of the Tai realm in this jade star. This big sky corpse was actually formed from the corpse of a strong Yuan man, coupled with the nourishment of hundreds of millions of years of evil energy. Its body was stronger than Yang Muqing's 5-element spirit body. Facing this big sky corpse, even the Earth's seal of destruction could not kill it, and even forced Yang Muqing to use the Sword of Time, the 3 swords of reincarnation. With a slash of the sword, the ears were cut off, and the big sky corpse broke away from the ears and turned into a pile of white bones. After a fierce battle, everyone gained a lot, and Yang Muqing's cultivation level directly reached cave heaven perfection. Qin Tianlan has also reached the Tai cultivation level. In addition, everyone also found a complete helmet on the body of the big corpse. The grade of this helmet is not low, reaching the middle grade super celestial level. Even in this ancient battlefield, super celestial items are very rare. But now they have obtained 3 pieces of helmet, jade bottle, and armor at once, and everyone is naturally more happy. Especially Qin Tianlan's cultivation has actually reached the Tai realm, which will naturally be of great benefit to their next exploration. The breakthrough of the 2 of them made the team advance more than twice as fast as before. In the end, even the great heavenly demon in the Tai realm couldn't stop them at all. Around the 20th day, Yang Muqing finally found the location of Xianming Hangxingxingchen. Chapter 1702 Black Crow. It is not that easy to find a star burning with black flames in a dark starry sky. By chance, when chasing a big sky demon, the big sky demon could obviously escape. But when it reached this area, it didn't dare to take another step forward. This strange behavior naturally attracted everyone's attention. Ever since, everyone discovered such an asteroid whose entire body was burning with flames. Although the black flames were billowing, there was still no temperature at all. Even thousands of miles away, everyone could feel a hint of extreme cold. This terrifying low temperature almost froze the surrounding space. Finally found! Looking at the flaming star, Yang Muqing couldn't help but exhale. After so many days, Xianming Hangxingxing was not found, and he even began to wonder if Master Tan had deliberately told him a place to deceive him. Now that he saw the star, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What is that? However, just when Yang Muqing was about to go to the asteroid, he couldn't help but be stunned. I saw a huge thing sleeping in the black stars. Even if I stood very far away, I could hear the deafening snore coming from the thing. I don't know. It should be a big sky demon. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. The great sky demon, who can sleep in such a flame, is definitely not an easy character to get along with. What to do? It seemed that the star had been found, but it turned out that the star had been occupied by the great sky demon. Qin Tao and the others were all a little shocked and at a loss for a moment. Of course we have to lure this big demon out. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Qin Tao beside him and said, You lead him out with your bow and arrows. Qin Tao nodded. This great sky demon is sleeping in the fire, and he doesn't know what's going on. If he rushes in rashly, or gets entangled by the other party, he will end up in a bad situation. Therefore, it is naturally best to lure out this big demon. Call. Being favored by Yang Muqing, even Qin Tao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He slowly exhaled a breath and pulled up the bow and arrow in his hand. The surging power in the body quickly poured into it, and this pure internal energy gathered and formed a 3-inch golden arrow. Chong! There was an exciting sound of bowstrings, and the small golden arrow turned into a bolt of lightning and roared out, shooting towards the big sky demon. But that little golden arrow swept out with a huge wave. Can you draw it out? At this moment, everyone looked forward with wide eyes. I only saw the little golden arrow. Even before it got close to the stars, it was already attracted by the monstrous Xianming cold fire. I only heard a click, click sound. The little golden arrow was frozen on the spot and turned into a piece of ice. The lump fell into the void. This, Qin Tao's face was filled with embarrassment. He was confident that this arrow could draw out the big demon. But I didn't expect that even the star hadn't arrived. Let me do it! Yang Muchung didn't expect this scene to happen. It seemed that he had no choice but to take action himself. Taking the bow and arrow from Qin Tao's hand, Yang Muchung exhaled a breath and slowly pulled up the bowstring. With the pulling of the bow and arrow, in an instant, the heaven and the earth seemed to come together, and the infinite light seemed to be attracted at this moment, converging between Yang Muchung's hands, and slowly formed this small golden arrow. This small golden arrow is almost identical to Qin Tao's small arrow, but its power is many times more powerful than Qin Tao's. Even when this force was activated, a hurricane swirled rapidly around Yang Muchung's body. Laugh! This moment, this terrifying coercion even caused the great demon on the cold star to suddenly wake up. Everyone looked forward and saw that it was a crow. However, this crow spreads its wings over 1,000 feet, even larger than the entire asteroid. As it woke up, the Xianming cold fire on the entire asteroid suddenly righted, surging crazily. Almost as soon as it woke up, its eyes immediately turned and fell on Yang Muchung among the crowd. Groan! The black crow let out a sharp neighing sound, spread out its wings quickly, and flew directly into the sky with a strong wind, rushing towards Yang Muchung desperately. Boom! A soft sound of strings resounded loudly. The next moment, he saw that the monstrous golden arrows were like lightning, shooting rapidly with almost no gap, and struck in front of the black crow. A harsh sound resounded. All he saw was that the small golden arrow hit the black crow's right eye directly. Suddenly, the dark, round eyeball exploded on the spot. Shot? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. However, Yang Muchung couldn't help but shrink his eyes. At the last moment, this big sky demon actually dodged his fatal blow and only hit one right eye. At such a critical moment, he was able to react at such an extremely terrifying speed. This great sky demon that could sleep in the cold fire of Xianming was indeed extraordinary. Ready to fight! Yang Muchung casually threw the bow and arrow to Qin Tao. You still want to fight? Qin Tao couldn't help but be stunned when he took the bow and arrow. He couldn't help but said, Master Yang, you shot one of the eyes of this crow. It's already a powerful crossbow. You don't need to be so alert. Right. Others also looked at Yang Muchung suspiciously. You know, along the way, Yang Muchung killed countless beings. Even the big sky corpse before did not make Yang Muchung so dignified. But now such an injured crow actually made Yang Muchung so wary. Although they were confused, everyone immediately drew their weapons and quickly became alert. Groan! At the next moment, an exciting cry sounded quickly and violently. I saw that the black crow that had been heading towards the void and falling hard suddenly flapped its wings quickly, turned its body suddenly, and was suspended in the void. The aura on his body not only did not show any sign of being weakened by injury, but instead boiled with more ferocity at this moment. The monstrous demonic energy was rolling and sweeping in all directions. Even more, an invisible coercion erupted along its body, and the meteorites and stars in all directions were immediately completely crushed by this coercion. Yang Muchung looked at Han Xingxingchen nervously, and when he found that Han Xingxingchen was still there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, at the next moment, when everyone saw the black crow with spread wings, they couldn't help but look horrified. Chapter 1703 Tianmingfeng. What a weird crow. This crow actually has a vertical eye between its eyebrows. This vertical eye is brighter and clearer than its other two eyes. Just like the bright moon in the night sky, it has the power to enchant the soul. Besides, the tail of this crow is trailing feathers like a peacock and phoenix, and it appears to be an extremely powerful horse. Is this still a crow? I'm afraid this has already become a phoenix. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this black crow. Especially the other party's mysterious appearance gave everyone a shocking feeling. Groan! The black crow waved its wings, and the remaining left eye and the vertical eye between the eyebrows suddenly retracted, and they looked directly towards Yang Muchung. Laugh! At this moment, two beams of light suddenly erupted and swept towards Yang Muchung in an instant. The black crow's gaze actually condensed into substance, and its power was unparalleled. It bombarded all the way, making the space crackle. Step aside! The moment black crow struck back, Yang Muchung had already reacted. He rolled up his inner strength and immediately rolled away Qin Tianlan, Qin Tao, Wu Long and others. At the same time, his pupils opened angrily, and two beams of golden light suddenly shot out, directly meeting the black crow's gaze. Immediately, Two rays of light struck together and suddenly exploded. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the space trembled violently. Under this terrifying impact, Yang Mucheng and He Ye couldn't help but trembled and fell back hundreds of meters. Even in the area where the two sides' spiritual thoughts collided, even the space was completely distorted and shattered. Feeling the remaining power in that space, everyone couldn't help but feel horrified. If they're involved in the attacks of both sides, no matter how high their cultivation level is, they will be killed in an instant. Stay back quickly. This black crow is too powerful. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said without looking back, Master Yang, be careful. Qin Tianlan looked at Yang Mucheng. Although she wanted to help Yang Mucheng, the power that had erupted when the two sides just collided with their spiritual thoughts had exceeded her imagination. If you intervene forcefully, it will actually delay you. Laugh. Seeing that Yang Mucheng resisted his attack, the vertical eyes in He Yame's heart suddenly glowed brightly, and a monstrous force swept away in an instant. The black demonic energy rolled up, and the power contained in it almost made the whole area, the spaces, distorted. Obviously, it recognized the guy who smashed his eyes. Yang Mucheng also faced the black crow. He took a deep breath and released his power at the same time. Miss, what kind of crow is this? It looks like a phoenix. Xin Tao felt this overwhelming evil spirit, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. This is not a crow. This is a Tianming phoenix, a kind of bird with the blood of the phoenix. Contrary to the phoenix, the Tianming phoenix is extremely cruel. This Tiandu Mingfeng should also be left over from ancient times, and has always inhabited this mysterious land. In the area, Qin Tianlan stared at Tian Mingfeng and narrowed his eyes. Once someone angers Tian Mingfeng, it will definitely end in death. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be speechless. This is not something to anger. This is a life and death feud. Yang Mucheng shot out Tian Mingfeng's right eye with an arrow. I'm afraid it won't end that easily. Everyone quickly looked forward. Sure enough, whether it was Yang Mucheng or Tian Mingfeng, the auras of the two sides were crushing each other, and they were already crackling together, and the shocking sounds could be faintly heard in the space. Boom! Tian Mingfeng's momentum reached its peak first. I saw it slashing its wings, crossing each other, and for a moment, it was like two giant blades passing each other. The demonic energy accumulated in its body seemed to have found a breakthrough at this moment, pouring out quickly and pouring into this blow. Wherever he passed, pieces of ice condensed rapidly in the void, as if frozen. This Tianming Phoenix can already control Xianing cold fire. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help shouting. Qin Tianlan couldn't help but sigh. Phoenixes are all experts at playing with fire. Although Tian Ningfeng is only a blood descendant of Phoenix, its strength is extraordinary. It can inhabit the stars full of Xianing cold fire. How can it not control the Xianing cold fire? It's just that I don't know how Master Yang will deal with it. Break! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Mucheng slashed with his fingers. Although these two giant blades were condensed by Xianing cold fire, they were filled with Tian Mingfeng's demonic energy and were used by Tian Mingfeng. Unlike when Master Tan controlled the oil lamp and blew it at will, the true power of Xianing cold fire was lost. So Yang Mucheng could only kill it, but not directly absorb it. Boom! In a moment, the two giant blades were chopped into pieces by Yang Mucheng's sword. Groan. Seeing that his flames were ineffective against Yang Mucheng, Tian Mingfeng suddenly let out a phoenix cry, spread his wings, and flew into the strong wind, flying quickly in front of Yang Mucheng. At the same time, it suddenly grabbed it with both claws. The huge Tianming Phoenix, with its hook-like claws, would be torn to pieces in an instant if caught by it. Yang Mucheng did not dare to neglect, and quickly used Void Transit to avoid the opponent's attack. However, Tian Mingfeng was really unusual this time. The moment Yang Mucheng used Void Transit to leave, it had already predicted where Yang Mucheng would settle down next. The vertical eyes in its eyebrows were more like seeing Yang Mucheng. Call! With almost no hesitation, it slashed its wings, and the endless Xianing cold fire gathered in front of it, transformed into billions of feathers, and headed directly towards Yang Mucheng. This beast, Yang Mucheng, who stepped out of the void, felt the aggressive feathers, and was filled with horror. With almost no hesitation, he swung his right hand, and the Xin Yuan sword swiftly swung out, turning into an airtight sword light. In a moment, before the endless feathers hit Yang Mucheng, they were completely torn into pieces by the fierce sword light. Groan! Seeing that his attack was blocked by Yang Mucheng once again, the Tianming Phoenix suddenly erupted into a phoenix cry that was even more shocking than before. At the same time, an even bigger demonic energy swept across quickly. Immediately afterwards, its jet black feathers boiled crazily under the overwhelming demonic energy. Oh my god! What on earth is it? Look! This Tianming Phoenix has mutated? Feeling the changes in Tianming Feng, even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel horrified. He stopped his plan to continue attacking and quickly left the battlefield, looking at the other side in front. His whole body could not help but tremble, and the evil spirit was like a blowout. The explosive Tianming Feng. Chapter 1704 Killing. Een. Under the fierce roar of the phoenix, the body of Tianming Feng, which was originally black, burst into a golden light. At this moment, the mysterious heavenly underworld phoenix actually became more upright, and an unparalleled aura surged out of its body at this moment. If it weren't for some differences in appearance, this would be a golden phoenix. Oh my god! What on earth is it? It turned into a phoenix? Looking at this mutated Tianming Phoenix, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This burst of power is countless times stronger than before. This is because it stimulates the blood in the body. Qin Tianlan tightened her eyes and stared ahead. Boom! Bursts of loud sounds continued to sound. The airwaves visible to the naked eye quickly exploded from Tianming Feng's body, even stirring up the entire void. Under the bombardment of this powerful force, everyone around was blasted out bit by bit and pushed out of the battlefield. And inside the battlefield, Yang Mucheng was also in this strong wind, with his long hair flying and his robes rustling. Although he didn't know why this big demon suddenly had such a change, he knew that the next battle would become more difficult. Boom! Tianming Feng, whose whole body was shrouded in golden flames, spread out its wings and suddenly burst into a blaze of flames. Under the shocking light, billions of feathers burst out. This is not the gathering of shimmering cold fire, but the real Tianming Phoenix feathers. Every feather has been soaked in the powerful evil spirit of Tianming Feng for millions of years. Then, with a more terrifying power than before, these feathers came directly towards Yang Mucheng and killed him fiercely. The attack formed by these endless feathers penetrated the void in an instant and came to Yang Mucheng. The power of each feather is extremely powerful, and it comes with a fierce whistling sound. Destroy! Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword quickly appeared, and a monstrous sword energy burst out. When this invisible sword energy swept out, the infinite feathers were completely torn to pieces. However, this time it was Yang Mucheng's turn to fight back. Xinyuan's sword suddenly swung, and endless glimpses between heaven and earth suddenly erupted. Yang Mucheng took over the creation of heaven and earth, and forcefully seized the control of spiritual energy from the control of this Tianming Phoenix. I only heard waves of shocking sword sounds resounding. Chawing! 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 In the turbulent moment of every sword sound, a long sword transformed by spiritual energy was formed in the void. The power of this long sword is astonishing, and it releases a shocking light that can split gold and cut jade. But in the blink of an eye, the whole void was spread by the monstrous long swords. After a short period of time, these billions of long swords were shot out of the holes of billions of powerful crossbows, and they hit Tianming Feng fiercely. When did this Yang Mucheng come out? Why have I never heard of his name? Wu Long looked at this shocking scene and couldn't help but feel horrified. He thought that his cultivation level of half-step Tai was already very good, but compared with Yang Mu, all his pride was severely crushed. He is not from our starry sky. He comes from outside the ancient battlefield, Qin Tianlan said slowly. The starry sky outside the ancient battlefield? However, such a person, no matter where he is probably the best in the world. Listening to Qin Tianlan's words, everyone couldn't help but think secretly. Look! Mi Feng fought back that day. At this time, Qin Tao suddenly cried out. All I saw was that the Tianming Phoenix turned around and ignored Yang Mucheng's billion-dollar long sword. Instead, it sharply retracted its wings and hugged it in front of itself. Then it turned into a sharp beam of light and blasted directly towards Yang Mucheng. Kill and go. In this crazy charge, Tianming Feng actually transformed into a hurricane that could sweep the world. Ding! 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 At the moment when the hurricane was forming, the monstrous rain of swords bombarded it, and it was torn apart on the spot without its power. No matter how many swords there were, they couldn't get close, but they were easily shattered. Facing the crazy killing Tianming Feng, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, and the power suppressed in his body could no longer be contained. Like a suppressed volcano, It erupted into the sky, and turmoil spread in all directions. Yang Muchung slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and then stamped his foot. Boom! As soon as he stepped out, the space in front of him suddenly exploded, and a crack visible to the naked eye swept in all directions. The traces of the space explosion were actually Yang Muchung's footprints. At this foot, Yang Muchung turned into a ray of light and rushed away, directly and fiercely killing Tian Mingfeng. Boom! In an instant, the two hurricanes, which were capable of destroying the void, collided with each other. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened and they looked forward in shock. Under this violent collision, the two sides were evenly matched. Both Yang Muchung and Tian Mingfeng were severely hit and flew out. It's too powerful. This Tianming Phoenix has inspired the Phoenix bloodline, and its strength has increased several times. The ordinary Tai powerhouse is no match for it. It even tore the space completely apart. And Master Yang's explosion of hundreds of millions, it's a long sword, and it can't even get close enough to be torn apart by it. But the most terrifying thing is Master Yang, Tian Mingfeng, who has inspired the Phoenix bloodline. Can't suppress him. Instead, she can only fight him to a draw. The exclamations from the people around him were louder and louder. Everyone looked at the battlefield in stunned silence. In this starry sky, except for the star burning with mysterious cold fire, everything in the field of vision was torn apart, and nothing existed, even if they are hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of miles apart. The crazy collision between a man and a demon can be heard. Boom! Another violent collision. In this collision, Yang Muchung suddenly used the destruction seal. Tian Mingfeng also burst out its most powerful demonic energy at the same time, turning into a golden phoenix and crashing towards Yang Muchung. Boom! However, in this collision, Yang Muchung completely gained the upper hand. He urged the Earth Seal of Destruction to hit Tian Mingfeng and send it flying out. However, Tian Mingfeng was not afraid at all. Instead, she let out a phoenix cry and rushed forward again. Suddenly, one person and one monster fought fiercely, and in an instant, they were all rushing together, especially the last blow, which split Tian Mingfeng's body into pieces, and completely exploded on the spot, absorbing Tian Mingfeng's energy and blood. Yang Muchung felt exhausted. This battle was even more difficult than when he encountered the Great Sky Corpse. But everything now is not in vain. He got this star full of mysterious cold fire. Looking at the star, Yang Muchung moved forward excitedly. Chapter 1705. Stealing with Swords? Is this the star of Xianming Hanhua? It has not yet set on the stars. Yang Muchung felt a bone-chilling chill rushing towards him. He found the exposed rocks on this star have been frozen by the low temperature of the Xianming cold fire, and have even condensed into a layer of hard ice. It was under this piece of ice that the star was not blown to pieces in the previous battle between Yang Muchung and Tian Mingfeng. It's so cold! Qin Tianlan, who also landed on this star, couldn't help but exclaimed. Generally speaking, the closer to the flame, the higher the temperature. But this Xianming cold fire is just the opposite. The closer it is, the lower the temperature is. Even Qin Tianlan has no doubt that this terrifying flame can freeze space and time. This is the characteristic of Xianming Hanhua. Looking at Qin Tianlan, who was trembling, Yang Muchung gently patted her shoulder with his right hand. Suddenly, a surge of inner energy poured into her body. There are many flames in this world, all with different characteristics. For example, the burning sky flame. Once this kind of flame is contaminated by an object, it will continue to burn. Whether it is rocks, weapons, or even air and water, it will continue to burn. There is also a kind of extinguishing purple flame. It is said that this kind of flame can truly freeze time, but no one has ever seen it. There is also the demonic flame of annihilation. There is also Tianyuan demon flame. It's just that these flames are very rare in the starry sky. I have only heard people mention them, but I have never seen them. Qin Tianlan nodded in understanding. Some of these flames she had never even heard of. Feeling Yang Muchung's inner energy entering his body, the extremely low temperature around him seemed to feel much better. Master Yang, how do you take away these mysterious cold fires? Qin Tianlan asked after taking a look at the flames that were constantly beating on the star. She glanced at Qin Tao and Wu Long, who were still far away and unable to get close at all, and asked aloud, the temperature of this star is too low. Even I can only stay here reluctantly. Do you need a space magic weapon? Qin Tianlan said. However, it may not be that easy to take away all the mysterious cold fire on this star at once. It requires a very large space magic weapon. This jade bottle is fine. Qin Tianlan almost did not hesitate, and took out the jade bottle that he had obtained when killing the dragonfish before, and handed it to Yang Macheng. If it were in the past, she would never do this. I don't use the jade bottle. I absorb the flames directly here. Yang Macheng smiled and waved his hand. The dragon pattern space in the center of his eyebrows is much larger than the space of this jade bottle. Why does he need the other side's jade bottle? What's more, he needs the Xianming cold fire just for practice. He just needs to put it into his body. Absorb? Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Qin Tianlan couldn't help but be stunned. However, she did not speak, but wanted to see how Yang Macheng absorbed these flames. Hey, you can't help absorb these flames. Just when Yang Macheng was about to activate the Suzaku body training technique to absorb these mysterious cold fires into his body, a cold laughter sounded from the side. Boy, I didn't expect you to actually find this place. Listening to this familiar voice, Yang Macheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked forward. Just saw, in the starry sky ahead, an old man holding an oil lamp and possessing a spiritual demeanor. However, there was a hint of coldness and malice in the old man's triangular squinting eyes. If he is not Master Tan, who else could he be? Is it you? Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and fell on the other party. You old dog who is not afraid of death. I will spare your life, but you still dare to come to my door. When Master Tan heard Yang Mucheng's words, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, he did not answer. Instead, he turned his eyes and landed on a middle-aged man beside him. He said respectfully, Master Lin, I'm not lying to you. It's this star. Everything in it is its Xianming Hanhua. Until then, only then did Yang Macheng realize that, apart from Master Tan, a group of people he didn't know appeared in the starry sky. Especially the being called Master Lin by Master Tan is a very powerful guy. Boy, get out of here if you don't want to die. This star belongs to our Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Master Lin waved his hand. Lin Huyin, did you handle this matter a little inappropriately? Qin Tianlan's face suddenly darkened when he heard what the other party said. She stepped forward, looked at Master Lin, and said loudly, This star was first discovered by our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Why should I give it to you with just a word? Moreover, for this star, Master Yang, you also killed Tian Mingfeng. No matter what the rules are, this star will not be your turn. Oh! Hearing this, Lin Huyin closed his eyes and looked at Qin Tianlan. But after a moment, he sneered and said, In this starry sky, the strong are respected. Your Zhantian Chamber of Commerce is no worse than our Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Now, I, Lin Huyin, will decide on this star. If you are wise, get out of the way as soon as possible, and I will do something. Nothing happened. If you offend me, be careful of my ruthlessness. In this starry sky, so many people die every year. I don't care how many of you there are. Boom! Hearing these threatening words, Qin Tianlan's expression suddenly changed. She sighed secretly and looked at Yang Macheng. Master Yang, there is nothing we can do. I have tried my best. Originally, she planned to use the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce to suppress the other party. But who knew? The other party didn't buy it at all, but instead used this gesture to fight back. Who is he? Yang Macheng asked. He is Lin Huyin, a guest of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. He is in the middle stage of Tai. Qin Tianlan looked at Yang Macheng, condensed for a moment, and then said, Master Yang, a good man will not suffer the loss in front of him. Otherwise, we will give him the star, and wait for us after leaving the mysterious area. I will ask him to take out the Xianming cold fire and distribute it to you in the name of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. What if he is not willing to give it at all? Yang Macheng glanced at Qin Tianlan lightly. Qin Tianlan was dumbfounded. This? How is it possible for someone to vomit out something they have eaten? What's more, this star was originally in Yang Mucheng's pocket. How could it be possible for him to let it go? Eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Macheng looked up directly at Lin Huyin in the sky, and his cold voice echoed through the void. Lin Huyin from Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Right. This star is mine. If you want to snatch it away, it won't be that easy. Chapter 1706 Unexpected. Boom! There was an unquestionable tone in Yang Mucheng's indifferent words, and the murderous intent contained in his words made everyone in the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce suddenly change their color and took a few steps back. What a domineering guy! Looking at Yang Macheng, who still looked calm in the face of the powerful Tai, and everyone in the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Yang Muqing's faint words actually made people feel a trace of sincere fear and trembling. It is this feeling that makes some people in the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce even dare not face Yang Muqing directly. So brave. Lin Huiying nodded. As early as when he knew about this star, he had already regarded it as something in his pocket. How could he give it to Yang Muqing? Since you are unwilling to give up to me, then you will have no choice but to die. Master Tan, bring your lamp. Lin Huiying took the oil lamp from Master Tan's hand. When this oil lamp was in Master Tan's hand, the flame was as big as a mung bean. But after Lin Huiying held it in his hand, it suddenly seemed to add fuel to the fire and jumped several feet high. The churning black flames burst out quickly. He looked at Yang Muqing, smiled coldly, and blew hard. Call. The turbulent shining cold fire erupted into a monstrous wave. When Master Tan used this oil lamp earlier, it also set off a wave of fire. But compared with Lin Huiying, it was like a stream. At this moment, as the overwhelming force surged in, even the void was blocked. This burst of shimmering cold fire, blessed by inner energy, caused the temperature of the void to drop to the freezing point in an astonishing manner at this moment. Destroy. Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily. He raised his sword and struck. Just hearing a bah sound, a crack was cut into the void, and the monstrous flames flowed from both sides of Yang Muqing like a shunt. Huh? Seeing this scene, Lin Huiying showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that Yang Muqing was not afraid of the shining cold fire. Master Lin, this kid is not afraid of the shining cold fire at all. When I used this cold fire to kill him, he actually swallowed him whole. Seeing this scene, Master Tan was slightly surprised and quickly spoke out. Hearing this, Lin Huiying's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Yang Muqing with interest. He chuckled and said, "It seems that this kid must have some special physique. He needs this flame to practice a certain skill. You take away the flame from the star, and I will deal with this kid." With that said, Lin Huiying took something out of his arms and handed it to Master Tan. Master Tan took a look and found that this thing was an exquisite little bell. The inside and outside of the bell are engraved with supreme patterns, and pieces of inscriptions and talismans rotate around the inside and outside of the bell, bringing out a mysterious golden light. This is my magic weapon. This time, I am going to use this mysterious cold fire to temper it, Lin Huiying said with a smile. Master Tan did not dare to neglect. He waved his right hand slightly and heard a ding, 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 ding. Then he saw a ripple-like sound wave spreading rapidly. The next moment, the churning flames that were constantly burning suddenly jumped up and shot towards the bell, as if they were being pulled. Shuzi! You dare! Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with coldness. He was the first to discover this star, and he was the one who killed Tian Mingfeng. Now the people from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce wanted to rob him without any explanation. How could he endure this? Clenching his right fist, he stepped hard with the sole of his foot. Boom! This kick actually caused the earth to shatter, and the void trembled violently. Yang Muqing flew out, blasted out on the spot, and killed Master Tan directly. This resounding punch made a crackling sound in the air, almost like lightning, and it was already in front of Master Tan without any hindrance. With me here, you still want to kill someone? It should be you who should die. Seeing Yang Muqing take action, Lin Huiying raised his fist and punched Yang Muqing's fist lightly. Boom! The fists connected and a loud sound erupted. At the same time, the power hidden behind the fists of both sides also exploded at the same time. What? At this moment, Lin Huiying's face froze, and the calmness on his face suddenly disappeared. He only felt an unparalleled force, like a wave coming down from the 9 heavens. It was so powerful and unstoppable that it was forced into his body in a sudden crash. This shocking force even crushed all the bones in his body and made a crackling sound at this moment. He only has perfection in the cave. With unprecedented shock and fury, Lin Huiying's body trembled, and he couldn't help but shoot out towards the back. But Yang Muqing remained motionless. Shocking. At this moment, The originally mocking and sarcastic voice came to an abrupt end when Yang Mucheng knocked back Lin Hui with a punch. The contest between Tai Middle Stage and Dantian Perfection actually ended with Tai Middle Stage being repulsed. This kind of thing is simply beyond everyone's imagination. After a while, the silent starry sky suddenly erupted with cries of surprise, shock, disbelief, and anger. This kid is simply... How dare you compete with our Shanghai Chamber of Commerce? You simply don't know how to live or die. In the eyes of everyone. Although Yang Mucheng was able to repel Lin Huin, this was because he attacked unexpectedly. All of a sudden, they all started angrily. There were even a few Tai experts who came on the stage with anger, ready to teach Yang Mucheng a lesson for Lin Huin. But Lin Huin stopped everyone with a wave of his right hand. He felt that his right fist was numb due to Yang Mucheng's punch, and there was a trace of ridicule and contempt in his eyes. Boy, you can defeat me with your perfect cultivation. No wonder you have the capital to be arrogant. But you have to know that the relationship between you and me is like cloud and mud. If you fight against me with this kind of cultivation, you are simply seeking death. Since you are unwilling to give up this star, then I will have to do it myself. After speaking, Lin Huin raised his eyes. However, when he looked at Yang Mucheng, he suddenly found that the other party had disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a powerful killing intent swept over the whole place. Not good! Lin Huin's eyes flashed with shock. If he hadn't experienced it personally, it would have been unimaginable for him that a Dantian Perfection could burst out with such power. But this does not mean that he has nothing to do with the opponent. He sneered in his heart. Lin Huin raised his right hand. In an instant, the overwhelming inner energy in his body turned into a surging wave, churning and turbulent. He rushed out directly, like a tide of ghost kings, towards the location where the killing intent emerged was slapped away hard. But at this moment, a fist shot out from the flat void and slowly blasted towards the Ghost King. Chapter 1707 Fierce Battle. This fist punched out of the void. It is like a white jade carving, so beautiful that it even makes women jealous. In everyone's opinion, it is difficult for such a fist to be too powerful. But the reality was beyond everyone's expectation. When the punch was struck, the overwhelming wave of Ghost Kings turned around and hit Lin Huin. Moreover, at the moment of resurgence, the power and speed were stronger and faster than before. Lin Huin was horrified. At this moment, there is no trace of the teasing and disdain he had when he dealt with Yang Mucheng on his face, which is full of disbelief. Facing this wave of Ghost Kings, he clapped his palms repeatedly, and then shattered the air wave formed by his own inner energy. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the white jade fist silently struck in front of him. Retreat! Lin Huin tiptoed and swept back like lightning. However, no matter how fast he is, it is not as fast as this white jade fist. In his shocked eyes, this fist swung directly regardless of the space, hitting his body hard. Boom! Along with this punch, a force several times more terrifying than before surged in, pouring into his body with almost no gaps or obstacles. A stream of blood mist was sprayed out, and Lin Huin's body trembled. He suddenly lost his balance and couldn't help but retreat. And the owner of this white jade fist is surprisingly Yang Mucheng. Quiet! Suddenly, the starry sky fell into deathly silence. Master Tan, who was collecting the Xinming cold fire, was so stunned that he even forgot to ring the bell. The eyes of everyone in the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce were full of surprise, and everyone was dumbfounded. In addition to shock, there was only shock in their eyes. But I underestimated you! Lin Huin stopped in the void. His pupils closed, and he glanced at the sunken fist mark on his chest, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Previously, he was repulsed by Yang Mucheng. He thought that the other party succeeded because of the surprise and his failure to react. But now, being beaten back in person again was beyond his expectation. Having reached this level of cultivation, Lin Huin thought that everything was in vain. But when he was really punched away by Yang Mucheng, he couldn't help but feel a trace of humiliation on his face. In his eyes, the cave is perfect, but it is just an ant-like existence. But now, he was punched and punched away, even in front of everyone. How could he bear it? With murderous intent flashing across his face, Lin Huin raised his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng. You should regret that you should not have angered a powerful Tai. As soon as he finished speaking, he squeezed his right hand suddenly, and the bell held in Master Tan's hand immediately flew into the air with a tingling bell sound. Upbraid! His tongue was like a lotus flower, and he drank in a deep voice. The fingers of both hands danced rapidly in front of him, leaving behind an afterimage. I saw the little golden bell rising into the sky, and at the same time, it suddenly transformed into an infinite number. At this moment, every little bell started shaking and erupted into a crisp sound. But when the sound fell to everyone's ears, it was not so beautiful. Sound kill attack! Not good! Quickly retreat! The expressions of Qin Tianlan, Wulong and others changed drastically. He quickly poured his inner energy into his hands and covered his ears. At the same time, he quickly retreated. This exciting ringtone even caused the void to become turbulent, causing everyone's gaze to become distorted and blurred at this moment. Even Han Xingxing, who was surrounded by ringtones, was shaken by the terrifying sound attack and cracked. This kid actually made Master Lin so angry that he used the Thousand Bells technique. A retreating Shanghai Chamber of Commerce warrior looked at the bell in the void, as if facing a formidable enemy. How can you have the guts to contend with Master Lin when you are so small? Let's see how he dies this time. Even though they are far apart, they can still hear the exciting ringing sound, which shows the power of this ringing sound. And Yang Mucheng was among thousands of golden bells, and he was facing this terrifying sound-killing attack head-on. Thinking of this, everyone looked forward, wanting to see how Yang Mucheng could deal with Lin Hui's angry attack. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned, because Yang Mucheng was not as frightened and panicked as they imagined, but instead was extremely calm. He was in the midst of this ringing sound, and when facing the endless sound-killing attacks, he suddenly raised his hands, and blood-sucking marks suddenly gathered between his hands. Then, he held it with both hands and smashed it hard. The sky and the earth are ink, and the void is the purpose. The fugitive killing seal blasted into the void, and a huge force suddenly erupted. A wave of air visible to the naked eye gathered rapidly and swept away in all directions at the same time. Wherever the air wave passed, the bell suspended in the void was directly shattered by the air wave. Almost in an instant, there were only a few left, and there was no such huge number as before. I don't believe it! Once the attack was blocked, Lin Huin only saw anger in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a whistling sound suddenly erupted from his sleeves, and 3 7-inch golden spears turned into lightning and flew through the void, shooting towards Yang Mucheng cave. Chang! However, this rapid whistling sound was suppressed by a crisp sound of swords in an instant. A black light burst out from the center of Yang Mucheng's eyebrows, and that ray of light is none other than Shen Yuan's sword. Boom! 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 Shen Yuan's sword, which struck later but arrived first, smashed the 3 7-inch golden spears into pieces with almost no hindrance. Even more powerful, he continued to kill Lin Huin. Not good! At this moment, Lin Huin finally changed his color. He did not dare to neglect, and sacrificed again, and a Bagua mirror quickly flew out. The Bagua mirror flew out, and immediately turned quickly in front of Lin Huin. The Bagua directions appeared one by one, and a mirror light burst out directly from the mirror. Under this mirror light, the arrogant Shen Yuan sword was quietly locked in the void, as if it had been cast on a body-fixing technique. You idiots! What are you still doing? Why don't you come over here and kill this kid? Shen Yuanjian was banned. Lin Huin looked into the distance. When he saw the group of people from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, all standing there dumbfounded, a surge of anger suddenly surged into his heart, and he started to shout unceremoniously. And his shout made everyone in the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce quickly come to their senses, and quickly attack Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1708 Beheading. This, Qin Tianlan's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a Dongtian perfect man even suppressed Tai middle stage. Moreover, this Tai middle stage even asked others to help him. But now, this all really happened. I only saw that in the next moment. The people from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce roared and started to kill Yang Mucheng. At this moment, they unleashed all their cultivation and poured all their strength into their martial arts. Immediately, the swords that swept across the sky and the earth rushed towards Yang Mucheng overwhelmingly. You kid is dead! Looking at this scene, Lin Huin's eyes flashed with a hint of humiliation. With his cultivation in the middle stage of Tai, he was actually unable to kill this boy who had perfected the cave. Instead, he had to rely on the power of others to move there. How is this not a shameful thing? But now it's all over. With this mighty blow, all traces of this kid's presence in the starry sky will be completely wiped out. Is it? Looking at Lin Huin, Yang Mucheng's mouth showed a trace of ridicule. He raised his hand slightly, and his fingers condensed in front of him again. This time, his movements were very slow, even as shaky as an old man. But in Lin Hui's eyes, he showed an extremely domineering attitude. A seal that was smaller than before and more transparent than before quietly appeared in the void. However, when this big seal appeared, it erupted with a more terrifying power than the previous murderous seal. This is the Seal of Destruction. Boom! With the formation of the Earth Seal of Destruction, a golden ripple swept out in all directions. The overwhelming incoming swords and sword shadows were shaken into the void the moment they encountered this golden ripple. The warriors who rushed up felt as if they had been hit hard and retreated violently, vomiting blood. Boom! Even the Bagua mirror that resisted Shen Yuan's sword completely exploded under the bombardment of the golden ripples. At the same time, a posture of lording it over the world slowly emerged. Puff! This Bagua mirror was Lin Hui's life-saving magic weapon. The moment it was shattered, he himself suffered a backlash and spit out a mouthful of blood. And he himself, under the bombardment of golden ripples, bleeded from all his orifices, and his whole body was swept away and flew out. Crush! Seeing Lin Hui vomiting blood and flying backwards, everyone couldn't help but have this thought in their mind. The battle between Tai Middle Stage and Dongtian Peak warriors ended like this. Master Tan, I asked you about the location of Xianing Hangxingxingchen, but you pretended not to know. Now you are bringing people from the Sanhai Chamber of Commerce to rob you. I can't keep you today, and I will kill you. Yang Mucheng dispersed the Earth Seal of Destruction and stood proudly in the starry sky. He turned his gaze and landed on the pale Master Tan. Boom! Master Tan was already so frightened that he could not speak. He had never seen such a scene before. Even the powerful Tai was no match for Yang Mucheng. He was so frightened that he quickly fell to his knees and cried out in a mournful voice. Senior, please spare your life. Senior, please spare your life. However, before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng had already spoken. There was just a bang sound, and Master Tan's head exploded. He died on the spot, and could not die anymore. Saw this scene, everyone in the Sanhai Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but feel cold. This is Yang Mucheng's victory, and he is ready to settle accounts in the future. Among them, even Lin Hui, who has the highest level of cultivation, is no match for Yang Mucheng. Where are these little minions? As he was thinking about it, he saw Yang Mucheng slowly walking towards Lin Hui. I am going to kill you! Lin Hui, who was bombarded and vomited blood and flew backwards, let out a roar, then charged up hysterically, locking Yang Mucheng with his right hand like a hook. However, before he could move, Yang Mucheng raised his palm and hit him hard in the face. This slap directly caused Lin Hui to vomit blood all over his mouth, and even lost a few teeth. But it was this slap that woke him up from his rage. When Lin Hui came back to his senses, he realized the gap in strength between the two sides. Do you still dare to steal my Xiaming cold fire? Yang Mucheng came to Lin Hui with his hands behind his back. I don't dare anymore. How could Lin Hui dare to speak out again? His 3 magic weapons were all destroyed by Yang Mucheng, and he had lost his last resort. He knelt on the ground and could only bow his head and replied respectfully. But he was always a little dazed in his heart. He was actually defeated by a Dongtian perfection, which felt a little unreal. So at this moment, although he was kneeling on the ground, he was still filled with anger. I will not avenge today's revenge. And I swear I will not be a human being. When I return to the Sanhai Chamber of Commerce, I will definitely entangle my troops and crush you to death. No matter how strong you are. If you can beat a Tai mid-level player like me, I don't believe you can beat 7th or 8th place. When the time comes, I will definitely pay back today's humiliation 100 times or 1,000 times. His visit to the mysterious area this time was temporary, because he accidentally saw Master Tan's oil lamp and heard that he was missing an offensive magic weapon. He got the idea. What he brought this time was not a strong fighter from the Sanhai Chamber of Commerce. So he was defeated by Yang Mucheng. If a few more Tai experts were brought in, there would be more possibilities for Yang Mucheng to become arrogant? Certainly. If Yang Mucheng also had the Tai cultivation level, he would not dare to cause trouble. In the final analysis, it is because Yang Mucheng only has cave heaven perfection. Thinking in his mind, Lin Hui lowered his head with humility on his face, and even hid the killing intent in his eyes. This Xiaming cold fire belongs to you. I will never have the slightest thought again. Please forgive me. I will take people out of here right now. You still think you can leave alive? Yang Mucheng sneered, swung his right hand, grabbed the Xinyuan sword and slashed quickly. You? Lin Hui's eyes closed, and he looked up suddenly, only to see a sharp sword light rushing towards him. He was originally seriously injured, and at such a close range. How could he escape so easily? The internal energy that was transferred in a hurry was like a thin piece of paper under the Xinyuan sword, barely able to withstand the slightest bit. In an instant, he was torn into pieces by Yang Mucheng. At the same time, the sword continued unabated and struck directly from his head. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Lin Hui was struck directly from head to toe, split into two halves, and crashed to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps numb, and they all took a breath of air. This Xianming cold fire is originally mine. If you think of snatching it away, you will die. Yang Mucheng glanced at Lin Hui, who was split in half, and spoke calmly. Chapter 1709 Kill them all. Call. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard Yang Mucheng's words. This is a strong person in the middle stage of Tai, and he is backed by the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, and he had begged for mercy. But Yang Mucheng killed him as soon as he was told, as if he didn't care about the power behind the other party. This shocked everyone. For Yang Mucheng, he didn't care. When he and Lin Hui fought before, the opponent attacked him hard every time, with the attitude of putting himself to death. How could Yang Mucheng show any mercy to someone who wanted to kill him? We at the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce will remember what happened today. We will definitely settle the score with you in the future. Seeing Lin Hui dying in front of everyone, a deacon from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce stood up and said coldly. Others also shared the same hatred and hatred. You killed the guest of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. How could the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce sit idly by and ignore it? Otherwise, who would be willing to work for the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce in the future? Therefore, a deadly feud has been formed between the two parties. Coming day? Hearing what the other party said, Yang Mucheng chuckled, with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Do you still think you can have a future? What? You want to kill us all? The deacon was stunned when he heard Yang Mucheng's words, and looked at Yang Mucheng with a look of disbelief on his face. If ordinary people had offended the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce and heard his words, they would probably be frightened and think of ways to remedy the situation. But this kid just did the opposite. His words clearly meant that he wanted to keep all of them here. Yes! Yang Mucheng glanced at the deacon, smiled mockingly, and nodded heavily. You have already declared war on me. Why should I be polite to you? Rather than letting you go, you will become my enemy in the future. It's better to kill you all today. Boy! You are too arrogant! Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, a Tai warrior suddenly became furious. He let out a burst of roar, fiercely threw an object, and smashed it towards Yang Mucheng's head and face. That thing turned out to be a huge millstone. When it appeared, it was already growing in size due to the crazy infusion of internal energy. And suddenly it transformed into a mountain as huge as a mountain. Then, it was crushed away even more severely. You want to compete with me with this method? Yang Mucheng looked at it coldly and sneered. He raised his sword and slashed. In a moment, the huge millstone was chopped into two pieces on the spot with his sword. Then, he stirred with his right hand. An infinite sword energy erupted from the sword's edge, with a crack sound. In full view of everyone, the millstone turned into a pile of powder and fell down. The Tai warrior who took action was horrified. He caught a glimpse of Yang Mucheng's gaze, and immediately felt his scalp numb and his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The next moment, without any hesitation, he tiptoed and turned into a silhouette, quickly rising into the sky and fleeing into the distance. But Yang Mucheng shook his right hand, and the sword light turned rapidly, turning into a shocking blade, slashing out quickly. In full view of everyone, the Tai warrior was cut in half on the spot. This kid wants to kill us all! How can we let him succeed? Seeing the splattering blood and the broken body, the warriors from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce suddenly shouted. At this time, everyone woke up one after another and started to kill Yang Mucheng crazily. Yang Mucheng smiled coldly, facing the onslaught of everyone. He did not rush to take action, but slowly drew out the Xinyuan sword. Zheng! A crisp sound of sword sounds resounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw the endless light from heaven and earth gathering rapidly, and at the same time, Xinyuan's sword became more and more brilliant. When this power was accumulated to the extreme, Yang Mucheng raised his sword and slashed, sweeping out. In an instant, he saw a sword light like a golden flame sweeping out, covering the mountains and plains. Wherever it passes, The air is crushed, and the void is shattered. The warriors of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce were trembling with fear. They immediately burst out with all their strength and poured it into their martial arts, and charged towards Yang Mucheng crazily. But that monstrous attack was completely shattered into nothingness by this sword on the spot. Even those warriors were also completely killed by this sword at the same time. After killing everyone, Yang Mucheng took the surrounding qi and blood into his body, and then let out a long breath of turbid air. Master Yang, are you okay? Qin Tianlan looked at the swept-away void and asked in disbelief. These people from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce were killed by Yang Mucheng, and died under Yang Mucheng's sword. Fine! The Shanghai Chamber of Commerce wants to rob me of Xianming Han Qingchen. This is the grudge between me and them. I do things for myself, and I will not let you. The Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Take the responsibility, Yang Mucheng said calmly. Qin Tianlan was stunned. She knew that it was because she had asked Yang Mucheng to give up the stars before. Because she was afraid of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. She has missed an opportunity, and will never get it again. Thinking of this, Qin Tianlan immediately came back to his senses and said, Master Yang, since you came with our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, we will naturally be responsible for this matter. If the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce dares to cause trouble for you, we will definitely support you. Yang Mucheng glanced at Qin Tianlan, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But since the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce is willing to support me, I will not treat your Chamber of Commerce badly. Once I absorb the Xianming cold fire on this star, I will explore this mysterious area with you. Qin Tianlan nodded heavily. She swore secretly. No matter what happens in the future, we must stand by Yang Mucheng's side. I saw Yang Mucheng walking towards the Xianming Han star with his hands behind his back. No matter how the flames of the star rolled, Yang Mucheng still walked on flat ground, and the flames separated like the tide. Master Yang, you said before that you would use the Xianming cold fire to practice. I wonder how you practice. Seeing Yang Mucheng coming to Xianming Hanhua, Qin Tianlan couldn't help but feel doubtful. When she wanted to ask questions before, she was interrupted by people from the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Now that no one was interrupting her, she naturally wanted to ask what happened. Xin Tao, Wu Long and others were also full of doubts. To know, not only them, but even characters like Lin Huiying did not dare to temper their bodies with Xianming cold fire easily, but instead used flames to refine magic weapons. Now that Yang Mucheng is practicing with this mysterious cold fire, how could they not be shocked? How could they not be curious? How could they not want to see what methods Yang Mucheng uses to practice? Yang Mucheng glanced at them and smiled lightly. Watch it carefully. Chapter 1710 Peak Suzaku Body. You watch it. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he picked up a sealed Ju with his right hand, and immediately opened his mouth and sucked it in. The endless mysterious cold fire on the stars was attracted at this moment, turned into a horned dragon, spun around in midair, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's mouth. Swallowing the sun and the moon in the mouth is useless. At this moment, Yang Mucheng was like a god who controlled the universe. This, Qin Tianlan and others had never seen such a monstrous method before, and they were all dumbfounded. This mysterious cold fire that could freeze everything was swallowed by Yang Mucheng and used to temper his body. Yang Mucheng is not afraid of exposing the secrets of the Suzaku bodybuilding technique. The flame was aroused by him, breathed into the body, rotated in the internal organs, and then emerged from the depths of the body. The most intuitive manifestation of this is naturally the set of red flame golden armor on his body. Only, the current set of red flame golden armor was quickly wrapped with black lines when the Xianming cold fire surged up. The golden red flames and black cold fires merged in the armor, constantly constructing a mysterious armor. Condensation! Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. His hands quickly formed seals. Suddenly, the dancing flames on the stars were pulled, and they jumped up one after another, transforming into hundreds of black fire-horned dragons. When rolling, they seemed to be scrambling to chase each other, and they all threw themselves into Yang Mucheng. In the body, this is the purest flame, and the power contained in it gathers and unites rapidly. And this terrifying power was like gunpowder, constantly circulating rapidly throughout Yang Mucheng's body, following the blood vessels, muscles, and meridians, and was transmitted to his limbs and bones. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Yang Mucheng was already sitting cross-legged. The mysterious cold fire of the entire star, like water flowing downwards, formed a natural rule and poured in along Yang Mucheng's 7 orifices. and with the influx of flames, I just saw that the piece of golden armor outside Yang Mucheng was constantly being dyed black. Is Master Yang going to practice armor in this way? Qin Tao couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yang Mucheng's armor that was constantly turning black. But the armor produced through cultivation has many flaws. Once the internal energy is severely depleted, it cannot be summoned. Instead of practicing like this, it is better to wear an armor magic weapon to save time. Qin Tianlan shook his head and said, Master Yang had the cultivation level to resist the powerful Tai when he was in the cave heaven realm. Naturally, he has his own methods. This is not something you and I can talk about. Maybe this armor has other miraculous effects? They don't know. What Yang Mucheng cultivated was not this armor, but his own body. Once the 5-element spirit body is refined, its defense power will exceed that of any armor. The armor on his body is just what comes with cultivating the Suzaku body. Although it looks like a solid entity, in fact, it is completely transformed from flames. Even if it is formed, he does not need to use any power. It will appear as soon as his spiritual thoughts move. If the body of Suzaku reaches the great perfection, not only the explosive power of the body will reach a terrifying level, but also the defensive power of the flame armor on the body will be enhanced several times. Unlike before, which can be slashed at will, split in half. Boom! At this time, in the distance, there was a sudden explosion. That is? Qin Tianlan was suddenly startled and looked forward. All he saw was a burst of colorful fireworks exploding in that area. There are discoveries in that area! Qin Tao shouted. This is an emergency method used within the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce to contact each other. Apparently, those people were in some kind of trouble. But Master Yang is still practicing. Qin Tianlan glanced at Yang Mucheng. I saw that there was still nearly half of the Xianminghan fire on that star. According to Yang Mucheng's speed, he didn't know how much longer he would have to wait. Call. The words just fell. But he saw Yang Mucheng, sitting in the center of the stars, suddenly opening his eyes. Suddenly, a wave of energy seemed to pass through the field, and a strong wind blew in the star. This gust of wind swept across quickly, and turned into a monstrous tornado. Under this gust of wind, you could see that the extremely rotating wind whipped up all the pieces of Xianming cold fire, as if it was standing on top of the sky and the earth. A fire dragon. Roar! Even in this tornado, there was a shocking dragon roar. It seems that this tornado is enough to look down on the world and destroy everything. However, this ferocious black dragon suddenly became as obedient as a kitten as Yang Mucheng slowly opened his mouth, and was swallowed by him like a whale sucking water. With this one mouthful, did he actually swallow the entire Xianming cold fire of the stars into his belly? Qin Tianlan and others originally thought that they had accepted enough. But when they saw the scene, they still couldn't help but turn pale with horror. What's wrong? Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. Following this gentle movement, the surrounding space suddenly crackled and exploded. Obviously this is the explosive force caused by his muscles stretching. Master Yang, have you finished practicing? Qin Tianlan and others were immediately excited. So be it. Yang Mucheng nodded. His Suzaku body finally reached its peak. As for reaching Dzogchen, it is still very early. Even if he swallowed the remaining half of the star Xianming cold fire in one gulp, he would not be able to advance the Suzaku's body by another 10%. If there were 100 more stars, like Xianming Hanhua placed in front of him, he might be able to push Suzaku's body to the great perfection. However, fire is not that easy to obtain. Today, for a Xianming Hanhua star, I have already offended a Chamber of Commerce. If there really are so many flaming stars, I'm afraid this whole starry sky will be attracted. After gathering his thoughts, Yang Mucheng looked at Qin Tianlan and asked, What's wrong? It's like this. Qin Tianlan hurriedly recounted the incident of finding his companion's emergency signal in the distance, and then said, Master Yang, you have finished your training, so it will be much easier. As long as you are here, we will no matter how difficult the problem is. You don't have to worry. Yang Mucheng chuckled, shook his head and said, I'm not a savior. This mysterious area is far more complicated than we imagined. Even if I encounter some problems, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Let's go and take a look first. In that area, what happened? Qin Tianlan nodded heavily. Immediately, everyone rushed forward. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the place. The one who released the signal flare was another team from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. When they saw Yang Mucheng's team and others arriving, they immediately shouted eagerly. Chapter 1711 Misty Stars. What happened? Everyone arrived. Only then did they discover that there was a relatively huge star not far from them. However, this star was swept by a thick fog, as if covered by some kind of power. Miss! The leader of this team was also a Tai strongman named Qin Hai. When he saw Qin Tianlan, he quickly explained respectfully. Turn out to be. They came here after chasing a big sky demon. The big sky demon suddenly plunged into the misty star. The other two people in their team also got in. Qin Hai, who was responsible for blocking the route, discovered that something was wrong with the star. The thick fog covering the entire star was actually a deception caused by a psychedelic array. No matter how he contacted the other two people in the team, they couldn't get the news. In desperation, he sent another person. However, after he was sent out, that person seemed to have disappeared and lost contact completely. It is for this reason that he sent out an emergency contact signal, hoping that someone could help him solve the problem on this star. There is indeed something weird about this star. As soon as Qin Hai finished speaking, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but nodded. Master Yang, have you discovered anything? Qin Tianlan asked quickly. Qin Hai looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. When Yang Mucheng came earlier, he had discovered this boy who was perfect in the world. He was still wondering why such a boy with low cultivation level had slipped into the team. When Qin Tianlan spoke, he realized that this boy was Yang Mucheng. He looked at him strangely, wanting to see what the young man who was respectfully called Master Yang by the eldest lady had any high ideas. I used my spiritual thoughts to cover this star before. The biggest difficulty lies in this star. Yang Mu became enlightened. Everyone looked towards the star. I saw that above the stars, endless smoke surged to the extreme. Sometimes it turns into an angry dragon and makes a long roar. Sometimes he transforms into a fierce tiger, intimidating everyone. Ha ha. You still have to say this? We naturally know that there is a problem in this star. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Qin Hai couldn't help but sneer. I thought you had some great ideas, but didn't I expect that this is all you have? However, before he finished speaking, he saw Yang Mucheng wave his right hand, and suddenly the void was turbulent, and a huge force burst out. Crack! A shocking sound suddenly resounded, and then he saw that the mist-shrouded stars shook violently, and the dense fog suddenly sunk. And this terrifying depression actually revealed a huge palm print. What is this doing? While Qin Tao was concentrating, he heard some sounds that sounded like something was being broken. Then, a strange force surged rapidly. A raging wind whipped up, and a huge thick fog actually appeared in midair. It spun to the extreme and turned into a terrifying whirlpool. Look what you did! In the vortex, a strong suction force surged in. It was as if at this moment, the gravitational force of the star suddenly exploded tens of millions of times. Everyone felt as if there were lead weights hanging on their bodies, and they couldn't help but fall towards the stars. Master Yang! This! Not only Qin Hai was shocked, but Qin Tao, Qin Tianlan and others were also shocked. They didn't know why Yang Mucheng was so reckless. Don't resist! Just as everyone was struggling to avoid this gravitational force, Yang Mucheng shouted coldly. If you want to break the formation, you have to go deep into it. Everyone, follow me. Only by entering the formation can we break the psychedelic formation in this starry sky. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Qin Hai wanted to curse. He was looking for someone to save him. But in the end nothing was done. Instead, he was trapped inside. But it was not up to him to speak. In an instant, the suction force in the vortex exploded 100 times. Everyone felt that their bodies suddenly lost weight, as if they had been swallowed by a wild beast. When they came back to their senses, they found themselves in a churning fog. Yang Mucheng, look at the good thing you have done. If we were outside the stars, we could still find the eye of this confusing array. Now that we have all come in, it will be so difficult to find the eye of the formation. Qin Hai couldn't help but shouted. When he searched with his spiritual thoughts, he felt that the surrounding space was empty, like an iron wall, and his spiritual thoughts could not move forward one step. And in this fog, whether it is front, back, left, right, or even up and down, it seems to be reversed. In this formation, it's like you are blindfolded and don't know where to go. Although the star can only be regarded as medium-sized, if it is set into the inner universe formation, the area of the star will increase 1,000 or 10,000 times. Even if they have 1,000 or 10,000 years, they may not be able to find the center of the formation. Since I brought you in, I will naturally find a way to crack the formation eye. Yang Mucheng glanced at Qin Hai coldly. The formation is right in front of us. Ahead? Qin Hai was about to laugh, but Qin Tianlan shouted at him, "Don't be rude." And then he shut up. However, even so, he was still very angry, and did not believe that Yang Mucheng could find the formation. "You kid, you don't know what means you used to deceive my eldest lady into obeying your words like this. When I go back, I will report it to the head of the family and punish you severely. However, we are trapped on this star, and we may not be able to get out in a short time. You shouldn't have listened to this kid in the first place. At least one person should be left outside the stars to call for help. But now, everyone is trapped here. What should we do?" He was thinking in his mind. But the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The next moment, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily and drank fiercely. Open! Boom! Suddenly, a huge force swept away, and then he saw that the shocking fog separated by itself like a tide in front of Yang Mucheng. A straight passage was formed in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked in disbelief. At the end of the passage, there were 3 long swords suspended above, middle and below. Each of these 3 long swords is condensed by mist, and the light is billowing with weirdness. In the sword body, long threads like spider silk spread out from the sword body, and the ends went deep into the depths of the fog. This, Qin Tianlan was horrified and lost her voice. "Is this the formation eye?" "Exactly." Yang Mucheng nodded. "When I was outside the starry sky, I had already swept my spiritual thoughts across the star and found this formation. Now, we only need to destroy these 3 long swords to clear this thick fog." Chapter 1712 3 Giant Beasts. "Is this the formation eye?" The 3 fog swords were just suspended in the air. Qin Hai only felt incredible to know. Before asking for help, he didn't know how many times he wanted to explore the star with his spiritual thoughts. But every time he returned without success. This star seemed to have a barrier, blocking out his spiritual thoughts. It is very rare to get even just one point inside, let alone find such a small formation in such a huge star. However, he didn't know. Although his spiritual power was huge, it was still dwarfed by Yang Mucheng's. Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts were not only huge, but also pure. This maze not only blocked the star, but also blocked the entire space. But as long as there is a ban, there will be loopholes. Just like a fishing net, your spiritual thoughts cannot move freely. Naturally, you cannot pass through the blockade at will and are isolated. But Yang Mucheng was able to turn his spiritual thoughts into something thinner than a hair, and it was naturally rare for him to travel around this star. "Master Yang, how should we break the formation?" Qin Tianlan asked. Yang Mucheng looked at the 3 mist swords, condensed for a moment and said, "A space has been opened up in these 3 swords. If you want to break the formation, you can only enter the sword and break the formation in the sword." Qin Tianlan smiled and said, "Master Yang, leave the rest to us. I can't bother you to do everything. Miss, let me break the formation first." Qin Hai took a step forward. He also felt extremely frustrated. In his opinion, this star that was almost impossible to crack was so easy in front of Yang Mucheng. It was precisely for this reason that he took the initiative to ask for help, hoping to get back a fight in front of Yang Mucheng. But how did he know that he, a strong man in the early stage of Tai, was nothing in front of Yang Mucheng? "If you want, you can crush and kill them at will." "Okay, since you asked for a fight, it's up to you to break the formation." Qin Tianlan nodded. As he spoke, Qin Hai took a step forward. Just as his palm touched the bottom fog sword, a terrifying suction force suddenly came from the sword and swallowed him whole. "Master Yang, can he do it?" Looking at Qin Hai being swallowed by the sword, Qin Tianlan couldn't help but feel worried. "It doesn't matter. Even if you can't crack this array of eyes, I'm still here." Yang Mucheng consoled him. He glanced around and said with a hint of concentration, "Among the stars, the maze is not the most difficult. The most difficult thing is something else." "Oh!" Qin Tianlan was puzzled. Yang Mucheng withdrew his spiritual sense of sensing the surroundings, and then said, "This star is used to trap warriors. But there will always be some warriors with great supernatural powers who will definitely be able to find the formation eye. But for hundreds of millions of years, this star has remained the same, which shows that the entire formation so far, no one has been able to crack it. Obviously, there may be other dangers inside the star." Qin Tianlan couldn't help but nodded. Boom! As he spoke, the first fog sword suddenly trembled. As it trembled, the entire star trembled extremely at this moment. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the fog sword suddenly exploded, turning into a trace of smoke and quietly disappearing into the void. As the fog sword collapsed and dissipated, the fog that shrouded the void suddenly dissipated rapidly, as if being passed by a strong wind, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fog has cleared. It's really gone. It seems that as long as these 3 fog swords are smashed, the fog on this star can be completely dispersed, so that others can be rescued. Saw the fog dissipate. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel excited, and Qin Tianlan's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Mucheng with unconcealed expression. The second sword! Seeing the fog dissipating, even Qin Hai really admired Yang Mucheng. However, he was eager to save people, so he didn't rest too much, but went straight into the second sword. To know, this maze is mainly closed. Ordinary people are trapped in it, and are almost deprived of all senses. How can they find the center of the formation and a way out? Perhaps it is for this reason that the difficulty of the mist sword is not that great. So even if Qin Hai only has the initial level of Tai, he can easily break the formation. Boom! Soon, the second sword exploded. In a moment, half of the fog shrouding this space disappeared again. Immediately, everyone's vision was suddenly opened, and the space looking in all directions became wider. Even the sound of the wind around him became clearer. Untied! Only the last sword left. As long as this sword is unlocked, we will be able to see everything around us clearly. Qin Hai withdrew from the second fog sword, with a hint of excitement and shock in his eyes. With almost no hesitation, he penetrated the third sword again. Crack! There was a sound that sounded like a chain breaking, and then it seemed as if a huge black hole appeared in the space. The aura that filled the void was swallowed up by the black hole in an instant, until this last star. The fog shrouding this star completely disappeared. The mountains in the distance appear. The plains in the distance appear. And the sky in the distance appears. However, the star that appeared was indeed, as Yang Mucheng said before, extraordinary. This star is actually covered with white bones, and the dense bones are like a carpet, stretching for thousands of miles. Flags rotting into gray can be seen everywhere, and the ground is covered with rusty swords. It seems like a region that has experienced a terrible war. However, the most shocking thing is the bursts of extremely regular breathing. Every inhalation and exhalation is like a strong wind passing by, and the sound is as deafening as thunder. Master Yang! Look! Qin Tao's sharp eyes had already seen the huge monster sleeping in the mountains, turning the winding mountains into a nest. The behemoth looked like a huge lizard. It had 3 heads, and each head had huge dragon horns. 2 huge wings were gathered around him like a tired bird, and his body was covered in golden scales, which looked very majestic. At this moment, these 3 monsters are sleeping. How could this star have such a monster? See each other. Whether it was Yang Mucheng or Qin Tianlan, they were all shocked. Obviously, this monster, like them, was sealed in this space. Now that the ban on this star has been lifted, it is naturally equivalent to being released. Fortunately, the monster is still sleeping. Find the others quickly and leave this star, Yang Mucheng urged. Chapter 1713, Don't Know Whether to Live or Die. These 3 giant beasts are obviously the great heavenly demons in the middle stage of Tai. But it has 3 heads. This is not an ordinary calculation. Can it be attributed to the 3-headed giant demon? It must be some kind of ancient alien species. And often, although this kind of alien species is not very intelligent, its strength is beyond that of ordinary great demons. As the saying goes, one more thing is worse than one less thing. You came to this star just to save people. There is no need to wake up these 3 giant beasts. Yes! Qin Tianlan and others couldn't help but nod their heads. These 3 giant beasts have strong blood and powerful strength. Their strength is probably comparable to that of the great sky demon in the late Tai period. And they are just here to hunt for treasure. It's here! After avoiding the 3-headed beast, everyone quickly looked for other members of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts were displayed, and they were immediately enveloped for thousands of miles. In a short time, they had already discovered the people of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. But at this time, in addition to some people from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, there was also a group of other people. Everyone hurried over and realized what was going on. Turned out to be the people from the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce also got the news of the opening of the mysterious area and rushed here with their people. Like the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, they accidentally stumbled into this star. After the maze is solved, naturally, they didn't need to be in such a hurry to escape. So they started exploring this formation. During this exploration, I really found a heavenly and earthly treasure. I saw this heavenly and earthly treasure growing in a piece of white bones and skulls. The skull's mouth was open, and the infinite evil energy gathered in the skull's mouth. It was nourished by the evil energy. So such a plant grew. Tianin Shura Ginseng. This is a low-grade super heaven-level heavenly spirit treasure. Neither the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce nor the Jiantian Chamber of Commerce are willing to give up on this spiritual treasure. Only, previously, the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce had a large number of people, while the Jiantian Chamber of Commerce had a small number of people. They did not have much competitiveness against this Tianin Shura Ginseng. Lord Qin Hai. Miss. Just when everyone in the Jiantian Chamber of Commerce was about to retreat, Qin Tianlan, Yang Mucheng, Qin Hai and others arrived quickly. Seeing how many people were coming, the guests from the Jiantian Chamber of Commerce suddenly started shouting excitedly. Miss, we obviously discovered this Tianin Shura Ginseng first. But these people from the Crescent Moon Merchant Guild insist on taking advantage of it and want a share of the pie. You make the decision for us. Qin Tianlan frowned. If she hadn't discovered the three giant beasts, she would have had to settle the score with the people of the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce. But now, these three giant beasts are sleeping on this star. If you fight here, you will definitely wake them up. Thinking of this, she glanced at Yang Mucheng to ask for his opinion. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and said, How about taking this Tianin Shura Ginseng away from the star first? We can discuss it after we leave the star. Who are you? How can you speak here? However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone from the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce started shouting angrily. Yang Mucheng looked over, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. When the man saw Yang Mucheng looking at him, he snorted disdainfully. What are you looking at? I am Du Sheng, the Deacon of Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce. That's right. Who do you think you are? Where do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here. As soon as Du Sheng finished speaking, many people from the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce began to curse angrily. Master Yang? Qin Tianlan looked at Yang Mucheng. Let's go! Yang Mucheng shook his head. Good. Qin Tianlan naturally knew that Yang Mucheng did not want to have an attack because of the presence of the three-headed beast. Otherwise, with the strength of these people, he would have killed them long ago. Why bother with them? As the saying goes, endure the calm for a while, and take a step back to open up the world. Qin Tianlan waved her hand and said loudly, Let's go! Qin Tao, Qin Hai, Wu Long and other people who had seen the existence of the three-headed beast naturally knew the reason why Yang Mucheng did not want to cause a fight. But other people in the Jiantian Chamber of Commerce didn't understand what was going on. This is a heavenly spirit, an earthly treasure that exceeds the heavenly level. Obviously, we were the first to discover it. How could we just give it to them for nothing? Why did the eldest lady listen to this boy? Is he a pretty boy? No one knew what was going on. But due to Miss Qin Tianlan's status, she could only agree to it. However, although the Jiantian Chamber of Commerce is willing to agree, the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce seems to be unwilling to give up. Du Sheng's cold voice came from behind everyone. Wait! You can leave if you want, but you have to keep that kid. That's enough. Du Sheng, don't push yourself too far. You think our Jiantian Chamber of Commerce is afraid of you. After hearing this, Qin Tianlan couldn't bear it any longer and turned around and shouted. Don't think that just because you have more people than us, you can guarantee victory. If there really is a fight, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. After Du Sheng burst out laughing, he looked at Qin Tianlan coldly and said, Really? Miss Qin, you came to this mysterious area earlier than our CNU Merchant Guild, and you must have obtained a lot of treasures. If you want to escape unscathed, you can take out 3 super celestial items. I'll let you go. Zheng, Zheng, Zheng. Following Du Sheng's words, everyone in the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce immediately drew their weapons. Their number was almost twice as large as that of Jiantian Chamber of Commerce, and in an instant they had surrounded Yang Mucheng and others. It was only then that Du Sheng's thoughts were fully revealed. They just want to take advantage of the situation. What a joke! We have only gotten 1 super heaven level treasure so far, and you are so outrageous that you want 3 at once? Qin Hai couldn't bear it anymore. Master Yang, there's no need to be polite to these guys. The people of Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce are also aware of some problems. Deacon Du Sheng, they seem to be worried about something. A clever warrior whispered, having already discovered something was wrong. When Du Sheng heard this, He immediately sneered. Uh-huh. What can they care about? Counting Qin Tianlan and Qin Hai. They only have 2 Tai experts. And there are 6 of us here. There is a mixture of fish and dragons in this mysterious area. There are many people besides our Chamber of Commerce who have come in. Even if we kill them here, no one will leak the news. However, before he finished speaking, Du Sheng was stunned. It's not just Du Sheng. Everyone present could not help but feel shocked. A huge aura suddenly burst out from the star, as if something had awakened. At the same time, a terrifying shadow slowly rose from the mountains. Oh my god! What is that? Looking at the huge figure, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Still awake! Feeling the awakening breath, Yang Mucheng sighed and shook his head. Now that these 3 giant beasts have woken up, I don't have to worry about anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's eyes shone with cold light, falling directly on Du Sheng. Chapter 1714. The Giant Beast Awakens. Monsters are different from humans. When encountering some difficulties, such as this kind of ban, they will choose to fall into a deep sleep. This kind of deep sleep can not only greatly reduce the operation of the body, but also maintain physical strength, just like bears choosing to hibernate in extremely cold weather. Logically speaking, these 3 giant beasts will not wake up so soon, but so many warriors, each with a high level of cultivation, gathered on this star. Just like a person who has been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights and finally falls asleep, he will inevitably be tempted to wake up by the smell of rice. There is actually such a giant beast on this star. It turns out that they don't want to take action, but they are actually afraid of it. Du Sheng's expression changed. He can naturally feel the cultivation of these 3 monsters. Glancing at Yang Mucheng, he snorted coldly. Boy, you are lucky today. I will let you go, he said, reaching out to grab Tianin Shura Ginseng. Just when he was about to grab the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his wrist. This action stunned Du Sheng. He looked strangely and discovered that it was Yang Mucheng who grabbed his wrist. Let go! Du Sheng's face turned cold. Hearing this, Yang Mucheng smiled coldly and said, Previously, I was worried about the awakening of the 3 giant beasts, so I wanted to settle the matter. But now that the 3 giant beasts have awakened, it won't be that easy if you want me to stop. Du Sheng frowned and shouted angrily, You little bastard! You are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed his right hand and dug his fingers like steel nails towards Yang Mucheng's confidant. Een. This claw even brought out a shrill roar like an eagle's cry. However, just when Du Sheng's claws were about to catch Yang Mucheng's palm shot out like lightning and directly grabbed his wrist. At the same time, the surging inner energy suddenly shook, directly shattering the bones of his hand. Ah! My hands! The pain of his broken arm immediately made Du Sheng roar wildly. He never imagined that his arm would be broken by a boy with a perfect mind. Boom! Just when Du Sheng shouted, Yang Mucheng had already raised his foot and struck it down like a giant axe. Du Sheng had one hand broken and the other controlled, so he could only take Yang Mucheng's kick. There was only a click sound, and the bones of his shoulder were broken. This huge force even knocked him to his knees. The knee that hit the ground made the entire star tremble violently. What? Du Sheng, who was knocked to his knees by the blast, only had shock in his eyes. He never thought that this boy who was not in his eyes at all could actually have strength that he couldn't afford to offend. Roar! 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 At this time, the 3 giant beasts also fully awakened. The 3 huge dragon heads looked up to the sky and roared. This terrifying roar even caused the mountains and rivers to collapse, and the rivers to flow backwards. Countless people quickly covered their ears and retreated. Immediately, 3 giant beasts and 3 huge dragon heads looked towards the place where everyone gathered. The standing figure of this giant beast was even higher than the mountain peak, and its spread wings covered the sky and the sun. I saw it waving its wings, bringing up a world-shattering hurricane, and rushing toward everyone with overwhelming force. Master Yang! This giant beast is awake! Hurry up! Qin Tianlan couldn't help shouting when she saw that when her wings spread out, it turned out to be a giant beast that enveloped the entire sky. However, it was too late. The strength of this giant beast far exceeded everyone's imagination, and it rushed into the sky above everyone without even the slightest gap. At the same time, those giant claws that held up the sky suddenly crashed down. What kind of cultivation level is Yang Mucheng? Although he was dealing with Du Sheng, his mind was always paying attention to the 3 giant beasts. Almost as soon as it pounced, it reacted. A wave of internal energy immediately swept through Qin Tianlan, Qin Tao and others, sending them directly thousands of feet away. And he himself turned around, used void transit, and suddenly disappeared in place. What? Du Sheng and everyone in the CNU Merchant Guild did not expect that this giant beast was so powerful. And it flew over them in an instant. Damn it! Du Sheng cursed secretly, and almost broke his teeth. If he had known this, he would not have offended that boy even if he was beaten to death. As a result, one of his arms was shattered, and his legs were broken. It was difficult to hide now, looking at the giant beast that suddenly thrust its claws down. Du Sheng gritted his teeth and shook his body. The overwhelming internal energy quickly swept through his limbs and bones, forced it into his palms, and then fiercely attacked the giant claws of the giant beast. Blast away. Boom! Only a sudden explosion was heard. Under Du Sheng's claw, the giant beast was shuddered violently and flew backwards. Master Du is mighty! Seeing this scene, everyone in the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce suddenly burst into cheers. But only Du Sheng himself knew. Although his punch knocked back the giant beast, it exhausted all his strength. The opponent's powerful counterattack even shattered his other arm. Roar! The giant beast was pushed back several hundred meters, and its three heads suddenly let out a roar. Apparently it had been sleeping for so long, and was driven back the first time it made a move, which made it furious. Call! The huge wings suddenly flapped and flew down again. At the same time, it suddenly bit Du Sheng into its mouth. No! Du Sheng was chewed to pieces without even uttering a cry for help. The sound of cracking bones made people's scalp numb. You deserve to die! Qin Tianlan snorted coldly, as he looked at Du Sheng who was swallowed by the giant beast. Yes! If it weren't for the fear that this giant beast would wake up, Master Yang would have killed him long ago. How could these clowns still have the time to perform? But this idiot actually thought that Master Yang was afraid of him. Qin Hai also nodded. At this time, everyone in the Crescent Moon Guild was already frightened. Only then did they understand why the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce didn't want to talk to them. But by this time, it was too late for them to escape. This giant beast is so fast and has three heads at the same time, so it can take care of all directions. Almost one bite at a time. He directly swallowed each Tai powerhouse, and half-stepped Tai into his belly. Even though everyone cried for their father and mother, hating their parents for having two legs, they could not escape the pursuit of the giant beast. Let's go! Qin Tianlan looked at the people of the Crescent Moon Guild who were almost swallowed up in a few breaths, and slowly withdrew his gaze. This giant beast has been sleeping for who knows how long. Once it wakes up, it will definitely eat a lot. With its appetite, the people of the Crescent Moon Guild can barely fill a gap in their teeth. If they don't have enough to eat by then if a giant beast is targeting us, we will be in big trouble. Yes. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked, thinking of the giant beast devouring the powerful Tai. Everyone couldn't help but feel numb. This giant beast is now attracted by the people of the Crescent Moon Guild. We are safe for the time being. It's just a penny for that super heaven level spiritual treasure. Wu Long couldn't help but sigh. Qin Tianlan smiled bitterly and said, If you want to blame, you can only blame the people of the Crescent Moon Guild. They did not know what was good and caused this giant beast to wake up. And they dared to insult Master Yang. Now that they are eaten by this giant beast, they are just the retribution in this world can be regarded as your own fault. Everyone nodded secretly. Although the Crescent Moon Merchant Guild made it impossible for them to obtain the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures, they also suffered retribution, which also made everyone feel a little more mentally balanced. But just when everyone was about to leave, Yang Muchen suddenly said, I can give it a try. Maybe I can take away the Tianin Shura Ginseng. Chapter 1715 The Beast's Mouth Seizes the Treasure. Can you give it a try? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Yang Mucheng's words. This three-headed giant beast was so powerful that it ate people like crushing ants. Every warrior from Crescent Moon Merchant Guild was devoured by it, and swallowed into its belly without even chewing. In just a few words, the three giant beasts devoured another person. Its strength made everyone feel numb. But now, Yang Mucheng actually wants to take away the Tianin Shura Ginseng under such circumstances. This kind of behavior is simply pulling out teeth from the tiger's mouth. Master Yang, although this Tianin Shura Ginseng is a super celestial spiritual treasure, it is not worth it. This mysterious starry sky is so big. We still have many opportunities to get this kind of spiritual treasure. Qin Tianlan quickly advised. Everyone else nodded and said, Yes, Master Yang. This giant beast is so terrifying that even the powerful Tai cannot bear to bite it. Although the super heaven level spiritual treasure is precious, it is not as good as your own life. If you lose your life for it, so not worth it. Since I dare to raise it, I naturally have my own confidence. Yang Mucheng said with a faint smile. Well, since you have made up your mind, we will accompany you to get it. Seeing Yang Mucheng's resolute attitude, Qin Tianlan quickly ordered. We have a large number of people. Even if we are unable to defeat these 3 giant beasts, we are enough to defeat him. Confinement for a while. Hearing this, Yang Mucheng chuckled and said, I am enough for you. You stay here. If I take food from the mouths of the 3 giant beasts, I will definitely anger them. You stand far away to avoid being implicated. After saying that, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and quietly disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Yang Mucheng appeared again and was back in the misty stars. Qin Tianlan couldn't help but clench the sword in her hand. She was determined to pay attention. Once Yang Mucheng was in trouble, she would take action immediately. Call. Yang Mucheng's appearance not only alerted the 3 behemoths, but also shocked everyone in the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Yang Mucheng suddenly appearing, all of them couldn't help shouting. Is this kid looking for death? What does he want to do? Look, he actually wants to pick Tianyin Shura Ginseng. When everyone saw that Yang Mucheng appeared in front of Tianyin Shura Ginseng and wanted to pick this Tianling Earth treasure, everyone in Xianyu Chamber of Commerce opened their eyes wide. This heavenly and earthly treasure is right under the noses of the 3 giant beasts. Others even hated their parents for having 2 legs, which slowed their escape. But now there are still boys who dare to come back and snatch this spiritual treasure from under the noses of the 3 giant beasts. Roar! Really? The moment Yang Mucheng appeared, the 3 giant beasts had already felt this huge aura. For monsters, their perception of whether food is powerful or not is also very keen. A being with such powerful energy and blood as Yang Mucheng is like a fragrant chicken drumstick to the 3 behemoths. He is naturally more attractive than the leftovers from the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce. Without any hesitation, the 3 giant beasts opened their mouths and bit directly towards Yang Mucheng. Damn it! The 3 giant beasts moved too fast. If you continue to pick spiritual treasures, you will definitely be bitten by this giant beast. But the Ling Bao is right in front of you. If you choose to avoid it, it won't be that easy to get close next time. Get out of my way! In a flash of thought, Yang Mucheng made up his mind. Boom! His eyes widened in anger, facing the 3 giant beasts coming to kill him. Instead of retreating at all, he took a step forward. At this moment, the internal energy surged, sweeping out like a tidal wave. Then he raised his fist and swung it violently. Roar! This punch actually set off an infinite wind, and dragon roars resounded in the void. Laugh. Looking at Yang Mucheng who fought back, a hint of ridicule flashed in the eyes of the 3 giant beasts. Then it raised its giant claws and slashed down with a bang. This horrifying scene made everyone's hearts almost jump out of their throats. Yang Mucheng actually chose to go head-to-head with this giant beast. Didn't you see that Du Sheng's full blow earlier had repelled 3 giant beasts? But it also shattered his own arm. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, they don't believe that this kid has the strength to compete with the 3 giant beasts. Boom! One is as big as a mountain, and the other is as small as dust. In a pair of shocked eyes, the attacks from both sides suddenly collided. This sudden blow was shocking. Only see, the ground under Yang Mucheng's feet actually cracked crazily, because it could not withstand the powerful power of the 3 giant beasts. With his body as the center, the entire earth was bombarded with a deep pit of several thousand feet. But in the deep pit, Yang Mucheng's figure was still upright and unscathed. On the other hand, the 3 giant beasts were actually knocked back thousands of feet by his punch. He was actually beaten back. These are 3 giant beasts that even the strong Tai can easily crush. They were actually knocked back by this kid with one punch. His burst of power was even more terrifying than the previous 2 I don't believe it. This guy must be at the end of his tether. Everyone in the Crescent Moon Merchant Guild almost bit their tongues. They could only survive in the mouth of this giant beast, not even trying to contend with it. But such a terrifying, huge, almost invincible beast in their eyes was actually repelled by Yang Mucheng. How could they not be shocked? This beast is so powerful! Yang Mucheng blasted away the 3 giant beasts. A hint of horror flashed in his eyes. Its strength is at least as strong as Late Tai. Even if I use all my firepower, I can only fight Sanchi. Certainly, that's not how things work out. You know, this three-headed giant beast has just woken up from its long slumber. Physical functions and all aspects of strength have not been fully restored. Otherwise, it would not eat so crazily to replenish the power flowing out of the body. Once the power of the three-headed beast is fully restored, even Yang Mucheng can only choose to retreat. It is for this reason that Yang Mucheng wants to leave here before these three giant beasts wake up. Roar! The bodies of the three giant beasts that were pushed back were still in the process of retreating, but they were already waving their wings rapidly and hovering. At the same time, the 6 dark golden pupils on its 3 heads shrank at this moment, staring at Yang Mucheng. In those pairs of dark golden eyes, an unimaginable aura burst out. Under this aura, Yang Mucheng felt as if he had been penetrated. Roar! At the same time, a shocking dragon roar also spread crazily. Chapter 1716, Blast into the Stars. The sharp dragon roar resounded across the starry sky. I saw the 3 dragon heads open their mouths, and the terrifying demonic energy quickly gathered in their mouths, boiling under the shocking gazes of pairs of people. 3 luminous spheres formed. There seemed to be flames rolling inside the sphere, and there seemed to be another thunder dragon surging. That is the power contained in the light ball. At this moment, even made Yang Mucheng feel palpitations. He quickly grabbed the Tianin Shura Ginseng and used Void Transcend. However, the moment he used Void Transcend to leave, 3 light balls slid down almost without any gap, and hit the planet at his feet fiercely. At this moment, the ball of light exploded, and a dazzling aura erupted between the sky and the earth. This terrifying aura even dimmed the world at this moment. Even Yang Mucheng's inner energy seemed to have stopped involuntarily at this moment. After the light dissipated, everyone looked at it and couldn't help but gasp. The huge foggy star was shattered by 40% by the terrifying blow of the 3 giant beasts. Among the huge stars, the rivers turned upside down and the volcanoes rolled, as if the end of the world was coming. And those people from the Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce were blown into a vacuum by this terrifying attack. On broken stars, the 3 giant beasts waved their wings, and their 6 eyes looked at Yang Mucheng with pride, and the provocation in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Although Tianin Shura Ginseng has been obtained, it may not be so easy to escape. Slowly put away the Tianin Shura Ginseng, and slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Boom! As his fighting spirit exploded, a roiling flame flowed out of his 7 orifices. The flames rolled and swirled around his body rapidly, transforming into a pair of black armor. At this moment, Yang Mucheng looked like a monstrous demon. Laugh! The 3 giant beasts snorted heavily, spitting out a stream of sparks of gunpowder smoke from their cave-like nostrils. Their eyes filled with disdain. The next moment, there was almost no warning. The 3 giant beasts let out a shocking roar, suddenly waved their wings, brought up a gust of wind, and headed towards Yang Mucheng desperately. At this moment, its terrifying demonic aura suddenly reached its peak, and its terrifying demonic power created a terrifying wind. Call! 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 This strong wind was like a knife, transforming into a wind blade visible to the naked eye, coming quickly and fiercely, slashing hard on Yang Mucheng's cold fire armor. Every time he struck hard, there was a crisp sound of metal and stone hitting, and a bright spark burst out. Use the sword of time? Looking at the charging giant beast, a trace of hesitation flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. However, he quickly rejected it. This 3-headed giant beast is the remnant of the ancient times, and has strong vitality. He is currently unable to exert the full power of the sword of time, let alone directly drain away all the opponent's life force with this sword. We can only use the Earth's seal of destruction. The thoughts in my mind are settled. Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly focused, and at that moment, his whole aura suddenly changed, becoming terrifying. Suddenly, a huge coercion came down quickly and violently. I saw Yang Mucheng slowly raising his hands. Although there was nothing in his hands, they were unusually slow and dignified at this moment. To outsiders, it seemed as if he was holding up stars. At the same time, as he held up his hands, the spiritual energy in the starry sky seemed to be boiling, and it quickly gathered between his hands, forming a large seal. Destroy the seal. Although this large seal is still transparent and void, it is condensed and clearer than before. Even the word annihilation on the seal is clearly visible, and the word annihilation contains unimaginable power. Roar! The moment the Earth's seal of destruction was formed, a trace of solemnity suddenly flashed in the eyes of the 3 giant beasts. But it couldn't help it make any move, and the Earth's seal of destruction had already hit the head in the center of the 3 giant beasts heavily, And at the same time, everyone present also saw a scene that they will never forget. Boom! They only saw and heard two clicks in this sudden smash. And the two dragon horns on the central head were broken at this moment. That majestic head was almost smashed open by Yang Mucheng. And with this crash, the three giant beasts that collided were almost blown away by their overwhelming demonic aura at this moment. Their bodies suddenly trembled. And they suddenly lost their balance and fiercely headed towards the mist. The stars fell away. Boom! A shocking loud sound resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the three giant beasts were directly blasted to the ground under this overwhelming force. It was even smashed into the soil. Boom! Countless amounts of magma, like fountains, gush out crazily from the cracks in the earth. The wind set off by the sudden landing hit everyone's body hard. Horrible! This three-headed giant beast was actually blown away by Yang Mucheng, and was actually blasted into the interior of the stars by Yang Mucheng's big seal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that such a thing could happen. But now, this scene actually happened under their noses. Too strong. If this big seal is smashed, these three giant beasts will be smashed to pieces. Did you see it just now? The seal struck down and smashed the dragon horns on the head of the middle of the three giant beasts. The powerful force suppressed it and made it lose its balance and fall directly to the ground. Go and even blast it into the soil. It must be that this giant beast has become the nourishment of the earth. Looking at the giant beast that was completely blasted into the earth, and looking at Yang Mucheng slowly dispersing and breaking the seal, the shocked people finally came back to their senses. After a moment, everyone burst out with a burst of exclamation and shocking words. Earlier, Yang Mucheng said that he was going to pick the Tianin Shura ginseng. Everyone was worried about his safety, fearing that he would be in danger in front of the three giant beasts. But now, not only did he pick the Tianin Shura ginseng, but he also bombarded this terrifying three-headed beast directly from the sky, hitting the center of the stars. Master Yang, have you killed this three-headed beast? Looking at the calm soil, looking at the stars that were almost shattered by the bodies of the three giant beasts, looking at the bodies that were completely buried in the soil. I wonder if they are the three giant beasts that have been shattered to pieces. Qin Tianlan couldn't help but ask. However, when she looked at Yang Mucheng, she couldn't help but be stunned, because Yang Mucheng's face did not have the excitement and joy she had imagined, but instead was full of solemnity. Chapter 1717 Megatron. Master Yang, what's wrong? Seeing Yang Mucheng's solemn look and gaze, everyone who was originally excited couldn't help but be stunned, and even looked directly over at this moment. The strength of this three-headed beast is more powerful than I imagined. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and explained slowly. Although it is in the middle stage of Tai, its strength has reached the late stage of Tai. In fact, when its various physical abilities return to their peak, their strength can compete with those at the peak of Tai. This ancient relic has huge chi and blood, and its defense power is terrifying. My previous blow only knocked out the head in the center, but could not kill it. It will wake up soon. Call. After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't believe it. This three-headed beast is actually not dead. This three-headed beast has suffered such a big loss in my hands, and it will never give up. We'd better leave quickly, otherwise it will be too late to leave when it wakes up. Yang Mucheng continued. Let's go quickly. Look, the ground seems to be moving. It's about to wake up. Just as Yang Mucheng was speaking, everyone discovered that the ground of the star was slowly squirming at this moment. Although it was only very slight, it still made everyone who had seen the strength of the three giant beasts couldn't help but feel numb. The strength of this three-headed beast has not yet returned to its peak. If you wait until it returns to its peak, will it be okay? Everyone was like ants in a hot pot for a while, wishing to leave here as soon as possible. But Yang Mucheng, before leaving, took a look at these three giant beasts. What a pity! With my strength, I am still unable to deal with this three-headed giant beast. This is the legacy of the ancient times. If I can kill it and absorb its energy and blood, my strength will definitely increase a lot. However, we have to stay in this mysterious area for a while, and we will eventually have a chance to encounter it again. With thoughts in his heart, Yang Mucheng chased towards the crowd. However, just after Yang Mucheng and others left, a monstrous aura suddenly arose on the silent stars. This shocking demonic turbulence swept across and exploded to the extreme. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the silent soil was rapidly turbulent. Bang! 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 Time. Three huge heads emerged from the deep soil. These are clearly three giant beasts. However, the head in the center of these three giant beasts is no longer as handsome as before. Two sharp-edged dragon horns were broken by their roots, and half of the head was cut off. For the powerful ancient heritage, this was not considered a fatal injury. The three heads shook uncontrollably, as if they had not yet woken up from dizziness. Laugh. Slowly, the head in the center opened its eyes. One of its eyes turned bright red due to blood congestion, while the other eyeball seemed to have been blasted and became cloudy. This appearance did not make the three-headed giant beast look extremely embarrassed, but instead made it look even more formidable. Almost at the same time as they opened their 6 eyes, the three giant beasts immediately looked in all directions, looking for the culprit who had blasted them down from midair. But when it looked at the starry sky, where was Yang Wuqing's figure? Roar! Immediately, the three heads burst out with a shocking cry. This monstrous roar shook the entire starry sky. But Yang Wuqing no longer knew what happened behind him. He has now left the starry sky with Qin Tianlan and others, flying deeper into the mysterious area. As for the Tianin Shura ginseng, Qin Tianlan did not accept it. Master Yang, you took this heavenly spirit and earth treasure. How could I have it? Moreover, if it weren't for you, the people in our Chamber of Commerce would probably be trapped on that misty star. In this case, I will be disrespectful. Yang Wuqing was naturally not polite, but directly absorbed this spiritual treasure. But this kind of low-level spiritual treasure of super heaven level has very little effect on him. If you want to make a big improvement, it should be at least mid-grade, or even top grade. But it's better than nothing. And it also takes another step forward in its cultivation level compared to Dongtian Perfect's cultivation level. But if you want to reach the level of Grand Master of Dongtian, or even half-step to Tai, there is still a long way to go without enough qi and blood to replenish. We traveled in this starry sky for several more days. The three giant beasts were knocked unconscious by Yang Wuqing's earth seal of destruction, or something else happened. They have never appeared again. This also made everyone finally feel relieved, which had been hanging in their throats. However, Yang Wuqing has always been vigilant. He has fought with those three giant beasts, so he naturally knows the strength of the other party. The energy and blood of this prehistoric heritage is many times more powerful than the ordinary great sky demon, and its strength is naturally many times stronger. The next few days, everyone hunted a lot of prey again. They even met the big sky ghost that Qin Tianlan and others met for the first time. The upper body of this big sky ghost is like a wisp of smoke like nothingness from the knees down. Its strength has reached the early stage of Tai. However, due to its unique identity as a big sky ghost, coupled with various strange methods, it is strong enough to compete with Tai, comparable in the midterm. However, when they met the other party this time, everyone was prepared, so they did not make it so easy for the other party to succeed in a sneak attack. In addition, Yang Wuqing's cultivation had reached the heavenly perfection, and his strength was several times stronger than before. He easily killed the big ghost. According to Qin Tianlan's plan, after they killed the big ghost, they could leave this mysterious area. After all, news of the mysterious area has leaked out, and more chambers of commerce have entered it. If you continue to stay in this space, you may not be able to get anything good. But after killing the big sky ghost, everyone unexpectedly found a treasure map from the body of the big sky ghost. The location of this treasure map points to this mysterious starry sky. Looking at this treasure map, everyone couldn't help but feel happy to know this great heavenly ghost exists as the one. So how can the treasure map he collected be a mortal thing? After everyone discussed it, they flew towards the location pointed by the treasure map, wanting to see what treasure this big sky ghost valued. But just as everyone was flying towards the location pointed by the treasure map, and even more speculating about the end point of the treasure map, something big happened in the starry sky. The three giant beasts appeared. Not only did it appear, it also went crazy hunting all the warriors in the starry sky. Chapter 1718, The Giant Beast is Raging. Roar! The shrill and angry roar spread throughout the starry sky at this moment. This deafening roar resounded in all directions, and all the warriors within millions of miles felt their eardrums hurt from the shocking roar. What's that sound? Listening to this voice, it sounds like it is some kind of monster. Moreover, it is a very powerful monster. The warriors in the mysterious area looked towards the location where the sound came from, when they saw a golden escaping light streaking through the void at an extremely fast speed. All of these people were shocked and widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? It actually has this kind of thing. Wait for the terrifying strength. Boom! These warriors who looked at the escaping light did not realize that death was coming. They just watched as the escaping light quickly approached in front of them, and then landed at their location. After the escaping light dissipated, they revealed a prehistoric relic with 3 heads. It's actually a legacy from the ancient times. Seeing this sudden appearance of the monster, the warriors present were almost surprised and delighted to know this kind of monster is extremely rare. They are terrifying monsters that have survived from the prehistoric times. The whole body is filled with heavenly and earthly treasures, which can not only be used as medicine, but also can be used to refine elixirs, and even the scales can be used to refine armor. Seize this ancient relic. This big sky demon belongs to our Chamber of Commerce. After seeing this 3-headed giant beast, some people just got carried away. In their eyes, this 3-headed beast is a moving treasure house. However, others remained wary. They didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the aura exuded by this big sky demon when it flew past made each of them feel fear in their hearts. Looking at these human warriors rushing toward him, a trace of anger flashed in the cloudy eyes of the 3 giant beasts. Obviously, among these human warriors, there was no one who broke its dragon horns and blasted it into the center of the stars. But this does not mean that he may let these people in front of him go. As a legacy of the ancient times, the 3 heads of the 3 giant beasts are not just like ordinary relics. They can only do some simple biting and devouring. Its 3 heads each control an element of heaven and earth. The left head controls wind, the right head controls thunder and lightning, and the center head controls fire. The reason why it was at a disadvantage when it faced off against the human warrior was that it had just woken up from a deep sleep that had lasted for many years and had not yet adapted to regaining control of its body. Of course, things are different now. In the left head, the eyes burst out with a burst of invisible light, and at that moment, its mouth opened wide. All I could see was that a small, rapidly rotating whirlwind quickly formed in its fanged mouth. Even when the wind rotates, even the space is chopped open by it like catkins. When the wind reached its peak, the head on the left spit it out like spit. Although in the eyes of the 3 behemoths, this is an understatement, but in the eyes of many warriors, it was like a wind blade sweeping the world. A raging wind blade swept through thousands of armies and swept across the world. In an instant, he cut off the incoming warriors one by one. What? This beast. Feeling this terrifying attack, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Feeling this terrifying attack, everyone dared not show any signs of neglect. They all sacrificed their magic weapons one by one to resist the bombardment of this giant beast. But wherever the wind blade passes, no matter how strong you are, everyone will have their heads cut off and rolled to the ground. Call! Looking at these warriors who were killed, a trace of pride flashed in the giant beast's eyes. It opened its big mouth, and the corpses of the warriors were swept by the strong wind and swallowed into its belly. For warriors, the muscles of monster beasts are a great tonic. For monsters, warriors are also nourishing items. Hiccup. After devouring the bodies of these warriors, the 3 giant beasts felt that their strength had recovered a lot, and they even burped uncontrollably. The 2 dark golden pupils on the right side of its head started to sparkle with purple lightning. Obviously, this is because the replenishment of energy allowed him to regain the power of thunder and lightning. Evil beast! How could the 3 giant beasts not attract the attention of the powerful with such crazy killing? A tiny strongman who came after hearing the news looked at the scene in front of him in horror. The entire star was covered with blood. When the wind blade slashed down, it cut the star in half, revealing the magma hidden deep in the ground. This terrifying 3-headed beast is like a world-destroying beast that swallows the sky and the earth. Seeing this scene, the Thai powerhouse fell into rage. He opened his eyes angrily and quickly sacrificed something. Call out. I saw that the thing was emitting golden light and turned out to be a glazed golden tower the size of a thumb. But when the golden tower flew out, it swelled at the sight of the wind. In an instant, it increased to hundreds or even thousands of times. As if at this moment, the entire star was about to be enveloped. Enter the entire tower. Laugh! After swallowing the last warrior, the 3 giant beasts raised their heads that controlled lightning. Laugh! As it was raised, the lightning in its huge eyes jumped crazily, looking at the glazed golden tower that crashed down and headed towards him madly at all costs. The corners of his head raised. I saw it take a deep breath, and everything from its neck to its belly swelled. Then I saw it open its big mouth and spit out violently, and only heard a bang. And a purple lightning flashed across the sky quickly, hitting the terrifying glazed gold tower with almost no gap. Boom! Loud noises resounded. Suddenly, the glazed golden tower exploded and turned into endless fragments. Almost at the same time as the golden tower exploded, his body trembled suddenly, spit out a mouthful of blood, and flew back heavily. This glazed gold tower was connected to his spiritual thoughts. Now that the tower was shattered, he was naturally seriously injured and suffered backlash. What kind of monster is this? To be able to possess such terrifying power! After wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, the warrior looked at the three giant beasts and his eyes became horrified. The strength of this giant beast has reached the late stage of Tai. Moreover, under the prying eyes of its three heads, I have no ability to resist it all. I thought to myself, how could this warrior have any thoughts of fighting again? He used all his strength to attack, but it was easily broken by the three giant beasts. And this was because he only had one head. What if three heads come out at the same time? Huh? However, just when he was shocked, the cloudy eyeball in the head among the three giant beasts suddenly erupted with a burst of cold light. When the cold light emitted, it suddenly opened its mouth. The next moment, the monstrous flame swept out on the spot. Chapter 1719 Palace. The entire mysterious area has become a hunting ground for these three giant beasts. Almost no warrior can escape from its hunt. When Yang Mucheng encountered it, each of its heads only had the cultivation level of the middle stage of Tai. Now, under the crazy feast, he actually mentioned the late stage of Tai. And the elements it had on its three heads were completely recovered by it. Even this powerful power is already flashing in its eyes. Wind, thunder, fire. For a while, the entire mysterious starry sky fell into a state of chaos, and many warriors were already spreading word of mouth about a powerful existence. Have you heard that all the people from Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce have been wiped out? People from the famous brand's Chamber of Commerce over there were also attacked. It is said that the one who attacked them was a golden dragon with three heads. The cultivation level of this golden dragon has reached the late stage of Tai. But its strength is comparable to the peak of Tai. Whenever you encounter these three golden dragons, almost no one can survive. Wherever this golden dragon passes, there is no grass. Every head of it possesses a kind of power that is extremely terrifying. However, this golden dragon seems to have been injured by someone. The dragon head in the center that controls the flames. The dragon horns were smashed by someone, and one of its eyes was blinded. This three-headed golden dragon seems to be in a rage. Maybe it has been looking for the being who injured it. The entire starry sky was boiling. Everyone is talking about these three giant beasts. And some people even call these three giant beasts the three golden dragons. Although it is very different from a real dragon. The golden dragon scales and the strong dragon horns, these are all telling everyone that it has the blood of a real dragon. And it is called the three-headed golden dragon, which is not without any basis. But at this time, Yang Mucheng, Qin Tianlan and other members of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce followed the treasure map and found an abandoned palace in the mysterious area. Surprisingly, this palace is somewhat similar to the one Yang Mucheng encountered in the Luo family's ancestral land. However, the demon palaces in the Luo family's ancestral land were all controlled and turned into traps. But this palace is exactly the cave palace left by a strong man. The entire palace was full of cracks, as if it had been involved in a fierce battle. Is this the treasure? Seeing this palace, everyone felt a little regretful. Originally, they thought that what was waiting for them would be an arsenal full of weapons, various magic weapons, or powerful techniques. But who knew it would turn out to be just a dilapidated palace? This made many people look regretful. Don't underestimate this palace. Seeing that everyone was a little regretful, as if their trip was in vain, Qin Tianlan said with a smile, "This palace must be the palace cave of those powerful beings in the past. Miss, even if there are caves with powerful existences, what does this have to do with us?" Qin Hai said regretfully. Qin Tianlan smiled and said, "If you get a lot of treasures, will you carry them with you? Or hide them in a place that only you know?" After hearing Qin Tianlan's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all vaguely thought of something. In other words, there must be treasures left by the previous owner in this palace. What are you waiting for? Everyone who reacted couldn't help but become anxious when they thought that the treasure was in this palace. This is the palace left by a powerful man of 1 yuan. Whether they are the human warriors responsible for chasing down the vampires, or those vampires who are willing to cut off their defense to resist the pursuers. Each of them is a powerful being. How could the temple they left behind contain no treasures? Suddenly, everyone couldn't wait to enter the palace. Call. The inside and outside of the palace are like two worlds. Outside the palace, it was still a bright sunny sky. But inside the palace, everyone seemed to be in the nine nether hell. There was a layer of black mist surrounding everyone. Although, this layer of black mist is not as dense as before in the misty stars. But the power contained in this piece of black mist is actually more powerful than that piece of mist. Moreover, once this black mist touches the body, it will cause a large area of skin ulcers. It is like poison, constantly invading along the meridians. Not good! This black mist is poisonous! Everyone who noticed something was wrong started shouting in horror. Obviously, this palace is not as popular as everyone imagined, allowing everyone to come and go. Ding! Qin Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly took out the seal. He saw the white jade seal flying into the air, and quickly turned into a ray of light, and scattered down. Wherever the light went, all the black mist that was like tarsal maggots was dispersed. By the way, use the magic weapon quickly. Hurry up and sacrifice the magic weapon to dispel this poisonous fog. Seeing this scene, everyone sacrificed their treasures one after another. Qin Tao sacrificed 3 sleeve arrows. These 3 sleeve arrows revolved around him like satellites, and the golden light they emitted was enough to disperse the poisonous fog around him. The sleeve arrows also have a defensive effect. Once someone approaches, the 3 sleeve arrows will shoot out directly and kill the opponent. What Wulong sacrificed was a wooden dragon. This wooden dragon is a wooden dragon card from the core of a tree demon in the Tai realm. It can be used offensively and defensively, and is also a defensive weapon. These poisonous mists seem to have spiritual intelligence, and they actually know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. After everyone sacrificed their magic weapons one by one, the poisonous mist quickly surged towards Yang Mucheng. Snort! Looking at the incoming poisonous mist, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and in an instant, a burst of cyan light burst out between his eyebrows. Under the green light, the 3rd grade lotus platform flew out from the center of his eyebrows. Yang Mucheng sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and in an instant, it was seen that the poisonous mist seemed to have touched an invisible barrier and could no longer enter. Master Yang, what should we do next? Qin Tianlan found out his spiritual thoughts. Only then did they realize that this poisonous fog not only had the effect of blocking their progress, but also contained a powerful blocking force, making them unable to distinguish their direction in this poisonous fog. This poisonous mist must have been set up by the master of the palace. As long as we find the formation eye, we can break through this poisonous mist. Qin Hai couldn't help but interrupt, thinking of the time in the misty stars. Find the formation eye? Why bother? Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. Hearing this sentence, everyone couldn't help but feel a little strange. If you don't find the formation eye, how can you break through this poisonous mist? However, the next moment, everyone only saw Yang Mucheng sitting on the lotus platform. His eyes widened in anger. He made a seal with his right hand and shouted, Bah! Chapter 1720 Treasures from the 3 Palaces. Bah! Yang Mucheng shouted loudly, and the entire palace jumped at this moment. Then everyone saw that the Qinglian platform he was sitting on was bursting with blue light. As the light fluctuated, a raging flame surged from Yang Mucheng's body, and then the flame swept forward desperately. Boom! When the flame encountered the black mist, it was like adding fuel to the fire, and it completely exploded in a matter of seconds. This whole space was burned and crackled and exploded. Oh my god! What is Master Yang doing? Does he want to burn the entire palace to ashes? Look! Those poisonous fogs! Wherever the flames passed, the poisonous mist was burned into nothingness in an instant. This is clearly another effect of Suzaku's body, destroying evil and slaying demons, with his whole body burning with flames. Yang Mucheng, sitting on the green lotus, looked like the founder of Jiotian Demon. But for a moment, when everyone looked around again, the poisonous fog that enveloped the palace was burned to ashes. The huge palace was bright and clear. Where could there be any evil poisonous fog? Cracked? What is that? After the poisonous mist was burned away, everyone looked towards the depths of the palace. All I saw was that the surrounding areas were completely corroded. Several stone platforms are also empty. Obviously the things that once were taken away. Seeing this scene, everyone was full of doubts. After hearing Yang Mucheng collect the flames, he slowly said, This poisonous mist was not arranged by the master of the palace. It should be the evil mist that was laid by the big ghost before. It regarded the palace as its own, so it arranged this at the entrance. A large array of poisonous fog blocks others from entering. Then the heavenly ghost has already come in? Qin Tianan was immediately dumbfounded. Yang Mucheng nodded and said, "That's right. When I fought the big ghost before, it obviously took out several magic weapons that didn't belong to it. At that time, I had some doubts in my heart. Now that I see this palace, I finally understand. To know, the ghost clan is the most and evil thing, and they will avoid the most strong and yang existence. But the great heavenly ghost who was killed earlier actually took out a Baishan Jingluan bowl, which was obviously a Buddhist item. So at that time, Yang Mucheng was already suspicious. So when the treasure map was found on Da Tiangui's body, he was the one who insisted on taking a look. The great heavenly ghost has already entered this palace. Doesn't it mean that we can't get anything?" Qin Hai shouted. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not necessarily the case. This big sky ghost may not have explored all the palaces. The only place it is likely to capture is this palace. Look at what that is." No one knew why Yang Mucheng was so decisive. But after following Yang Mucheng's gaze, he understood. It turned out that there were 2 stone statues of Pixiu placed at the entrance to the second hall. This Pixiu has a dragon head, horse body, and lin feet, shaped like a lion, with 2 wings on its shoulders. It is clearly one of the dragon sons. It also has the effect of warding off evil spirits and turning into Tai Sui, and has great suppressive power over the ghost clan. Moreover, the 2 stone statues guarding the entrance proved that the great heavenly ghost had not entered the second hall. "Wake up these 2 brave animals!" Yang Mu became enlightened. Click, click, click. Under the eyes of everyone, these 2 huge Pixiu quickly retreated from the stone SHL outside them, gradually revealing their bodies made of the Red Sun King Kong. Even when he came back to life, he was already attacking everyone fiercely. Really, this Pixiu made of the Red Sun King Kong perfectly explains what is called the Supreme Sun. Its whole body is like a King Kong, and it is immortal. Even a powerful Tai attack with all his strength cannot blast it out. Gap. But the great heavenly ghost had obviously fought against this Pixiu countless times, and his Vidra-like body was actually riddled with holes inside. Yang Mucheng dealt with one, and the others dealt with the other. Within a moment, the 2 beings guarding the entrance to the second hall were completely destroyed. "I don't know what's in the second hall." Everyone was so excited that they went deep into the palace on the next level. But unfortunately, there should be some heavenly and earthly treasures placed in these 2 halls. However, because there is no way to preserve these heavenly and earthly treasures, most of them have dried up and have little value. Yang Mucheng only glanced at it and felt it was boring. He didn't take any of them and gave them to Qin Tianan. Qin Tianan was very excited. These items were a great wealth for their chamber of commerce. Although the spiritual energy had dissipated a lot, the remaining power could be regarded as heaven-level items. No matter where in the starry sky, the number of heaven-level items is very small. Now that you get so many at once, how can you not be excited? The second hall is not like the main hall. It is only a solitary hall, with as many as 7 or 8 in total. Each palace contains many items, including weapons, magic weapons, etc. What a pity! These treasures have not been collected well. It has been too long now, and the power in them has passed away. The power contained in them is only 1/10 of what it was before. Yes, these things were originally low-grade, super heaven level items, but now they are only at the heaven level. There are still some items that are not even at the heaven level. Looking at these items that have been lowered a lot, everyone feels a little sad. But Yang Mucheng didn't think it mattered, because this part of the palace has not been finished yet, and the owner of the palace placed these items in the second hall. It is obvious that these items are not too precious to the owner of the palace. The real precious ones are in the third hall, or even after the third hall. Sure enough, just as Yang Mucheng imagined, what is in the 3 halls is the real treasure trove of the owner of the hall. Oh my god! There are so many things! These are all super heaven level items! The lowest are all mid-level super heaven level items, and there are actually a few high-level super heaven level magic weapons and weapons. After entering the third hall, everyone's eyes widened, and they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Compared with the previous main hall and second hall, it is much smaller. But the things in the 3 palaces are the most precious. Obviously these items are the most precious things to the owner of the palace. When Yang Mucheng saw these things, he couldn't help but close his eyes and couldn't hide his excitement. He looked around and saw a stone platform not far from him. 5 triangular flags were placed on this stone platform. Each of these 5 flags is at the mid-level of the transcendent level. Chapter 1721 Silver Snake Swallows the Sun. It's incredible. Unexpectedly, every flag is a mid-level super-celestial level. You must know that the only item on his body is the Qinglian platform, which should belong to the superheaven level. As for Shen Yuanjian, it can barely be regarded as half of the transcendent level. Boom! However, just when Yang Mucheng wanted to grab the flag and take a closer look, a loud sound suddenly came from behind. I only saw that when a warrior wanted to check these treasures, a golden light burst out from the treasures, and the power exploded directly blasted the warrior away. How is this going? Xin Tianlan's eyes were full of horror. There should still be restrictions left by the master of the palace on these magic weapons. If you take these objects rashly, you will inevitably be attacked by the restrictions. Yang Mucheng felt it and explained. Exhaling a breath, he stretched out his hand to grab the 5 flags. Really, the moment his palm was about to trigger the flag, a burst of intense light suddenly erupted from the flag. Not good! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, quickly raised his fist and struck. And then, he took the forbidden blow forcefully. Boom! There was an explosion, and then golden light was seen jumping. Everyone looked quickly, and saw Yang Mucheng trembled under the golden light, and took a few steps back. What a powerful restriction! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, and slowly loosened his clenched fists. His eyes filled with shock. Master Yang, can you break these restrictions? Xin Tianlan asked quickly. Cannot! Yang Mucheng shook his head. Before he could even touch these magic weapons, he was counterattacked. The power erupted in this golden light was so shocking that even his 5-element spirit body could not bear it. One can imagine how powerful this restriction is. Moreover, a person who can possess so many treasures must be a powerful Tai, and must have been a dominant hero in ancient times. Isn't it possible to undo these restrictions? Can I just watch these magic weapons right under my nose? But I can't do anything about them? Everyone just felt a little annoyed. This is a real treasure. In front of my eyes. The result is unobtainable. Drink! Qin Hai even raised his golden sword and slashed away with one strike. A round golden sword appeared, like a bright moon on the sea, an inexplicable object with bright light. But just this burst of sword light slashing down not only failed to smash the restriction, the powerful countershock force contained in it actually shocked Qin Hai so much that he vomited blood and flew backwards. There must be some way! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Obviously, these magic weapons are all locked up by prohibitions. This restriction was placed by the former Tai powerhouse. If you don't have Tai cultivation, I'm afraid you won't be able to solve it at all. Chang! At this moment, the sound of swords resounded loudly. At this moment, Shen Yuanjian was shot out directly from the dragon pattern space. Seeing the Shen Yuan sword flying out on its own, Yang Mucheng was also full of surprise. Zheng! After Shen Yuan's sword flew out, a burst of sword energy burst out directly in the center of the 3 halls. A sharp sword intent surged out from the sword body quickly. The terrifying sword energy even blasted out terrifying deep pits in the surrounding ground. Just when everyone was wondering why Shen Yuanjian was acting like this suddenly, a clear and crisp sword sound erupted from a stone platform in the 3 halls. Base! The moment the sword roar resounded, it seemed as if Shen Yuan's sword was about to be suppressed. Everyone quickly looked towards the stone platform, where the sound of the sword came from. I saw that there was a long snake-shaped sword sealed on the stone platform. The churning sword energy formed a big silver snake on its body. Obviously, this sword was actually made from the fangs of a snake demon in the Great Sky Demon Realm. Chang! Just when the big snake sword was about to win, Shen Yuan's sword suddenly shook, and it actually erupted into a louder cry than before. This crazy sword roar actually suppressed the Orochi sword. 1. After watching the sound of the sword and suppressing the big snake sword, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with doubts. However, just when he was about to step forward and take back the Shen Yuan sword, he saw that the suppressed great snake sword actually burst out with thousands of sword energy at this moment. Shrouded and sealed on the Orochi sword. The seal was torn to pieces by the Orochi sword at this moment. At this moment, it can be seen that the big snake sword turned into a dragon and snake on the spot, rushing towards Shen Yuanjian like lightning. Zheng! At the same time, Shen Yuanjian rushed out without any concession and slammed into the Orochi sword. Clang! The 2 swords collided crazily together under the shocked and puzzled eyes of everyone. The terrifying bombardment even erupted into a dazzling spark, setting off a monstrous wave of sword energy. Wherever the terrifying sword energy passed, the surrounding areas were bombarded with mottled spots, and there was almost no place to stay. Feeling the tremendous power erupted from the bombardment of these two swords, the warriors present could not help but look horrified and quickly retreated. Master Yang, what on earth is going on? Qin Tianlan couldn't help shouting. I don't know either. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had already guessed something. Shen Yuan's sword is already a half-step super celestial weapon. If it wants to become a real super celestial weapon, it must continue to devour it. And it was provoking the Orochi's sword before, wanting to devour the Orochi's sword and complete its own evolution. Certainly, this road of devouring is not a smooth road. If the Orochi's sword cannot be defeated, the Shen Yuan sword will not only be unable to devour it, but may even be blasted to pieces by the opponent. Clang! 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 Waves of turbulent and shocking cries continued to resound. The two swords fought, but everyone could see that under the suppression of the big snake sword, Shen Yuan Jian kept retreating. Moreover, under the bombardment of the Orochi's sword, the sword of Shen Yuan's sword was actually covered with terrifying cracks. Almost every time the Orochi's sword was bombarded, the cracks on Shen Yuan's sword exploded. Shang! Under such suppression, Shen Yuan Jian naturally refused to give up. It originally wanted to swallow the Orochi's sword, but now it is in danger of being crushed by the opponent. After a sharp sword cry erupted, the thin golden thread on Shen Yuan Jian's sword spread crazily in an incredible manner at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of both pairs, a burst of light burst out like a blazing sun in the sky. Roar! Feeling the explosion of Shen Yuan's sword, the great snake sword suddenly trembled, and a surging silver light surged out. The sword energy even transformed, forming a terrifying silver snake. When the silver snake was formed, it suddenly opened its mouth and headed desperately towards the blazing sun transformed by Shen Yuan's sword. It was actually a silver snake swallowing the sun. Chapter 1722 Devouring. Evolution. Oh my god! The silver snake swallows the sun! Seeing this shocking scene, everyone couldn't help but scream in horror. One as bright as the blazing sun, one as fierce as a silver snake. Now, this silver snake is going to swallow this blazing sun into its belly in full view of everyone. Not good! Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, the movement of the silver snake swallowing the sun was so fast that he didn't even react at all. Almost in an instant, he rushed to the front of Lai Yang, and under everyone's shocked eyes, he directly swallowed it. In an instant, the changes in the entire three halls suddenly disappeared, leaving only the Orochi's sword. Shang! A crisp sound of swords resounded crazily. Even the sound of the sword was accompanied by an extremely harsh snake roar. Obviously, this is what Orochi's sword cheers for. Master Yang! Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised. This was the first time they saw weapons fighting, and one of the weapons completely devoured the other. This is simply beyond their imagination. But, in their opinion, if their weapons are swallowed up by the opponent, they will definitely be extremely upset. But when they looked towards Yang Mucheng, they were shocked to find that Yang Mucheng's eyes were shining with a hint of excitement. Everyone looked forward in confusion. The moment everyone looked at it, a thrilling sound of swords resounded loudly. This was the sound of Shen Yuan's sword. And this sound of sword sounds actually suppressed the roar of the big snake sword again. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw beams of light like the scorching sun rushing out from under the scales of the silver snake. In an instant, the silver snake was covered by a beam of light. Roar! There was even a hint of miserable cry in the roar of the big snake sword. Then, the scorching sun that had been swallowed by the silver snake actually appeared again. Moreover, the silver snake was burned to ashes. The previously arrogant and domineering serpent sword was blasted into countless pieces on the spot. Everyone looked at this scene and felt it was incredible. However, at the same time, I felt a little regretful. Although Shen Yuan Jian won, the consequences of the victory were a bit serious. Its slender sword body was blasted with cracks when it faced off against the Orochi's sword. It seemed that with just a little more force, the sword would be completely shattered. Master Yang! What a pity! Qin Tianlan sighed as he looked at the scarred Shen Yuan Jian. I still have some weapons in the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. After you leave this palace, you can go to the Chamber of Commerce to choose a weapon you like. This time, If Yang Mucheng had not followed the group in the mysterious area, they would have suffered heavy losses, and would not have been able to obtain so many treasures. Now giving Yang Mucheng a weapon can be regarded as reciprocating a favor. Others nodded again and again. However, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, stared at Shen Yuanjian without moving, and said, "Who said it's a pity?" When Qin Tianlan heard this, she was about to say that Shen Yuan's sword had been shattered to such an extent. But who knew that before she could speak, Shen Yuan's sword suddenly erupted with a shocking sword sound. Shen Yuanjian seemed to have become a huge and infinite black hole. As the black hole rotates, a strong wind seems to be blowing in the three halls. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from all directions rushed toward Shen Yuanjian at this moment. Everyone even felt that the spiritual energy they breathed out was swallowed up by the Shen Yuan sword. Almost with every bit of spiritual energy swallowed up, the light on Shen Yuan's sword burst out and became brighter at the same time. Even in the end, Shen Yuanjian became extremely bright. Under this bright light, Shen Yuanjian's appearance was about to be broken, replaced by a perfect appearance. Chang! When the cracks on the sword healed, Shen Yuan's sword erupted with a sword cry, and a sword energy that was even more violent than before suddenly swept out from the sword. This super heavenly weapon. How is this possible? Not only did this sword not break, it actually evolved into a super heaven level weapon. Everyone felt the sound of the sword energy and felt a little incredible. It is obvious that this sword is about to explode and cannot even last a battle. But it will successfully evolve at this last moment. This is incredible. Master Yang, what is going on? Qin Tianlan couldn't help asking anymore. Yang Mucheng chuckled and pinched it with his right hand. Shen Yuan's sword responded to the call, spun in midair, and returned to his hand. At this moment, the Shen Yuan sword was even more violent than before, with scales like those of a big snake sword appearing on the black sword. He raised his hand and slashed, and the air was torn apart easily, as if there was no obstacle at all. Even the void showed faint scratches. Hearing Qin Tianlan's doubts, Yang Mucheng smiled and said, "My Shen Yuan sword swallowed up the essence of this big snake sword. Using this big snake sword, I successfully crossed into the ranks of super heaven level weapons. Is this still possible?" Qin Tianlan only felt incredible. Although, some warriors will choose to hone their skills, fight with the strongest, and choose to break through in cultivation between life and death. But this kind of radical method, which leads to survival if success and death if failure, is something that ordinary warriors would not dare to use easily. More warriors will choose to stay in seclusion and wait until their cultivation reaches a breakthrough. But when he saw the weapon, he actually chose to break through in this way. How could Qin Tianlan not be shocked? "Congratulations, Master Yang. Congratulations on getting a super celestial weapon," Qin Tianlan said quickly. "However, for us, the treasures in these three halls have been banned. With our strength, it is impossible to open the ban left by this powerful Tai. Should we go back home?" Although there are many magic weapons in the three halls, they are not available at all. Instead of staying here, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Maybe there will be other discoveries in the starry sky. Looking at the weapons and magic weapons on the stone platform, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Since the big snake sword broke through the ban and left, there must be some way to easily obtain the magic weapon. By the way, let's try to use our spiritual thoughts to communicate with these banned weapons and magic weapons. Maybe we can let these weapons break through the ban on their own. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone was stunned and quickly walked towards the nearest stone platform, using their spiritual thoughts to communicate about their favorite weapons and magic weapons. Chapter 1723 Strange Pill Furnace. Yang Mucheng said this, not suddenly, after all, because when Shen Yuanjian appeared before, the Orochi sword responded to Shen Yuanjian's provocation and even took the initiative to burst out of this space. This gave Yang Mucheng a guess that these weapons and magic weapons could independently come out of the ban. Of course, if this is the case, then you can use your spiritual thoughts to communicate and respond to these weapons, and you may be able to control the other party. I succeeded? Sure enough, not long after, Qin Tao was heard cheering. Only a sharp whistling sound was seen, violently blasting out from the confinement. When everyone looked around, they realized that what broke out of the ban was actually a simple-looking iron bow. This iron bow is like a phoenix spreading its wings, and the mouth of the phoenix is clearly the position for shooting arrows. The shocking phoenix cry echoed through the void. Low-grade super heaven level bow and arrow. Yang Mucheng cast his eyes over, nodded and said, You are lucky to be able to communicate with this kind of bow and arrow. Although it is only a low-grade super heaven level bow and arrow, it can be placed in these 3 halls by the master of the palace. Among them, there must be unique power. Thank you, Master Yang. Qin Tao held the Feng Ming bow with excitement in his eyes. He knew that if Yang Mucheng hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have been able to get in touch with Feng Minggong, let alone let him break the ban on his own initiative. It's actually Feng Minggong, a low-grade super heaven level weapon. This is a weapon that even Master Yang praised. It is obviously very powerful. I didn't expect Qin Tao to be so lucky. Yes, we can also look for our own weapons. Maybe we can also get some treasures like Qin Tao. In addition to low-grade ones, there are also some medium-grade ones, and even high-grade ones. If we can get what it will, the strength will increase 10-fold or 100-fold. Seeing that their companions had obtained a weapon, everyone couldn't help but cheered, and were even more eager to try it. Everyone wants to strike while the iron is hot, and obtain a weapon and magic weapon of their own in these 3 halls. However, not all weapons and magic weapons are willing to respond to these warriors. Even if Yang Mucheng used his spiritual thoughts to communicate with these weapons and magic weapons, he would be clearly rejected. Of course, if you are still unwilling to be rejected and want to force communication instead, you will be bombarded with a ban. After being rejected, many warriors were not very willing and wanted to forcefully communicate with these weapons and magic weapons. But they were all rejected, and they were all bombarded with blood and flew backwards. With so many people, only a few are recognized by the magic weapon. One is Qin Tianlan. She got a silver bracelet. The silver bracelet looked simple, but it shone with silver light, and it was obviously a magic weapon for body protection. The other one is Wu Long. He got a golden axe, which is also an offensive magic weapon. When the golden light is released, it can tear the void apart. As for the others, they got nothing. What Yang Mucheng got were the 5 small flags he saw first. The 5 small flags were red, yellow, white, black, and green. Even Yang Mucheng did not use his spiritual thoughts to communicate with these 5 small flags. They jumped out on their own initiative. After the other party broke out of the ban, Yang Mucheng understood why these 5 small flags chose him. It turns out that these 5 small flags are called 5 elements flags, and they are induced by his 5 elements spirit body. Each color represents one of the 5 elements. White is gold, green is wood, black is water, red is fire, and yellow is earth. The 5 colors come together into one, which is the 5 elements flag. He used the 5 elements spiritual body to arrange the 5 elements flag, which not only maximized the power of the 5 elements spiritual body, but also used the 5 elements spiritual body to trigger the 5 elements flag to mobilize the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It can be said that without the 5 elements spirit body, it is impossible to use the 5 elements flag. Yang Mucheng was flattered by the 5 elements flag's active surrender. However, he felt a little regretful afterwards. Only 2 of my 5 elements spirits have been cultivated to the great perfection, and the other 3 are still lacking a lot, unable to fully exert the power of the 5 elements flag. Each of these 5 element flags has a mid-grade super heaven level grade. If the 5 flags are united into one, plus my 5 element spirit body of Zhanshan, the power may be comparable to the high-grade super heaven level magic weapon. The flag is quite clever. To know, a warrior with Yang Mucheng's level of cultivation doesn't have several or even dozens of magic weapons. During their long lifespan, in order to protect themselves, these warriors would first think of these magic weapons for protection. However, due to the short cultivation time of Yang Mucheng, there are very few magic weapons. If Fang Baiyu hadn't passed the Qinglian Terrace to him, he would have had nothing but the Stone Dragon Mountain range between his eyebrows. But the Shurlong Mountain range is a means of holding down the bottom of the box, and every time it is used, it consumes a lot of energy. Naturally, Yang Mucheng does not want to use it frequently. But if you don't have many means, if you go back and forth, the other party will be able to find out your details. Yang Mucheng even plans to look for 1 or 2 magic weapons after this trip to the mysterious area. Now the appearance of the 5 elements flag happened to solve his urgent need. I wonder if I can find other magic weapons. Yang Mucheng thought secretly. Accepting the 5 elements flag means searching for other existences in this space. However, the remaining weapons and magic weapons are not like the 5 elements flag. Even if you use your spiritual thoughts to communicate, they will ignore you, just like stones, as if they have fallen asleep. Of course, this is considered a clear rejection, because these magic weapons have no intention of responding. but for some magic weapons. As soon as your spiritual thoughts are injected into them, before you even remember to communicate with them, the opponent will explode in full force, bombarding your spiritual thoughts out. After going back and forth, Yang Muchung didn't find any magic weapon that he liked, but he was better off than others. After all, in his opinion, getting a 5 elements flag was an unexpected thing. After all, the general trend of heaven and earth is determined by chance, and no one can change it. Master Yang, come and see! At this moment, a cry came. This magic weapon has not been banned. When Yang Muchung heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. You know, everything in these 3 halls is extremely precious. How can there be anything that is not banned? Presumably, this thing that is not banned must not be an item of too high value. Although he imagined this in his mind, Yang Muchung walked over quickly. What did you find? Yang Muchung asked. Master Yang, it's an alchemy furnace. Qin Tianlan quickly pointed with her hand. Sure enough, in the corner of the 3 halls, isn't there a huge alchemy furnace that is 2 people tall? Chapter 1724 Alchemy Furnace Space. There is actually such a pill furnace? When everyone saw this alchemy furnace, they couldn't help but feel a little strange. This alchemy furnace was taller than 2 people, and it was covered with dragon patterns and phoenix patterns. It didn't look like a low-grade thing, but it was thrown in a corner and was covered with dust. The 2 impatient warriors quickly walked up and wiped away the dust. This is... However, when the dust was wiped away, everyone was surprised, because this alchemy furnace was actually tightly locked by 2 chains, 1 gold and 1 silver. As soon as his fingers touched the chains, the 2 chains suddenly shone brightly, and a mysterious inscription erupted, completely sealing the entire alchemy furnace. What's this? This alchemy furnace doesn't seem to be a serious thing. There are things forbidden in it. I have heard that in ancient times, some strong men had immortal bodies, and they could only use some means to seal them away. Could it be that there is some terrible existence sealed in this pill furnace? I don't know who suddenly screamed, and everyone gathered around the alchemy furnace was frightened for a while, and they all retreated towards the back. Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but frown. To know, not only they have heard of this kind of thing, but he himself has also encountered some. Some strong men have many means and are naturally not easy to kill, but the other party doesn't want to let him go, so they can only seal them in this way. In a sealed place in Kyushu, there was such a strong man who was pinned down at the foot of the mountain, and the person who banned him was the most powerful man in the starry sky. Snapped. Snapped. However, just when everyone was shocked, they saw the 2 chains sealing the alchemy furnace making a sound. As the sound became louder, it could be clearly seen that cracks spread along the chain, eventually turning into a piece of dust and falling to the ground. Chawing! 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 At this moment, everyone nervously pulled out the weapons at their waists. If it is true that there is some kind of ban in this alchemy furnace, as everyone speculated before, then the opponent's strength must be even more terrifying than the 3 giant beasts they encountered before. Don't be so nervous. Everyone! Yang Muchung stared at the alchemy furnace and said, no matter what kind of existence is sealed in the alchemy furnace for hundreds of millions of years, even if it is immortal, it will not have much strength. Maybe it is not our opponent. Billions of years. Even the stars will turn into powder in the years, let alone human warriors. If you don't transcend this starry sky, you will always be reincarnated in heaven, no matter how high your cultivation level is. When the time comes, your soul will inevitably fly to heaven. The 3 giant beasts were trapped in the misty stars for just over 100 years, and their strength was greatly reduced. Now the existences in this alchemy furnace will not die, and they will not have 2 strong means. That's right. Even the demon god banned in this alchemy furnace may not be our opponent. Open this alchemy furnace and see what's inside. After hearing Yang Muchung's words, everyone's blood boiled with excitement. Everyone has the attitude of daring to compete with the sky for the sun and the moon. Master Yang, can you open this alchemy furnace? Qin Tianlan saw that many people were getting excited and asked in a low voice. In her heart, she was still worried that if she opened the alchemy furnace, the contents would be released. No problem. You can open it. I just want to see what's in this alchemy furnace. Maybe this is also an opportunity. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said. Hearing Yang Muchung's words, Qin Tao slung the Fengming Bao over his shoulder, and a spirit jumped onto the alchemy furnace. With a strong drink, he directly opened the furnace cauldron with the 8 trigrams engraved on it. Laugh. Almost as soon as the cauldron was opened, A bright golden light burst out quickly. In an instant, it has swept across all directions. Under this burst of spiritual light, the world seemed to be suppressed by this burst of light. It seems like thousands of years. It seems like a moment. This spiritual light came and went as quickly as it came. And in an instant, it completely receded like the tide. After the spiritual light dissipated, the 3 halls were filled with people. But no one was left in an instant. The open furnace cauldron also fell down with a clang sound. And the alchemy furnace was fastened. Time. The bustling 3 halls fell into a dead silence. If it weren't for the messy traces on the ground, it would be as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Where is this? Huh? We are no longer in the palace. Where are we? What just happened? The aura dispersed. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning. As if the sun and the moon were upside down. When they opened their eyes again, they suddenly found that they were no longer in the 3 halls, but instead appeared in a strange place. Have we reached the end of the starry sky? Everyone looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. Because no matter which direction you look, you can see a horizon all around. Master Yang, we are here. Qin Tianlong looked around, full of shock, because the place under their feet was a deserted place, as if it had been burned by fire, coupled with the mottled sky around them. They immediately had a bad feeling. I am also not certain. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, tiptoed, and quickly flew towards the horizon. At the same time, he directed his spiritual thoughts towards the horizon. But when the spiritual thought touched it, it was blocked. Even if Yang Mucheng concentrated his spiritual thoughts to the extreme, he could not penetrate this wall of the sky. I wonder if it can be penetrated, I thought in my mind. Yang Mucheng raised his fist and smashed it forward. Boom! This punch was like hitting a copper mountain, and a terrifying tremor suddenly erupted. At the same time, the terrifying counterattack force rushed towards his face. Yang Mucheng shuddered and stumbled back a few steps, looking at the sky wall in front of him. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with horror. After the Suzaku body of his 5-element spiritual body reached its peak, the explosive power was many times more powerful than before. Even if there was a copper mountain in front of him, he could turn it into a thin piece of copper with one slap. But now, this wall on the horizon can actually withstand his punch. Master Yang! Qin Tianlong looked at Yang Mucheng nervously. Yang Mucheng converged his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and then said, You guessed it right. We are now in the space in this alchemy furnace. We are probably thousands of times smaller than ants. Chapter 1725 The Mysterious Ancient Monk. In the alchemy furnace? Everyone was shocked when they heard Yang Mucheng's words. Dozens of them were put into the alchemy furnace, and they were as small as dust? Tongue! Some people didn't believe it and soared into the sky, wanting to prove that they were still on the stars. With their speed, they could fly into the stars very quickly. But not long after, he flew to the top. And that was the lid of the alchemy furnace. In short, all directions are already strictly sealed. Are we going to be trapped and die here? Qin Tianlong was a little annoyed. This alchemy furnace is so weird. If I had known better, I would have stopped touching it. But now so many of them have been sucked into this alchemy furnace, like trapped animals, unable to escape. That's not necessarily true. Good times and bad fortunes can be known day by day. Yang Mucheng condensed for a moment and quickly shouted to everyone. Everyone, search carefully to see if you find anything special. When everyone heard this, they immediately dispersed. Yang Mucheng, with his hands behind his back, carefully recalled the scene when the alchemy furnace was opened. Although, the moment the alchemy furnace was opened, the spiritual light burst out and everything was covered up. But he saw a faint talisman appearing in the alchemy furnace. So, he quickly called Qin Tao over. After all, it was Qin Tao who opened the alchemy furnace, so he must have seen it more clearly than himself. Sure enough, after Qin Tao came over, he revealed the talismans that appeared on the alchemy furnace. They were the 8 directions of the Bagua. I see! Yang Mucheng reacted. His pupils closed, and he picked up a seal. All of a sudden, a strong wind blew up inside the alchemy furnace, and endless whirlpools appeared. The originally barren and empty alchemy furnace space was actually filled with endless clouds and mist at this moment, as if it had transformed into a fairyland on earth. And above everyone's heads, 8 huge golden characters appeared, which were the 8 diagrams: Qian, Kun, Kan, Li, Dui, Zai. Master Yang, what is this? Everyone was a little strange when they saw the characters appearing. Yang Muchung condensed for a moment, and then said, "This is the great formation in the alchemy furnace. It uses the innate Bagua to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to gather the supreme true fire to refine everything. In this alchemy furnace, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you will be refined into ashes. However, the existence that entered the alchemy furnace before seemed not to be refined by the alchemy furnace. So the entire alchemy furnace was sealed. Doesn't that mean we will all be trapped here and die, with no way to escape?" Someone shouted. "That's not necessarily the case." Yang Muchung raised the corner of his mouth and faced the confused people. He explained, "The owner of this alchemy furnace must have encountered a very troublesome existence. But he couldn't kill this existence at all. So he prepared to use the alchemy furnace to refine it. But who would have thought that this alchemy furnace would be useless to him? That's why he locked up the entire alchemy furnace, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. So, if we want to know everything in this alchemy furnace, as well as the owner of this alchemy furnace and the palace, we should find the existence that was once put into the alchemy furnace," Yang Muchung said, raising his head and looking forward. "Fight against the sky. Cut into the ground. The ridge faces the water. Away from the fire." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he flew towards Li Zi. Everyone looked at Yang Muchung in confusion, and did not dare to neglect. They quickly followed him towards the space. Boom! As soon as everyone entered this space, the entire space suddenly roared. In an instant, the endless fire came quickly and overwhelmingly. These raging fires are transformed by the purest fire energy contained in this alchemy furnace. They are so powerful that they burn the void. Even the strong Tai will change his color when he sees them. When everyone saw the flames, they were all frightened and looked horrified. They all released their inner strength and opened a shield to block the flames. But the flame is so fierce that it is very difficult for everyone to resist it, let alone walk in this space. But Yang Muchung was very relaxed. He was in this flame, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. And all the 18,000 pores in his body were stretched, obviously pushing forward the Suzaku body in his 5-element spirit body. I saw him making a seal with his right hand and opening his mouth. In an instant, the flame, which was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, was summoned and turned into a wave that was swallowed by Yang Muchung. The people who were resisting the flame suddenly felt that the monstrous flame suddenly disappeared. And when they looked again, there was nothing in this space. "Master Yang, have you swallowed this flame?" Everyone was shocked. Yang Muchung said before that once this flame is activated, it can refine everything. But he actually swallowed this flame. How terrible is this? Facing the shock of everyone, Yang Muchung smiled and said, "This flame is just the remaining elixir fire. It is not the kind of supreme true fire that can refine everything. Even if I encounter it, I will be burned to pieces. Everyone, go and see if there is anything special here." Certainly, if the 5-element spiritual body reaches its extreme level, it will be enough to withstand this true fire. If he could cultivate the 5 elements holy body that was more powerful than the 5-element spirit body, he would be able to swallow the real fire in one gulp. "Master Yang, come quickly. There is someone here." Just then, a cry came. Yang Muchung immediately flew over. I saw a monk sitting cross-legged in the center of this space. The monk was wearing cassocks, meditating with his eyes lowered. His skin all over his body was rosy and shiny, and could even be broken by a blow, just like a holy monk. When everyone saw this monk for the first time, they couldn't help but feel frightened, fearing that this ancient being would suddenly jump up and kill someone. But when he looked again, he realized that although the monk's appearance remained the same, he had lost his breathing and heartbeat, and all his energy had also dissipated. "Is he the one who is sealed in the alchemy furnace?" "Have no idea. If it's him, then he's terrible." Everyone thought of Yang Muchung's previous description of the flames, and when they saw the monk again, they couldn't help but feel numb. This monk has been imprisoned in the alchemy furnace for who knows how many years, and has been tempered by the supreme true fire. His body has not decayed, not even scars, or scorched marks, just like a living person. So how powerful would his body be when he was alive? This monk's physique is probably almost the same as my 5-element spirit body, which I have cultivated to the extreme. But when everyone saw this monk, their hearts suddenly became gloomy again. Even a being as powerful as him can't come out of the alchemy furnace. So do they still have a way to survive? Huh? Just when everyone was discouraged, Yang Muchung suddenly discovered that the monk was still holding a bundle of scriptures in his hand. He quickly fetched the scripture, and just a casual look at it made Yang Muchung unable to help but fall into shock. Chapter 1726 I am a Buddha, and cannot be killed by the devil. I was originally a Buddha, but I was killed by the devil. The opening chapter of the scripture is a line of blood words. This scroll is made of a special material, like jade or green bamboo, and does not look like an ordinary thing. After hundreds of millions of years, it has not decayed, nor has it been refined by real fire. You can clearly see the writing on the scripture. The pen and ink on it were obviously made of the old monk's blood. Even after such a long time, it seems that it has not dried up. It looks like it was written just a short time ago. I am a Buddha, but I am killed by a demon? What does this mean? Everyone felt shocked when they saw this line of words, and could feel a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment. Almost without thinking, he looked down. I have been a monk since I was a child. I accidentally got a volume of Buddhist scriptures from the immortal realm. I studied it with fear. It took me 36,000 years to reach the One Yuan realm, and I was honored as a great master. This is naturally what the old monk said. It tells how he founded Buddhism, and how he practiced the Buddhist scriptures of the immortal world to the extreme. He called himself the immortal Buddha master, and spent his whole day exterminating demons, and defending the Tao. On the way, he accepted a young novice as his disciple, and he tried his best to teach this young novice everything he had. This old monk is not too pedantic. Everyone seemed to be unable to help but nod their heads. As the saying goes, sweeping the floor may hurt the lives of ants, but cherish moss and gauze lamps. Although this old monk slays demons and protects the Tao, he is not a pedantic person. He only knows how to fight and kill. He brought some sincere and good-hearted demons into Buddhism. Even if they were unrepentant beings, he would not kill them easily. Instead, he would imprison them in Buddhism and have specialized people speak scriptures and preach until the other person repented. However, who knew that a powerful genius would suddenly appear in this starry sky? This genius is named Kuzai. He has cultivated to the One Yuan realm in just 100 years. He has strong ambitions and wants to unify the starry sky, and has killed countless people under his command. Even the 7 major families had to bow before him. The old monk was afraid that the starry sky would become a river of blood, so he led his disciples to find the other party, hoping to stop Kuzai's grand wish. At that time, the two sides made a 3-movement agreement. If the old monk wins, Kuzai will give up the starry sky. Did Kuzai imprison this old monk in this alchemy furnace? Seeing this familiar name, Yang Muching's eyes suddenly flashed with horror. Not only him, but also Qin Tianwan, Wu Long and others could not conceal their shock. After all, this Kuzai was once the strongest person in this starry sky. Now that this old monk had actually fought against the strongest man in the starry sky, everyone couldn't help but be a little eager to see what was written behind him. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Turn out to be, this old monk was no match for Kuzai. The other party only made one move, and the old monk was defeated by vomiting blood. As the saying goes, everyone pushes against the wall. This old monk has done good deeds throughout his life. When he was at the peak of his strength, everyone called him the immortal Buddhist master. But when he was seriously injured, everyone coveted the immortal Buddhist scriptures on him. They all chased him all the way. But at this time, the old monk's disciple turned into a demon. He saw that the all-powerful old monk was defeated, and saw that all the people who had been helped by the old monk were chasing and killing them. He suddenly turned black and went berserk. His meridians were reversed, and instead, he transformed a Buddhist scripture into a demon. Through this disciple, with his crazy killing, actually caused more horrific sins than Kuzai. As a master, the old monk naturally could not sit idly by and ignore it. When he was about to abolish his disciple's cultivation, he didn't want to be imprisoned in this elixir by his disciple. In the furnace, everyone can already guess what happens next, because this alchemy furnace could not refine the old monk's golden body at all, and his disciples were afraid of the old monk running out. So they sealed the alchemy furnace with chains. Although the old monk could withstand the alchemy furnace refining, he could not withstand serious injuries. In the end, he was seriously injured and died in the alchemy furnace. After reading the scriptures, everyone can't help but feel mixed emotions. The real fire failed to refine him, and he eventually died of serious injuries. This was really cowardly. Master Yang, what should we do with the old monk's body? Qin Tianwan asked. Yang Muchung sighed and said, just put it here. After closing the scriptures, Yang Muchung carefully put the scriptures back into the old monk's hands. Buzz! However, at this moment, the old monk who had suddenly passed away suddenly trembled, and a ray of light rushed out from the Nylon Palace between his eyebrows. At this moment, the Lee character space became extremely dazzling. Isn't this old monk dead? When everyone saw this light, they couldn't help but be shocked. What's more, he has already drawn his weapon and quickly defended it in front of him. Although the old monk was an accomplished monk in front of him, it is not clear what he will look like after death. If they were reborn again, wouldn't their wedding clothes be in vain? Don't worry, everyone. This is just a spiritual thought left by the old monk, Yang Mucheng said quickly. Sure enough, after the light soared into the sky, it did not hurt anyone, but slowly gathered in midair, forming the appearance of the old monk. I have left a trace of a mechanism in this scripture. As long as it is touched, this trace of my spiritual thoughts will escape from the body. Everyone who touches the scripture must also be imprisoned in the alchemy furnace by poor monks and evil disciples. This one, the alchemy furnace, is called the Bagua Xiantian furnace, which can refine everything in the world. My unfilial disciple wants to refine me, but he doesn't know that this supreme true fire cannot break my body. The formation in this alchemy furnace has been suppressed by me. As long as you obey my method, you can escape from the furnace. Escape? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This is what they were waiting for. As the saying goes, Bagua are interconnected. As long as it is broken for a while, this alchemy furnace will be broken immediately. I am afraid that my disciple will use this alchemy furnace to hurt others again. So I use my law body to suppress the lazy palace of this Bagua Xiantian furnace. You only need to take my relics to destroy this lazy palace. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an object shooting out from the center of the old monk's eyebrows. The object was about the size of a fingernail, but it was like the blazing sun in the sky. It had supreme power. Everyone standing there felt the light flashing and could not look directly at it. Is that the relic? Everyone looked at this thing with only horror in their eyes. This is a Buddhist relic. Each one has infinite power. It can not only refine magic weapons, but also be used to enhance one's own strength. Master Yang? Qin Tianlan's eyes flashed with worry. This is the relic of a strong man with 1 yuan. It is not a forbidden magic weapon that everyone can obtain like before. If the distribution is not good, it might lead to a war. So she took the lead in looking at Yang Mucheng, the most powerful among them all. Things of chance. Everyone has their own. Whoever can get it, this relic will belong to him, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Chapter 1727, Active Pursuit. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone was a little moved. After all, the energy contained in this relic is absolutely extraordinary. If you get it, the benefits will be great. Yang Mucheng didn't speak before, so they didn't dare to covet him. Now that Yang Mucheng spoke, they dared to think about it. Of course, this does not mean that Yang Mucheng is too generous. This old monk is a member of the Buddhist sect, and this relic is the essence of his whole body. It will choose anyone present, and I am afraid that it will not choose to follow him. After all, along the way, the objects he has killed have caused a lot of evil, also shocked the starry sky. Therefore, even he did not have the confidence to conquer this relic. I'll try. Qin Tianlan stepped forward and exhaled a breath. She did not rush to grab the relic. Instead, she clasped her hands together, bowed respectfully to the relic, and said, Master Immortal Buddha, we entered the alchemy furnace by mistake, and today we want to borrow your relics to escape from here. Please have your mercy. After saying this, she bowed 3 more times before reaching out to grab the relic. But the relic was suspended in the air, right in front of Qin Tianlan. She grabbed it with one hand, but it was empty. It seems that the relic is not there. But when you look ahead, the relic is still there. This scene left many people speechless. I'll try. Qin Hai frowned and strode forward. But he was worse than Qin Tianlan. Qin Tianlan could walk in front of the relic, but he couldn't get within 3 steps of the relic. As soon as he tried to get closer, the relic burst out into a dazzling golden light. It was this piece of golden light that gathered and formed, blocking Qin Hai from outside, not to mention taking a step forward. Even getting close is very difficult. Qin Hai also tried all kinds of methods, whether it was attacking or rushing to kill, but he couldn't move forward, so he had to give up in the end. How is this going? The successive failures made Qin Tianlan extremely confused. Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, I don't know either. Presumably, the old monk wanted his relics not to fall into the hands of demons like his disciples. So the relics also have their own choices and judgments, and they will be like magic weapons. The average person who takes the initiative to look for the master will probably not be able to get close to him at all. And at most, he can only be like you. Qin Tianlan's eyes flashed with worry. She originally thought that as long as she got this relic, she could escape from this pill furnace. But now it seems that escaping to heaven may not be as easy as one imagined. Boom. As more and more people experiment, some people are even directly bombarded. For a time, dozens of people tested it one by one, but none of them were able to take a step closer to the relic. Master Yang, you are the only one left who hasn't tried. Qin Tianlan looked at Yang Mucheng with a wry smile. Yang Mucheng was dumbfounded for a while. Originally, he planned to refuse, but then he thought about it and decided to give it a try. Although he had this thought, he secretly formed a mark. Once the relic attacked him, he would immediately summon a battle armor and a green lotus platform to resist it. But surprisingly, the golden light of this relic did not hinder him at all. The golden light shining on his body was not like the stinging pain of others, but instead gave him a lazy feeling like being radiated by the sun. In the midst of doubt, he saw the relic suddenly turn into a piece of escaping light, which turned into lightning and shot towards him. Not good, Yang Mucheng secretly said. He knew that he had committed a serious crime, and this relic really came to kill him. Inju suddenly squeezed, and for a moment, the green light between his eyebrows lit up, and a green light suddenly blasted out, flew out, and hit the relic. But who knew that this relic seemed to be in a deserted place, and that the green lotus platform was penetrated by it in an instant. Master Yang! Not good! Seeing this scene, everyone was a little shocked. No matter who they were, they had never seen the relic react like this before. But now they did not expect that the relic would be so agitated. People who don't know may think that Yang Mucheng is Kuzai, or that he is the disciple of the old monk, which is why this relic is so crazy. But the movements of this relic are all between lightning and flint. But no one expected what happened in this flash of lightning. Therefore, even if they were determined to rescue, they could only watch the relic blast towards Yang Mucheng. Damn it! Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed coldly. Old monk, I respect you for slaying demons and defending the Tao throughout your life. You have never harmed the life of an ant, so I can't bear to destroy your relics. But what if you treat me as a demon and I transform into a demon? But what happened next was something no one could have imagined. All they saw was that the relic flew over and did not bombard Yang Mucheng desperately, as everyone imagined. Instead, he stopped in front of Yang Mucheng, and at the same time, the golden light all over his body disappeared. What happened? This relic seems to have actively chosen Master Yang. Everyone felt a little incredible when they saw this scene, because each of them had tried, but the relics all showed rejection. But they didn't expect that this relic would actually choose Yang Mucheng. Of course, the one who was most surprised was Yang Mucheng himself. It was precisely because he couldn't believe that this relic would accept him that he asked everyone to give it a try. But who would have thought that such a scene would happen? If he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken the initiative to cause so many troubles. He took it with his hand full of confusion. The relic did not run away like he imagined, or suddenly burst into rebellion. Instead, it was just suspended in midair quietly, waiting for him to get it. Is this relic really waiting for me? Even after getting this relic in his hands, Yang Mucheng was still a little incredulous. But little did they know, although Yang Mucheng killed countless people, he rose up as if he had come from the sea of Poi blood. But you must know that he has never killed innocent people indiscriminately. The people he killed were all those who actively provoked him. Therefore, facing this relic, he had a clear conscience. It is for this reason that this relic took the initiative to pursue Yang Mucheng. That's it. That's all. Since you have chosen me, then I will use this relic to practice. When the time comes, let everyone use this relic to crack the Bagua Xiantian furnace. Exhaling a breath, Yang Mu seemed to have accepted the reality and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1728 Continuous Promotions. Condensation. Yang Mucheng sat cross-legged. He formed a sealed Ju with his hands and immediately poured his spiritual thoughts into it. Suddenly, the relic trembled suddenly and emitted a golden light. This flash of golden light directly covered Yang Mucheng's body. The so-called relics. It is the essence of a person in Buddhism, just like the Yuaning Purple Mansion, except that it does not store it in the Dantian like a warrior would, but in the Niwen Palace of the mind. Therefore, this relic also contains the powerful spiritual thoughts of a Buddhist master. If other people get this relic, they may not be able to use it. After all, the spiritual thoughts in this relic are very huge. Ordinary people would probably be immersed in it once they see this relic. It is precisely for this reason that many people in this starry sky were hunting down Buddhist monks, taking out their relics and refining them into magic weapons. Such a magic weapon uses spiritual thoughts as an attack, making it unprepared and impossible to defend against. But Buddhist relics are extremely difficult to cultivate. In addition, it is very difficult to practice Buddhist techniques to the extreme, and it is even more difficult to refine the relics. Such a pity! After withdrawing his spiritual thoughts from the relic in front of him, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. To know, this is the relic of a strong man in the One Yuan realm. His strength is slightly different from Fang Baiyu, but I'm afraid it won't be too different. If one could obtain its complete spiritual thoughts, this would be a very astonishing existence. After all, if you want to practice Buddhism to the extreme, you can't do it without firm belief. So the divine thoughts in every relic are extremely powerful. But this relic, perhaps because the old monk was once possessed by his disciple, was shaken, and most of his spiritual thoughts were dissipated. So it was not as terrifying as he imagined. However, this is also very powerful for Yang Mucheng. No matter how much spiritual energy is left, absorb it first. Regardless of regrets, Yang Mucheng made a seal. In a moment, the relic spun around out of thin air and flew to the center of his eyebrows. At this moment, under the influence of Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts, the infinite spiritual thoughts in the relics were absorbed like threads peeling off cocoons. Look! As Yang Mucheng absorbed it, everyone could see that the golden light surrounding the relic seemed to come alive at this moment, constantly penetrating into Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. Master Yang is actually absorbing the divine thoughts contained in this relic. Qin Tianlan couldn't help but lost her voice. Although the spiritual thoughts in the relics are powerful, not everyone can absorb them. This is entirely because the spiritual thoughts in the relics have been refined for thousands of years, and the impurities in them have long been removed. It's like an ordinary person eating a steel ingot and being unable to digest it. But now, Yang Mucheng has actually used this spiritual thought for his own use. How can they not be shocked? Buzz! I just saw that with every ray of golden light being pulled down, a golden light suddenly flashed in the depths of Yang Mucheng's eyes. 1, 2, 3. The golden light in his eyes kept flashing, as if huge suns were lit up. At the same time, a powerful pressure was slowly released from Yang Mucheng's body. Don't look at it! Qin Tianlan's heart trembled, and she shouted quickly. She knew that this was a manifestation of the ultimate concentration of spiritual thoughts. Even if he did nothing, it would give people a great sense of intimidation. This is still when Yang Mucheng is unconscious. If he were conscious, he could easily mobilize his spiritual thoughts to brainwash anyone here and make them his slaves forever. Everyone did not dare to look into Yang Mucheng's eyes, but saw his hands condensing rapidly in front of him. Every time he formed a seal, the golden light on the relic would be found at one end like a ball of thread, and then it would be forcibly pulled off. It was pulled to the center of Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. At first, there were only 2 or 3, but as time went by, there were more and more golden lights. Almost every blink of an eye, you can see hundreds more golden lights connecting Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. Each of these golden lights is the purest spiritual thought. And now Yang Mucheng has pulled it down one by one and introduced it into his eyebrows. I don't know how long it took, but the golden light became weaker and weaker. Call! Until the last ray of golden light was taken away. Yang Mucheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this time, the golden light in his eyes had changed from the original point to billions of points, as if there were billions of suns hidden deep in his pupils. If those warriors whose spiritual thoughts were not firm looked into his eyes, their souls would be pulled out and completely lost under his eyes. Master Yang, is it over? Seeing the golden light of the relic dissipate, everyone couldn't help but ask impatiently. Not yet. Yang Mucheng shook his head, looked at everyone's regretful expressions, and then said, I only absorbed the spiritual thoughts in this relic, but the essence in the relic was not absorbed. However, this is the most difficult thing to absorb. The spiritual thoughts have been absorbed, and the remaining essence is not that difficult to absorb. Everyone doesn't know why. All I saw was Yang Mucheng smile faintly, formed a seal Ju with his right hand, and the ancient heaven-swallowing Ju was immediately activated. The next moment, a monstrous suction force erupted from his body, and then he saw the pure power in the relic quickly transformed into horned dragons, pouring into Yang Mucheng's mouth. If we say that Yang Mucheng absorbed spiritual thoughts before, he was like a kitten licking water, slowly and slowly. So now he absorbs the essence of the relics as boldly as a whale absorbs water. At this moment, Everyone could feel that the power in Yang Muqing's body increased rapidly in an astonishing manner. This speed of improvement is even so fast that it makes one's scalp numb. Grandmaster of Dantian. Half a step too far. Boom. Almost in an instant. Yang Muqing's cultivation level was in full view of everyone. And at an incredible speed, he had reached the level of half step from the perfection of cave heaven to the level of Tai. He actually jumped to two small realms at once. Even Yang Muqing couldn't help but be a little stunned when he felt his crazily improved cultivation level. You know, as his cultivation level continues to improve, each time he advances to a realm, the difficulty will be several times, even dozens of times, than before. Now, with such a relic, he could easily reach the half step of Tai. How could this make him unhappy? Now that the relics have been absorbed, the next step is to leave this alchemy furnace. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muqing stood up slowly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1729, Magical Means. Boom! At this moment, the color of heaven and earth changed, and the entire alchemy furnace began to turmoil rapidly, as the relics were completely absorbed. The existence suppressing the Bagua Xiantian furnace had disappeared. At the same time, a raging flame roared rapidly from the sky and the earth, sweeping towards everyone. This terrifying monstrous flame exudes a frightening red light, as if it can burn the sky and boil the sea. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they saw this flame. This is the innate true fire that can incinerate the powerful ones. If they cannot resist, they will be burned to ashes in an instant. Don't be afraid. Everyone, hurry up and gather behind me. Although these flames are powerful, they have gone through hundreds of millions of years, and no one has used their inner strength to catalyze the real fire. So these flames are nothing to be afraid of. Yang Muqing shouted loudly. Boom! At the moment when the overwhelming anger swept over him, he squeezed the seal in his hand fiercely. The next moment, the internal energy inside his body surged wildly and coiled around his body, protecting his whole body. At the same time, he held the Xinyuan sword and slashed forward quickly. And in an instant, a sharp sword sound resounded through the alchemy furnace. Chong! A sword light thousands of feet long swept out, and in an instant it slashed heavily on the flames. In an instant, the monstrous flames spread out from both sides of his body like a tide. These flames have burned even a powerful person. These flames are terrifying enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Now, it was split open by Yang Muqing's sword. Cracked? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but cheer. What's the rush? There are 8 types of the Bagua Xiantian furnace. This is the Lazy Palace, which controls the flame. There are still 7 remaining palaces that we haven't cracked yet. Yang Muqing spoke out. The next person everyone entered was the Kanzi Palace. Kan dominates the west and belongs to water. It is exactly the opposite of the Lazy Palace that I entered before. Crash! As soon as everyone entered the Kanzi Palace, the entire Kanzi Palace suddenly erupted, and there was a shocking roar. In the distance, everyone only saw a monstrous black cloud coming from a distance. In that black cloud, the infinite essence of water is gathered. Each cloud contains the essence of billions of drops of water. Each drop of water essence weighs more than 1,000 kilograms. The gushing water pouring down from the sky is even more terrifying than the previous raging flames. Boom! Black cloud surged over everyone's heads, and a burst of thunder suddenly erupted. Then, it was like a hole had been poked in the sky, and torrential rain poured down. In almost a third of the blink of an eye, it had already gathered into a raging sea, slamming towards everyone. Pity! Looking at this monstrous black water, Yang Muqing couldn't help but feel a little sorry for each other. If he could absorb the essence of this water, his white tiger body would definitely be able to ascend to the great perfection. But these water essences are part of the Bagua Xiantian furnace, and you can't take it away by force. Even if you smash the Bagua Xiantian furnace, you won't be able to get it. On the contrary, the water essence in it will completely dissipate. After gathering his mind, Yang Muqing cracked the Kan Palace according to the method left in the relics to crack the 8 diagrams innate furnace. Next is the palace with the character Qian, which belongs to heaven. Following closely are the Jinzi Palace, which belongs to earth, the Duizi Palace, which belongs to Zhe, the Lazy Palace, which belongs to earthquake, and the Kunzi Palace, which belongs to earth. The Bagua Xiantian Palace rotates one by one. If it were anyone else, it would have been frightened to the point of death by this illusory existence. However, Yang Muqing had the relics left by the immortal Buddha Master and told the story one by one. Crack. Boom! Only an earth-shattering explosion was heard. When the last Bagua palace was cracked, a shocking sound echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone only saw that the Bagua Xiantian furnace, which had previously sealed off the world, was split into two halves with an axe. As if the world had been created. A huge crack appeared in the exploding sky. Everyone was very excited and immediately got out along the crack. Almost as soon as a crack appeared, the suppressed feeling seemed to suddenly disappear, replaced by a sense of detachment from returning to heaven and earth. When looking around again, everyone suddenly found that they had left here and returned to the three halls. The Bagua Xiantian furnace in the corner had cracked, as if someone had split it in half. What a monstrous magical power! Everyone looked at the alchemy furnace again, recalling the time they entered the alchemy furnace before, and they all had an incredible feeling. An alchemy furnace that is no taller than two people can hardly hold even one person. But when so many of them were put in before, it was as if they had entered another world, and they did not realize that they were actually entering this alchemy furnace. But, after everyone came back to their senses, they began to explore the three halls again. They were lucky to have entered the alchemy furnace without any danger this time. When everyone explored the three halls again, they were much more cautious and did not dare to be as reckless as before. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, stared at the Bagua Xiantian furnace for a long time and couldn't help but sigh. Such a powerful being was first defeated by the number one master in the starry sky, and then was imprisoned in this alchemy furnace by his possessed disciple. In the end, he died of serious injuries without recovery. I have to say, this ending is very surprising. What's more, even after his death, this immortal Buddha thought that future generations could crack open the alchemy furnace, and even left his own relics. I didn't expect that this Bagua Xiantian furnace would become my opportunity. It not only greatly increased my spiritual power, but also allowed me to reach half-step Tai in cultivation. Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment. However, the possessed disciple of Master Immortal Buddha must have also been bombarded and killed in this void. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave only this palace without seeing his figure. Everyone searched the three halls again, and even discovered the bedroom and study room of the possessed disciple. It's just that although there are many books in the study room, too many years have passed, and they have turned into ashes at the touch of a finger. Although the bedroom is luxurious, there are not many things. Even if these things were presented to Yang Mucheng might not be able to appreciate them. But these things are rare treasures for the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, and everything has been taken away 3 feet away. At this time, it was also the January date. This mysterious area had been explored. Everyone had gained a lot, and was ready to go home. However, they didn't know that when they were in the palace, this mysterious area was completely in chaos. Chapter 1730 Bloody Starry Sky. Above the stars, on an inconspicuous asteroid, there were 5 figures hiding there. These 5 figures have slender bodies, exquisite faces, and each possesses the beauty and fragrance of the country. People can't help but leave after taking one look at them. And they are the guests of the Hidden Moon Chamber of Commerce. At this time, they were hiding in the stars fearfully, and even used magic weapons to completely conceal their auras, as if they had encountered some terrifying existence. Sister, did we really escape that monster? Can we still go back alive? One of the younger women, with only fear in her eyes, was looking at the starry sky with trembling eyes. It was as if there was a terrifying beast hidden in the dark starry sky that chose people to devour. We can definitely escape from here! Among the 5 people, the older woman had a wry smile in her eyes, but she still nodded heavily in relief. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a burst of extreme whistling sounded wildly. Not good! A burst of exclamations resounded. Almost instantly, these 5 girls quickly rushed towards the rear. The moment they hurriedly exited, they saw a huge figure sweeping towards them like a whip, directly hitting the asteroid where they had been hiding. Boom! A shocking loud sound resounded loudly. The asteroid was shattered on the spot. That is? Everyone looked forward in horror, only to see a giant celestial demon python that was more than 700 or 800 meters long. This terrifying giant python has bright patterns all over its body, and its fangs exude a faint blue luster, which obviously contains terrifying poison. Each of these 5 guest ministers from the Hidden Moon Merchant Guild possessed half a level of cultivation, but they still found it very difficult when facing this big demon. Escape quickly! At this time, the older woman quickly prepared to lead everyone to escape in another direction. But as soon as they turned around, they saw the direction in which they were about to escape. The space trembled violently, and a big sky demon emerged from the void. This is a dark war leopard, hundreds of meters long, with strong muscles. Although it is not as big as a giant python, its whole body seems to be full of terrifying explosive power. At this moment, everyone's expression suddenly darkened. Escape in the other direction, the eldest sister shouted again. However, when they looked over, they suddenly discovered that the starry sky was still blocked by a big sky demon. What to do? We are surrounded by these big demons. If there was only one big demon, they might still have a way to deal with it. But now facing 7 or 8 great demons, each of them has reached the Tai realm in strength, and their last glimmer of hope has been completely cut off. A trace of despair and a wry smile flashed in the eldest sister's eyes. They just wanted to enter this mysterious area and explore it, but they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Little sister, thinking in mind, the eldest sister took out a black charm from her arms. This time we were surrounded by these great demons. We had a narrow escape from death. There was almost no way to escape. You are the youngest among us. I can't just watch you being torn to pieces by these demons. The Zhang talisman was obtained from a ruins. It can make people travel more than 1,000 miles in an instant. Take this spell and run away. The youngest girl looked at the talisman that the other party had given her, and was stunned for a moment. I saw that this spell was completely black, with a 6-pointed star engraved on it, as if it contained a kind of starry power. Before she could recover, the spell spontaneously ignited without fire in an instant. Call. The moment the spell burned, a power came from the void, as if a pair of big hands grabbed her shoulders and took her away directly from this space. This scene only happened in an instant, but no one among these great demons could have imagined that someone could actually escape under their noses, which made them furious. Roar! Suddenly, these furious demons let out bursts of crazy roars, and the next moment they roared towards the crowd. This is the 36th day that Yang Macheng and others entered the mysterious area. At this time, on an unknown star, everyone was taking a short rest. After all, traveling all the way without stopping will make people feel very tired. But even so, each of them had an excited smile on their face. It can be said that this trip to the mysterious area was not only much easier than they imagined, but also much simpler than they imagined. Not only weapons and magic weapons, they also got a lot of skills. I didn't expect that we would have such a big harvest in this month. The weapons and magic weapons we obtained this time are simply beyond our imagination. Not only that, we also hunted down a lot of monsters. Many of them were great demons. The skins and bones of these great demons are worth so much. They are all very huge. Yes, thanks to Master Yang. If it weren't for Master Yang, we probably wouldn't have gained so much this time. Everyone nodded. Their eyes couldn't help but look towards the figure of the young man not far away. It is no exaggeration to say that if it were not for this young man's action, their journey would not have been so easy. Qin Hai remembered that when he faced Yang Macheng before, he still had such a disdainful attitude, and he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Fortunately, Yang Macheng is very generous. The eldest lady has always thought very highly of herself and rarely smiled at the young people of her generation. Now, even us can see that her heart is all about Master Yang. It seems that as long as Master Yang is willing, if you do, you can create a team of immortal couples that will be envied by everyone. Looking at Qin Tianlong in the distance, Qin Hai couldn't help but think in his heart, these days, Master Yang is completely unlike those playboys from other chambers of commerce. He is making great progress every day. If I were the eldest lady, I would be attracted to her too. Just when he was thinking, he already saw Qin Tianlong walking towards Yang Macheng. Master Yang, Qin Tianlong, who came behind Yang Macheng, shouted in a low voice and then said, we will leave this mysterious area soon, but I have seen that you seem to be a little uneasy these past few days. Are you worried about something? After hearing this, Yang Macheng slowly withdrew his gaze from the endless starry sky. Chapter 1731 Disaster. Have you noticed that the number of monsters in this starry sky has increased in recent days? Moreover, we have walked for so long, and we haven't even met a single person, Yang Macheng said without looking back. The journey back took a full 7 or 8 days. But along the way, there were so many great demons encountered. The number of people who died in Yang Macheng's hands alone has reached 7 or 8. Not to mention the great demons who were killed in the hands of others. And, logically speaking, as news of the mysterious area leaks out, more and more people should rush to this starry sky. But the strange thing is that they didn't even meet half a person along the way. This strange situation made Yang Mucheng feel a little strange. Master Yang, maybe those people found some star that contains heavenly and earthly treasures in a location we haven't been to. It's like we found a palace on that star. Qin Tianlan pondered for a moment and quickly explained. I hope so. Yang Mucheng nodded after hearing this. Call. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him began to squirm rapidly in a shocking manner. A monstrous vortex appeared on the smooth space. This is? No. There's someone. Is it some kind of enemy attack? The sudden appearance of this whirlpool made everyone's heart skip a beat, and they looked ahead with great vigilance. Then, in full view of everyone, a pretty girl walked out of the whirlpool. It's you? Qin Tianlan explained in surprise. Do you recognize this woman? Yang Mucheng asked strangely. Qin Tianlan nodded and said, This girl is a guest of the Yuan Merchant Guild. Her name is Shen Mengyao. Her cultivation level has reached half a step of Tai. She also has 4 sisters. No matter where she goes, the 5 of them are inseparable. But they don't know why is she here alone. But there are no other 4 people. Yang Mucheng frowned. He looked at the girl named Shen Mengyao, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. The girl's clothes were in tatters. Her hair was disheveled. And she was really in a mess. It's like going through a battle. I'm afraid she's running for her life. Go and ask what's going on, Yang Mucheng said quickly. Qin Tianlan also realized something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to ask. Sister Mengyao, why did you come here suddenly? Where are the others? They were killed by monsters. Shen Mengyao couldn't help crying anymore. Really? When Yang Mucheng heard this, he paused in his heart and signaled Qin Tianlan to continue asking. Shen Mengyao didn't mean to hide anything. She told everything like beans poured out of a bamboo tube. It turned out to be like this. The 5 of them also received news that a mysterious area was discovered in the starry sky. So they wanted to explore this starry sky and find their own opportunities in this starry sky. But they didn't expect that entering this starry sky would be the beginning of their nightmare. Not long after they almost stepped into this mysterious area, they were targeted by a large group of monsters. In order to avoid these monsters, they kept running away. But no matter where they went, there seemed to be monsters following them. However, just when they thought they had hid behind a star and completely avoided the pursuit of these monsters, in fact, they found themselves completely surrounded by these terrifying monsters. With your strength, you should be able to deal with even 1 or 2 big demons. How many big demons have you encountered? Qin Tianlan couldn't help but ask. 3 heads? 4 heads? At the same time, she felt faintly shocked. Even if there are 3 or 4 monsters, the 5 of them can still have a chance to survive without teleporting one of them at the last moment. Shen Mengyao smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, At least more than 100. Call. This amount suddenly made everyone's expressions change. These more than 100 big sky monsters may have brought together all the monsters in this mysterious starry sky. But you must know that the great sky demons have violent personalities, and often cannot accommodate 2 tigers in one mountain. They all have their own territory and rarely invade other people's territory, let alone such a huge scale. If my guess is correct, there must be a more powerful monster commanding behind these big demons. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, already guessing something. That's right. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Shen Mengyu's eyes flashed with uncontrollable fear. She said anxiously, I didn't see that monster clearly at all, but I knew that its body was very huge, almost the same size as an ordinary asteroid. It looked like a dragon, but it had a pair of wings. What was even more terrifying was that he actually has 3 heads. 3 heads, Qin Tianlan exclaimed, and she glanced at Yang Mucheng subconsciously. The latter, however, looked as usual, as if unmoved, and motioned for Shen Mengyao to continue. Shen Mengyao calmed her mind and then said, This monster, we call it the 3 golden dragons. One of its heads controls flames. One head controls the wind, and the last head controls lightning. The flames can burn the sky and boil the sea, and the wind can tear them apart. Stars and lightning can penetrate the void. If the 3 heads attack together, even Tai will not dare to resist. It wasn't until he heard Shen Mengyao say this that Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock. Everyone looked at each other and saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. You know, they had encountered this 3-headed giant beast before, but at that time, the 3-headed giant beast was not as terrifying as what Shen Mengyao described now. Even the 3 heads had powers they had never had when they met. Could it be that these 3 giant beasts control all the great demons in this starry sky? Qin Tianlan cried out. Have you ever encountered these 3 golden dragons? Shen Mengyao glanced at them strangely. You know, even the warriors in the late Tai period were killed when they encountered these 3 golden dragons, let alone this group of people from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Yang Mucheng nodded and said lightly. We did encounter it before. But at that time, the 3 golden dragons were not so powerful. I see. Shen Mengyao couldn't help but nodded, and then said, You are really lucky. If you encounter those 3 golden dragons now, I'm afraid it will be a life or death situation. Chapter 1732 Kill. In Shen Mengyao's view, perhaps because the 3 golden dragons had just awakened, they were not too strong yet, so people like Yang Mucheng were able to successfully escape. But she didn't know that even the 3 golden dragons that had awakened earlier were not powerful enough for ordinary Tai experts to deal with. Master Yang, what should we do? Whether it was Qin Tianlan or others, they immediately realized that the 3 golden dragons raging across the starry sky were exactly the 3 giant beasts they had encountered before. Seeing Qin Tianlan asking, Shen Mengyao's eyes flashed with surprise, and she couldn't help but take a closer look at the young man, who was called Master Yang by the eldest lady of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. But looking at it this way, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although this young man looks very handsome, his cultivation level is not very high. He has only reached half a step to Tai. Yes, Master Yang. These 3 giant beasts are more powerful than when we encountered them before. It has even taken control of this starry sky and controlled so many great demons. What should we do next? For a moment, everyone turned their eyes towards Yang Mucheng. I saw Yang Mucheng looking at the stars in the distance, and after a moment he said, Although the strength of these 3 giant beasts has improved a lot, our strength has also been greatly improved. Even if we encounter it, we are still strong enough to fight. Are you kidding me? A hint of shock flashed in Shen Mengyu's eyes. You know, how many strong men have died in the hands of these 3 giant beasts? How many Tai strong men can only choose to lose in the face of these 3 giant beasts? But this kid actually dares to say that he has the strength to fight against the 3 giant beasts. Do you know how many existences that are hundreds of times more powerful than you have died in the hands of the 3 giant beasts? How dare you be so arrogant? Don't think that you can escape from the hands of the 3 giant beasts. What? You don't have to take it seriously. Shen Mengyao was extremely angry. But what makes her even more incredible is that even Qin Tianlan, who has always been extremely calm in his opinions, seems to be fascinated by this boy. And he actually follows his lead. Then what do you think we should do? Yang Mucheng listened to Shen Mengyao's words and looked at her lightly. Shen Mengyao snorted coldly and said, Of course we should find a safe place to hide, and wait until people outside the mysterious area get the news and come to save us. Yang Mucheng chuckled, shook his head and said, You and your sisters were hiding on an asteroid. Weren't they discovered by those big sky demons? Under the control of 3 golden dragons. These big sky demons were ready to sweep across the starry sky. No matter where you were hiding, they will be picked out by these big demons wherever they are. So instead of just waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. Shen Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but then heard Yang Mucheng continue. As for waiting for people outside the mysterious area to get the news to save people, that is even more illusory. How can the legacy of the 3 golden dragons leave you with hope of survival? The reason why it controls this giant beast in the starry sky is because I want to sweep the starry sky realm and don't want to let anyone go. I might as well kill them myself. Hearing these words, Shen Mengyao felt like she was talking to an idiot. In his opinion, this kid has no idea how powerful those 3 golden dragons are. And, in addition to the 3 golden dragons, there are so many terrifying great demons. How can you deal with these existences? A bunch of idiots. I don't know what this kid is capable of. And he actually made the people of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce obey him like this. Seeing that under the command of Yang Mucheng, everyone in the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce was getting excited. Shen Mengyao, I just feel incredible. You want to fight the golden dragon. But I won't. Looking at Yang Mucheng and others, Shen Mengyao condensed for a moment and finally chose to leave. Her life was bought in exchange for her sister's, so she would not choose to commit suicide with these idiots. However, Shen Mengyao thought about it and stopped again. Following these people, even if they can't deal with the 3 golden dragons, they can still hold them back for a while. Maybe I can find a glimmer of hope. Thoughts moved secretly. For a moment, Shen Mengyao chose to follow everyone secretly. Naturally, this scene cannot be hidden from Qin Tianlan and others. Master Yang, she's following me again. Do you want to drive her away? Jin Hai asked in a low voice. Many people think Shen Mingya's behavior is a bit funny. She clearly didn't believe Yang Macheng and others. But she followed them at this moment. Let her go. Yang Macheng sneered. Non-committal. But with such a group of people, and such a huge momentum, how could they not attract attention? As they moved forward, they encountered many warriors who had fled from the front. Most of these warriors were forced to flee here by the 3 golden dragons driving away the big demon. When these fleeing warriors met Yang Macheng, especially when they heard that Yang Macheng was preparing to compete with the 3 golden dragons, they gave him earnest advice. Do you know the strength of those 3 golden dragons? Its 3 heads attack together and can blast a star into powder. So far, 3 or 4 warriors in the late Tang period have been eaten alive by it. If you don't run away now, when will you wait? Those people were all uneasy, as if they were scared out of their wits. After the persuasion of Qin Tianlan and others, some of these people chose to join the team and prepared to fight against this group of monsters together, while others laughed at them as they were just a bunch of idiots who actually dared to fight against such a being without looking back, fleeing towards the depths of the starry sky. On the other hand, Shen Mingyao followed the team firmly all the way, not knowing what she was planning. With this progress, Yang Macheng and others are getting closer and closer to the demon army led by the 3 golden dragons. And they can even smell the scent of these great sky demons from some of the wild wind passing by the stars. For a moment, everyone was on high alert. It was obvious that they were not far away from this group of monsters. And in just half a day, they were already less than a galaxy away from this group of demon army. And Yang Macheng had already seen that this group of demon army was frantically attacking a star. The people who command this group of demonic armies are the 3 golden dragons that awakened in the misty stars earlier. Master Yang, seeing the demon army and the 3 golden dragons, everyone was frightened for a moment and turned their eyes towards Yang Macheng. At this moment, Yang Macheng put his hands behind his back and his eyes were blank. He moved the corner of his mouth and slowly uttered one word. Kill! Chapter 1733 The 3 Angry Golden Dragons. Great Elder, we have been surrounded. On this nameless star, there is a group of people who are using the remaining ruins on the star to resist these great demons. But the strength of these great demons was too strong, and their numbers were surprisingly large. They were no match at all, but were forced to retreat step by step. And the great elder they talked about was a strong man in the late Tang realm. Original. With his strength, he would never be forced to this level by these ordinary great demons. But he was shot through the chest by the 3 golden dragons, who spit out a bolt of lightning, so that they could only keep retreating under the pursuit of this group of great demons. And now, they have been completely cut off. Hope and retreat. Roar! A shocking roar resounded quickly and loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw a huge war eagle flying down from the sky and grabbing the great elder fiercely. Evil beast! Seeing the movement of this war eagle, a trace of anger flashed in the great elder's eyes. This war eagle is only in the early stage of Tai. In normal times, it would be nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Now, this ant actually dares to take action against him. For a moment, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he roared, raising his hand and blasting towards the war eagle. Groan! The war eagle let out a burst of eagle cry, and a huge surge of demonic energy boiled up from its body, pouring into the giant claws on the spot, and then blasted towards the opponent fiercely. Boom! The terrifying power exploded in an instant. A loud and earth-shattering sound was heard, and the war eagle suddenly lost its balance and retreated towards the rear. Puff! The great elder spat out a mouthful of blood and shot it back like an arrow from a string. His body blasted a deep pit of hundreds of feet into the ground. The war eagle that was pushed back quickly flapped its wings and let out an eagle cry again. In an instant, the great demons all around rushed towards the star. There was even a giant snake with mottled patterns on its body. It opened its bloody mouth enough to swallow the sky and the earth, and then bit these people crazily. Ah! Feeling this overwhelming demonic aura, looking at the phantom of the giant python crushing from top to bottom, and looking at the sharp fangs and teeth, the timid warrior could no longer bear it at this moment. Screamed. Damn it! Even the great elder was injured due to the previous attack, and for a while, his internal energy was unable to function again. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Died! We're going to die! Just when such an idea could not help but emerge in everyone's mind, a crisp sound of swords quietly sounded at this moment. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by the sound of swords, The endless roars of beasts from all directions were suppressed at this moment. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget. I saw an extremely bright sword light erupting on the spot at this moment. This shocking sword light swept everything, like a whirlpool, and tore the big demon python apart. Puff! Under this crisp tearing sound, the giant python that was devouring them had its head chopped off directly by the sword, and it crashed to the ground with a muffled sound. A big sky demon was killed with a single sword stroke. Who did it? Who saved them? Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? Everyone looked towards the place where the sword light erupted in confusion, only to see a magical sword suspended in midair. Was it just this sword that killed this big demon? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, the great elder closed his eyes and saw the space in the void distorting, and a young man stepped out of it. Did he save us? This is some kind of space teleportation technique. He must be far away from us. From such a long distance, he used his spiritual thoughts to control the sword and actually kill the big demon? Although this young man's cultivation is only at the tiny realm, it is really terrifying. The great elder looked at the young man who appeared from the void, with a hint of shock in his eyes. The girls in the team couldn't help but breathe quickly when they saw his face. The person who suddenly came to the rescue was not Yang Muchung. Who else could it be? Are you guys okay? Yang Muchung glanced at the corpse of the giant python that fell at his feet, and then looked at the heavenly demons who were completely frightened by his sword, as if they had been cast a mobilization spell, and asked lightly, "Thank you, young hero, for the rescue. I am Zhao Keqing, the great elder of the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce." The great elder got up and bowed his hand to Yang Muchung. "We are all fine. We are not in danger of our lives yet." Yang Muchung nodded and said, "Since everything is fine, please step back and don't get in the way here." In the way? The great elder of the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce was almost dumbfounded and looked at Yang Muchung in stunned silence. He, a powerful man in the late Tang period, was actually scolded like this by a young boy, and was actually disliked by the other party and said to be a hindrance. If the other party hadn't come to the rescue earlier, he would have slapped him with his temper. Tongue! 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 At this moment, dozens more figures quickly descended from the sky and landed behind Yang Muchung one by one. That is? People from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce? A trace of doubt flashed in Zhao Keqing's eyes when he saw these people landing on the star one by one, and even forming a formation. He felt even more horrified. Do you want to fight against these monster armies? Not to fight, but to kill them! After hearing Zhao Keqing's words, Yang Muchung spoke without looking back. He stared straight ahead, having already traveled through the void at this moment, and landed on the old acquaintance. The three-headed giant beast whose dragon horns were broken by his earth-destroying seal earlier turned out to be the commander of these monster armies, and was now in front of this army. Laugh! Almost when Yang Muchung looked at the three golden dragons, the 6 eyes of the 3 golden dragons also looked at it at the same time, and a cold light burst out from each of its eyes, especially in the middle head. A pair of bombarded and even broken eyes suddenly erupted with a burst of light that ordinary people could not imagine. In this light, only hatred remains. Roar! The next moment, the 3 heads of the 3 golden dragons raised their heads together, and a burst of earth-shattering roars erupted. Under this shocking roar, the endless demon army trembled completely under this angry roar. Chapter 1734 Take Action. This vast and shocking roar resounded throughout the world. Under this roar, countless great demons trembled and trembled among them. The previously extremely ferocious great sky demon war eagle, under this roar, actually folded its wings like a chicken. And at the same time, the starry sky also trembled at the same time. Oh no! These 3 golden dragons are completely angry. What on earth is it? The people of the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce looked at the rampaging giant beast, with extreme fear and shock flashing in their eyes. But only people from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce know this. It's because the other party saw the enemy, who smashed his dragon horns, and even his eyes into pieces. Roar! Under this roaring roar, the crawling and trembling great sky demons suddenly came to their senses. They rushed out one by one crazily and headed towards Yang Muchung. Not good! Seeing these great demons gathering again and heading towards them crazily, a trace of fear flashed in Zhao Keqing's eyes. But after all, he was a strong man in the late Tang period, and he quickly suppressed this fear. Kill! Xin Tao closed his eyes, quickly took out the foaming bow he had obtained from the 3 palaces, and slowly opened it. At this moment, A shocking phoenix cry seemed to resound in the void. As the phoenix's cry resounded, the world seemed to be penetrated. The infinite spiritual light poured down desperately at this moment, and quickly poured into the phoenix cry bow. Under the shock of eyes, gathered into a 3-inch small arrow shining with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the 3-inch small arrow shot out of the hole, with a crisp sound of bowstrings, and blasted forward. Call out. The ultimate whistling sound resounded through the void, as if it was about to tear the void apart. All he saw was the war eagle swooping down from the starry sky crazily. Before he could recover, he was hit by the 3-inch arrow. The small arrow hit directly from the center of his eyebrows, and burst out from the back of his head. This big sky demon that had previously beaten Zhao Keqing to the point of vomiting blood was killed by Qin Tao with an arrow on the spot. Almost as soon as Qin Tao took action, everyone attacked frantically at this moment. Qin Tianlan waved his right hand and quickly threw out the jade seal. I saw the jade seal suddenly erupting in midair with a burst of jade light. Under the light of the jade light, the jade seal almost rose at the sight of the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying mountain peak and smashed forward quickly. Crack! Wherever the jade seal passed, it was like an unreasonable asteroid. Wherever it passed, everything that existed was crushed and exploded. Warhammer, bell, scroll, the light of the sword, the shadow of the sword. At this moment, endless attacks blasted out, almost covering the entire world at this moment. Under the crazy counterattack of everyone, these demon soldiers, who had always been moving forward, felt a little trembling at this moment, and they did not dare to move forward under this attack. It really worked. Shen Mengyao, who had been following Yang Maicheng and others in the past few days, saw that they had already restrained the demonic army once they took action, and even couldn't help but let out a burst of cheers. But just when Shen Mengyao was excited, the corner of her eye could not help but glance at the 3 golden dragons. At this moment, her whole body couldn't help but tremble violently, because she understood that as long as these 3 golden dragons did not die, it would be impossible to defeat this demon army. At the same time, the 3 furious golden dragons also realized that their demon army had been blocked, and their cloudy eyes suddenly erupted with a cold light. Roar! The next moment, 3 monstrous dragon roars roared out in succession. All I saw was that a continuous sound wave swept across quickly, blasting out like a wave. Bang! 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 This wave of ripples visible to the naked eye swept out quickly and violently in a shocking manner. In an instant, it hit hard on everyone's attacks, and only heard waves of terrifying explosions. Immediately afterwards, I saw that everyone's attacks were shocked into the void under the roar. Puff! Qin Tao's expression changed. His little golden arrow gathered the inner strength of his whole body and transformed into the power of pulling the heaven and earth. How terrifying is the power! But he was still shaken into nothingness by the roar. He spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out. Qin Tianlan and others didn't feel too good either. They all used magic weapons to attack, but the attacks were repulsed and their minds were shocked. All of them immediately vomited blood and flew backwards. Zhao Keqing's eyes flashed with trembling and shock. Previously, just a flash of lightning from this terrifying existence had already torn apart his defenses and damaged his heart. Now this guy, whom I haven't seen in just a few days, has actually increased his strength to such a terrifying existence. Call! The next moment, the powerful monsters were already rushing toward the star with a more ferocious attitude than before at the moment when the 3 golden dragons took action. Everyone on the star rushed away. Well, seeing this scene, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but feel a trace of dejection in her eyes. Although she had expected the scene, she still couldn't help but feel a little sad when she saw it with her own eyes. She turned her gaze to Yang Maicheng, who was standing in the center of the crowd, and thought bitterly, "You idiot! You want to fight against the 3 golden dragons? Under the pressure of the 3 golden dragons, you don't even have the courage to take action. What can you use to fight against it? I shouldn't have any hope for you. So just run away." Shen Mengyao thought to herself. In her opinion, this rabble cannot hold on for long, and will soon be completely wiped out by these monsters. If he continues to stay here, he is just waiting to die. Rather than doing this, it is better to escape quickly and look for other opportunities. Idiot! Before leaving, Shen Mengyao still couldn't help but want to scold Yang Maicheng severely. However, just as she was cursing, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that Yang Maicheng, facing the influx of monsters, actually chose to take action at this moment. Only now do you know how to take action? With your strength, Can you resist the demon army composed of these great demons? Can you resist the 3 golden dragons? But, just when Shen Mingyao had this idea, she realized that she was wrong. And it was a big mistake. Chapter 1735 Raging Dragon. Clang. Facing the huge sky monster sweeping in, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and quickly stepped forward. He slowly raised his right hand. And at the same time, Shen Yuan's sword was also slowly raised. His movements were slight and slow, like a beginner's in swordsmanship. However, after he swung out his sword, transparent sword shadows were left in the void. It's as simple as it is complex. Seeing Yang Mucheng's sword power, Zhao Keqing's eyes flashed with extreme shock. Call. A burst of monstrous suction suddenly erupted. And then he saw that as Yang Mucheng's sword turned, the monstrous spiritual energy in the starry sky was gathered crazily. In an instant, billions of swords of spiritual energy were formed. These billions of long swords gathered together to form a shocking sword storm, which swept out at the moment it was formed. And all the great sky demons that were attacking one after another were involved in this terrifying storm. Among. What? Shen Mingyu's steps suddenly stopped as she was about to walk. She couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. Zhao Keqing even took a breath of air. Although, he saw with his own eyes that Yang Mucheng killed a big sky demon with one sword. But in his memory, it was Yang Mucheng who was able to kill the big demon with the help of sneak attacks and weapons. If faced head-on, he would definitely not be a match for the great sky demon. But now, Yang Mucheng's performance has exceeded everyone's imagination. Destroy! When the storm of swords gathered together, Yang Mucheng's pupils closed and a burst of cold light erupted. Boom! The next moment, the monstrous sword light was seen gathering together quickly, like a violent and converging tornado. The monstrous tearing sound resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that under this terrifying sword storm, the monster beasts that were involved in the storm were torn apart in an instant. At first, Yang Mucheng did not take action, and everyone thought he was frightened. Now that I saw him take action this time, I realized what he was hiding. However, what shocked everyone even more was that what Yang Mucheng wanted to kill with this strike was not just these ordinary big demons, but also the 3 golden dragons. Condensation! Almost at the moment when these great demons were strangled, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and made a seal with his right hand. In an instant, the monstrous sword light that turned into a sword storm gathered together. To outsiders, this terrifying storm was like 10,000 swords uniting into one, quickly and violently merging into one, and then converging into a long battle line at the same time. As Yang Mucheng raised his right hand, he slashed with one swing, and down. Call! This monstrous sword brought about a shocking roar, as if everything had been cut apart. All he saw was that this sword was like a battle axe that created the world, slashing directly towards the 3 golden dragons. Roar! This moment, a trace of shock flashed across the 6 huge pupils of the 3 golden dragons, and it quickly ducked back without any hesitation. Crack! This sword failed to cut off the golden dragon's head, but it cut off the horn on the other head of the golden dragon. Quiet! At this moment, the originally bustling starry sky turned into a shocking silence. Yang Mucheng's sword not only killed dozens of big demons, but also cut off 2 of the golden dragon's horns. At this moment, the surrounding air suddenly became oppressive, and an unbearable aura seemed to spread. Looking at the 3 golden dragons with their horns cut off, looking at the starry sky in front of them that was cleared with a sword, and looking at Yang Mucheng standing proudly on the starry sky, everyone felt as if a storm was coming. It's like standing at the foot of a volcano that's about to erupt at any time. Like standing under a flood that's about to burst its banks at any time. You again! Bang! The 3 golden dragons did not immediately attack Yang Mucheng as everyone imagined. Instead, they closed their eyes and stared at Yang Mucheng with those cloudy eyeballs. Senin's voice resounded at this moment. Come! And this voice was full of anger. Before on the misty star, you broke my dragon horns and even blinded one of my eyes. Now, you actually dare to cut off my dragon horns, the 3 golden dragons said, and suddenly clenched their claws. The terrifying power even caused the void to explode. However, his words made many people stunned. For a moment, pairs of incredible eyes looked towards Yang Mucheng. You know, they discovered the head in the center of this golden dragon very early. Not only were the horns of that head smashed off, but the eyes were also shattered. Before the 3 golden dragons said these words, each of them was making random guesses about who actually possessed such strength. But they never expected that the boy in front of them would be the one who injured these 3 golden dragons. How could it be him? After hearing the words of these 3 golden dragons, Shen Mingyao's eyes suddenly flashed with shock, and she even cried out. Originally, in her opinion, with Yang Muqing's cultivation and strength, even if he encountered these 3 golden dragons for the first time, he would not be able to resist at all, and he would definitely run away. But she didn't expect that the injuries left on these 3 golden dragons were caused by him. Even so, he actually laughed at Yang Muqing. When faced with 3 golden dragons, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Thinking of this, she wanted to slap herself hard. So what if I cut it off? Yang Muqing looked at the 3 golden dragons, as if he didn't feel the anger at all that could cover the sky, but continued to say calmly, not only do I want to cut off your dragon horns, I also want to cut off your dragon horns. I want to kill you. With this sword, I will cut off your dragon horns, and with the next sword, I will cut off your neck. Roar! Yang Muqing's words immediately angered the 3 golden dragons. Boom! Immediately, flame spiritual patterns, lightning spiritual patterns, and violent wind spiritual patterns appeared on its 3 heads respectively. This frightening power swept across all directions desperately. Even at this moment, even the stars where everyone was standing began to tremble uncontrollably under this terrifying force. At this moment, the suppressed anger in the hearts of the 3 golden dragons finally burst out without any reservation. Under this frightened anger, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Okay, boy, you are so brave. The 3 golden dragon eyes opened angrily, and a cold light flashed. You dare to talk to me like this when you are about to die. If I don't kill you today, I am willing to fall into the Abi hell for eternity. These 3 golden dragons have turned into one angry dragon. Chapter 1736, Beheading with One Sword. Roar! This roaring roar caused the void to tremble at this moment, and an invisible ripple spread rapidly in a frightening manner. Not good! Hearing this shocking roar, Zhao Keqing's eyes flashed with trembling. However, before he finished speaking, he saw one of the 3 golden dragons' heads suddenly let out a shocking roar. Under the long roar, only a crackling sound was heard, and then the monstrous lightning was seen gathering crazily under its throat. Boom! At this moment, a purple thunder was seen, quietly piercing the void, and with a horrifying attitude, it blasted away towards the position of Yang Muqing. Oh my god! Seeing this lightning, Zhao Keqing couldn't help but trembled in his heart and almost fell to his knees. Before, it was these 3 golden dragons that roared and roared, and their heart was damaged by a bolt of lightning. Now, it's this lightning again. Get out of the way! A glance. Zhao Keqing suddenly discovered that when Yang Muqing faced this monstrous lightning, he stood there slackly, as if he had not reacted at all. Without any hesitation, Zhao Keqing shouted quickly. However, the words just fell. He then saw that instead of retreating, Yang Muqing took a step forward. At the same time, he quickly swung the long sword in his hand and slashed forward. You kid! Seeing Yang Muqing's actions, Zhao Keqing cursed secretly. To know, the strength of each head of these 3 golden dragons has reached the middle stage of Tai, and it belongs to the ancient heritage. Its strength is higher than that of the great sky demon of the same level. Even the strong Tai may not be able to defeat him. No matter how powerful you are, you have no chance of winning against these 3 golden dragons. So you can only choose to retreat. But this kid is lucky. He actually dares to take the initiative to attack him. Isn't this looking for death? Oh my god! No, is he looking for death? When the people from the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce saw the 3 golden dragons attacking, they immediately took a breath of cold air and involuntarily shot back towards the rear. As for Yang Muqing, they couldn't care anymore. Even if they are not afraid of death, they will not know that it is impossible. Although Yang Muqing had saved their lives before, under this situation, they did not dare to face these 3 golden dragons for Yang Muqing. However, just when this thought came to everyone's mind, they suddenly saw a sword light that was faster than lightning and shocking as it slashed away with an incredible gesture. Boom! The sword crashed down, and in an instant, Yang Muqing's shocking sword struck the lightning in an instant. A scene that surprised everyone appeared. All he saw was that under this sword, the lightning that was enough to kill a strong person in the late Tai period was actually split open by this sword. Moreover, this shocking sword light continued to attack the 3 golden dragons with great force. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat and exclaimed in surprise. However, what is even more shocking are the 3 golden dragons. You know, although the three golden dragons suffered a big loss from Yang Muchung in the misty stars. Not only were their dragon horns smashed, but one of their eyes was blinded. But in its view, it just woke up from a long sleep and has not yet recovered. So it fell into a disadvantage. Now it has swallowed it all the way, killing countless existences. And its strength has returned to its peak. Its current strength is many times stronger than when it first woke up. Even a casual blow is enough to kill or seriously injure a late Tai. But it still didn't expect that with its own strength, it would be suppressed again in front of this kid. Moreover, this shocking sword light actually created an ultimate sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis is enough to kill oneself. How so? My strength has been completely restored. And it's even stronger than before. Why am I still not this kid's opponent? With unprecedented fury in their hearts, the three golden dragons quickly spread their wings and retreated toward the rear. Call. It quickly retreated, and its figure exploded. But it was fast, and Yang Muching's sword was even faster, and he had already caught up with it while roaring. A sword roared. There was a sudden sound of the brocade being torn apart, and then they saw that the three golden dragons that were almost impossible to defeat in everyone's eyes were actually chopped off by Yang Muching's sword. A huge head. The hard scales were as white as paper under Yang Muching's sword, unable to stop the sword at all, and were sliced through like tofu by a knife. Hiss. The severed head suddenly let out a heart-rending roar. Its dragon head, as the long sword slashed through it, suddenly erupted into a monstrous fountain of blood, and the wound was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The severed dragon head suddenly fell down and fell into the starry sky, with blood splattering all around. This three-headed golden dragon, which almost swept across the mysterious area, devoured countless Tai warriors, and chased many warriors like bereaved dogs, almost leaving late Tai warriors like Xiao Keqing in despair, was actually killed directly by Yang Muching's sword. A broken head. Stepping into the nine heavens, one sword strikes the head. How can this be? Xiao Keqing almost groaned from his throat. Not only him, but everyone else present was dumbfounded, especially Shen Mengyao. She was even more stunned, her eyes almost bulging out. No matter how high she thought of Yang Muchung, she would never think that Yang Muchung had such terrifying strength. But she couldn't imagine it. But this scene still happened before her eyes. For a moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, and she looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief, which finally turned into a trace of nameless anger. You are so powerful! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Roar! This starry sky was completely silent, except for the furious roars of three golden dragons. All he saw was that the two huge claws of the three golden dragons were tightly covering their broken wounds. But they still couldn't stop the fountain of blood. How? Looking at the three golden dragons who were in anger, Yang Muchung still held the sword in one hand and carried it on his back. I said, this sword will cut off your neck, so I won't break my promise. Yang Muching's cold voice echoed faintly in the void. After stopping the gushing blood, listening to Yang Muching's voice, the golden dragon with only two heads left slowly turned its head, and its four eyes stared at Yang Muchung again. Boy, you pissed me off. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Chapter 1737 Tactics. I'm going to tear you apart. Boom. A burst of roaring anger resounded rapidly at this moment. I could only see that amidst the shocking roar, a terrifying demonic aura erupted in a crazy boil at this moment. Everyone could only see that this shocking demonic energy turned into ripples visible to the naked eye, and surged rapidly in all directions. The great demons that had reached the Tai realm were violently thrown away, like duckweeds in the water, by this shocking hurricane. Then, the golden dragon transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, which flew straight towards everyone's shocked eyes. At this moment, its figure seemed to tear the void apart, and it rushed to Yang Muching's side in an instant. Boom! A terrifying burst of sound suddenly resounded, and then they saw that the stars were Yang Muchung, Xiao Keqing, Qin Tianlan and others had been standing before were directly exploded by the golden dragon's shocking crit and turned into endless dust. Floats out quickly. As for Yang Muchung, the moment the golden dragon took action, he had already filled up his inner energy and led everyone to fly backward quickly, avoiding the golden dragon's terrifying blow. Master Yang! Qin Tianlan and others stared at the starry sky in stunned silence. Such a huge star was shattered into pieces by a single blow from the golden dragon. Such strength was simply shocking. Stand back. With your strength, you are still unable to fight against this golden dragon, Yang Muchung said lightly. Everyone, Look at me and I look at you. Although I really don't want to admit it, I still chose to retreat. Under the attack of this golden dragon, they didn't even have a chance to take action. If we participate in the war, not only will it be ineffective, but it will only be a hindrance. These ants will die sooner or later. It's just that they live a little longer than you. His pupils closed, and the golden dragon stared at Yang Machung. It traveled across the starry sky for so long, and straight into the misty stars, and was trapped for hundreds of years. But who would have thought that as soon as he woke up, this kid would break the dragon's horns, smash his eyes, and even be blasted into the stars. Now that it has regained its strength, it has gathered the great demons in this starry sky and swept them from all directions for revenge. But who would have thought that before it could take revenge, it would be beheaded by this kid again? How could the golden dragon endure this? Boom! Its eyes flashed with cold light, and its two heads vomited violently. And a hurricane and a burst of flames burst out. The wind takes advantage of the fire, and the fire takes advantage of the wind. In an instant, the wind and fire gathered together to form a monstrous fire tornado, overwhelmingly rushing toward Yang Machung. This fire tornado came in, burning all the star fragments suspended in the starry sky into powder, and set off a terrifying heat wave that made everyone lose their countenance. Can Master Yang be the opponent of this golden dragon? Zhao Keqing looked at the monstrous flames and shuddered in his heart. When he fought against the golden dragon before, the opponent's attack with just one head seriously injured his heart and left him unable to fight. Now that these two heads join forces, the power they unleash can even burn him to ashes in an instant. He couldn't even imagine such a terrifying power, and he didn't even have the courage to face it. Break! Facing the raging flames, Yang Machung grabbed the Xinyuan sword and slashed forward quickly. With this sword slash, the monstrous tornado disappeared quietly like a dreamy bubble and turned into nothing. You want to tear me into pieces? Can you do it like a beast? Yang Machung looked over with a half smile. Before he finished speaking, the golden dragon's second attack had already struck. I saw the golden dragon's mouth open wide, the demonic energy boiling and turbulent, and at the end it gathered into a monstrous whirlwind. Then, it vomited heavily. Call out! A sharp whistling sound suddenly resounded, and Xianji saw that as the whirlwind blasted out, it became more and more pulled, forming a huge wind blade. This terrifying wind blade stretches for hundreds of miles, mixed with its golden demonic energy. To outsiders, it looks like a golden flame that covers the sky, as if it is going to burn the entire starry sky to ashes at this moment. Snort! Yang Machung closed his eyes, swung the Xinyuan sword and struck again. He only heard a vast sword cry, and then saw the bright sword light crashing onto the wind blade. This was supposed to be a shocking blow, but it was silent. Under this sword, the terrifying wind blade was cut into two pieces by Yang Machung. Good boy! I underestimated you! 2 consecutive attacks were intercepted by Yang Machung, and the golden dragon immediately recovered from its original anger. No matter how idiotic it is, it still realizes that the kid in front of it is not as simple as it imagined. I can no longer treat you as an ordinary half-step Tai Chi, Golden Dragon originally thought. With its cultivation level, wouldn't it be easy to kill Yang Machung? But who knew that not only could he not be crushed, but his bombardment moves would be shattered by the opponent. It's like you are about to trample an ant to death, but you suddenly find that this ant has a power that is not weaker than yours. How can the Golden Dragon not be surprised and shocked? However, it is a relic of the ancient times after all. Even if the Ganoderma lucidum is not high, he knows that he can no longer underestimate Yang Machung. But at this moment, Yang Machung has been raised to the same level as it to see the enemy. Oh! Yang Machung looked over with a smile. I wonder if you can catch my move! The Golden Dragon spoke with one head, while the other head opened its mouth. Almost as soon as it opened its big mouth, a bunch of flames jumped up in its throat. And then the flames boiled and swept out like a spring, desperately overflowing. However, the Golden Dragon did not rush to attack, but continued to gather demonic energy in flames. The originally crimson demonic flames gathered together and formed a golden fireball only the size of a fist. Has this Golden Dragon been knocked unconscious by Master Yang? What power does this kind of flame have? Seeing the flame forming in the Golden Dragon's big mouth, such an idea flashed in everyone's mind. Idiot! Zhao Keqing was also stunned at first. But after all, he was a strong man in the late Tide period, and his vision was naturally higher than that of ordinary warriors. He scolded him harshly and said solemnly, What do you know? Seeing everyone's doubtful looks, he explained, This golden dragon knows that ordinary attacks have no effect on Master Yang. So it compresses all the demonic energy. Don't look at the flame that is only the size of a fist. But in fact, it is very powerful. Even a strong man from Tai will be killed or injured if he is hit by this fireball. Even a star will be here, burnt to ashes under the flames. Call. Zhao Keqing's words immediately made everyone take a breath of air. They all looked at it one after another. And at this moment, the shocking ball of wrathful flames was suddenly completed. Chapter 1738 Crush. Call out. Under the shocking gazes, this golden fireball was spit out by the golden dragon. This fireball is rolling and rolling inside. As if there is a world hidden inside. It moved through the void at an extremely slow speed. But as if traveling through time and space. It flew in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. This weird gesture that seemed slow, but was actually fast, made everyone present change their expressions. Ha ha. If you play with fire, I'm not afraid of you. However, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Mucheng laughed loudly. I saw him clenching his fists. And all the 18,000 pores on his body burst into flames. The flames gathered together and flowed through the void, forming a black armor around Yang Mucheng. At the same time, Yang Mucheng rubbed his hands in front of him to the extreme, and the flames of his saint surged rapidly, as if thousands of rivers were flowing back, quickly gathering in his palms. Seeing Yang Mucheng's action, everyone was speechless. You know, no one is surprised that the golden dragon can compress flames. After all, one of its heads controls flames, and he is an expert at playing with fire. But they didn't know that Yang Mucheng was the body of a Suzaku, and his control over flames was no less than that of this golden dragon. If it weren't for this piece of golden flame, but the gathering of demonic power from the golden dragon, he would have directly swallowed it with his mouth and pushed it into Suzaku's body. Boom! Infinite flames gathered together quickly, and in an instant, a flame the size of a fist was formed in Yang Mucheng's hands. Then he pushed hard. Call! The two flames with long tails collided violently under the shocked eyes of countless people. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth bloomed with an endless spiritual light. Two monstrous flames suddenly formed at this moment. With a shocking gesture, they flowed out directly from the two small fireballs, like a flash flood that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights. As if all the accumulated flood was going to be poured out at this moment. The flame surged and brought up a huge wave that made everyone present suddenly change their color, feeling the heat that was enough to burn the entire starry sky to ashes. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they shot back towards the rear. As they retreated, they looked forward without blinking. I could only see that in the confrontation between the two flames, Yang Mucheng's black flame did not give way at all. Instead, it directly covered the golden demonic flame with more surging and ferocious power. In the end, it was completely transformed into nothingness amidst the crazy bombardment. Looking at the starry sky that was burned completely into a vacuum. Looking at the vast starry sky without anything. And then looking at Yang Mucheng standing there unscathed. Everyone felt incredible. And even felt as if they were in a dream. The illusion among them, a boy with only half a step of Tai, actually did not lose to a legacy of the ancient times with a mid-level cultivation of Tai in a fight. Almost no one would believe this unless they saw it with their own eyes. Looking at Yang Mucheng and the quietly extinguished flames, the proud look on the golden dragon's face suddenly darkened. Yang Mucheng's strength was beyond his imagination. Do you only have this little strength? After blasting the golden fireball into pieces, Yang Mucheng raised his head and looked at the opponent with a smile. Boom! These words suddenly seemed to add fuel to the fire. The golden dragon, whose original aura and demonic aura had already faded somewhat, exploded again at this moment. Roar! A shocking roar came wildly. All the demonic energy in the golden dragon's body was not suppressed at all, and it completely exploded like a volcano erupting. This terrifying demonic energy even condensed into substance, burning like a flame on its body. This astonishing momentum set off a thunderous wind, which even caused the void to turmoil, making everyone around him look horrified. This golden dragon actually has such strong power. How can it be? It no longer suppresses power. It explodes all the power hidden in all bloodlines. Not even the great elder in the late Tai period had allowed this golden dragon to be treated like this. Now, it actually unleashed all its power in order to deal with Master Yang. Feeling this shocking power, everyone's face was filled with shock. The waves of wind that swept over and bombarded everyone gave everyone the illusion of being cut by a knife. It seemed that as long as this golden dragon was willing, It could use its momentum to completely tear all of them into pieces at any time. It's over. This golden dragon has completely exploded. Can Yang Muchung deal with this golden dragon? For a while, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. However, when they looked towards Yang Muchung, they couldn't help but be stunned. Under the sweeping evil wind, Yang Muchung's clothes were blown away, and his long hair was lifted up, revealing his resolute expression. This look made everyone stunned. Shock, excitement, enthusiasm, anticipation, but only. There was no fear in Yang Muchung's eyes. Boom! When this momentum reached a shocking extreme, the golden dragon burst out again. It was like a golden lightning, streaking through the void, and charging towards Yang Muchung without any fancy. Obviously, after several consecutive battles, the golden dragon discovered that Yang Muchung's strength was no worse than his own. So after a brief deliberation, it chose the most powerful attack method as a monster, which was to use all the monster power to pour into its body and blast all existence into pieces. Boom! Under this crazy sweep, all obstacles were completely shattered and torn apart. The golden dragon at this moment was like a crazy ancient Tyrannosaurus, killing with all the might. All beings who dare to stand in front of it will be blasted into powder at this moment. Bang! 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 A series of terrifying explosions resounded rapidly. And then, they saw that dozens of asteroids suspended in the starry sky were directly blasted into pieces by the golden dragon. The exploding meteorites shot rapidly towards the holes in all directions, like angry arrows with full power. This power shocked everyone. No matter how strong you are, you will lose all your glory under such power, and dare not hold back your edge. Feeling the attack of the golden dragon, everyone quickly retreated towards the rear. However, what shocked everyone was that in the face of the terrifying impact of the golden dragon, Yang Muchung also exploded his inner strength to the extreme and rushed forward desperately, charged towards the golden dragon fiercely. Chapter 1739 Bombardment. Oh my god! Call! Facing the attacking golden dragon, Yang Muchung rushed out and killed himself forward. His shocking gesture made everyone shout in uncontrollably. The golden dragon's terrifying charge made them all avoid it. But this kid actually dared to fight against the golden dragon. Roar! Of course, the one who was most outraged was the golden dragon itself. It spread its wings and immediately set off a strong wind. In an instant, the star fragments shattered by it turned into meteors that covered the sky, dragging long flames and rushing towards Yang Muchung. But before these meteorites and stars could reach Yang Muchung, they were blown into powder by the overwhelming force on his body. Yang Muchung did not even move. At this time, the golden dragon had already charged forward. It was like a golden meteorite, making a crackling sound as it hit the void. It was even faintly visible that the cracks were spreading rapidly, affecting this space. It is like an ancient Tyrannosaurus that can destroy the world. It is so terrifying that no one dares to resist it. Can Master Yang withstand the attack of this golden dragon? Even though they had seen Yang Muchung cut off the head of the golden dragon with a sword before, and everyone in the scene had seen the power of the golden dragon again, they still became suspicious. Master Yang will definitely win, Qin Tianlan shouted. But when she said these words, she didn't even have much confidence. At this time, the golden dragon was already close to Yang Mu. The demonic energy gathered all over its body and completely enveloped its body, like a golden meteorite, like a golden lightning bolt, and scrupulous and unstoppable. It is even more confident. With this attack, no one can stop it from charging with all its strength, unless it is an eternal powerhouse. As a remnant of the ancient world, it has huge energy and blood, and a strong body. It is more than 10 times or 100 times stronger than the ordinary great sky demon. Otherwise, it would not be able to control the entire starry sky. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the two sides suddenly collided fiercely. This earth-shattering blow was like the destruction of stars and the loud explosion of Hangyu. A sound wave visible to the naked eye centered on the location of the impact between the two sides and spread rapidly in all directions. Those who were close were hit by the sound wave on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying out. Those low-strength warriors and monsters were torn into pieces by this sound wave. What's wrong? How is the result? Who's winning? Everyone looked at the field eagerly. The collision of the demonic energy from both sides made the starry sky look like a golden crow spreading its wings and a blazing sun shining in the sky. Everyone could only see a dazzling golden light and nothing else. Only Zhao Keqing had the highest level of cultivation, and he saw a figure flashing in the golden light in front of him. What? The next moment, Zhao Keqing's expression changed and he cried out, "Great Elder! What's going on?" The people from the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce asked quickly. However, before Zhao Keqing could speak, everyone saw the incredible scene. In the battlefield where golden light erupted, the golden dragon was directly bombarded and pushed back thousands of feet. However, Yang Mucheng only staggered and then stopped steadily. His physical body is stronger than the ancient heritage. Zhao Keqing almost bit off his tongue. This is impossible! The golden dragon, which was knocked down by the bombardment and flew out, quickly spread its wings, stopped its frantic retreat, and looked forward with horror in its eyes. If it hadn't experienced it personally, it would never have believed that someone with the physique of a human warrior was actually stronger and more terrifying than itself. Happy! I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my full-force collision. You are worthy of being a legacy of the ancient times. Yang Mucheng laughed. He has cultivated the Suzaku body to its peak, and its explosive power has increased at least 100 times compared to before. If an ordinary big demon is hit with such full force by him, it will not die, and the muscles and bones of the whole body will be completely broken, and it will be unable to fight anymore. But this golden dragon is still alive and kicking. Completely fine. Seeing this scene, even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh that the world is ruthless. These prehistoric relics require almost no cultivation, and they possess powers that are unmatched by ordinary people as soon as they are born. His physique is 100 times that of a warrior, and he is 1,000 times more powerful. But as for warriors, they can only rise from the bottom and fight their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What's more, success leads to life, failure leads to death, which is extremely cruel. Impossible! There is no way that I, who is a majestic ancient bloodline, can't compare to a warrior like you in terms of physical strength. The golden dragon looked at Yang Mucheng, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Boy! With this last blow, I'm going to kill you completely! Boom! The golden dragon let out a roar, and the dim demonic aura and dejected aura it had hit before exploded in an even more terrifying gesture than before. Even this outbreak has already affected the bloodline of the golden dragon. When the power exploded, the golden dragon's body could not bear the shocking power, and its blood vessels burst. Traces of red blood, mixed with demonic aura, gathered and surged rapidly. And under the shocking eyes, the golden dragon's overwhelming demonic aura was mixed with ferocious scarlet. Oh! When Yang Mucheng saw the golden dragon's movements, he raised his eyebrows and shook his head disdainfully. You beast! Do you think you can compete with me? I let you escape on the misty stars before. Today, I will give you a ride. I will kill you completely. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng slowly closed his eyes at this moment. I saw him slowly raising his hands, and a monstrous force that killed everything quickly gathered in an astonishing manner that no one could have imagined. In his hands, it quickly gathered into a seal. This is clearly the Earth Seal of Destruction. Now, Yang Mucheng's cultivation has reached half-step to Tai, which is an unknown number of times higher than before. The 4 complete characters of the Earth Seal of Destruction are also revealed. Roar! It's this move again! Seeing the seal slowly forming between Yang Mucheng's hands, the golden dragon couldn't help but a flash of fear in his eyes. And then a burst of anger burst out from his eyes. On the misty star before, it was Yang Mucheng who used this move to break off its dragon horns and even explode its eyes. Now, this kid actually dares to use this trick? This overwhelming anger instantly burned all the golden dragon's reason. Boom! At the moment when the demonic energy exploded to a shocking extreme, the golden dragon let out a furious roar and streaked across the sky. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, suddenly opened his eyes when the golden dragon attacked. At this moment, his whole aura suddenly changed, as if he was a demon who controlled the life and death of all creatures. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, he slowly raised the Earth Seal of Destruction in his hand and suddenly crushed it towards the golden dragon. Chapter 1740 Celebration Banquet. Boom! The Earth Seal of Destruction crashed down, carrying pressure as heavy as the universe. The entire void seemed to collapse at this moment. The place where the Earth Seal of Destruction was bombarded suddenly crackled and exploded. At this moment, countless people's eyes were focused on Yang Mucheng's hands. As his eyes moved slowly, he then gently and deftly hit the golden dragon on the head. In everyone's opinion, this was supposed to be as terrifying as an asteroid hitting the stars. But in fact it was silent. It was as if under this blow, the void and the sound completely stopped. It was obviously just a moment. But in the eyes of everyone, it seemed like millions of years had passed. Everyone only saw that the arrogant golden dragon quietly burst open, like a dream bubble, under the bombardment of the Earth's seal, and finally turned into nothingness. It's over! Looking at the golden dragon that he had blasted into pieces, Yang Muchung slowly dispersed the Earth's seal and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Huh? However, in the midst of the golden dragon's exploding body, a shimmering object fell down. It was a golden thing the size of a fist. It was like a heart. Even if it fell into Yang Muchung's hand, it was still beating continuously. Is this the chi and blood heart of the golden dragon's body? After just one glance, Yang Muchung's heart couldn't stop beating. You must know that the reason why the prehistoric heritage is so powerful is because their bodies are completely different from today's monsters. All the energy and blood in their whole body is concentrated in the heart. No wonder when I killed the golden dragon before, I didn't even absorb a trace of its energy and blood. So that's what happened. Now that I have this chi and blood heart, I can completely swallow the golden dragon's chi and blood. Maybe I can also use this to rush to the Tai realm in one fell swoop. Every big realm is crossed, especially for the last of the 6 realms of warriors. The amount of energy required simply exceeds all the previous ones. Since reaching half-step Tai, Yang Muchung has also absorbed a lot of the energy and blood of the great sky demon. But to him, it is just a drop in the ocean. Now that he has the blood and heart of this golden dragon, it is equivalent to possessing the whole body of the great celestial demon with the ancient heritage. He has the opportunity to break through the shackles in one fell swoop and reach the realm of Tai. Master Yang! Just when Yang Muchung put away his blood and heart, Qin Tianlan's voice came from behind. Did you really kill this golden dragon? Not only Qin Tianlan, but also everyone from Zhantian Chamber of Commerce and Qintian Chamber of Commerce quickly ran over. They looked at the starry sky that had been blasted into a vacuum, and looked at Yang Muchung with shocked and incredible expressions in their eyes. Before this, they couldn't believe that Yang Muchung could kill this golden dragon. But now, this golden dragon died in Yang Muchung's hands, and died under his destruction seal. Shin Mengyao in the distance was even more stunned and unimaginable. She never imagined in her wildest dreams that this young man could be so strong that he could actually kill the arrogant golden dragon. Can we go back? Putting away his blood and heart, Yang Muchung looked at Qin Tianlan with a smile. Of course. Now this golden dragon has been completely killed, and the monsters it controlled have been killed and dispersed. They are no longer a threat to us. We can go back. Qin Tianlan immediately nodded heavily, looking at the young man in front of her. Her heart was racing like a deer, and she could no longer hold back and express the invitation in her heart. Master Yang, after returning this time, I would like to invite you to join our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. Master Yang. Before Yang Muchung could answer, Zhao Keqing immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Yang Muchung and said, Master Yang, I also extend an invitation to you on behalf of Qintian Chamber of Commerce. Master Yang, our Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce. Shin Mengyao jumped out of nowhere. For a time, many chambers of commerce extended invitations to Yang Muchung. After all, they saw Yang Muchung kill the golden dragon with their own eyes. The young man in front of him, who is not yet 20 years old, has not yet reached the Tai realm. But he has such great strength. His potential is obvious to all. If he can be recruited into his Chamber of Commerce, the strength of the Chamber of Commerce will inevitably increase to a level that is unimaginable by ordinary people. I am indifferent by nature and don't like to be manipulated. Let's forget about joining the Chamber of Commerce. Yang Muchung waved his hand. When everyone heard Yang Muchung's words, a trace of dejection suddenly flashed in their eyes. However, after they thought about it, they felt that it was normal. After all, Yang Muchung is a great god, and his future achievements will exceed everyone's imagination. His own Chamber of Commerce simply cannot accommodate this great god. Master Yang, since you don't want to, then we won't force it. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce this time, our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce wants to hold a celebration banquet for you. Qin Tianlan said quickly. We, the Qintian Chamber of Commerce, are also hosting a banquet for you. Zhao Keqing hurriedly followed. All right. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment, then nodded. He will stay in this starry sky for a long time. These chambers of commerce are all local snakes. If you reject them all, you will offend them. Why not take this opportunity to get closer? And your journey in this starry sky will be smoother in the future. For chambers of commerce, like Qin Tianlan and Zhao Keqing, Yang Muchung has unlimited potential. Even if you can't win over him, you can't turn against him. When everyone returned to the starry sky and spread the word about what happened here, the entire starry sky was completely boiling. What? The legacy of the ancient world. A golden dragon with 3 heads, each head controlling a kind of power. Every head has the cultivation level of Tai middle stage. Any head can defeat a Tai late stage warrior. At least 6 or 7 Tai late stage warriors were swallowed by it. Was such a terrifying existence actually defeated by a boy with half a step to Tai? I don't believe it. How could such a thing happen? It's absolutely true. This is not a lie. Nor is it said by 1 or 2 people. But many people have seen it with their own eyes. That young man, with half a step of Tai's cultivation, killed this golden dragon. And these chambers of commerce are even preparing to hold a celebration banquet for this boy at Jinghong Tower. This news swept across the starry sky like a violent wind for a moment, with a shocking gesture. And at the same time, in a mysterious castle, the news also reached here at the same time. Chapter 1741 Jinghong Tower. Master! Something big happened in the starry sky today. In the castle, a servant was describing something that everyone was talking about during this period. He told Yang Mucheng about killing the golden dragon. Oh! Even the young people in the castle were very surprised when they heard the news. I have seen the golden dragon before. It is a relic of the ancient times. It has very powerful blood and strength. And its strength is beyond imagination. I once wanted to tame the golden dragon and transform it into a vampire. But the golden dragon wounded me and fled into the starry sky, never to be seen again. I didn't expect it to be hidden in that mysterious area. What? Even Master, you are no match for that golden dragon? When they heard the handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes speak in the center of the castle, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Ha ha. But that was only a few thousand years ago. With my current strength, if I want to kill that golden dragon, I can do it with a snap of my fingers. The young man chuckled. Hearing this sentence, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The boy who killed the golden dragon, was he called Yang Mucheng? Was it him who ruined our plan before? The young man's eyes turned and fell on another person. Yes. The man nodded respectfully. In the beginning, it was this boy named Yang Mucheng who ruined my plan. If Yang Mucheng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the man speaking was none other than Zhou Tianao, the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. When Yang Mucheng was at the Yinlong Chamber of Commerce, he helped Ma Hong, the president of the Yinlong Chamber of Commerce, defeat the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Since then, the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce has quietly disappeared, and their president has also disappeared. Now it actually appears here. Moreover, his identity seems to be just a downstream existence among so many people. Change of plans. Above the castle, the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes calmed down and said, Draw this kid into our all things gathering. Zhou Tianao, since you have had a relationship with this kid, then it is up to you to handle this matter. Yes. Zhou Tianao arched his hands and said respectfully, Jinghong Tower, the largest and most luxurious restaurant in this galaxy. Even though it is called the Star Building, it is worthy of its name. But although this restaurant is luxurious, not just anyone can enter. Only people with absolute reputation and status in this galaxy can come in. Now, nearly 30 large chambers of commerce are going to entertain a young man in Jinghong Tower, and even take over the entire Jinghong Tower. Such a glorious and majestic gesture simply exceeded everyone's imagination. Yang Mucheng entered Jinghong Tower directly under the respectful welcome of Zhao Keqing and others. He didn't like this lively environment too much, so he just found a deserted corner and sat down. After exhaling a breath of turbid air and pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and rested his mind. I returned to this galaxy yesterday and finally stabilized my realm. Next, I have to absorb the blood heart. This chi and blood heart is the chi and blood of the golden dragon. It is huge and extraordinary. It will definitely be able to elevate me to the realm of Tai. Thinking of the blood heart hidden in his eyebrows, Yang Mucheng secretly frowned. However, cultivation is not everything. In the same realm, strength will be different. At the beginning, Fong Baiyu and the ancestors of the 7 tribes both had the cultivation of the 1 Yuan realm. But Fong Baiyu could overpower the 7 ancestors. Although I am half-step Tai, I can kill the golden dragon. And the strong ones in the later stages of Tai are no match for the golden dragon. Killing the golden dragon this time can be regarded as making friends with so many chambers of commerce. Although the power of 1 chamber of commerce is not very strong, but dozens of them combined cannot be underestimated. With the help of these chambers of commerce, I will definitely be able to unite the 5 elements spirit, cultivate your body to the extreme. Countless thoughts passed through Yang Muqing's mind. Among the 5 element spirits, he now has the body of Qilin and the body of Qilong, both of which have been cultivated to great perfection. The body of the white tiger and the body of the red bird have reached their peak, while Xuanwu is only a small success. With so many chambers of commerce as the backing, there must be no big problem if you want to cultivate the 5 element spirit body to the extreme. When I have cultivated the 5 element spirit body to the extreme, and then appear in front of the 7 tribes with the cultivation of the 1 Yuan realm, those people will definitely be shocked. At this moment, a gentle cry interrupted Yang Muqing's thoughts. Yang Muqing opened his eyes and found that it was Qin Tianlan who appeared in front of him. You came? Yang Muqing nodded. I have discussed the things you need with the major chambers of commerce. The chambers of commerce have clearly guaranteed that if you need these things, they will get them as quickly as possible. Qin Tianlan said. However, earth energy items are lower level and easier to find. But for high-level items, it will take a certain amount of time. I understand. If that's the case, don't be too anxious. I will stay in this galaxy for a long time, Yang Muqing said. When Qin Tianlan heard this, she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Master Yang, the news just came that we found a Taishu Earth Spirit Stone on a deserted star. At this time, Zhao Keqing also walked over excitedly. Taishu Earth Spirit Stone. Yang Muqing's eyes lit up. This was the core of a tree demon equivalent to the level of the Great Sky Demon. If he can obtain such a being, then he will definitely be able to advance the Xuanwu body to great perfection. However, it is still a bit troublesome to get the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone, Zhao Keqing said with a troubled expression. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What's wrong? It's not that someone is deliberately looking for trouble, but this Taishu Earth Spirit Stone escaped. Now it's hiding directly in the star, and our people are digging it out with all their strength. As long as it is dug out, it will definitely be there. We will respectfully deliver it to you as soon as possible. Zhao Keqing saw a trace of displeasure flashing on Yang Muqing's face and quickly explained. Escaped? If that's the case, then let's wait until the banquet is over and then go look for the star. Yang Muqing couldn't help but said. This kind of thing made Yang Muqing somewhat unexpected. But the Taishu Soil Spirit Stone is equivalent to the core of the tree demon. It has its own spiritual consciousness. It will inevitably escape when it finds an opportunity. Once it falls into the soil, it will naturally be like a fish returning to the sea. It will not be that easy to catch it again. No wonder Zhao Keqing failed to catch it. However, this also aroused Yang Muqing's interest. He wanted to see for himself what kind of Taishu Earth Spirit Stone it was, and it could actually slip away from the hands of a strong person in the late Tai period. Chapter 1742 Jealousy. After chatting for a while, Zhao Keqing left. He was going to tell the people in the Qitian Chamber of Commerce not to pursue the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone anymore, but to just seal off the star. The remaining Qin Tianlan sat here and chatted with Yang Muqing for a while. As for the content of the chat, it was naturally about some matters in the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce. After all, there are many complicated and trivial matters in a Chamber of Commerce, and the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce also has the idea of cooperating with Yang Muqing. Regarding these, Yang Muqing agreed straightforwardly. This incident was originally just a very ordinary corner in the entire Jinghong Tower. After all, the celebration party hasn't started yet, and many people haven't come here yet. At a banquet like this, basically all familiar people are in the same circle, and no one will interfere with each other. However, in this corner of Yang Muqing, there was always a pair of eyes paying attention. Peng Hao? Who is that boy? The owner of these eyes is a young man. He looked to be in his 20s, dressed in rich clothes, and seemed to have an extraordinary status. Of course, there are many wealthy and powerful chambers of commerce here. What really makes this young man look special is the jade pendant hanging on the diagonal waist. I saw that the jade pendant had a simple appearance, with pieces of smart ancient patterns and talismans constantly rotating around the jade pendant. It was obviously not a simple treasure. At this moment, he was clasping his hands behind his back, staring at Yang Muqing, who was talking and laughing with Qin Tianlan. His eyes filled with unconcealable jealousy. This guy looks a little unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Standing next to the young man called Peng Hao was a short, fat man. He was looking at this scene with a joking look on his face, and his eyes were even more intense. It kept turning back and forth on the young man and Yang Muchung. Young Master Qi. I have never seen Miss Qin be so enthusiastic towards anyone. Could it be that she has a crush on you? I recently heard someone from the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce mention that Miss Qin seems to have someone she likes. Humph. If you dare to snatch a woman from me, you are simply seeking death. The young man known as Mr. Qi had a trace of anger in his eyes. As the young master of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, he has an extraordinary status. The Qimen Chamber of Commerce can be regarded as one of the top 3 large chambers of commerce in this galaxy. With his status, pursuing Qin Tianlan wouldn't be a good match. However, Qin Tianlan was like an iceberg, never showing any color to them, or even showing the slightest smile. But now she was laughing so hard in front of an unknown boy, which made Mr. Qi feel intense jealousy in his heart. I want to see what this boy is capable of, and how dare he steal the woman I like. Qi Xiao snorted coldly and walked quickly towards the corner. Ha ha. It was fun to watch. The short fat man named Peng Hao next to Mr. Qi saw this scene and immediately shook his head. His eyes looking at Yang Muchung were full of pity. As the young master of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, it was easy to kill an unknown boy, no matter what kind of power he has behind him. It can't compare to the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. At most, it's just a matter of losing some money. Moreover, Peng Hao did not believe that this boy had the ability to make the Qimen Chamber of Commerce lose money. While thinking about it, I saw that Mr. Qi had already arrived at the corner, and stood in front of Yang Muchung and Qin Tianlan, with an attitude of raising an army to accuse him, and said angrily and unceremoniously, Boy, get away! Yang Muchung was discussing cooperation with Qin Tianlan. When he suddenly heard these words, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he looked towards the source of the sound. He only saw a handsome young man standing in front of him, with an attitude that he didn't like very much. This is a sense of superiority, as if one is superior to others. Under this sense of superiority, it seemed that everyone was like ants in front of him. Do you know me? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes, and immediately sneered. He could tell that the young man in front of him had an extraordinary status. He was obviously the young master of a certain chamber of commerce. But this does not mean that he will be afraid of the other party. If the other party really annoys you, no matter what kind of chamber of commerce the other party is, just kill them directly. Therefore, he simply mentioned his identity to let the other party know more about him. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified for Mr. Qi to get to know you? At this time, Peng Hao, who was standing behind, also came over with contempt, looking at Yang Muchung with a mocking look on his face. When facing Yang Muchung, Peng Hao also had an unconcealable sense of superiority in his eyebrows, as if everything was worth mentioning in front of them. Master Qi asked you to get away, so you should just stay away. In front of Master Qi, you are just an ant. If he wants to trample you to death, he only needs to lightly crush his fingers. Arrive. Do you think you are qualified to snatch a woman from Mr. Qi? Why don't you pee as soon as possible to show yourself what kind of virtue you are? Robbing a woman? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that these 2 second-generation ancestors thought that they were hooking up with Qin Tianlan. So they came to her. Thinking of this, he sighed, shook his head, and glanced at Qin Tianlan with a half-smile. Qin Tianlan was still confused at first, but after hearing these words, she immediately understood what was going on. She jumped up quickly and said angrily, Xi Feng, you are too self-righteous. Hey, you don't have to defend this kid. In short, if this kid dares to steal a woman from me, I will definitely let him know what regret is. Seeing Qin Tianlan's reaction so fiercely, Xi Feng suddenly became more and more worried about the speculation in his heart. Guarantee. He looked at Yang Muchung, his eyes full of ridicule. You, a country bumpkin, have the guts to steal a woman from me. I have to tell you, you are not worthy at all, and you are not qualified at all. Let's discuss the rest another day. Everyone has arrived, and the banquet is about to begin. Yang Muchung ignored Xi Feng as if he were nothing. He has no interest in being jealous of these dandy boys. He still has a blood feud with him. After the banquet was over, he had to go with Zhao Keqing to retrieve the escaped Taishu Earth Spirit Stone. So naturally he didn't have much time to make trouble with this kid here. Good. Qin Tianlan nodded. Yang Muchung did not blame herself for what the idiot Xi Feng did, which made her sigh in relief. Seeing Yang Muchung turn around, Qin Tianlan glanced contemptuously at Xi Feng, the second-generation ancestor who didn't understand anything. You know, Qi Yuqian, the president of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, is currently fawning over Yang Mucheng. If he knew that his son was jealous of Yang Mucheng here, I don't know what kind of expression he would have. Just when she was imagining this, just when Yang Mucheng turned around and left, Qi Feng, the second-generation ancestor, seemed to have no intention of giving up. Chapter 1743, Angry with Embarrassment. Stop! Did I let you go? Just as Yang Mucheng turned around, Qi Feng stepped forward, and together with Peng Hao behind him, he stepped forward at this moment, blocking Yang Mucheng's way. What do you want to do? Looking at the second-generation ancestor, who seemed to be getting entangled, Yang Mucheng stopped in his tracks, turned his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although he needs these chambers of commerce, it does not mean that he cannot survive without these chambers of commerce. If this kid is really blind and keeps provoking himself, then he doesn't mind killing the opponent directly. I just want to warn you. You are not qualified to steal a woman from me. As for if you want to leave, you can come. Cut off your arm, and you can leave. Qi Feng waved his hand, showing mercy and magnanimity. Let me cut off my arm. Yang Mucheng only found it a little funny that someone dared to say such a thing to him, and the other party seems to have left a way for you to survive. If I don't want to, what can you do to me? Qin Tianlan stood aside and stopped talking. She could already see that Yang Mucheng was angry. At this time, it is best to put some distance between you and Qi Feng. Otherwise, he might even be implicated. Not only was this not what he wanted to see, it was also not what the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce wanted. Hee. If you don't want to, maybe there will be an unknown male corpse hanging outside Jinghong Tower tomorrow, Qi Fenghan said in a cold voice. There was obviously a trace of murderous intent that could not be concealed in his words. Hurry up and do it yourself. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Yang Mucheng was standing motionless, Peng Hao immediately started shouting in a pretentious manner. As time went by, more and more people rushed to the banquet. But what puzzled many people was that until now, the protagonist of the banquet had not appeared, which made them a little strange. Qi Yutian is one of them. He is the president of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. As one of the leading large-scale chambers of commerce in this galaxy, the Qimen Chamber of Commerce is actually not as brilliant as it appears on the surface. In particular, the competition between chambers of commerce has made the Qimen Chamber of Commerce no longer live up to its previous strength. But fortunately, the Qimen Chamber of Commerce still holds one or two secret realms. After all, this starry sky was once an ancient battlefield. Behind a seemingly ordinary starry sky, there is probably a space rift that no one can see. For example, although the mysterious area that Yang Mucheng and others went to before was huge, it could not withstand so many people searching it. The two secret realms controlled by the Qimen Chamber of Commerce are only known to him. But it's a pity. The Qimen Chamber of Commerce currently does not have enough strength to fully explore this secret realm. Therefore, he thought of Yang Mucheng, the strange young man who killed the golden dragon. In his opinion, with Yang Mucheng's strength, even if he cannot explore the secret realm now, he will be able to do so in the near future. At that time, the position of their Qimen Chamber of Commerce in this galaxy was completely stable, and no one could shake it. Elder Zhao, thank you very much for recommending Master Yang to me. Thinking of this, Qi Yutian raised his hands to Zhao Keqing in front of him. There's no introduction. Zhao Keqing smiled and nodded, feeling a little panic for a moment. In the past, a person of Qi Yutian's status would have looked down upon him. But now, just because he and Yang Mucheng are closer, Zhao Keqing even treats him with such respect. Where is Master Yang now? Hasn't he come yet? Qi Yutian looked around. Already here, Zhao Keqing said. Master Yang doesn't like noisy, so he sits in the corner. Look over there. When Qi Yutian looked at it, his pupils suddenly closed. He discovered that his son Qi Feng had already arrived there at some unknown time, and he doesn't seem to have a very good relationship with Yang Mucheng. The appearance of Qi Feng and Peng Hao, the two second-generation ancestors, originally attracted special attention from some people, especially when they seemed to be showing signs of taking action in the corner. They attracted the attention of many people. What happened? There seems to be a quarrel over there because of something. I thought I heard just now that boy was getting too close to Qin Tianlan. Qi Feng was a little unhappy, so he took the initiative to trouble that boy. What? Qi Yutian, who was in the crowd, suddenly froze, as if he had been electrocuted when he heard what everyone around him was talking about. He wanted to tear Qi Feng into pieces. You know, here he is now, trying his best to curry favor with that young man. But his son is here to be jealous of each other. This filled Chi Yutian's heart with countless anger. Ha! This kid actually dares to steal a woman from Mr. Chi. It seems that he will be in a lot of trouble next. Someone shook his head with a smile. Really? That's not necessarily the case. This person is someone that even Master Chi can't afford to offend. Another warrior said with a smile. This sentence immediately made everyone around him stunned and looked around quickly. I saw the warrior saying, "That young man is none other than Yang Macheng. I saw it with my own eyes when he killed the golden dragon with his own hands. Although he was only half-step Tai, his strength could withstand the late Tai. How many warriors from the late Tai are there in our galaxy? The great elder of the Qitian Chamber of Commerce counts as one, and Chi Yutian of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce counts as one. The rest of the Tai late-stage warriors from Ling Ling Zongzong add up, and I am afraid they cannot be counted in one palm. This young man is only half a step closer to Tai, and he can resist the golden dragon. How terrifying will it be if he reaches the realm of Tai, or reaches the late stage of Tai?" Call. After hearing the warrior's analysis, these people suddenly came back to their senses. For a moment, the look towards Yang Macheng changed from the previous joking to the current shock. However, now that Master Yang is facing off against young Master Chi, young Master Chi has hit an iron plate. Go to the rescue quickly to avoid the situation from escalating. Everyone looked like they were laughing. However, they did not realize that in fact, in this corner, the two sides were already at war with each other. "Hurry up! Don't you hear me?" Peng Hao shouted angrily. These words immediately made Yang Muqing's face darken. He sneered, looked at the two of them with a cold light in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, "My patience is limited. I will give you 3 breaths to disappear before my eyes as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing. Boy, it's me who's impatient." Qi Bian's expression turned cold, and a cold light flashed across his face. He suddenly raised his right hand, and the ring on his right hand quickly burst into flames. Chapter 1744. What if I don't want to? The ring in Qi Feng's hand is called the Beacon Flame Ring. It is an attack magic weapon specially selected for Qi Feng by the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. It is a treasure found in the secret realm. All its firepower comes from the ruby in the ring. However, when the Qimen Chamber of Commerce discovered the ruby, most of the ruby had been broken into pieces. Chi Yutian found a skilled craftsman to polish the ruby and set it in the ring again. The power that exploded in an instant was enough to injure a strong man in the late Tai period. As the young master of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, Qi Feng is naturally qualified to wear this ring. "Qi Feng, stop!" Chi Yutian looked towards the corner and saw that his son was angry that he was jealous of this young man. When he saw Qi Feng, he took action directly, but his shout was already too late. The moment he spoke, he saw a burst of fire emerging from the beacon fire ring, and then he saw the flames rising up, turning into hundreds of terrifying flame dragons as they rolled and jumped. In the midst of the roar, he whizzed away towards Yang Macheng. Call! Crazy flames passed by quickly, bringing with them a monstrous high temperature. Everyone present felt a high temperature heat wave roaring out quickly. The surrounding tables, chairs and benches spontaneously ignited without fire, and those warriors with slightly weaker strength were directly thrown away by the strong wind caused by the flying dragon. At this moment, Chi Yutian's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of despair. The bombardment of the fire dragon at such a close range, coupled with the beacon flame ring, exploded without any reservation, which was enough to burn an unprepared Tai late-stage powerhouse to ashes. No matter how powerful Yang Macheng was, he would not be able to survive this sudden attack. Chi Yutian raised his hand and wanted to scold Qi Feng severely. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh and slowly lowered his finger. If you die, just die. Without him, at least the secret realm is still in our hands. Without his help, our Chamber of Commerce can still explore the secret realm, but it will only take longer at most. However, if this kid dies, he will probably offend many chambers of commerce. In front of a strange boy and his own son, Chi Yutian chose the latter without any hesitation. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhao Keqing and said, "Brother Zhao, Master Yang's death, our Qimen Chamber of Commerce will give you a reasonable explanation." Master Yang's death? In the midst of the shocking flames, Zhao Keqing finally came back to his senses and looked at Chi Yutian with a half-smile. "We, the Chamber of Commerce, don't need your explanation from Qi Min. However, you should think carefully about how to explain it to Master Yang next." Chi Yutian couldn't help but be stunned by Zhao Keqing's words. Before he could react, he heard Zhao Keqing sneer. Master Yang is an expert at playing with fire. The golden dragon's flames are enough to destroy the stars. But he can't help it. What use can your flames do? Oh my god! Look! How can this be? Almost as soon as Zhao Keqing finished speaking, Qi Yuqian heard a cry of horror. He immediately looked towards the field, but couldn't help but be stunned at this sight. In the center of the monstrous sea of fire, Yang Mucheng stood there with his hands behind his back, looking unscathed. How can it be? Qi Feng's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe that there were still people who could survive the full blow of the beacon flame ring. Can your flames hurt me? Yang Mucheng sneered. I saw him making a sealed Ju with his right hand. And suddenly the flame that was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea boiled up and turned into a wave, which he actually swallowed in one gulp. This flame looks fierce. But in fact it is not half as powerful as the golden fireball of the golden dragon. It is not controlled, and has no independent consciousness. It cannot hurt Yang Mucheng, who has the body of a Suzaku. But it can be used by him. You actually dare to hurt me. In this case, you can't blame me for being rude. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness. Call. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. At this moment, he suddenly grabbed the sword in the air and heard the sound of a sword. Everyone only saw a shocking sword light striking straight down. Not good! Under this sword, he felt a terrifying killing intent sweeping over him quickly. With almost no hesitation, he quickly pulled off the jade pendant from his waist and threw it into the sky. I saw the jade pendant rising into the sky and suddenly bursting in midair. Immediately, the ancient talismans surrounding the jade pendant bloomed like meteors at this moment, falling rapidly and turning into a huge transparent bowl that directly enveloped Qi Feng. You alone can withstand my sword? A cold light flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes, and he grabbed it with his right hand. The falling force did not slow down at all, but was even faster than before. This bright sword light fell straight down and almost completely tore the void apart. Boom! A terrifying collision sound resounded loudly. All he saw was that the jade pendant's transformed shield exploded rapidly under the sword. How can it be? Qi Feng's expression completely changed. He only felt a coldness rushing into his heart. You know, his jade pendant was also obtained by the Chamber of Commerce from the stars, and it can be regarded as a good protective magic weapon when encountering a strong enemy. As long as you use this magic weapon, you can keep yourself safe for a while. Although Qi Feng's cultivation level is not high, he has never been afraid of anyone with this protected jade pendant and the beacon sky flame ring. But now, in front of this kid, I feel defeated many times. The flames of the beacon sky flame ring, instead of being able to burn the opponent to ashes, were actually devoured by the opponent. This protective jade pendant of mine was unable to withstand the opponent's sword at all, and was directly split in half by him. Well, Qi Yuqian in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. He knew that if he didn't take action today, his son would definitely be split in two in front of Yang Mucheng. The other party's murderous attitude had no regard for Qi Feng's identity and background. Thinking of this, he could only step forward and appear under the sword as if shrinking to an inch. At the same time, he suddenly turned his right hand and brought up a monstrous sword that was not inferior to Yang Mucheng's and slashed directly. Go up. Clang! Suddenly, the two sword lights collided suddenly and turned into nothingness. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly came out. Master Yang, if you go to Qimen Chamber of Commerce Qi Yuqian again, I hope you can let Guzi go. I will definitely come to apologize in the future. Qi Yuqian cupped his hands and said, What if I don't want to let him go? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Chapter 1745, Fight to the Death. Father! This boy wants to kill me! Kill him quickly! In despair, Qi Feng suddenly saw that the sword light that fell in front of him was shattered in an instant. He looked forward with wide eyes. A trace of ecstasy suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he immediately shouted. However, before he could say anything, he heard Qi Yuqian's faint voice. Master Yang, if you go to Qimen Chamber of Commerce Qi Yuqian again, I hope you can let Guzi go. I will definitely come to apologize in the future. What? Qi Feng closed his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. This young man who is slightly younger than himself is actually Yang Mucheng, who has become famous recently. Thinking of this, a look of secret hatred flashed in his eyes. If Yang Mucheng is a nameless guy, so if he is killed, he will be killed. But the other party is not just a nobody as he imagined, which means that he is his powerful love rival. What if I don't want to let it go? Yang Muqing's next words made Qi Feng's eyes widen. His father personally interceded for him. But this boy still refused to forgive him. Yang Muqing's answer not only surprised Qi Feng, but also stunned Qi Yutian. Qi Yutian sneered and said, Master Yang, I want you to clarify a question. I am the president of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. If you don't know what kind of existence the Qimen Chamber of Commerce is, you'd better ask around. Qi Yutian's words have made it very obvious. Our Qimen Chamber of Commerce is not the small chamber of commerce you imagined. If you want to cause trouble, you'd better weigh your own strength. Qimen Chamber of Commerce? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly. I did hear that. The Qimen Chamber of Commerce is one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in this galaxy. The president of the Chamber of Commerce, Qi Yutian, has reached the late stage of Tai. The Chamber of Commerce has strong strength and rich assets. Hearing Yang Muqing's words, Qi Yutian's eyes flashed with pride. Obviously, anyone who knows the Qimen Chamber of Commerce will be clear-headed and not challenge the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. Although Yang Muqing's strength is terrifying, for a Chamber of Commerce, as long as it has money, it can hire stronger people to take action for them. The power of an individual can never defeat a Chamber of Commerce. Qi Feng nodded proudly. He believed that after knowing that he was the young master of the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, this boy would have to retreat obediently even if he was the one who killed the golden dragon. Looking at the proud father and son, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and his cold voice slowly resounded. But, even if you are the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, so what? There is no living precedent for anyone who attacks me. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng stepped forward. In an instant, a roiling aura broke out from his body desperately. There was an unconcealable killing intent in this boiling aura. It seems that you are unwilling to give up. Qi Yutian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng responded with a sneer. Uh-huh. It is your Qimen Chamber of Commerce that is unwilling to give up. It is your son who has been aggressive, pestering, and even killing people. If I hadn't been strong enough, I would have died under those hundreds of fire dragons. If I had been killed directly, would you have stood up and apologized to me? Qi Yutian was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. If Yang Mucheng had really died in Qi Feng's hands before, he probably wouldn't have even looked at it. If it weren't for Yang Muqing's counterattack, which could destroy the protective jade plaque, he wouldn't have come to the rescue. All in all, Qi Yutian miscalculated a little. Yang Muqing's strength exceeded his imagination. At this time, Qi Feng didn't seem to understand the situation, and was still shouting, Father! What are you talking about with this kid? Just kill him, and let him know how powerful our Qimen Chamber of Commerce is. Just rely on him. What qualifications does a lonely man have to challenge our Qimen Chamber of Commerce? Snort! Hearing Qi Feng's words, Yang Muqing's eyes became filled with chills. In an instant, he swung his right hand, bringing up a monstrous sword light. Although Yang Mucheng just grabbed it casually, to outsiders, it was extremely thrilling. I saw this piece of spiritual energy around the sky being pulled in an instant, and gathered directly outside Jinghong Tower, suddenly forming a sword light that was more than 1,000 feet long. And then Yang Mucheng held the sword in his hand and slashed downwards. Squeak! The huge Jinghong Tower groaned under the sword, and was split into 2 halves as if it were shattered. And the center where thousands of sword lights gathered was the location of Qi Feng. No! Qi Feng exclaimed and quickly shot backwards. Qi Yutian's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to rescue him. But it was too late. He could only watch Yang Muqing's sword slash down quickly, slashing Qi Feng from head to toe with one sword. Boom! When the sword fell, the entire star trembled suddenly. Not good! The building collapsed. Quick! Get out quickly! At this moment, everyone felt the shocking sword energy and horror, and they all retreated backwards with dramatic changes in their expressions. As they retreated, they looked towards the field with shocked expressions. I only saw the huge Jinghong Tower falling down. Yang Muqing's sword not only split the Jinghong Tower in half, but also cut a sword mark of more than 1,000 feet. Wherever the sword energy passed, no matter where it passed, whether it was mountains or rivers, they were all split in half. Oh my god! This sword! Feeling the power of this sword, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. You know, although they have heard of Yang Muqing's method, they have never seen it, and they still have some doubts in their hearts. How can a boy with half a step to Tai kill the golden dragon? But now, after they have seen Yang Muqing's sword, how can they still have the slightest doubt? With this sword strike, I'm afraid Master Yang will become everlasting enemies with the Chimen Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Keqing looked at the dusty Jinghong Tower and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. With his sword, even the powerful Tai would be strangled in an instant. Let alone Qi Feng, a playboy with little cultivation at all? When the dust dispersed, everyone looked ahead. Sure enough, Qi Feng had been completely strangled, leaving only a pool of blood, while Qi Yutian stood aside with a posture that had not recovered. He looked at Yang Mucheng, who slowly retracted his right hand, and then looked at the pool of blood at his feet. Qi Yutian's eyes closed, and the next moment a cold light bloomed. Yang Mucheng, if you dare to kill my son, we, the Chimen Chamber of Commerce, will fight to the death with you today. Chapter 1746 Shameless. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Qi Yutian always told the truth, and since he spoke like this, he was afraid that he would never have any room to turn around. At this time, whoever dares to intercede for Yang Mucheng will become the target of the Weiqi Sect Chamber of Commerce. Yeah. Yang Mucheng raised his eyes slightly and looked at Qi Yutian. You alone are qualified to fight me to the death. You want to die. Seeing that Yang Mucheng still dared to tease him at this time, Qi Yutian couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! With a flick of his right hand, a purple electric light was blasted directly towards Yang Mucheng. This finger light actually caused a sharp roar, piercing through the space and blasting everything into nothingness. Obviously, Qi Yutian was very murderous and wanted to kill Yang Mucheng completely. Many of the warriors who were watching couldn't help but exclaimed. Just when this finger was about to hit Yang Mucheng, everyone felt their eyes blurred, and the next moment they saw Yang Mucheng appearing there still intact. The purple electric light that shot towards Yang Mucheng's figure actually passed through Yang Mucheng's body in an instant and pointed directly behind him. Everyone looked quickly and saw that this lightning had leveled a winding mountain range. What happened? How did he avoid this move? Maybe it's a special kind of space-based movement technique. Seeing Yang Mucheng dodge Qi Yutian's frightening attack in an instant, everyone was stunned and began to speculate. When Qi Yutian saw that his attack was dodged in an instant, a trace of extreme gloom appeared in his eyes. At this time, Yang Mucheng looked at Qi Yutian, whose expression changed instantly, and said coldly, If you want to fight me to death, you are not qualified. Since you are unwilling to give up, I will kill you. If your Chimen Chamber of Commerce is unwilling to stop, I will crush your Chimen Chamber of Commerce. Boom! Yang Mucheng's words shocked everyone's minds. What? This Yang Mucheng is actually threatening a large chamber of commerce. Just when no one could react, Yang Mucheng had disappeared on the spot. And the next moment, he appeared in front of Qi Yutian. Yang Mucheng, who appeared in front of Qi Yutian, waved his right hand lightly and punched Qi Yutian directly. Boy! You are too arrogant! After Qi Yutian reacted, a trace of anger that could not be concealed flashed in his eyes. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted to destroy his own chamber of commerce. This is so arrogant. Today I want to learn how terrifying you, the prodigy who killed the golden dragon, really is. Letting out a roar, Qi Yutian clenched his right fist, and the muscles all over his body tensed up in an instant, and his whole body was stretched into a straight line from head to toe, like a tight strong bow, and the spine on his back started rolling like a dragon. When this power reached its extreme, he directly punched out. This punch was so powerful that it crackled a void and exploded the space. It hit Yang Mucheng's fist in an instant. Boom! The fists collided, and Qi Yutian's expression changed. He suddenly discovered that the power of Yang Mucheng's casual punch was so huge that he was suppressed in an instant. What's more, this monstrous force directly beat him until he vomited blood. He lost his balance and flew backwards, and then fell hard to the ground. Qi Yutian, who was in the later stage of Tai, was punched by Yang Mucheng until he vomited blood. Boom! Seeing Qi Yutian flying backwards and falling to the ground, everyone around him couldn't help but exclaim. Even in their dreams, they never imagined that a one-on-one confrontation between the two sides would be like this. This young man's strength actually surpasses that of late Tai. At this time, several senior executives of the Chimen Chamber of Commerce also flashed their eyes when they saw this scene. They couldn't just sit back and watch their president being ravaged like this by Yang Mucheng. And their footsteps suddenly started to move. Obviously, they want to attack Yang Mucheng. Tongue! After all, they are Tai's strong men. If these people don't move, they will move. And if they move, they will be like hidden dragons emerging from the abyss. 8 Tai mid-stage experts roared out and swept wildly, leaving a long trace on the ground. as if they were riding the wind and breaking waves. Master Yang! Be careful! Seeing this scene, Qin Tianlan couldn't help shouting. How shameless! The warriors watching around snorted coldly. Qi Yutian used to bully the small, which was already ridiculed. Nowadays, the Qimen Chamber of Commerce is even more bullying the minority. Yang Mucheng knocked back Qi Yutian with one punch, and then slowly looked back. The distance of thousands of feet is only a matter of seconds for Tai warriors. Qin Tianlan had barely finished speaking when these people rushed behind Yang Mucheng. It seems that I really want to completely wipe out the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. Boy, you dare to say such arrogant words even when you are about to die. What qualifications do you have? What ability do you have to destroy our Qimen Chamber of Commerce? The words just fell. Then a man with a scarred face shouted. He is the fastest among the 8 sneak attacks. The moment he approached Yang Mucheng, his eyes shone brightly, and he suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist. Zheng! At this moment, the sound of swords echoed through the void. Everyone saw only a dazzling blade, which suddenly turned like a golden wheel and struck straight at Yang Mucheng's head. Roll! Facing the scarred man's shocking blow, Yang Mucheng snorted disdainfully, rolled up his long sleeve with his right hand, and waved suddenly. Call. This sleeve brings up strong winds and sandstorms thousands of miles away. The scarred man's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if his sword had struck a wind wall, but it was unable to penetrate, even if his blade was only a hair away from Yang Mucheng's. The power within it was beyond his imagination. It's over! This world-shattering sword is like a surge of energy, then weakened, and exhausted 3 times. The power of the first sword is the most powerful, and the power of subsequent swords will continue to weaken. However, Yang Mucheng's seemingly careless power aroused tremendous power, but it was like the mighty and endless river. In the next moment, that huge force surged forward, roaring and slamming into the scarred man's body. Boom! At this moment, he felt as if he was hit by a wave thousands of feet high. This unstoppable force poured into his body in an instant and poured into the meridians throughout his body. Crackling. At this moment, the meridians all over his body erupted with a shocking loud noise, and all the bones in his body completely exploded at this moment. Then the whole person suddenly lost his balance and was shot backwards. Chapter 1747 Blast Away. Call. The power of this sleeve killed the scarred man on the spot in an instant. Unabated, it swept up thousands of miles of dust and flew directly towards the remaining 7 people. To outsiders, Yang Mucheng seemed to have transformed into an omnipotent sea god at this moment, making waves with every move he made. Not good! Oh my god, hurry up! Hurry up! There were bursts of exclamations. The eyes of everyone in the Qimen Chamber of Commerce flashed with fear, looking at the air waves that were rising one after another like a wave. They finally felt how insignificant they were. Suddenly, he let out bursts of exclamations, and at the same time sacrificed his magic weapon, bursting out all his inner energy and pouring it into his martial arts, and headed towards the heavy bombardment of this turbulent air wave. But under this huge wave of air, they were like ants. Whether it was a magic weapon or a martial skill, the moment it was blasted out, it was like an egg hitting a stone. Not only did it not have any effect, it was instantly engulfed by the air wave. Snort! Seeing the counterattacks of these people, Yang Mucheng even snorted coldly. I saw his right hand slowly raised and suddenly shot forward, almost following his movements. The rolling air waves also stretched out a huge palm and smashed it down hard. Boom! This terrifying palm struck down in an instant, directly hitting the 7 people from the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the entire earth cracked open in an instant, directly revealing a terrifying depression. And this huge depression was the print of Yang Mucheng's palm. As for the few warriors from the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, who launched a sneak attack, where is there any trace of them? What a domineering young man. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, who was standing in the field with a calm expression, as if he was beating an ant to death, and couldn't help but feel a shiver in their hearts. Originally, some chambers of commerce that were relatively close to the Qimen Chamber of Commerce wanted to intervene in the fight between the 2 parties. But after they saw the scene in front of them, they no longer dared to act rashly. The people at the scene had no doubt that if their Chamber of Commerce really wanted to intervene in the fight before them, Yang Mucheng would not hesitate to kill them completely. It was Yang Mucheng's decisive and ruthless methods that made all the chambers of commerce present afraid to act rashly. Fatty Peng Hao was so scared that he peed his pants. He had no idea that the boy he and Chi Feng bullied would turn out to be such a terrifying character. Not only did he defeat the president of the Chiman Chamber of Commerce with one punch, but he also blasted out with one sleeve and directly killed 8 Tai midterm warriors from the Chiman Chamber of Commerce. Quiet. The entire Jinghong Tower was filled with dead silence. Some chambers of commerce that originally wanted to get closer to Yang Mucheng showed a hint of ecstasy. The stronger Yang Mucheng is, the more advantageous it will be for them. After all, who doesn't want a powerful ally? I am going to kill you! At this time, Qi Yutian, who was punched away by Yang Mucheng and even vomited blood, suddenly shouted loudly, jumped up suddenly, and fiercely killed Yang Mucheng. As the president of the Chiman Chamber of Commerce, he has always been the only one who can crush others. But now he is being crushed by others, and it is still in full view of the public, with Qi Yutian's identity and status. How could he endure such humiliation? At the same time as he jumped up, his cultivation level in the late Tai period burst out and continued to rise crazily. At the same time as this terrifying aura increased, the space around Qi Yutian was bombarded and exploded, and even a monstrous hurricane was set off all around. The huge surge of internal energy made the entire star tremble uncontrollably at this moment. When this momentum reached its peak, Qi Yutian's whole body exploded violently. He wanted to kill Yang Mucheng directly and wash away the shame with blood. How terrifying is the attack from the warriors in the late Tai period. The hurricane that was set off created a huge wave of air in an instant, and the people watching around were blown away on the spot. Many warriors even panicked and retreated towards the rear, not daring to resist Qi Yutian. At this moment, Qi Yutian was completely furious. He was like an angry lion, and his only thought was to kill Yang Mucheng. If a warrior with a lower level of cultivation is involved in a fight between the two sides, he may be torn into pieces in an instant. This Qi Yutian has gone crazy! Can Master Yang be his opponent? Looking at Qi Yutian, who was almost crazy, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. Ha. Crazy? So what? Someone sneered. When the golden dragon went crazy in the mysterious space, the power it unleashed was even more violent than that of Qi Yutian. Master Yang can even kill such a terrifying golden dragon. So why can't he still be able to deal with him? After everyone heard this, they all looked towards the battlefield in horror. Under Qi Yutian's crazy crushing, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, without the slightest fear, and suddenly clenched his fists, and at the same time burst out a monstrous inner energy. This burst of inner energy was no worse than Qi Yutian, and even surpassed him by a lot. Yang Mucheng brought this terrifying surging momentum and charged directly towards Qi Yutian. Boom! 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 The powerful force that broke out between the two sides even surpassed everything. The air around him was so compressed that it completely exploded, and the terrifying force even tore apart earth-shattering cracks. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the two sides collided fiercely. To know, Yang Mucheng's body is even stronger than the Golden Dragon City. How could Qi Yutian be Yang Mucheng's opponent? Boom! Under the shocking impact, everyone saw a shocking scene. The warrior in the late stage of Tai was knocked upside down by Yang Mucheng, who was only half a step into Tai cultivation. This huge force was so powerful that it was unparalleled. It crushed Qi Yutian and fell directly from midair, then crazily smashed towards the ground. Boom! This shocking bombardment actually caused Qi Yutian to hit and explode the entire earth, creating a deep pit of several thousand feet. Even under this terrifying impact, the entire star trembled suddenly. Under this shocking impact, a huge hurricane was set off, and everyone around was thrown away. On the other hand, Yang Mucheng turned around gracefully and slowly fell down, revealing his figure. Qi Yutian, who kept saying that he wanted to kill Yang Mucheng and fight to the death with Yang Mucheng, was directly blasted from the sky to the ground. Yang Mucheng and Qi Yutian fought again, and the final result was announced. 1 defeat and 1 victory. Chapter 1748 Death is imminent. Outside Jinghong Tower, several powerful men from the late Tai period came from dozens of chambers of commerce. More than nearly 100 warriors. They looked at the two people fighting in amazement. One fell down gracefully, and the other was hit to the ground with his muscles and bones broken. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Yang Mucheng, who was only half a step into Tai, actually defeated Qi Yutian. Not only that, but they also directly killed all 8 elders of the Chiman Chamber of Commerce. It can be said that in today's battle at Jinghong Tower, all the top leaders of the Chiman Chamber of Commerce have been completely wiped out by Yang Mucheng. Previously, Yang Mucheng beheaded Qi Feng in front of Qi Yutian, Everyone thought that Yang Muchung was young and energetic, and did not know how powerful the world was. So he dared to challenge the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. But looking back now, I realize that Yang Muchung has the real means and strength to ignore the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. This indifferent young man actually had such great strength, which shocked everyone. Wow! Qi Yutian managed to get up from the pit and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were blood red, and he stared at Yang Muchung. Boy! Even if you kill me, you can't destroy my Qimen Chamber of Commerce. Even if you have the strength to defeat me. So what? I don't believe that your strength can be comparable to the ancient strong. This Qi Yutian really wants to fight to the death. Even to this point, he dared to threaten Yang Muchung and prepared to pay for murder. Hearing Qi Yutian's words, a cold light flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. Qi Yutian. However, just as the other party finished speaking, Qin Tianlan stood up. Her cold voice echoed throughout the audience. You have failed in your discipline, indulged Qi Feng, pestered Master Yang endlessly, and even killed people in anger. Master Yang is a distinguished guest of our Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, and you still don't repent to this day. You even dare to threaten Master Yang and prepare to pay for murder. I, the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, will never agree. No matter what kind of strongman you plan to hire, I will pay double the price to kill him. Call. Qin Tianlan's words immediately made everyone present take a breath of air. You know, Qin Tianlan's words completely put an end to Qi Yutian's idea of paying someone to kill someone. Any killer who wants to take action against Yang Muchung must carefully consider that a being more powerful than himself will take action against him. Just when everyone was shocked, Zhao Keqing also stood up at the same time. The same goes for our Qintian Chamber of Commerce. Anyone who dares to harm Master Yang will challenge our Qintian Chamber of Commerce. The same goes for our Crescent Moon Chamber of Commerce. Shen Ningyao in the crowd quickly spoke out. The same goes for our Hengyu Chamber of Commerce. So does our Chamber of Commerce. Support Master Yang. Suddenly, outside Jinghong Tower, there was a burst of supportive voices around Yang Muchung. This burst of supportive voices suppressed Qi Yutian at the same time. Although these chambers of commerce are not large compared to the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, once they gather together, they are a force that cannot be underestimated. Do you think you are the only one who has allies? With a chill in his eyes, Qi Yutian immediately turned his attention to several chambers of commerce that were closely related to the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. But when he looked away, the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce silently stepped back, pretending that the matter had nothing to do with them. Yanong Chamber of Commerce, don't you really want to get the mineral star from my hands? If you join forces with me to deal with this kid, I will give you the star. President Qi, don't be stupid. Before he finished speaking, the person in charge of Yinyang Chamber of Commerce spoke calmly. You don't think that the value of your mineral star is high enough for me to carry a powerful tie for you. Moreover, our Yinyang Chamber of Commerce has long been aware of the various methods of your Qimen Chamber of Commerce. I'm a little dissatisfied. Just in front of all the presidents, our Yinyang Chamber of Commerce has completely severed all relations with your Qimen Chamber of Commerce. Certainly, if it were an ordinary Tai powerhouse, the Yinyang Chamber of Commerce would definitely risk the world's disapproval. Even if it was carrying the wrath of dozens of chambers of commerce, it would have to join forces with the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. But Yang Muchung is not an ordinary strongman. With only half a step of Tai cultivation, I have already defeated you, a late-stage Tai, and killed 8 middle-stage Tai with just one sleeve of power. Having seen the opponent's terrifying strength, if he still cannot distinguish the situation at this moment, and is still on the same front as the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, if Yang Muchung gets angry and kills people, how many people can withstand the anger of such a strong man? You? A trace of anger flashed in Qi Yutian's eyes. Qi Yutian, you still dare to threaten me when you are about to die. I won't let you live today. Yang Muchung came to Qi Yutian with his hands behind his back, and his cold voice sounded quietly. So, go to HL. After the words fell, Yang Muchung raised the soles of his feet and stepped directly forward. Even in a head-to-head battle, Qi Yutian is no match for Yang Muchung, let alone being seriously injured now. Yang Muchung dropped his powerful kick and crushed his chest to death on the spot. Boom! When this kick fell, even the entire star trembled suddenly. It even made those chambers of commerce that had a better relationship with the Qimen Chamber of Commerce feel trembling. Master Yang, the dog has offended you unintentionally. If you want to kill or cut into pieces, it's up to you. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd dragged a fat man in with fear. The fat man was so frightened that he could hardly walk. His legs and feet were weak. He had already knelt down on the ground before he reached Yang Macheng. His face was as pale as a morning air. This fat man, if not Peng Hao, who had ridiculed Yang Macheng with Qi Feng earlier, who could he be? At this moment, he was not as proud as before. Qi Feng was killed with a sword, and Qi Yutian was killed by a direct kick. The once arrogant Qimen Chamber of Commerce faced the wrath of dozens of chambers of commerce, as if a small boat under the huge waves would be destroyed at any time. Power. Compared with the Qimen Chamber of Commerce, their Chamber of Commerce is inferior to the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. Even the most powerful existence is only half a step too far. How can it withstand the wrath of a demon-like man like Yang Macheng? Those who don't know are not guilty. The mastermind is already dead. But you should be treated as an accomplice and be punished with a small amount of punishment. If you dare to offend me again in the future, I will raise all your forces to the ground. Yang Macheng looked at Peng Hao and flicked his right hand. Boom! Peng Hao suddenly screamed and flew backwards. He only felt that all the energy in his body was like a popped balloon, dissipating crazily. It was obvious that his dantian was completely crushed. This means that he could only live like a mortal from now on. But Peng Hao didn't dare to be angry at all. Instead, he was glad that he survived. He kowtowed and shouted, "Thank you, Master Yang, for sparing your life. Thank you, Master Yang, for sparing your life." Chapter 1749 Taishu Er's Spirit Stone. This is Master Yang. Before, no one cared about me when I was walking on the road. But now, whenever I walk along, anyone I know will stop respectfully and salute Yang Macheng. There are often warriors who don't know why, and they will be reminded in a low voice, and they will immediately become respectful and respectful. In almost half a day, Yang Mucheng's name had spread throughout the galaxy. Half a day ago, although everyone had heard of this name and knew that this man killed the Golden Dragon, there was not much awe in their hearts. Half a day later, everyone was trembling in their hearts. This kid who appeared from nowhere actually single-handedly destroyed the Qimen Chamber of Commerce. Nowadays, no matter how big or small the Chamber of Commerce is, they all want to curry favor with Yang Macheng. They could predict that as long as this young man was willing, he would be able to control this galaxy within 10 years. Many chambers of commerce even wanted to break Yang Mucheng's threshold and kept coming to propose marriage. But surprisingly, Yang Macheng refused them all. Yang Macheng stayed for a few more days. In the past few days, he had solved all the problems left by many chambers of commerce one by one. Only then did these chambers of commerce realize how terrible Yang Macheng was. What shocked them even more was that in the past few days, Yang Mucheng's strength had been continuously increasing, and he was approaching the Tai realm crazily. Some thoughtful people clearly knew that the Golden Dragon's blood heart had probably been absorbed by Yang Macheng. Now his cultivation level is infinitely approaching the Tai realm. Master Yang, this is the secret realm that you helped the Xinyu Chamber of Commerce crack open. This is a thank you from the Xinyu Chamber of Commerce. Xin Tianlan respectfully held a space ring. This ring contained the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure that Yang Macheng needed most. But at this moment, Yang Macheng didn't even look at it, and waved his hand casually. I don't want these things anymore. No more. Xin Tianlan's face was full of surprise. But Yang Macheng sighed, put the fragrant tea in his hand aside, and said and ran. I've stayed here long enough. It's time to get the Taishu Er's Spirit Stone back. During these few days, Yang Macheng has indeed absorbed all the power in the Qi and Blood Heart. According to common sense, the power in this Qi and Blood Heart is so huge that it can completely push Yang Macheng to the Tai realm. But who knew that just when he was about to break through to the Tai realm, a more powerful force actually suppressed him, suppressing his cultivation. Originally, Yang Macheng thought that his power was not enough, so he absorbed a lot of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. The total number of heavenly and earthly treasures presented by these merchants was enough for him to reach the Tai realm several times. But this breakthrough is an unprecedented failure. It is still stuck at half a step of Tai. At most, it is infinitely close to the Tai realm. You want to leave? Xin Tianlan looked at Yang Macheng in surprise. Yang Macheng nodded. I have stayed long enough. Moreover, the Taishu Er's Spirit Stone is left on that star for fear of changing. My cultivation is also stuck in the half-step Tai realm, and I will not be able to break through for a long time. Xin Tianlan's eyes flashed with a trace of despair. She had known for a long time that Yang Macheng was a great god. Not only could their Zhantian Chamber of Commerce temple not be able to accommodate him, not even this galaxy could do it. She had known that Yang Macheng was leaving, but she didn't expect that Yang Macheng would leave so decisively. Master Yang, Will you come back? Qin Tianlan couldn't help but said as she looked at Yang Mucheng, who stood up and walked directly towards the door. Probably won't come back. Yang Mucheng didn't know Qin Tianlan's thoughts, but he knew the Gentle Village and the Tomb of Heroes. After pondering for a moment, he said decisively, although such words are very cruel to Qin Tianlan, the long-term pain is worse than the short-term pain if the words of love are kept in chaos. After saying that, Yang Mucheng walked out directly in front of him without stopping, leaving Qin Tianlan standing there stunned, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. As the young master of the Zhantian Chamber of Commerce, she has a very high regard for herself and rarely puts others in her eyes. Now, she took the initiative to pursue Yang Mucheng, and her intentions were so obvious, but she was still rejected. Not to mention her peerless appearance. Zhao Keqing stood aside and consoled him. Miss Qin, Master Yang is a genius of a generation. He has reached such a level of strength at such a young age. He is definitely not an ordinary existence. His heart is not in this galaxy, and no one can keep him. You'd better forget about him. Qin Tianlan stood there, looking at Yang Mucheng, who had completely disappeared. Although he was extremely reluctant to give up, he still had no choice but to give up. After experiencing the mysterious area together with Yang Mucheng, she understood Yang Mucheng's terror better than anyone else. He was only half a step into the Tai realm, and he overwhelmed their entire galaxy. His achievements in the future would be extraordinary. Such beings would definitely not be willing to be trapped here just because of their love for their children. But the area he traveled to was the territory of the vampire clan. Qin Tianlan pondered for a moment and couldn't help but speak, with Master Yang's strength. As long as those old guys from the vampire clan don't take action, ordinary beings can't hurt him at all. What's more, Master Yang's departure this time is like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, and the dragon returning to the sky. Once he reaches the Tai realm, he was allowed to fly in the starry sky. Zhao Keqing sighed. He had had such thoughts since he was young, but it was not as heroic as Yang Mucheng's. Looking at Yang Mucheng's retreating figure, although he could not come, he was fascinated in his heart. After leaving this galaxy, Yang Mucheng directly followed the map to the star where the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone escaped. It is said, this Taishu Earth Spirit Stone was the heart of a large rock snake that was killed by dozens of Tai Peak experts in another galaxy. Although the body of the big rock snake was completely shattered, as long as the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone remains intact, it can be resurrected indefinitely. Qintian Chamber of Commerce learned that Yang Mucheng needed this Taishu Earth Spirit Stone, so they spent a lot of money to buy it. Unfortunately, something went wrong during the transportation. The Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone actually broke through the barrier and escaped to a star. As soon as this Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone touches the rocky soil, it is like a fish returning to the sea. No matter how you catch it, it will remain slippery and will not show up. Even Zhao Keqing came many times without success. So this time Yang Mucheng simply came in person. This is it! Yang Mucheng fell down. He found that this star was extremely desolate, and all of them were jagged stars. Looking from a distance, there is not even a trace of vegetation. The wind blowing slowly brought up bursts of flying sand and rocks. Is it possible that I came to the wrong place? According to the map, although the spiritual energy in this star is not very rich, it is still normal. It was once a dense forest. How could it have become so desolate in such a short period of time? Regardless of whether it's wrong or not, let's find out if that thing is there first. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng poured his spiritual thoughts into his feet. Chapter 1750 is here. Boom! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and an invisible ripple spread rapidly around his body. The surrounding pebbles were shattered by the ripple. Naturally, others could not see it, but at this moment, Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts had transformed into a giant net in an instant, closing down overwhelmingly and covering the entire star. When his spiritual mind swept across a mountain range, he immediately touched something. Over there! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and immediately looked towards the mountain range. His eyes were like torches, and in an instant he covered the entire mountain range. I saw a pebble-like stone lying on a vein. The mineral vein had been exhausted by the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone, leaving only a dregs. When Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts touched the other party, the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone was sleeping. Buzz! The Taishu Earth Spirit Stone that touched the spiritual mind also suddenly woke up. I saw a burst of dazzling spiritual light suddenly erupting from that ordinary mountain range, as if a strange treasure had been born. The entire mountain range, which was more than 10,000 feet long, was actually shrouded in this burst of spiritual light. Immediately afterwards, the mountain range trembled violently, and it suddenly stood up like a dragon raising its head. It was as if a sleeping dragon suddenly woke up. Ha ha! It really looks like the Stone Dragon Mountains. Seeing the mountain range awakening, like a dragon turning over, Yang Muchung smiled lightly. However, although they are very similar, their strengths are completely different. At the moment when the dragon stood up and the mountains awakened, Yang Muchung stood there without moving. He just raised his hand lightly and pressed down slowly. Boom! Immediately, the mountain range trembled suddenly, as if a 1,000,000,000-kilogram thing was hit on its head, and it suddenly lost weight and hit the ground hard. This terrifying smash made the stars tremble and tremble endlessly. Even the mountains were broken into several sections. Where to run? The Taishu Earth Spirit Stone was obviously aware of the presence of those who came to capture him this time. Unlike the previous waves of people, he was actually serious with himself, and immediately dived into the rocks like a fish. Hee hee, you can deal with others with this method, but you can't deal with me. Yang Muchung laughed. He learned from Zhao Keqing that the predecessor of the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone was a large rock snake. Although the body is made of stone, it is also the outer body condensed by the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone over the years, just like the body of a warrior. Now that the body is gone, although it can be temporarily condensed, it is still not as hard as before. That mountain range was obviously the temporary body of the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone. Now it was split in half by Yang Muchung's palm. If it didn't escape, what was it waiting for? Certainly, this escape is the means of turning into a fish in the earth. The Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone is no bigger than a basin, and is inconspicuous compared to dust in a star. If it deliberately hides in the rock layer, hiding in the mountains and rivers, how can you find it? It is precisely for this reason that people from the Qitian Chamber of Commerce came several times, but failed to capture the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone. But Yang Muchung had known the other party's methods for a long time, and he had put part of his spiritual thoughts on Taishu Earth Spirit Stone early in the morning. No matter how the Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone escaped, it was like a beacon in the darkness in Yang Muchung's eyes. Extremely dazzling. Hey, since you have returned to the sea, I will use the 5 elements to restrain you. Makitu. In this case, I will use the body of the blue dragon to deal with you. The spirit bodies of the 5 elements can be divided or combined. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, twisted his right hand, and grabbed a completely dead plant seed from the crevice of a rock. With a flick of his fingertips, the seed suddenly hit the ground. Long. After drinking softly, Yang Muchung's eyes shone brightly. Immediately, the dead seed sprouted and grew rapidly in an astonishing manner. In almost the blink of an eye, it has grown into a towering tree. However, under the ground that no one else can see, the well-developed rhizomes are as fast as lightning and piercing into the core of the entire star. The principle of mutual restraint of the 5 elements is in line with the nature of heaven and earth. Many defeat the few. So water can overcome fire. Essence overcomes hardness. So fire can overcome metal. Hardness overcomes softness. So metal can overcome wood. Reality overcomes emptiness. And the homeland can overcome water. It specializes in defeating loose particles. So it can conquer earth. Crackling. Under Yang Muchung's surge of vitality, the infinite root system was like a spider web in an instant, completely sealing off the entire star's interior, and even sealing the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone inside. Boom, boom, boom. The Taishu Earth Spirit Stone was in the soil, scurrying around like a headless fly. But now that it was blocked by tree roots in all directions, it naturally had no choice but to run rampant if it wanted to escape. I saw it burst out with a burst of spiritual light, and then suddenly shot out, obviously trying to break through Yang Muchung's blockade in one go. Haha. I'm waiting for you. Yang Muchung was overjoyed. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab it, and for a moment, the tree root that penetrated deep into the ground suddenly transformed into a huge claw and grabbed forward fiercely with Yang Muchung's movements. This Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone originally thought that as long as it broke through this layer of blockade, it would be able to escape and ascend to heaven. But who knew that Yang Muchung was actually waiting for it here? At this moment, instead of escaping, he ran right into Yang Muchung's big hand. Come out. As soon as the 5 fingers were retracted, the giant palm transformed from the tree roots was immediately wrapped in layers, converging crazily like a cocoon, and then directly grabbed it out of the earth. Haha. Got it. looking at the Earth Spirit Stone that was blocked by tree roots. A trace of ecstasy flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. Even though it was blocked by tree roots, he could still feel the immense power contained in this Taishu Earth Spirit Stone, which could directly elevate his Xuanwu body to great perfection. Boom. Boom. This Taishu Earth Spirit Stone is still struggling. But Yang Muqing possesses the 5-element spirit body and has a supreme blockade on the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone. He just lightly grabbed it with his right hand and poured a burst of vitality into it, sealing it up alive. Receive! After pinching a seal, the powerful earth energy from Taishu Earth Spirit Stone poured directly into Yang Muqing's body. Under the surge of this power, Yang Muqing's originally porcelain white skin seemed to be covered with the SHL of rock as this power poured into it. Under Yang Muqing's absorption, the power of the Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone struggle became smaller and smaller. Once the 5-element spirit body is complete, even if I meet a warrior who is a level higher than me, they will never even think of hurting me. Just when Yang Muqing was about to absorb the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone in one go, a sudden burst of consciousness came, causing Yang Muqing to pause in his absorption action. Real? His eyes turned slightly and fell on the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone in front of him. Chapter 1751 Star Killing Formation. After staring at the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone for a moment, Yang Muqing snapped his fingers with his right hand and immediately grabbed the roots of the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone and spread them out like silk from a cocoon. The Earth Spirit Stone was no longer as radiant as when Yang Muqing grabbed it. It looked even dimmer now, and it hit the ground with a snap on the spot. Yang Muqing stared at the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone, his pupils shrinking. If you dare to escape, I will crush you with 1 foot. As soon as he finished speaking, you could see the body of the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone trembling obviously. It swayed slightly on the ground, covered with countless soil, and transformed into a rock snake that was no more than a meter long under Yang Muqing's eyes. If what you said is true, I will spare your life. Yang Muqing looked at this small rock snake that was completely transformed from the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone. Previously, when he was about to absorb the other party actually sent him a message that shocked him. If the information it conveys is true, then this is a huge treasure for it. The rock snake nodded and looked at Yang Muqing. It knew that the other party had the means to restrain itself, so it didn't dare to have the slightest reservation. It said everything in detail. Everything I said is true, and I absolutely dare not be false in the slightest. I turned out to be just an ordinary pebble, and my spiritual wisdom was opened up because I absorbed the essence and blood of a powerful Nirvana man. Yang Muqing nodded. To mortals, a warrior who has attained the Golden Core realm can be regarded as an inhuman, let alone a powerful Nirvana warrior. There are indeed many monsters who have gained their spiritual wisdom because they received the blood of strong men. And on the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone, there is obviously a red spot-like pattern, which is obviously the blood of the former Nirvana strongmen. I stepped into the path of cultivation with a rock body. It is many times more difficult than tree demons, monsters, and other existences. But I have cultivated to this level. But I once mistakenly entered a star formation. In that star formation, there is actually a 7-colored stone with a diameter of 10 kilometers as the eye of the entire formation. I was hiding in the star formation, absorbing the power of the 7-colored stone of all spirits. And that's why I have the level of cultivation I have today. As big as 10 kilometers? Even the city built by Yang Muqing couldn't help but have a flash of shock in his eyes. If he absorbs all this Taishu Earth Spiritual Stone, his Xuanwu body will be able to reach great perfection. If that piece of all souls colorful stone can be absorbed, Xuanwu's body will definitely be able to reach the great perfection. However, thinking of this, he looked at Rock Snake with a half smile and said, according to what you said, you shouldn't have left the star formation. How could you have left? And even been caught, broken into pieces, and captured alive? You'd better tell me honestly. If there's anything to hide, I'd rather not have that all-spirit colorful stone. And I'll crush you to pieces. Rock Snake showed a wry smile. Have you guessed this? Yang Muqing shouted. What's going on? Rock Snake sighed and quickly explained. That star formation was once a super-killing formation left by a certain strongman. It was made of thousands of stars and meteorites, and the colorful stones of all spirits as the eyes of the formation. Although it has been abandoned, it forms a maze of stars, where the space is real and false, just like a vast world. Once you enter it by mistake, you can never escape. But I don't know what happened. But the super killing array was accidentally activated. I used the earth energy to condense the body of a rock snake in that killing array. And it was just as if it was crushed by the killing array, able to abandon the nest and escape. Who would have expected that as soon as I escaped from the formation, I would bump into more than a dozen tiny peaks? If my body was still there, I would naturally not be afraid of them. They bullied the few with their numbers, and my body was damaged. So I was eventually killed. They broke the body and took away only the core. A trace of begging for mercy flashed in Rock Snake's eyes. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Yang Muchung chuckled. He naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He glanced at the Rock Snake and said, You take me to that star formation, and I will let you go. If I can crack that formation, I will definitely give you 10% of the colorful stones of all spirits. If you dare to say no, I will absorb you directly. When I get to that galaxy, I will be able to find out the location of the star array even if I ask them one by one. Rock Snake lowered his head and sighed. It originally wanted to persuade Yang Muchung to give up this idea, although it escaped from the star killing array. Many existences like it did not have time to escape from the killing array and were crushed into pieces in an instant. But Yang Muchung only had half a step to go to Tai. If he tried to break into the killing array, he would definitely die without any chance of survival. But when the other party said this, it didn't even have the courage to refute, so it could only nod in agreement. Come with me! Yang Muchung flicked his finger, and a seed quickly took root in the rock snake's body. The seed spread crazily like an ivy, covering the body of the rock snake in the blink of an eye, and even more violently closed it, making the rock snake look like an ordinary vine or an inconspicuous tree. Bearded snake, I have sealed your body and imprisoned your power. From now on, you will hide in my sleeves. As long as you don't play any tricks, I will not destroy you. Yes. Rock Snake didn't dare to refuse, so he reached out and got into Yang Muchung's sleeve. I didn't expect that this group of people would be able to get such news this time. I'm afraid that the news about the 7-colored stone of all spirits hasn't come out yet, so I have to hurry up. If more people know about it, I'm afraid things will change. Looking at the rock snake entering the sleeve, Yang Muchung thought to himself. But then he thought again and sighed. Judging from the tone of this rock snake, when it was at its peak, it didn't even pay attention to more than 10 Tai peaks. It at least had the strength of the late Tai. Even the late Tai did not resist in the star formation. So my body was crushed. And with my current strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the formation. Although it is said that one can use strength or skills to break the formation, the half-step Tai's cultivation level is too low. It's like a young man can defeat a martial arts master with some skills and tricks. But a baby can't do it no matter how much he uses his skills. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is really too big, and even his skills can't make up for it. Today, Yang Muchung is in this embarrassing position. It seems that I can't go directly to the star formation yet. I still need to think of ways to improve my cultivation to the Tai realm. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment and made a decision. Chapter 1752 Epiphany. The galaxy where the star array is located is called the Jioding Galaxy, because the main body of this galaxy has 9 huge perseverances, each of which is comparable to the ancestral lands of the 7 races. Surrounding each star are countless ordinary stars and meteorites. There are many monsters hidden among the stars. Therefore, the Chamber of Commerce gathered here is larger than where Yang Muchung was before. Each of the 9 stars is where the Warrior Chamber of Commerce gathers. When Yang Muchung came here, he did not set out to go to the star formation. Instead, he blended directly into the crowd. He pretended to be a mercenary and got a lot of information. Of course, it's more about the star formation. In the Jioding Galaxy, many people know about the existence of this formation, just because it has been abandoned there since ancient times. And it is like a maze, and most people who go there never come back. But recently, somehow, this large formation suddenly started to move, attracting the attention of many people. However, it is limited to some casual cultivators, or some small chambers of commerce that want to try their luck. It seems that the news about the 7-colored stone of all spirits has not leaked out. If anyone knew that there is a 7-colored stone of all spirits that is tens of kilometers away hidden in the star-killing formation, I am afraid that people in the entire galaxy will break their heads and fight for it. Yang Muchung thought to himself. Naturally, he couldn't believe Rock Snake's words. After doing some research here, a stone finally fell from my mind. If the news is not leaked, then I can stay in this Jioding Galaxy for a while and find a way to break through the cultivation base and reach the Tai realm. This is also something that cannot be done, From the time he reaches the half-step of Tai, the energy he absorbs is enough to allow dozens, or even hundreds, of himself to reach Tai. But no matter how close we are, there is still only a slight difference in distance. I have encountered this kind of thing before when I was in the nascent soul realm. It has nothing to do with cultivation. It has nothing to do with cultivation. All it requires is enlightenment. But what's the difference in Tai realm? In the next few days, Yang Mucheng mingled among the 9 stars. These 9 stars are also very interesting. They are a rare mixture of mortal society and warrior society. The warriors who come and go fly into the sky and escape to the earth, and are called Chengxian, in the mouths of mortals. And the 2 sides do not interfere with each other. Yang Mucheng enjoyed a mortal life quite comfortably. On this day, he was carrying a wine jar, passing a city bridge, and looking at the endless flow of awning boats under the bridge. He suddenly fell into a state of confusion. He came to this world, but within just a few years, he rose from humble beginnings, and all the way to this day. Even now, it feels unreal. Wow! At this time, in the flowing water under the bridge, a fish jumped out of the water in surprise. The fisherman happily raised his net bag and directly covered the carp. Grandpa, you are so awesome. Next to the old fishing man, there was a young girl standing, clapping her hands and shouting excitedly at the moment. We warriors are like fish in the water. A warrior with strong strength is a big fish. A warrior with weak strength is a small fish. The rule of all things is that big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. With my current cultivation level, I am equivalent to a big fish in the water. But so what if I dominate the water? The fishermen on this shore are beings at a higher level than us. Maybe every move I make now is being watched by those at a higher level. It's not enough to just control your own destiny. You also need to master the rules of the world. But what are the rules in the world? But what are the rules between heaven and earth? Yang Mucheng stood there and entered a wonderful state for a moment, as if his whole soul had escaped from its SHL, floated up to the 9 heavens, and suddenly arrived in another higher level world. By the way, why do I need to know the rules of heaven and earth? Cultivation itself is going against heaven. No matter what rules there are in heaven and earth, I should just break them. At this moment, Yang Mucheng felt a very strange feeling well up in his heart. It's as if everything in infinity has merged into one. The whole person is already above the starry sky. But at the same time, a faint feeling of rejection also surges from the sky and the earth. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise and a harsh cry, which directly pulled Yang Mucheng out of this wonderful feeling. Opening his eyes again, Yang Mucheng suddenly found that he had reached the realm of Tai. I see. Tai. All things are unified. Tai is the master of the great road and the creator of nature. As the name suggests, this realm is the Tai realm. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with pride. He recalled the previous feeling as if his soul was out of its sheath, and said secretly, Fong Baiyu told me before that after reaching the Tai realm, the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the power drawn by the fairy world. After reaching our level, it is no longer tolerated by this world. That's why you are attracted to the fairy world that is higher than our world. When your strength reaches a certain level, the attraction becomes greater. It is equivalent to a fish in the lake, even so big that even the lake cannot accommodate it. The only way is to leave. When the lake flies between heaven and earth, it is considered transcendent. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes and looked at the place where the noise came from. However, they discovered that the place where the cry came from was the grandfather and grandson who were fishing earlier. Old man, you are so shameless. It is your blessing that I like your granddaughter. You dare to stop me? Beat me. A fat-bellied young man from a rich family, dressed luxuriously, grabbed the granddaughter of an old fishing man with his big hands and scolded the old man. Several guys dressed as gangsters were beating up the old fishing man unceremoniously. Since you allowed me to break my shackles and reach the Tai realm by chance, consider it your chance. Yang Mucheng said secretly. You know, when one has reached his level of cultivation, he cannot interfere in mortal society at all. Even a word or a look can have a huge impact, just like the butterfly effect. Just like the rock snake in his sleeve. It can have a cultivation level comparable to that of the perfect Tai. But it is just the essence and blood accidentally shed by a nirvana strongman thousands of years ago. What's more, now Yang Mucheng's cultivation has reached the Tai realm. If he is willing, crushing these 9 stars is just a matter of a few moves. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the warrior society and the mortal world are in harmony. Thinking of this, he strode down the stone bridge, and his cold voice slowly resounded. Stop. Chapter 1753 promise you a lifetime of glory. Stop? This sudden sound shocked the scene. Everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes forward, and saw a young man under the age of 20 wearing a black robe walking down the steps from the city bridge. Many people recognized this young man. In recent days, Yang Machung has become somewhat famous here. He spends a lot of money and talks extraordinary, and he attracts the attention of many people. But no one expected that he would interfere in other people's affairs today. Stop. Do you know who I am? How dare you interfere in my affairs? The rich boy had a sullen face. My father is the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, and a bachelor of the cabinet. I know that you have an extraordinary status. But if a strong dragon cannot defeat the local snake, how dare you challenge me? Yang Machung chuckled, and with a slight push of his foot, he immediately made a footprint several inches deep. This scene made many people exclaim. They didn't expect that this unattractive young man was actually a warrior. It turns out he is a warrior. No wonder he is so arrogant and arrogant. The rich kid snorted and said with a smile. Unfortunately, I also have a warrior guard. Money can help you. In the eyes of mortals, those unattainable immortals will still put down their stature in front of worldly dignitaries. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly men walked out from behind the rich boy, looking like a dragon or a tiger with extraordinary bearing. One of them said, Boy, no matter who you are, you shouldn't offend the eldest son. If it's a dragon, you coil up for me. If it's a tiger, you lie down. Yang Machung looked at him with a half smile and asked, Are you a warrior? The man said, So what? Yang Machung laughed and said, Since you are a warrior, I can kill you. The words just fell. Yang Machung raised his palm and clapped it downwards. Just hearing a bang, the clouds and mist in the void suddenly turned into a huge palm, and at the same time it was formed. It slapped down. In full view of everyone, the two warriors were crushed into pulp by Yang Machung without even letting out a scream. Seeing this scene, everyone almost forgot to exclaim. Yang Machung, on the other hand, seemed to have crushed an ant to death without any effort. I saw his right hand raised slightly, and a drop of blood fell into the body of the old fisherman. The old fishing man, who was almost dying one moment, actually woke up the next moment. Not only that, he also grew new teeth, and his hair on his temples became black again. Almost in the blink of an eye, he returned from an old man in his 60s to a mature man. Of course, Yang Machung deliberately suppressed the power in the blood. If he had allowed the power in his blood to be released, the old fishing man would have been exploded by the powerful vitality in his blood and grown into a tree hundreds of feet tall. Rejuvenation with blood. This is the method of immortality. Exalted immortal. Seeing this scene, the mortal bodies around him trembled, and immediately came to their senses, and immediately fell to their knees with a thud. The young man from a wealthy family, who was known as the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, suddenly turned pale, fell to his knees, and could hardly speak. No matter how strong the secular power was, he could not fight against Yang Machung. At this moment, no one here regarded Yang Machung as an ordinary young man. They only regarded him as an immortal who had thousands of years, but could have the appearance of a young man. I promise you a lifetime of prosperity. Yang Machung put his hands behind his back and looked at the fishing girl. Tell me, do you want to be the princess of a country? Or do you want to be a wealthy businessman in the world? Even if you want to be an empress, I can easily do it with my methods. If it weren't for these two grandsons, Yang Machung might not have been able to reach the Tai realm so easily. It was for this reason that he made the promise. Although he will not stay in this Jioding galaxy for too long. There are many sects in this Jioding galaxy. With his strength, he can easily find someone to assist the fishing girl to reach that point. Shangxian, I want to become an immortal like you. The fishing girl's words landed on Yang Machung. Yang Machung frowned. Then he asked, Why do you want to be like me? The fishing girl said, I want to have a destiny that is not controlled by others. A destiny beyond the control of others? Yang Machung smiled bitterly, glanced at the other party, and sighed inwardly. Even at his level of Tai cultivation, he is still controlled by people at a higher level. Looking at the fishing girl's expectant eyes, Yang Machung hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, because he found that the eyes of this fishing girl were very similar to Lu Yao's. Since you are willing to practice, then I will allow you. However, I still have important things to do. I can't stay here for a long time. I will personally find a fairy gate for you. Dao sect. As the saying goes, There are 3,000 avenues. As the leading sect on this star, countless mortals in the world want to join this sect. But cultivation is not easy. And this journey is guided by blood and bones are the road. Every year, thousands of disciples come to the Tao sect to learn from their masters. But only a few are selected into the Tao sect. This year, it was the day when the immortal gate opened once every 3 years. On the cliff as steep as a sword, countless ordinary people came to kneel down and worship. It would take 3 days to climb this mountain road, let alone kneel down and worship all the way up. Yang Muqing's eyes moved slightly. For this Tao sect, they chose people with great perseverance. Exalted Immortal, do you want me to kneel down and come forward? The fishing girl looked at the mountain peaks that towered into the sky, almost reaching the sky. Okay, I'll kneel down and bow down right now. This fishing girl is called Zhu Han. After spending the past few days with Yang Mucheng also knew that she was a determined person. Looking at the towering Tao sect, Zhu Han didn't even complain, and immediately knelt down and prepared to climb up. After seeing Yang Muqing's methods with her own eyes, she understood why all the immortals refused to spread their methods. Such methods can swallow up the sky and the moon, turn rivers upside down, and turn everything upside down. If spread out it will. Wouldn't it mean that the world would be in chaos? Ha ha. I brought you here in person. Do you still need you to kneel down and worship like them? Yang Mucheng laughed after hearing this. Huh? This is the rule of the Tao sect. No matter who you are, when you come to our Tao sect, you must follow the rules of the Tao sect. When Yang Mucheng and Zhu Han came here, they had already attracted the attention of some disciples guarding the mountain gate. Hearing Yang Muqing's words, one of the disciples couldn't help but scolded him. The most important thing in seeking immortality and learning art is sincerity. Without even this little sincerity and perseverance, no one in the Tao sect will accept you as a disciple. As soon as the shaman boy opened his mouth, many people immediately looked over. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. With his current high cultivation level, no one in this galaxy, let alone this star, was qualified to accept him as his disciple. He took a step forward and shouted loudly, Jojo Yang Mucheng is here, but the master of the Tao sect hasn't come to pick him up yet. Chapter 1754 Tao sect. Yang Mucheng shouted, and the sound came out loudly, like rolling thunder, resounding for thousands of miles. And in this instant, the thick clouds that shrouded the Tao sect were dispersed in an instant. This thunderous sound shocked everyone and made them dizzy, not knowing what to do. You? The boy guarding the door widened his eyes, and looked at Yang Mucheng with a look of disbelief on his face. You kid! You are so presumptuous! Who are you? You actually let the sect master come to see you in person? You dare to offend Dao Dazong. It is an unforgivable crime. Time. Several gatekeepers wanted to tear Yang Mucheng alive. In their hearts, the leader of Tao sect is aloof and cannot be violated by others. Now such a young boy dared to give an order in public for the sect leader to come and greet him in person. How angry did this make them? With waves of angry shouts, everyone immediately rushed forward, trying to capture Yang Mucheng on the spot. Do you think you are qualified to touch me? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and did not move, but just released a breath. For a moment, these gatekeeper boys, who had not even reached the level of Qi training, were as if they had been cast a body-holding technique and were unable to move. Only then did they realize that the young man in front of them was a guy with good cultivation. It turns out you are also a warrior. However, you should never should not confront our Tao sect. When the sect elders come out, you will be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the Tao sect. Then, as if waking up from a deep sleep, countless figures gathered like birds and flew towards the foot of the mountain quickly. When the mortals kneeling on the mountain road saw this scene, their eyes were full of shock and trembling. But then a trace of ridicule flashed in their eyes. The Tao sect has stood here for thousands of years, and even the war between the immortal sect and the immortal sect has not shaken him. Now, if such a boy dares to offend the majesty of the immortal sect, isn't he looking for death? Zhu Han stood next to Yang Mucheng, looking at the figure flying down from the Tao sect like a flock of birds. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but she inexplicably believed in Yang Mucheng and stood behind Yang Mucheng without moving even a step. Boom! 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 After a while, those figures fell down in no particular order. The leader has a white head and long beard, dressed in a white robe, and looks like a Taoist fairy. Ha ha! Boy, don't you want to see our sect master? You are dead this time. If our sect master comes in person, he will definitely crush you to ashes. At this time, people were already laughing secretly. But what happened next moment shocked everyone. The old man with a white head and long beard glanced across the crowd and quickly came to Yang Mucheng. He hugged his fists and bowed respectfully. Senior! Senior! At this time, the senior officials of the Dao Dao sect also bowed down and bowed down at the same time. For a moment, there was silence on the top of the mountain, and everyone stared at this scene in stunned silence. Are you the leader of Dao Dao's sect? Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the old man in front of him with a smile. The old man nodded and said, It's me! I dare to ask. Senior, have you reached the Tai realm? Yes. Yang Mucheng nodded. As he spoke, he let out a breath. This breath is the pure realm of Tai. A hint of shock flashed in the old man's eyes. He was meditating in seclusion when he suddenly heard the sound of thunder. Although he was angry in his heart, he dared not express his anger because the sound of shouting was actually mixed with the aura of a powerful Tai man. So he didn't dare to neglect. So he brought all the senior officials of the sect down to greet him. After coming down, the first thing he asked was about Yang Mucheng's cultivation. If Yang Mucheng's answer dissatisfied him, he would beat him to death with one palm. Senior, why do you come to our Dao sect? After the old man knew that Yang Mucheng had the cultivation level of Tai, the trace of unwillingness on his face completely disappeared. In the journey of martial arts, those who master it come first. Yang Mucheng reached the Tai realm before him, and was his senior, not to mention him as the sect leader. The senior officials of Dao Dao sect showed awe in their eyes. Above Tai and below Tai are two completely different worlds. The former has already sensed heaven and earth, but the latter is always just an ordinary person. Facing the powerful Tai, they dare not be disrespectful in the slightest. I'm traveling in the starry sky, and it's not convenient for me to accept a disciple. I met a girl on the way, and I hope the Dao Dao sect will accept her for me. Yang Mucheng then pushed Zhu Han out from behind him. After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, many high-level officials of Dao Dao sect cast envious glances at Zhu Han. To know, ordinary people, if they come to learn from a teacher, even if they successfully ascended the ladder to heaven, they would only be outer disciples, and the sect would only teach them some cultivation basics. If the time is up and you still cannot grasp the essence, you will be kicked out. Only some talented people will be left in this sect and become inner disciples. Yang Mucheng's words almost made this girl reach heaven in one step. After all, no sect would dare to disobey a powerful Tai man. At least one elder from Dao Dao sect would come out to teach her. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, an elder stood up and said, I am willing to share the worries for my senior, and let me teach her. The person who spoke was a middle-level Dantian, not to mention Dao Dao sect. Even in this starry sky, the strength is not bad. But Yang Mucheng shook his head, looking dissatisfied. When he does things, he either doesn't do them or is the best. I came to your Dao sect in person, but you just randomly sent an elder to teach the people I recommended. Doesn't this mean you don't take me seriously? Yang Mucheng looked directly at the master of the Dao sect and said, I want you to teach. The leader of the Dao Dao sect raised his eyebrows. Although his strength is not as good as Yang Mucheng's, he is still half a step closer to Tai. In addition, with the sect formation as his backing, he boasts that he will not be afraid of a powerful Tai. But for some reason, when facing Yang Mucheng, he felt an indescribable feeling of fear in his heart, as if the young man in front of him could easily destroy his Dao sect as long as he was willing. Thinking of this, he said politely, Senior, it's not that I don't want to accept her as a disciple, but our Dao sect has strict rules. This girl's talent is not outstanding, and her customization can only be regarded as average. Even if the elder accepts her as a disciple, it is because of your face. Qualifications too low? Yang Mucheng was stunned for a moment. His eyes lit up. He glanced at Zhu Han, and then nodded with a smile. It's true that the qualifications are a bit low. However, this is not a problem for me. After saying that, he flicked his right hand, and a drop of blood flew out and gently penetrated Zhu Han's body. Chapter 1755 Changing Destiny. Ding. A drop of blood entered the body. Zhu Han's body absorbed it like a sponge. At this moment, Zhu Han's muscles and bones all over her body erupted with a crackling sound. Traces of black dirt poured out of her body, and new muscles grew rapidly on her body. She was originally a malnourished little girl, but in an instant she had fully grown. Like a fairy. Watch the scene. Even some of the higher-ups of Dao sect began to look jealous. This drop of blood essence from Yang Macheng is more terrifying than some pills used to cleanse marrow and cut menstruation. Their blood essence is simply not that effective. Even if they had it, they would not be willing to waste it on a mortal. You must know that every drop of essence and blood in a warrior is very precious. Even if one drop is lost, it will take several months or even longer to make up for it. But they didn't know that the vitality in Yang Mucheng's body was huge. This drop of lost blood could be restored in only 1 or 2 breaths at most. And the impact on him was really too weak. Does she have enough qualifications now? Yang Macheng retracted his right hand and looked at the other party with a smile. Enough! The leader of the Dao sect sighed and couldn't help but nodded. According to the original trajectory, this Yu Han is just an ordinary girl. Maybe one day, she will get married and eventually become an old woman. But Yang Mucheng's effort has created a future strongman. Zhu Han's current qualifications are such that even he, a half-step Tai strongman, can't bear to refuse. Senior, don't worry. I will try my best to teach her. Haoxing cultivation. My promise to you has ended. Yang Macheng flicked his sleeves, turned around and disappeared on the spot. His cultivation level is too high. In mortal society, even showing a little bit of strength can bring about earth-shaking changes to a person's destiny. This Jioding Galaxy has always been just a place for him to stay. However, half a day later, he had already arrived at the outskirts of the Jioding Galaxy mentioned by Yin Snake. Is that there? Standing on the earth, looking up at the stars, Yang Macheng could clearly see the huge, whirlpool-like star-killing formation. Yang Macheng poured all his spiritual thoughts into his eyes, and saw thousands of asteroids rotating around a certain point as the center. And the center is naturally the All Souls colorful stone mentioned by Rock Snake. That's right there. Rock Snake quietly poked his head out of his sleeves, nodded and said, there are at least hundreds of thousands of asteroids surrounding the Wanling colorful stone. Each of these asteroids is hundreds of kilometers in size, and some are even larger. In addition to these asteroids, there are also many meteorites and stars that cannot be spotted with the naked eye standing here. When Yang Macheng heard this, he looked again. Sure enough, he saw little bits of dust floating in the starry sky. But in fact, those are meteorites with a diameter of several kilometers, because they are too far away to be distinguished by the naked eye. How do I get there? Once outside the star formation, the rest is naturally much simpler. All he needs to do is reach the location of the star formation. The road in the starry sky seems to be smooth, but it is thousands of times more dangerous than on land or in the ocean. Sometimes you clearly see the star not far from you, but you can't just rush there. In this case, you must have a star map. The star map in any region was purchased with the blood of at least hundreds, or even nearly 10,000 people, who could cross the stars. Before he came here, he had asked many forces of the immortal sect. The star map from the Jioding Galaxy to the star array has not yet been drawn. Of course, it is also because the star formation is constantly changing. Then we can only follow some mercenary teams or some expedition teams, Rock Snake said. Some mercenary teams will explore the starry sky. They will combine the maps they drew into one and construct a star map, so they often explore the starry sky. There are also some expedition teams that often go to the stars. Then go and take a look. Yang Macheng nodded. With the native Rock Snake present, Yang Macheng found this place easily. Sure enough, as Rock Snake said, many teams can be seen gathering on some nearby asteroids, and these teams are preparing to explore the star array. It seems that there are quite a few people going to the star array. Yang Macheng turned half a circle around the asteroid with his hands behind his back. He found that there were at least dozens of teams preparing to explore the star array. Of course, these people have also heard that this ancient formation has actually started to operate on its own in recent times, and they want to go in and find out for themselves. However, Yang Macheng found that the cultivation levels of these people were generally low. Why are these people so low in cultivation? Can't you even find someone who is above the Nirvana realm? Yang Macheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. These people don't even have the ability to escape from the starry sky, so they can only rely on magic weapons. Can a person like this also explore the star formation? But it's a pity that although some big families have maps to the star formation, Yang Macheng can't get in. After walking around twice, he could only focus on the expedition team with the highest level of cultivation. This team is being surrounded by people, selecting strong people to join the team. The leader of the team was a young girl with a heroic appearance. She was wearing a white dress and black leather armor, with a somewhat arrogant look in her eyes. Our team has safely traveled back and forth between the Geoding Galaxy and the star formation several times. If you want to join our team, you must at least have sufficient cultivation. This journey is extremely dangerous. Even if I am halfway to Nirvana, I am still in danger. Please consider your own strength. Even though the girl said it clearly, there were still many people who wanted to join the team. Recently, some big families in the Geoding Galaxy have entered the star formation. And those people even caught a large rock snake from the late Taiyi period. The situation inside the star formation has been rumored to be extremely mysterious. However, because the star formation has not yet received attention, not many people went there. That's why they, the adventurers, plan to enter the star array to explore early before everyone else starts. If they get any treasures, they might be able to change their own destiny. Humph. These people only see the treasures in the star array, but they don't know the dangers involved. Looking at these adventurers who were trying to squeeze into the team, a trace of contempt and disdain flashed in the girl's eyes. Chapter 1756 Adventure Team. Miss, taking so many people on the road is just a burden and encumbrance. Behind the girl, a dark-skinned old man stood out. This old man is wearing training clothes and moves smartly. He is obviously a practitioner. Yang Muchung glanced at it and couldn't help but nodded. This old man's cultivation had reached the Heavenly Saint stage. Obviously, he is the warrior responsible for protecting the girl. Mr. Li, I'll leave it to you. The girl nodded. The old man walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked around everyone. His pupils suddenly opened angrily, and a Heavenly Saint's aura was released without any concealment. Suddenly, the adventurers who gathered around and wanted to join the team felt that they were hit by an invisible wave. They suddenly lost their balance and retreated one after another. Rock Snake! Yang Muchung whispered. He didn't want to reveal his identity. After all, now that the star formation is activated, some family forces have not yet learned the secrets of this formation. If he appears in the realm of Tai cultivation, he will definitely attract the attention of some interested people, which will cause more difficulties for him. The body of the rock snake swam out from Yang Muchung's sleeves. Its body was covered with vines, like a wood-bearded snake. When it appeared, it immediately roared, then grew several times in size, and stood in front of Yang Muchung. Oh! Monster? Mr. Li restrained his breath and looked at the rock snake that suddenly appeared in front of him. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, he turned his head and whispered to the girl. Miss, he can really be used. His rock snake is not bad. When the girl heard this, she glanced at Yang Muchung in surprise, then pointed her right hand at Yang Muchung and said, Everyone else, go away. You stay with me. I agree that you will join our team. There were still some adventurers who were not willing to give in. But when Mr. Li glared at them, their legs suddenly became weak. They dared to stop and left in a hurry. It didn't take long before everyone set off. Through conversation, Yang Muchung learned that the girl was called Fang Qimei. She was restless by nature and did not like to stay in the boudoir. Instead, she brought some children from rich families, who also liked adventure, to form an adventure team. The family had no choice but to bring the Heavenly Sage, Mr. Li, as their bodyguard, and would only take action at critical moments. Although many powerful people have explored this star formation, they are all family secrets. Young people like them don't know the importance, and they want to solve the mystery of how the star formation rotates on its own. Because of this, I went back and forth several times to evaluate the family's strength and background, and it turned out to be greater achievements than some mercenaries who licked blood with their swords. Everyone is dressed in military uniforms, equipped with weapons and magic weapons, and they even want to be armed to the teeth. Only Yang Muchung was wearing a big black robe. It didn't look like an adventure, but like an outing. Where's your rock snake? Fang Qimei glanced at Yang Muchung. Inside the sleeve. Yang Muchung chuckled and moved his cuffs. Suddenly, the head of the rock snake emerged from the cuffs. At this moment, Fang Qimei already felt a little regretful. What Yang Muchung did was not like an experienced adventurer at all. She originally wanted to find an excuse to kick Yang Muchung out of the team, but Mr. Li tried his best to stop it. Miss, this person controls a very powerful rock snake at a young age. He must be a traveling child of a certain big family. Bringing him along will also be of some help to our family in the future. How could Fang Qimei not know what Mr. Li meant? The Fang family is now in a weak position and is looking for allies. Although these women are daughters of wealthy families, they often can only become victims of family power. Although she was unwilling, she could only acquiesce. But she had been thinking about how to drive Yang Muchung out of the team. Soon everyone left the Jotun galaxy and entered the danger zone. In this starry sky, there will be a lot of meteors, and even some black holes, and star winds. Fortunately, their team has been back and forth several times, and they are familiar with this place and have not strayed into these dangerous areas. Yang Muchung was surprised along the way. When he looked up at the starry sky before, he didn't realize that there were so many dangers hidden here. Now that he went deeper, he realized how terrifying this space was. Following these people into the starry sky is indeed not a wrong choice. Huh? Country bumpkin! Bumpkin! Fang Qimei felt a lot of disgust in her heart when she saw Yang Muchung's surprised and happy look. She had seen many playboys who approached her specially, but when these people encountered dangers in the starry sky, their true colors were immediately revealed. In her opinion, Yang Muchung, the boy who arrived at the starry sky for the first time, would soon be scared to death. Only 3 days. Everyone had already passed through the starry sky and arrived directly outside the star formation. Only then did Yang Muchung realize that even if he was close to the star formation, it would not be easy to enter. Throughout the star formation, countless asteroids are constantly rotating in some mysterious formation, generating the power of Zhou Tian. If you rush in like a headless fly, you will be crushed to death by Zhou Tian's power on the spot. But in many magic formations, even the sure kill formations, there is still a way to survive. They were an adventurous team, but by some unknown luck, they actually found a way to survive in the formation. Everyone just needs to stay on this star for a while, and after the formation moves on its own until late at night, a channel will open to enter the star formation. However, I have to tell you that the difficulty inside the star formation is only higher than that of the outside world. It's tens of thousands of times harder. Those boys who are not strong enough and have never done any adventure before, it is best to learn the lesson as soon as possible and leave here, Fang Qimei announced loudly. She glanced at Yang Muchung from the corner of her eye, and it was obvious that she was speaking to him at the time. But how did she know that Yang Muchung just laughed secretly in his heart when he heard her words? This star formation is in danger even if you enter the Tai realm. How can you guys who are not strong enough to even reach the Nirvana realm enter? He just lowered his gaze to the depths of the star array, trying to find traces of the All Souls colorful stone. But how can the naked eye be able to see through this huge array of countless stars that rotate endlessly, like an armillary sphere? During the rotation of the formation, there was even more power from the heavens, which directly blocked Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts. This shocked Yang Muchung. Snort! Yang Muchung's entire mind was on the star formation. How could he pay attention to Fang Qimei? Fang Qimei saw that the other party was not paying any attention to her, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. You ungrateful boy! You will regret it when you enter the star formation, she thought to herself. Chapter 1757. The ancestors gather together. Everyone soon arrived at the entrance of the star formation. There is nothing at this entrance, only a tall altar with a strange shape. Is this the entrance? Yang Muchung's face was full of surprise. He cast his gaze towards Rock Snake, who also had a confused look on his face. Obviously, when it was practicing in this star formation before, the formation was not yet in operation, and there was no entrance or exit, so to speak. Humph! The time hasn't come yet. You'll know when it does. When Fang Qimei saw Yang Muchung's appearance, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. Yang Muchung didn't care about anything, but used his spiritual thoughts to explore the altar. However, not long after everyone sat down, Li Laoming's expression changed, and he looked into the void. What's wrong? Fang Qimei asked quickly. When everyone was surprised, they saw a tiger descending from the void, like a tiger descending from a mountain. It stepped directly out of the void with a majestic and shocking momentum, just like an ancient ferocious beast. This smell immediately made everyone jump with fear, and behind the white tiger, there was a skinny old man sitting. Hey, aren't you hungry? Just use these people to fill your stomach. The skinny old man's eyes turned and fell on everyone. He gently patted the white tiger under him, but his faint words made people uncontrollably creepy. Greetings to Patriarch Chiu, and asking Patriarch Chiu to spare his life. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, Mr. Li knelt down and begged for mercy. You know me? The skinny old man known as Patriarch Chiu looked at him with a half smile. Mr. Li nodded quickly and said, We are descendants of the Fang family. Ancestor Chiu pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. It turns out they are the descendants of Fang Tianqiu. In this case, I will spare your lives. Get out of here. This is not the place you should come to. Hearing this, Mr. Li felt relieved, got up, and took Fang Qimei to leave. Fang Qimei didn't know what was going on, so she quickly asked, "Who is he? Why did we just leave when he asked us to leave?" Mr. Li was about to cry, and whispered, "My little aunt, he is on the same level as our ancestor of the Fang family. We people are like ants in front of him. If he wants to kill us, even the ancestor will kill us. You won't plead for us. You should calm down the young lady's temper quickly." When Fang Qimei heard this, she realized that the skinny old man in front of her was so powerful that he dared not say anything and was ready to leave. But, before they had time to move, they heard a crisp eagle cry. "Is there anyone else?" Mr. Li closed his eyes and immediately saw a huge war eagle flying from the void. The war eagle's feathers were red, like a fire phoenix, and it just flew down from the sky. Call. This crazy flyby brought up a gust of wind. Everyone was staggering under this wind. If Mr. Li hadn't used his inner strength to protect everyone, they would have been killed by the strong wind brought by the war eagle. It flew out. "Hey, old Ghost Chiu, you are quite generous. You actually let these juniors go. Once they come back alive, and what happened here is spread, how can we possibly succeed?" Before the war eagle landed, another voice came from behind. Everyone looked around and saw a girl with white hair and a childlike face. But everyone knows that although she looks young, she is not actually young. I am afraid she is not young at all. Grown? While she was speaking, the eyes of the war eagle at her feet were staring straight at Fang Qimei and others. Under that war eagle, they were like ants. When we saw this war eagle, everyone's legs went weak. Fang Qimei turned pale with fear. Patriarch Chiu sat on by whose back and fell into a deep silence, not knowing what to say. But I heard the girl continue. "Now that we know the entrance, there are already people like us. For every more people who know, there is one more person who can share the magic weapon with us. These are just some juniors of the Fang family. Even if they are killed, Fang Tianshou, he won't fall out with us because of a few juniors." Hearing this, Mr. Li quickly shouted, "Two seniors, we will never tell outsiders what happened here today. If one more person knows about it, it will definitely be like a thunderbolt from heaven. Ha ha. There's no need to wait until the sky thunders. I just believe in myself." The eagle-riding girl spoke up. "That's right. Just kill. With our methods. If we want to kill people, destroy corpses and eliminate traces. What else can Fang Tianshou know?" As soon as he finished speaking, another voice came. All he saw was that someone else fell down from the void. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He was wrapped in a sword box, and his weapons were impressive. Although everyone does not know his identity, they all know that this middle-aged man must be at the same level as the ancestor of the Fang family. This middle-aged man was like a signal, and immediately several more people came from the void. The strength of each of these people is very impressive and powerful. Mr. Li, Fang Qimei, and others didn't know what to do when they saw this scene. They just wanted to come for an adventure, but who knew they were involved in such a thing? "Okay, let's kill him." Ancestor Chiu, who was about to let him go at first, paused for a moment, and finally nodded. He knew that the secret of the star formation could not be kept secret for long, and sooner or later it would spread throughout this galaxy. When the time comes, there will be more and more people coming here. Every time more people know the secret, they will lose a piece of the pie. If they were let go, the news that their dozen or so ancestors appeared outside the star array would spread like wildfire in less than 3 days. And everyone would know that there was a treasure here. Juniors, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you for being ignorant and knowing things you shouldn't know. Ancestor Chiu squinted his eyes and patted the white tiger sitting under him. The white tiger was extremely hungry and wanted to eat people for a long time. It was only because old Ancestor Chiu didn't agree that he endured it. Now that he got the approval, he immediately walked towards the crowd step by step. How to do? Fang Qimei was so frightened that she almost cried. These are more than a dozen ancestor-level existences, and it is extremely easy to kill them. Even if they were killed, they would be reduced to ashes, and no one would know. Several other ancestors stood there, staring at the black altar, indifferent to what was going on here, not to mention killing a few warriors. Destroying a star is as common as drinking water and eating for them. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Let's forget about today's matter. Give me some face, and let these people go. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned and quickly looked towards the sound, only to see Yang Maicheng, who had been standing behind the crowd, speaking. Chapter 1758, Give Me Some Face. The ancestors were all staring at the altar. They didn't notice it for a while, and didn't pay attention to the situation here. When they heard this sentence, they couldn't help being stunned and looked forward. Fang Qimei, Mr. Li and others turned pale with fear. Seeing the big tiger approaching, they lost the ability to speak, and could only tremble and tremble all over. For a moment, these sudden words made everyone stunned. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and found that it was Yang Mucheng who was speaking. "Oh, I'll give you some face. Who do you think you are?" Patriarch Chiu couldn't help but laugh. He had noticed Yang Mucheng a long time ago, but he didn't pay attention. In his opinion, how could this kid have much strength if he was mixed with people like Fang Qimei? Although there was something extraordinary about him, he didn't care. "Yang Mucheng, are you looking for death?" Fang Qimei collapsed to the ground in fear. She originally wanted to beg for mercy. After all, this Chiu ancestor and her Fang family ancestor were old acquaintances. Maybe the other party would feel pity and let them go. But now Yang Mucheng's words would probably push them to a dead end. And they were afraid that Yang Mucheng would be scolded to death. Yang Mucheng chuckled and walked out with his hands behind his back. He said aloud, "These adventurers are so advanced. If you don't want the secret to be leaked, you can just erase their memories. Why do you need to kill them all? I need you to give me instructions when I do things?" Patriarch Chiu's eyes widened angrily. And he was furious. He is so powerful that there is no need to discuss killing people. Now this young boy dares to arrange things for himself and give orders to him. How can he not be angry in his heart? With his eyes wide open, he stared at Yang Mucheng and said angrily, "You kid! If you dare to be rude in front of me, I'll eat you first." Roar! As if feeling the anger of its master, the white tiger roared and roared towards him. This white tiger is also a strange species, with a length of 5 meters. Although it is not large, its aura is much stronger than that of ordinary monsters, and it at least has the cultivation level of a heavenly monster. It rushed toward Yang Mucheng like a mountain peak, and in an instant, it was already in front of Yang Mucheng. Snort! Yang Mucheng waved his right hand. Originally, Patriarch Chiu sneered in his heart, and planned to let the white tiger eat the young man in front of everyone. He did not think that this boy had the ability to resist him. However, Yang Mucheng's wave of his hand was like a violent cloud sweeping over him. In an instant, Patriarch Chiu felt his pupils shrink, and all he saw was a shocking violent current gathering together and rolling over like a huge wave. It created a ravine on the ground, and from a distance, it looked like a roaring dragon of air waves. Not good! Patriarch Chiu was shocked and quickly retreated. He is too strong and can dodge in time. But the white tiger under him was not. He was directly hit by the air wave. It was as if it was attacked by a 10,000 feet mad dragon, and it was torn into pieces in an instant. This long wave of air continued unabated, and in an instant it spanned the entire asteroid. This blow cut off half of the entire asteroid. If Yang Mucheng hadn't held back for fear of destroying the asteroid, he could have smashed the entire asteroid into powder with this blow. Quiet! For a moment, the dozen or so Tai ancestors on the asteroid were all stunned and looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Previously, Yang Mucheng asked everyone to let these adventurers go for his sake. They only thought that this kid didn't know how high the sky was, and what it meant to be the strongest. But now that I saw him take action, I realized that this kid was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. You are the strongest one! Patriarch Chiu looked at Yang Mucheng, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Oh my god! How is this possible? Fang Qimei couldn't help shouting. She never dreamed that this dandy boy, whom she had always looked down upon, would actually have the same Tai cultivation level as these ancestors. When she came back to her senses, she secretly resented. You obviously have Tai cultivation. Why do you have to be in our team? Yang Muxian guessed her thoughts, turned around and said with a smile, I am new here, and I don't know how to enter this star formation. You happen to be recruiting adventurers there, so I got in. But don't worry. Since I have entered you, if my team accepts your favor, I will definitely return it to you. I am here today to save your life. When Fang Qimei and others heard this, they immediately smiled. They originally thought that they had no way out, but who knew that Yang Mucheng suddenly appeared, and he was also a Tai strongman, and he even wanted to save them. I'm afraid I won't be so lucky. Elderly glanced ahead worriedly and said, If there is only Ancestor Chiu, and he wants to protect us, we will definitely survive. But there are too many people on the other side. He is afraid that he will be outnumbered. After Mr. Li finished speaking, Fang Qimei looked forward. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, The 7 or 8 ancestors all looked at Yang Muchung with unkind eyes. Hee hee. I didn't expect to meet a boy who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. The girl riding the eagle sneered. This kid is new to us. He doesn't look like someone from our Geoding galaxy. Could it be that even people from other galaxies have learned the secrets here? The man with the sword box frowned. We must kill. Otherwise, more and more people will know about it. And we may not even be qualified to drink soup by then. An ancestor shouted. But in just a short moment, several ancestors had already come to a conclusion. This conclusion made Fang Chimei and others turn pale. Is there no room for discussion? Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Patriarch Chiu and others. Even if their memories are erased, are you still unwilling to let them leave? While Yang Muchung was speaking, several ancestors were already slowly approaching. Although they didn't speak, their expressions already told everyone that they were determined to kill. That's right. I would rather kill them all than let them go. The girl riding the eagle said coldly. She turned her gaze and looked at old ancestor Chiu and said, Old Ghost Chiu, you and the others will entangle this kid, and I will kill these adventurers. Tongue! As soon as she finished speaking, the girl riding the eagle's eyes opened angrily, and she only heard a groan. The flame war eagle under her feet let out a sharp roar, spread her wings, and charged towards Fang Chimei and others with monstrous flames. At this moment, a heat wave swept across the stars, and the terrifying high temperature seemed to burn the sky and boil the sea at this moment. You dare to kill the people I want to protect? A trace of anger flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. He was determined to protect these people. But these ancestors wanted to kill them without saying a word. In this case, the only choice was to start a war. If that's the case, then I'll kill you. Chapter 1759 Dominance. Kill us? The ancestors only thought it was funny when they heard these words. Even if this kid has Tai cultivation. So what? There are so many of them. Even if they bully the few with more, they will not give the other party any way to survive. You have evil thoughts and always want to kill people. If this is the case, then I will kill you first. Yang Muchung turned his eyes and looked directly at the girl riding the eagle. As soon as he finished speaking, he took one step forward and suddenly disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he appeared in front of Fang Chimei and others. Court death! Seeing that Yang Muchung was so arrogant and even dared to appear in front of her, she closed her eyes, and 3,000 feet of white hair suddenly exploded from the back of her head, dancing in the air like a silver waterfall. At the same time, her Tai cultivation level suddenly erupted and swept towards Yang Muchung in an overwhelming manner. In her opinion, even if she is not Yang Muchung's opponent, she is enough to hold him back. There are so many powerful Tai people here. It is simply too easy to kill this kid. But she didn't know that Yang Muchung had already killed many powerful Tai warriors when he was only half a step into the Tai realm. Now that he had reached the Tai realm, dealing with warriors of the same level was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Yang Muchung pointed his right hands together and slashed downwards in the air. Everyone only heard a sharp whistling sound. And then everyone saw a sword flashing down. And in an instant, the extremely explosive girl, as well as the flaming war eagle under her feet, were all brought to life at this moment. A sword cut him in half. Puff! With blood splattering, War Eagle's body hit the asteroid hard, causing the entire asteroid to tremble suddenly. Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with shock. Why is it so strong? Obviously everyone is in the Tai realm. Even if a powerful Tai wants to kill the existence of the same level of cultivation, it is not that easy. But in Yang Muchung's hands, it seemed like he was just moving his hands and feet. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Don't be frightened by him. Everyone. This kid must have used some special means. His magical power can only be used once in a short period of time. The man with the sword box shouted immediately. He yelled loudly and squeezed his right hand suddenly. Boom! The sword box behind him was suddenly blown open by a surge of sword energy. In an instant, he saw an infinite light burst out of the sword box. Each ray of light gathered rapidly, and in an instant, billions of long swords were formed rapidly. I see! The sword box behind the man with this sword box is just like the gourd he used to hide his sword. The space inside the sword-hiding gourd was too small at first, and could only accommodate 36,000 long swords. But now, this sword box is extraordinary. The space is more than 1,000 times larger than the sword gourd. There seems to be an ancient sword energy in the box nourishing these swords. These swords that came out of the sword box became extremely blue and sharp after being nourished by the sword energy. The sword holds the world. I have billions of swords. I can destroy the world. The man with the sword box took a step forward and shouted. I saw him making a sealed Jew with his right hand. Suddenly, the billions of long swords were like thousands of swords uniting, and like hundreds of rivers converging. In the eyes of outsiders, they actually gathered together crazily at this moment, directly forming a huge formation stretching for hundreds of years. The sword inside. Destroy! The moment the giant sword was formed, the man with the sword box gave a low shout, and the long sword suddenly made a sharp sound, and then slashed down quickly. It's over! Fang Qimei and others no longer have any hope. If this sword cuts down, it will probably split the entire void in half. How can they still survive? But when Yang Mucheng faced this sword, he smiled faintly and said disdainfully, You have billions of swords, but you can't break my sword? As he spoke, he pointed forward and whispered, Go with the sword! Clang! A soft sword cry suddenly resounded through the air. Immediately afterwards, he saw a ray of sword light quickly blasting out from Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. And with a whistling afterimage, he quickly rushed towards the billions of swords. You look down on people! A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the man with the sword box. These swords of mine are all famous swords that I have obtained from traveling in the stars for thousands of years. Each sword belongs to a sword master. These swords are always filled with ancient sword energy in my sword box. The nourishment has already surpassed ordinary famous swords. How can your sword compare with mine? As he spoke, he snorted coldly and pointed his right hand forward quickly. Call! The next moment, he saw those billions of long swords bursting out, and the endless sound of swords resounded instantly. Every famous sword has a dazzling sword light. Then, these famous swords exploded, and in the next moment, with a superimposed double power, they quickly and fiercely killed Yang Mucheng. Ha ha! What a small trick! Yang Mucheng sneered disdainfully and pointed forward with his right hand. Chang! At this time, Xin Yuan's sword also erupted into a burst of sword sound and sword light. With the power of one sword, Xin Yuan's sword actually suppressed the billions of long swords summoned by the sword box man at this moment. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Xin Yuan's sword collided fiercely with billions of long swords. Crack! I only heard a vast cracking sound. And then I saw it. The torrent formed by the millions of long swords was shattered into pieces at this moment like an egg hitting a stone. Looking at this scene, the sword box man's heart was bleeding, and there was only shock in his eyes. You know, these famous swords of his were collected one by one, but now they were smashed to pieces by Yang Mucheng. I don't believe it! The man with the sword box closed his eyes and grabbed it fiercely with his right hand. Suddenly, the remaining long swords gathered together into one force. Obviously, he planned to fuse all the long swords into one, condense all the power into one point, and directly kill Yang Mucheng. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The gathering of billions of swords is like a torrent converging into a line. No matter how hard your reef is, it will be washed away in an instant. But Yang Mucheng smiled coldly. Boom! There was a loud sound, and under the shocked eyes of everyone, the billions of long swords gathered together. But it was not a sudden strike from Xin Yuan's sword. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the Xin Yuan sword swept out with devastating force, directly tearing the monstrous sword into pieces. At the same time, his remaining power continued unabated, blasting into the mouth of the man with the sword box, and then shooting out from the back of his head. As for Xin Yuan's sword, it quietly circulated in midair and returned to Yang Mucheng. Who else? Yang Mucheng, with his hands behind his back, one person and one sword, dominates the starry sky. Chapter 1760 The Enemy. Horrible. The strength shown by Yang Mucheng was completely crushing. Even those in the late Tang period may not be able to kill people as neatly as him. For a time, although Patriarch Qiu had a large number of people, he was intimidated when facing Yang Mucheng. Where was the arrogance from before? This little brother. Seeing Yang Mucheng move, the scalps of several ancestors suddenly became numb. Ancestor Qiu quickly shouted, You're right. We really shouldn't kill people at will. These people just entered here by mistake. We should erase their memories and let them leave. After hearing what Ancestor Qiu said, the other ancestors couldn't resist, and they all wanted to slap themselves if they dared to worry about the secrets of the star formation being leaked. If they had known that this kid was so scary, how dare they dare to challenge each other? Just erase all their memories and say, okay. But as a result, Now he has been caught up in it. Little brother, you are right. We should let them go. They are all innocent. Immediately, everyone present hurriedly agreed, fearing that if they were a moment too late, the young man would have to kill again. No matter how strong they are, how can they withstand Yang Muqing's level of killing Tai, which is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? Is it? Looking at everyone with a half smile, Yang Muqing slowly shook his head and sneered. I have changed my mind now. It will be the same if I kill you. Daughter of the Fong family. Your Fong family ancestor and I are old acquaintances. Please put in a good word for me. Hearing Yang Muqing's words, Patriarch Chiu almost cried. He quickly looked at Fong Chimei to try to establish a relationship, hoping that the other party would say a few nice words for him and help him out. Fong Chimei stood aside blankly, completely dumbfounded. She looked at the ancestors who were still like gods, controlling everyone's lives and standing high above them. Now in front of Yang Muqing, he was like an ant. Even have a relationship with yourself. And all this is because of Yang Muqing. Yang Mu, Patriarch Yang, please show mercy, Fong Chimei said bravely. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows, looked at the ancestors who were trembling like quails, and said calmly, That's all. Since Fong Chimei pleads for you, then I will spare you. Now, I want to enter this star formation. Do you have any objections? No. Patriarch Chiu shook his head quickly. Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back and glanced at the other ancestors. They quickly shook their heads and said, No comment. Little brother, this star formation is full of dangers. Fong Chimei and the others are too low in cultivation. They are afraid that they will be crushed and killed by the formation as soon as they enter. Therefore, it is better for them not to go. Patriarch Chiu glanced at everyone in the Fong family and told the truth. He was afraid that when these people entered the formation, they would be crushed to death before they could react. When the time comes to anger this young man, they will suffer. Then don't go in. Yang Muqing condensed for a moment and nodded. When the formation was activated, it was the great rock snake of Tai perfection, and its body was crushed. These juniors, whose strength was not as strong as Nirvana, naturally could not protect themselves in that situation. Yes, Ancestor Yang. Fong Chimei also let go of her courage and responded with clasped fists. We will leave after the gate of the formation is opened. At the moment, the stars are lonely. Everyone stood in front of the altar, waiting for the time to come. Not long after, I saw a ray of light coming from far away from the formation, and landed on the altar impartially. Suddenly, the beam of light surged like a fountain, and the void seemed to be torn apart, revealing a huge six-pointed star. Behind the hexagram was the entrance to the star formation. After the entrance opened, Yang Muqing prepared to go in, but was stopped by Patriarch Chiu. Little brother, you can't come in now, Yang Muqing asked in surprise. Why? Although the six-pointed star is the entrance. If you enter at will, not only will you not be able to avoid the power of the formation, but it will stimulate the operation of the formation. Only when the light beams converge into a line can you enter, Patriarch Chiu said quickly. Yang Muqing nodded, glanced at Patriarch Chiu, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you know a lot about this formation. Apart from you people, how many people are paying attention to this formation? There are quite a few. Patriarch Chiu smiled bitterly. However, they all have their own methods and are able to enter this star formation. We also accidentally learned about the method of this six-pointed star entering the formation. This star formation is actually a magic weapon called the Heaven and Earth Millstone. Once it enters it, the power of the star's rotation will crush everything that exists. But due to its age, it has stopped operating a long time ago. I don't know why it suddenly started operating recently. A few of us have entered it and explored it several times, and we have a general understanding. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Patriarch Chiu. Just listen to Patriarch Chiu continue. This Heaven and Earth Millstone has 9 rings in total. Each ring is more destructive than the last. Not only is there a maze inside, but this formation has been abandoned for too long and has become a paradise for monsters to inhabit. So you have to worry about sneak attacks by monsters. Some time ago, a dozen ancestors from other galaxies caught a perfect big rock snake here. But the strength of those ancestors is much stronger than ours. I heard that those ancestors also went in some time ago already. Listening to Patriarch Chiu's words, Yang Muqing secretly laughed in his heart. The big rock snake captured by the ancestors was now safely hidden in his sleeve. If they hadn't captured the big rock snake, he wouldn't have expected what was in the star formation. Ancestor Chiu and those warriors, who also had thoughts about this star formation, had a very simple idea. That is, this star formation was once the magic weapon of a strong one Yuan man. And it must have killed countless existences. On each of these stars, a powerful being could be killed. If we can find the bones of these powerful beings, we might be able to discover the treasures left behind by our predecessors. They only know this. And naturally they don't know that the formation eye of this star formation is the most valuable existence in the whole. Okay. The door will be open soon. I saw the light surging, gathering quickly, and gradually condensing into a thin line in everyone's eyes. Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with joy. Patriarch Chiu even said quickly, Master Yang, the door will be open soon, and we can go in then. You can enter. But you, Mr. Yang, can't. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden turbulence in the void, and a handsome man stepped out of the void and suddenly came to Yang Muqing. This man is clearly Zhou Tianao. Chapter 1761, The Ultimate Killing Power. It's you? Yang Muqing looked surprised, looking at this existence that had disappeared for a long time and suddenly appeared again. This is the man who unites all things. Everyone looked at Zhou Tianao. Their eyes closed, and they were all shocked. All things are unified. What a big statement, Yang Muqing said with a smile. Little brother, you don't know something. The existence and the unity of all things is not a human race. Old Ancestor Chiu looked helpless. He originally just wanted to enter the star formation, but who knew he would get involved in these things? First, he met the monster like Yang Muqing, and then he met the man who brought everything together. The other ancestors present. You look at me, I look at you. They already want to quit. No matter how greedy they were for the treasures in the star formation, they would not dare to do anything wrong under the watchful eyes of all things guidance. You alone want to stop me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you with one sword? Yang Muqing smiled. Old demon Yang, you are indeed powerful. With only half a step of Tai cultivation, you have killed 3 golden dragons from the ancient heritage. Now your cultivation has reached the Tai realm. If you fight alone, I will definitely not be your opponent. But I was ordered to capture you and bring you back to the world for a while. How could I be the only one here? Zhou Tianao looked at Yang Muqing and burst into laughter. Besides, everyone was even more shocked when they heard this. The unity of all things is ordinary and detached from the world, and rarely appears in the eyes of the world. Now not only did Yang Muqing appear, but more than one person was dispatched. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of eagle call was heard. Everyone looked up quickly, and saw a green-white Dapeng flying rapidly from a distance. There was a man standing behind the Dapeng. These Dapeng are actually big demons. The eyes of Patriarch Chiu and others were filled with shock. The war eagle mobilized by the eagle-riding girl previously was only a heavenly saint. But the opponent's rock had reached the Tai realm and belonged to the great heavenly demon. The momentum of that big rock was higher than the cultivation level of their ancestors. When everyone found the big rock, they saw that it was still on the horizon. When everyone came to their senses, it had already flown over everyone's heads. The rock's wings were restrained and motionless as a mountain. But even though it stood there obediently, the green-white chill emanating from its body made people's scalp numb. Not to mention the man on Dapeng's back. He is probably at least at the late stage of Tai, or even at the peak of Tai. Xie, if you don't come, I might not be able to suppress this kid by myself. Zhou Tianao looked at the cold man on Dapeng's back. Another breakthrough. This kid is simply a monster. The cold man named Xie glanced at Yang Muqing, his eyes full of shock. When Zhou Tianao mentioned that Yang Muqing sabotaged his plan, he was only at the peak of Dantian. Now, just a short time later, he has actually reached the Tai realm. This speed is simply appalling. Yang Muqing looked at these two people with a hint of surprise in his eyes. These two are serious Tai peak warriors. With such existences, ordinary forces are not qualified to control them. Even in another starry sky, only forces as powerful as the 7 clans can do it. But now these two people are willing to be slaves. Everything behind them must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yang Muqing clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Zhou Tianao with a smile, shook his head and said, Zhou Tianao, since you know that I have already killed the golden dragon when I was half a step too far, you two are only at the peak of Tai, and are still a little short of it. If I want, I can still kill you too. What an arrogant boy. What an arrogant tone. What if you had me? As soon as Yang Muqing finished speaking, a giant shadow fell from the sky, falling straight down like a mountain, and hit the asteroid heavily. This terrifying crash made the entire asteroid about to explode. The ancestors of the Chiu family and others were almost numb, looking at the scene in front of them with disbelief. They knew that Yang Mucheng was powerful, but they didn't know that he was so strong. To capture him alone, it actually takes 3 Tai peaks. What on earth is this concept? You know, a person in the Tai realm is equivalent to a huge family power. The 3 Tai are equivalent to 3 major forces. Under such power, even sects and families have to bow their heads. Now it was just to capture a young man who had just reached the Tai realm. Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the guy who came last. I once heard someone say that among all the races in the starry sky, there is a race named Titans. Even when the Titans are just born, they are only 1 meter tall. When they reach adulthood, they will reach 12 meters in height. You are born with divine power. Are you from the Titan clan? Yes, it's me. The giant was wearing a golden armor, and green thunder flashed on the armor. When he spoke, the thunder roared, and the shock made people's eardrums numb, as if he was a living thunder god. When Patriarch Chiu and others saw this Titan man, there was only horror in their eyes. Now, the 3 of us at the top of Tai are trying to kill you. Do you think it's enough? Seeing the 3 people arriving together, Zhou Tian laughed loudly, raised his fists, and looked at Yang Mucheng with a proud face. Not enough. Yang Mucheng shook his head disdainfully. You? The Titan man was furious when he heard this. Green light flashed in his eyes, and he was even more powerful with blue thunder. Let's go! Seeing the Titan man preparing to take action, Patriarch Chiu could no longer hold back the fear in his heart. With a loud shout, he turned into a ball of escaping light and flew away into the distance. Before leaving, he glanced over and saw Fang Qimei and others stunned in place. He rolled up his sleeves, picked them up and flew towards the distance. Only then did the other ancestors react, and they all stood up and fled into the distance. Want to leave? Xie, a cold man, was about to pursue him with his hands behind his back. At this time, Zhou Tian frowned slightly, stopped Xie, who was about to kill them all, and said slowly, Stop chasing. They are just ants. They are not in the same group as old demon Yang. Our target is Yang. Old devil. The 3 of us are in a desperate situation. If you, in order to kill people, reduce this desperate situation, then the master will definitely blame you if you let old Mo Yang go. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, a trace of fear flashed in Xie's eyes. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the master in Zhou Tian's mouth. He immediately sighed, withdrew his gaze, and looked towards Yang Mucheng. As he looked, the temperature on the entire asteroid suddenly dropped to freezing point in an astonishing manner, and a terrifying chill filled the entire starry sky. Yang Lamo, our master invites you to go to the unity of all things for a while. I wonder if you will go with us obediently, or if we will do it ourselves. Zhou Tianao looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. Chapter 1762 Join forces to kill. This is a very straightforward threat. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Zhou Tianao, looked at Xie who was stepping on the rock, looked at the 12-meter-tall Titan man, and laughed wildly without any fear. Just the 3 of you. You think capture me? If you, the master of the All Things Unity Association, come here in person, maybe I can consider taking a look. But you don't have the qualifications. As soon as Yang Mucheng said this, the 3 of them changed their colors at the same time. For them, master is a sacred and inviolable existence. Now Yang Mucheng actually said such words, which was simply a capital crime. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the 3 people took action suddenly. However, the fastest one is not Zhou Tian or Xie, but the largest Titan man, Ancestor Chiu. Don't you go and help Yang Mucheng? Far away, Chiu Laozu and others took Fang Qimei and did not go far. Instead, they stopped on an inconspicuous star. Standing there, they could see every move of Yang Mucheng and others on the asteroid. Fang Qimei's cultivation level was not high, and her eyes could not see through the starry sky. The asteroid was just a black dot in her eyes, and she couldn't help but cry out for help in a hurry. Are you joking? Hearing Fang Qimei's words, Patriarch Chiu glared at this little girl who didn't know the heights of the sky. That's when all things come together. Each of those 3 people is at the pinnacle of Tai. It's easier for them to kill us than to chop melons and vegetables. We people are not qualified to intervene in the battle between them. Even if we get involved, we will be seriously injured. Fang Qimei covered her mouth, Such an existence is already very terrifying. Now that 3 people have arrived at once. Does Yang Muchung still have a way to survive? At this time, Mr. Li and the team couldn't bear it anymore. He cupped his hands to Mr. Chiu and said, "Old Ancestor Chiu, what is the union of all things? Why have I never heard of it?" Patriarch Chiu looked away. And then he noticed the doubtful looks of Elder Li, Fong Chimei and others. He sighed and then said, "Well, now that you know it, let me tell you about it. The union of all things is an existence that you are not qualified to know at all. It is composed of all races in the starry sky as members. It is only the existence above our Tai realm. I have only heard of this organization. Moreover, every member of the All-Union Society is a powerful person in Tai. An organization that only Tai realm knows about? In other words, this organization's status is at the ancestor level? Moreover, even ordinary members are the existences of the ancestor's strength? If someone had told them before that there was such an existence as the union of all things, they would never have believed it. That's not how you lie. Tai's powerful beings are all aloof and mighty beings. So how could they be willing to be slaves? But now that they see all this, they feel as if the world they know has been turned upside down and changed. Then does Yang Muchung still have hope? Fong Chimei couldn't help but said. Patriarch Chiu glanced at Fong Chimei, who was full of worry, shook his head expressionlessly and said, "If other members of the All Things Union Guild are eyeing him, given his strength and cultivation, there may be a glimmer of hope. But it is the owner of the All Things Gi Guild who is eyeing him." Patriarch Chiu didn't finish his words, but the meaning of his words was obvious. In an instant, Fong Chimei's complexion turned pale in an instant. Patriarch Chiu sighed. How could he not know what this little girl was thinking? But how powerful was Yang Muchung? Now that he is being targeted by the union of all things, he has cut off all thoughts. "Let's do it!" At this time, an ancestor suddenly shouted. Patriarch Chiu was stunned and quickly looked towards the asteroid, with a look of horror on his face. I saw that among the 3 beings who were united in all things, the Titan Man was the first to take action. The Titan Man was 12 meters tall, covered in golden armor, and looked like a stupid statue. But his speed was unusually fast, and he rushed in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. At the same time, he raised his huge fist and slammed it towards Yang Muchung. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the asteroid, which was originally full of wounds, was smashed to pieces by the Titan Man on the spot. But that altar, I don't know what kind of thing it was made of. Even though the asteroid was blown to pieces, it was still suspended in the void intact. Almost at the same time as the Titan Man took action, Xie and Zhou Tianao also took action. I saw Xie making a seal with his right hand, and the green and white Dapeng under his feet let out a piercing cry, and suddenly spread its wings. In an instant, the temperature in the void dropped sharply, and pieces of snowflakes could be seen dancing and turbulent. Then these snowflakes quickly gathered to form a terrifying giant palm, which was directly grabbed at Yang Muchung. Call. This is not an ordinary grab. Wherever the giant palm passes, the surrounding void is frozen. Once caught, the chill contained in the giant palm will invade the human body in an instant. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you will also. He was frozen in an instant and became the opponent's prisoner. Watch out! Zhou Tianao snorted coldly and suddenly took out a big flag from his arms. He waved hard, and saw a burst of bloody turbulence from the big banner, and a loud and sharp roar, and countless vampire bats emerged from it. Each of these vampire bats was extremely large, with wings spread up to 4 to 5 meters. After they swept out from the big banner, they were like a blood-colored tide, heading directly towards Yang Muchung to kill them. At this moment, the entire starry sky was completely covered. Everyone looked up and saw the bats all over the sky, which made people's scalp numb to the extreme. It seems to be endless, enough to completely submerge the starry sky, and the Titan Man, who had missed the punch earlier, shouted angrily. Under this roar, cyan lightning all over his body exploded rapidly, and then quickly gathered together, forming a huge lightning spear in his hand. Then, in an instant, the lightning spear struck first and then crossed the void, striking in front of Yang Muchung. The power erupted from this blow has surprisingly surpassed the golden dragon killed by Yang Muchung. The moment the lightning flashed out, it seemed to tear the entire void apart. Wherever it passes, all obstacles are crushed. These 3 Tai Peak experts finally took action. Moreover, as soon as they took action, they unleashed their strongest means and attacked at the same time, not intending to give Yang Muchung any way out. Chapter 1763 Defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. The three tight peaks shot at the same time, and the power was enough to shake the world. The ancestors of the Chiu family and others who were hiding in the distance looked at this scene. Their expressions changed, and they were dumbfounded. Such terrifying power has exceeded their imagination. Previously, the ancestor of the Chiu family still thought that he could withstand the opponent's blow without dying. But when he saw them taking action, he realized that he was completely wrong. If you get involved, I'm afraid you will be strangled to pieces in an instant, the ancestor of the Chiu family said in shock. Although that boy's strength is terrifying, but now facing three peak Tai, I'm afraid he may not have a way to survive. Another ancestor shouted. What to do? What to do? Mr. Li, is there any way you can save Yang Maicheng? Fang Qimei shouted repeatedly. Mr. Li, who was begged by her, saw the three Tai powerhouses take action, and his legs were weak from fear. He is only in the realm of Heavenly Saint, and he doesn't even dare to interfere with several ancestor-level figures. How can he intervene? Moreover, this kind of attack almost swept across the starry sky, and was so overwhelming that even a star would be completely crushed, let alone other people. Boom! Facing the lightning spears that arrived first, the overwhelming bloody bats, and the giant ice claws that could freeze everything, Yang Maicheng finally took action. He punched out and hit the lightning spear directly. He has a small form of 5-element spiritual body, and his body is the strongest weapon. With this punch, he used the indestructibility of the Qilin body and the explosive power of the Suzaku body. Boom! There was only a loud sound of horror, and the lightning spear that pierced the void was smashed into pieces by his fist. Then, he quickly slashed downwards with his right hand. Shang! There was only a loud sound of swords, and then a bright sword light was seen, roaring out quickly, slashing directly from the void. In an instant, the giant ice claw was split in half by this slash. Xie exclaimed and jumped away quickly, but the Daping under his feet did not dodge, and was directly split in half by the sword. At this time, the Zhoutian bat was roaring quickly and fiercely. Yang Maicheng took a deep breath. His chest bulged high, and then he exhaled forcefully. In an instant, a monstrous flame was seen pouring out like a wave. The raging flames sweeping through the sky were more ferocious than bats, and they were already hitting him in the blink of an eye. The dim starry sky suddenly brightened at this moment. Looking at it, it turned out to be a flame burning all over the starry sky. Wherever the flames passed, all the bats were burned to ashes. The flames even rolled around the big flag in Tian Ao's hand, so frightened that he dropped the big flag. When he looked again, the magic weapon had been burned to ashes. The ancestors of the Chiu family and others were stunned. Yang Maicheng easily broke the siege of the three Tai peaks with one punch, one finger, and one drink. This kind of strength is simply too powerful for them to imagine. His! Everyone gasped. Why is this Yang Maicheng so scary? No matter how much they overestimated Yang Maicheng, they would never think that the other party could survive such a siege by the 10,000 Things unity. But who knew that such an unbelievable thing would happen? Fang Qimei and others couldn't see clearly what happened, and kept shouting. What happened? Mr. Li turned around and said to her. Yang Maicheng seems to have suppressed the other three. Oh my god! Marvelous! Fang Qimei and everyone cheered. Yang Maicheng came with them and offered to save their lives. Of course, they expected Yang Maicheng to survive. Now that he heard that Yang Maicheng suppressed the other three people with one person's power, he was even more excited and could not contain his excitement. How come this guy is so strong? Seeing that their attack was actually crushed by Yang Maicheng, the eyes of Zhou Tianao and the others were filled with shock. They thought that it would be easy for them to come and kill Yang Maicheng in person, but who knew that instead of succeeding, he was suppressed by the other party. The Titans? Yang Maicheng turned his eyes and looked at the Titan man with a smile. He said, I heard that the Titan clan has a strong body. It is a rare body-refining clan among all the clans in the starry sky. It can step through the void with its physical body. I don't know. How does your body from the Titan clan compare with my 5-element spirit body? After speaking, Yang Maicheng clenched his right fist, and 2 clusters of flames jumped out of his eyes. The flames grew stronger and stronger, and in an instant they overflowed from his eyes and spread directly over his body, forming a black armor. Then, he stepped lightly with the sole of his foot. Boom! The next moment, Yang Maicheng's whole body shot out. By the time the Titan man reacted, Yang Maicheng was already in front of him. With such rapid speed, even if he wanted to react, he could no longer react. He could only watch helplessly as the opponent's punch hit his chest, But he is confident that his Titan body will not be weaker than his opponent's. What's more, he is still wearing this pair of lightning armor. How can he not be able to withstand even one of this kid's moves? Boom! This punch shattered the lightning shield formed by the armor itself. The seemingly hard and powerful armor was as if it were nothing under Yang Muqing's punch. It was directly penetrated by the punch. And then, the punch was directly printed on the other person's chest. Puff! In an instant, the Titan man's body trembled, and a fist mark suddenly protruded from the corresponding position on his back. His internal organs were directly crushed by Yang Muqing's punch, and the blood all over his body was reversed by the punch, and turned into a blood arrow and rushed out from his back. Everyone looked at the Titan man again, and his body suddenly trembled lightly and fell down like a rag bag. When Xie saw the scene, a trace of fear flashed on his cold expression. How powerful the Titans were. Yet they were killed with just one punch from this kid. It's your turn. I have a sword with you. If you can block it, I will spare my life. Yang Muqing's eyes turned and landed on Xie. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muqing's eyebrows were filled with light, and Xin Yuan's sword brought out a crisp sword cry, slashing out 1,000-foot-long sword light and slashing straight towards Xie. Xie was horrified and lost his voice. At this moment, he raised his hands to parry the sword. But how could his flesh and blood body resist the power of Xin Yuan's sword? This sword slashed down quickly, chopping his whole body from head to toe, killing him on the spot like a knife slicing through tofu. Xie's eyes widened, even to the point of death. He would not believe that he could not even withstand Yang Muqing's sword. Only you are left. After killing Xie with one sword, Yang Muqing turned his eyes and looked at Zhou Tianao with a smile. Chapter 1764. Within the formation, there was dead silence all over the place. Everyone was stunned, as if they had seen a miracle. With 1 against 3, Yang Muqing not only easily resolved the 3-person fatal situation, but also counterattacked at the same time, killing the 2 Tai Peaks on the spot. What a terrifying strength this is. Not only Qiu Laozu and others who were hiding far away failed to think of it, but Zhou Tianao also failed to think of it. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the 2 companions who were killed in an instant, and then met Yang Muqing's gaze. He only felt that his scalp was numb, and his whole body seemed to have been poured directly from a bucket of ice water to his feet. Boom! Zhou Tianao, whose eyes moved slightly, seemed to have made some kind of decision suddenly at this moment. I saw him clenching his fists. His body suddenly expanded, and there was a squeak sound from the muscles behind his back. Yang Muqing looked and saw that the stretched black shadow was actually a golden bat wing. Surrounding the golden wings, turbulent ancient patterns are emerging. Finally revealed his true identity? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. Just when Yang Muqing looked, Zhou Tianao's wings suddenly flashed, and his whole body was swept up in a wave of terror, turned into a bloody light, and rushed towards the star formation in a panic. Escaped? Yang Muqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally saw Zhou Tianao show his wings this time, and thought that the other party was going to fight him desperately, and he could also take the opportunity to understand the strength of the Blood Clan. But who would have thought that he would actually escape? Humph! Let's see where you run away! Yang Muqing looked at the 6-pointed stargate that was about to close slowly, and also turned into a ray of light and got in. They have entered the star formation! Looking at the situation here, an ancestor cried out. Shall we go in too? Court death! Patriarch Qiu looked at his companion, who wanted to rush into the star formation, and quickly stopped him. The 6-pointed stargate will only be safest when the purple one enters. When these 2 people entered, the gate emitted red light, which is when the star formation is operating at its most powerful. If we enter, we will inevitably die. When Fang Qimei heard this, she opened her mouth so wide that she could hardly close it. She could only look at the stars and hope in her heart. In the battle between Yang Muqing and the return of all things, these ancestors could not interfere. She had no other choice but to pray for Yang Muqing. Closed! At this moment, an ancestor suddenly shouted. I saw that after Yang Muqing entered the 6-pointed star gate, the 6-pointed star began to spin rapidly, spinning smaller and smaller in everyone's eyes. After a moment, it turned into a point of light and completely disappeared in the starry sky. Can't Yang Muqing come out? Hearing the door close, Fang Qimei asked quickly. After he entered the formation, he stood still. Will he be able to come out safe and sound when the door opens again? Patriarch Qiu glanced at Fang Qimei and sighed. Little girl, you underestimate this great star formation. Do you know that this great formation was once used to kill powerful men of 1 yuan? In ancient times, all races were fierce, and there were ancient madmen who used this great star formation to kill a strong man of 1 yuan is like killing a chicken and killing a dog. Although this formation has been damaged, it has been operating for no reason recently. How can you imagine the power of it? This star formation seems to only cover a small piece of starry sky. But you have to know that there are hundreds of millions of inter-universe arrays arranged inside the starry sky. The space inside the starry sky is thousands of larger than it looks from the outside. Times 10,000 times more. Once you enter the formation, you can't help yourself. How can you stand there and wait for the door to open for another day? Moreover, although this gate is opened every day, the space behind the door is not pointing to the same location. Maybe after passing the gate this time, it will be here after entering. But the next time the gate opens, the location will be billions of miles away. Besides, how could Yang Machung come out through the gate again? Moreover, he entered when the star formation was at its most intense, so he didn't know what he would encounter. Every time Patriarch Chiu said a word, Fang Chimei's complexion turned pale. By the time she finished speaking, she was so surprised that she could not speak. Mr. Li was even more stunned and murmured, "Doesn't it mean that Yang Machung narrowly escaped death?" "Wrong. It means 10 deaths and no life." Patriarch Chiu shook his head. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Fang Chimei felt as if all the bones in his body had been taken away. He suddenly lost his strength and could only collapse to the ground. On the other side, Yang Machung had already entered the star formation. Although he entered the purple hexagram formation and came out, it seemed that he only experienced it for a moment. But he had the illusion that the sun and the moon were upside down. When he came to his senses again, he found that he was no longer in this space, but had entered the interior of the star formation. Call. Almost instantly, he felt a huge force crushing him. The power of heaven and earth seems to be slowly crushing like a huge millstone. If the strength is slightly weaker, I am afraid that during the operation of this power of heaven and earth, I will be crushed to death in an instant. Where did he escape to? Yang Machung narrowed his eyes and looked around. Zhou Tianao's last means of escaping must have been unusual. It must have been some kind of magic that burned blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so fast. The All Things Unity Association was organized by these powerful men from the Tai realm, and they even targeted themselves. How could he let Zhou Tianao escape? He must be caught and tortured. Thinking of this, he released his spiritual thoughts and swept out directly. Yang Wuqing's spiritual thoughts were so powerful that he could find traces of Zhou Tianao in an instant. I saw that Zhou Tianao was resting on a star at the moment. His face was pale. It was obvious that his previous escape had consumed a lot of his strength. As expected, Yang Machung originally planned to use Void Transit to appear there directly. But the starry sky in front of him was a chaos of time and space. Although it looked calm, in fact, it was like a vortex caused by turbulent undercurrents. You use Void Transit to cross the void may be torn into pieces by these undercurrents before it reaches there. That's it! That kid's current position has been controlled by my spiritual thoughts. Even if he escapes, he can't escape anywhere. I'd better fly over honestly. Otherwise, it would be bad to put yourself in danger in order to chase him. Feeling the turbulent power in the void, Yang Wuqing's eyes flashed with horror. After a moment, he made a safe choice and immediately rushed towards Zhou Tianao's position. You know, this is the star formation. How can it be so simple? This area might have been smooth and without danger a moment ago, but the next moment may be full of dangers. As soon as Yang Machung advanced, the void in front of him was already spinning rapidly. Chapter 1765 Entering the Star Formation. This is? The originally peaceful void suddenly became turbulent at this moment, even catching Yang Wuqing off guard. The originally smooth starry skies suddenly flashed with countless stars and meteorites in the next moment. These star meteorites are not big, but each one is extremely fast. They flew through the void at high speed, even bringing up a raging flame. And in an instant, they were in front of Yang Machung. Roll! Yang Machung waved his right hand, and a turbulent wave of air suddenly shot out. There was only a crackling sound, and the stars and meteorites were immediately shattered. But before Yang Machung could breathe a sigh of relief, the stars turned up quickly and swept in again. Moreover, the stars that rushed in this time were larger and faster than those before. Is it over yet? Yang Machung made a seal. There were too many meteorites, and he didn't have much time to spend here, because Zhou Tianao, who was in a place covered by his spiritual thoughts, was already preparing to leave. If he found out that he was staring at him with his spiritual thoughts, it would be in vain to get rid of him. After squeezing the seal, the light in his eyebrows shone brightly, and the green lotus platform suddenly flew out. Yang Muchung stepped on the lotus platform, and the green light suddenly shrouded out and swept in all directions. Immediately, those huge stars were torn apart as soon as they touched the light of the lotus platform. Bang! 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 For a time, Yang Muchung was rampant and unscrupulous. Wherever he passed, a path of survival was carved out among the vast array of meteorites and stars. Again? Just when Yang Muchung thought it was over, the space in front of him was violently turbulent again, and a huge asteroid came directly to crush him. If it were an ordinary asteroid, Yang Muchung would be able to smash it with one punch. But this asteroid was actually completely condensed by ice. Before he even got close, the ice inside it had already exploded. 5 elements flag! Yang Muchung squeezed again, and suddenly 5 rays of light shot out from the center of his eyebrows. These were the 5 elements command flag that he had obtained in the mysterious palace before. After the command flag appeared, it quickly rotated around the Qinglian platform. The 5 elements flags nourish each other. This green lotus terrace belongs to wood and should be one of the 5 elements. When nourished by the 5 elements flags, the blue light suddenly shines. Yang Muchung drove the Qinglian terrace directly into the asteroid. Boom! There was a burst of explosions, and the asteroid was torn into pieces by Yang Muchung on the spot. Then, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he rushed forward. Damn it! I actually escaped into this starry sky formation in a panic. On the other side, Zhou Tianao took a short rest, and then he was shocked to realize that he had actually broken into the formation. At the beginning, this starry sky formation was used by the most powerful person of the human race. More than 100 vampire ancestors were crushed and killed by this formation. Those ancestors are not like the half-dabble Tai realms like Ancestor Qiu, but each of them is like the ancestors of the 7 tribes, beings in the One Yuan realm. It seems like I'm having some trouble getting out now. Zhou Tianao sighed. He thought of the previous situation, but couldn't help but feel reassured. After all, he never dreamed that Yang Muchung was so powerful, and there was nothing he could do about it. I escaped earlier and used the blood escape technique. This consumption of essence and blood was too much. If it were to recover naturally, it would not be possible in hundreds of years. There must be some living creatures in this large formation. If we find them and nourish them with their blood, we can recover quickly. That kid was left behind by me. This great formation is changing rapidly. With his strength, it may take a long time to catch up to him. But I'd better leave first. Zhou Tianao stood up slowly, turned his eyes, and chose a star not far away as his foothold, and then prepared to fly by. What? But as soon as Zhou Tianao's figure flew into the air, before he could recover, a huge force slammed down from the void. This force was too powerful and crushed him directly. For a moment, Zhou Tianao's body trembled. He suddenly lost his balance and fell toward the stars. Boom! This sudden smash caused the entire star to shatter. Zhou Tianao looked in horror, only to see a figure sitting on the Qinglian platform, who did not know when he appeared above him. Surrounding the lotus platform, there were 5 flags tumbling, and there seemed to be some mysterious law in their movement. The figure on the green lotus platform. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Muchung? It's not that easy to escape. Yang Muchung looked at Zhou Tianao, who was shocked with a smile. You dare to go against us? Zhou Tianao knew that he couldn't escape at this moment, so he could only bite the bullet and bring out the background behind him to scare Yang Muchung. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Yang Muchung chuckled. He originally planned to slap Zhou Tianao to death, but when the other party said this, he realized that he had to get the story of the unification of all things from this guy. Tell me about the reunion of all things as soon as possible, and maybe I can let you die a happy death. Zhou Tianao snorted coldly. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled suddenly and turned into 16 figures at this moment. Each figure flew in one direction, and each figure seemed to be a real existence. What's this trick? There was a hint of surprise on Yang Muchung's face. Not only did each of these 16 figures exist as if they were real, but they were also faster than Zhou Tianao's previous blood escape method. Old demon Yang, if you want to catch me, just dream. I remember today's grudge, and I will definitely cut you into pieces in the future. As they flew by, 16 figures shouted in unison. Coming day? Yang Muchung chuckled. Zhou Tianao, do you still think you can escape alive? Just stay here for me. Yang Muchung pointed with his right hand, and the 5 elements flags surrounding Qinglian Terrace suddenly turned into a phantom and quickly flew out, landing on the stars. Then, the 5 flags erupted into 5 beams of light. Boom! 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 In an instant, the beam of light swirled and surged, blocking the entire star. The 16 figures were immediately trapped in this area. I'll kill 15 of your clones first! Yang Muchung snorted coldly and smacked his right hand downwards. He only heard a burst of bang bang bang, and saw a scarlet blood mist explode in the void. The remaining Zhou Tianao trembled and fell to the ground like a rag bag. Boom! The bloody light dissipated, and Zhou Tianao's figure emerged. At this moment, Zhou Tianao's face was as white as a sheet of paper, as if he were mourning for his heir. Chapter 1766 All Things Come Together. Yang Muchung sat on the Qinglian platform and slowly came down. This whole world was completely blocked by him. No matter how hard Zhou Tianao tried, he could not break the blockade and escape from here. Huh? When he looked at Zhou Tianao, he even showed a hint of doubt. After Zhou Tianao appeared, his cultivation level was reduced to the extreme, and he was only in the nirvana stage. Did you catch a fake person? Yang Muchung frowned and thought to himself. No need to doubt. I am indeed my true self. I used the vampire's awakening skill before, which can split my body into 16 parts in an instant. As long as one of them escapes, I can survive. Of course, the price is that my cultivation will also be divided into 16 parts. 1. I didn't expect to use this trick, but I still got caught by you. But don't expect me to say anything about the return of all things. Zhou Tianao is a tough guy. Knowing that he could not escape, he closed his eyes and waited for death. Ha ha. Of course, I have the ability to make you talk. Yang Muchung laughed. With a pinch of his right hand, the 5 elements aura was poured directly into Zhou Tianao's body. Whether it was the sharp energy of Qilin's body or the flame energy of Suzaku's body, they poured into his body in an instant. These 5 breaths were forcefully poured into his body. Even if Zhou Tianao had high cultivation level, he might not be able to withstand it. What's more, in order to escape, his energy and blood were severely injured, and his strength was only 1/16 of his original strength. Not long after, Zhou Tianao revealed everything he knew. The master mentioned by Zhou Tianao and others is an orthodox vampire whose strength has reached the eternal realm. His territory is this Geoding galaxy. As for catching Yang Muchung, it is naturally very simple. That is, to raise Yang Muchung as a blood slave to enhance his strength. Because the power of vampires comes from blood. The vampires in the eternal realm require a very large amount of blood. The average Tai strongman will be sucked to death after being absorbed 7 or 8 times. So they need a large number of blood slaves to replace them. But the general existence of Tai realm cultivation is an ancestor-level figure. Their identities and backgrounds are like the roots of trees, numerous and complex, and a single move can affect the whole body. Therefore, they rarely take action against ancestors with powerful backgrounds. A strong man like Yang Muchung, who has no roots or background, is naturally one of their targets. How many people are there in your All Things Unity Association? Yang Muchung continued to ask. All things will unite in this starry sky. Compared with other blood clan forces, it can only be regarded as mid-range. There are also some huge blood clan forces, even all composed of 1 yuan strongmen. Zhou Tianao spoke up. This sentence shocked Yang Muchung. That kind of power is probably not much different from the 7 clans. Hee hee. Mr. Yang. Zhou Tianao was lying on the ground with his limbs spread wide. Although he looked extremely embarrassed, there was still amusement in his eyes. Even if you kill me, you still won't be able to escape the pursuit of all things Gi Hui. I am a descendant nourished by my master's blood. Once I die, he will get the news. Unless you hide in this star formation all your life, you will sooner or later be captured by our All Things Unity Guild and become the master's blood slave. Yang Muchung looked over and said with a smile. You don't need to worry about these things. You, the unity of all things, dare to attack me and want to capture me as a blood slave. How can you give up on my revenge? When I get out of this star formation, I will definitely destroy your unity of all things. After saying that, Yang Muchung stepped on the sole of his foot and stepped fiercely towards Zhou Tianao. When Zhou Tianao's strength was still at its peak, he was no match for Yang Muchung. Now that his strength is only 1/16 of his previous strength, how can he still be his rival? His head was crushed on the spot. Will everything be reunited? Yang Muchung snorted coldly, with a cold light in his eyes. He glanced at Jotiano, who was already dead and could not die anymore. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at the starry sky. The leader of the Union of all things is a powerful man from the eternal realm. With my current strength, I can't resist him. That's all. That's all. The most urgent task is to enter the center of the star formation and get the all-spirit colorful stone. Got it. Thinking of this, he lowered his sleeves, and the rock snake suddenly emerged. You have been living in this star formation for quite some time. What do you think I should do next? If you want to get through this star formation, you have no choice but to use force. Rock Snake said. We are still on the periphery, and we still have time to get out. If we go deeper, we will have to carry the entire star formation. Crushed. Yang Muchung looked at Rock Snake and said, I have made up my mind, and no one can stop me. Just tell me how you escaped. Rock Snake had no choice but to bite the bullet and recount the situation again. When Yang Muchung heard this, he took a general idea. The reason why he took Rock Snake with him along the way was to take a shortcut, and wanted to see if there was a faster way to enter the center of the formation. But I didn't expect that there was no easy way on this journey. I could only rush through it. However, from Rock Snake's introduction, Yang Muchung also had a preliminary understanding of the distribution within this formation. When the formation was operating, in addition to the rock snakes, there were also many great celestial demons distributed in this star formation. However, Rock Snake didn't know whether these great sky monsters had escaped the crushing attack of the stars, or whether they had already turned into ashes. The ancestor of the Chiu family mentioned before that there are still some people coming in this star array. I have nothing to do with their life or death. I'd better get to the core as soon as possible. Yang Muchung closed his eyes. Rise! He made a seal. And in a moment, the 5 elements flag quickly rose up and returned to Yang Muchung. In an instant, the 5 element flags reflected each other and circulated endlessly. Yang Muchung controlled the Qinglian platform on the spot and rushed forward swiftly. Wherever he passed, the meteorites were completely blown to pieces in an instant, and there was no way to stop Yang Muchung. 4 rings, 5 rings. Gradually, the pressure increased. The closer you get to the center of the star array, the more terrifying the stars rotate at in this area. When Yang Muchung reached the edge, he found that he could not enter the 7th ring. There might be a gap in the starry sky that could be squeezed through. But if he wanted to use this to reach the 7th ring in one fell swoop, he still couldn't do it with his strength. Either raise the 5 element spirit body to another level, or raise the cultivation level to a small level. If you want to forcefully enter, not only will you not be able to do it, but you may be killed by this star formation. Damn it! Can I just watch the colorful stone in front of my eyes, but not be able to jump over it? Yang Muchung secretly resented it. However, at this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 1767. The Stone Ape is Fierce. To know, there are often some things surrounding Tian Lingdibao. This 10,000 spirits colorful stone is so precious. Even beings like Rock Snake have used the power of the colorful stone to elevate themselves to the realm of Tai. Presumably some heavenly and earthly treasures have grown on some stars nearby. Since I can't enter this space, why not search for it in the 6th ring? Think of this. He immediately swept out his spiritual thoughts. And sure enough, he found some heavenly and earthly treasures in the star under his feet. However, after searching like this, he immediately made another discovery. These heavenly and earthly treasures seem to have been collected by others. Could it be that the ancestors who entered here before were not killed, but survived? Yang Muchung's heart condensed. He didn't think his own strength was that terrifying, since he could survive in the 6th ring. Some warriors and great demons who broke into this place could naturally do the same. Moreover, they are also searching for the heavenly and earthly treasures in this area. No! If all the heavenly and earthly treasures here are taken away by them, I'm afraid I will be trapped in the 6th ring, unable to advance or retreat. Thinking of this in his mind, Yang Muchung quickly mobilized his power and drove the Qinglian platform across the 6 rings. At the same time, his spiritual thoughts swept thousands of miles away, covering all directions. Before reaching a star, he had already used his spiritual thoughts to completely sweep away everything on that star. And he discovered that every one of the stars he passed by had traces of someone else's visit. I don't believe that you people have already entered the 7th ring. Yang Muchung was also a little angry for a while. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, he directly released his spiritual thoughts, and the huge divine thoughts swept wildly in all directions. All of a sudden, the void began to turmoil rapidly, like ripples. Some of the tiny meteorites suspended in the starry sky were completely torn into pieces by the crazy impact of this divine thought. Over there! Not long after, Yang Muqing's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly discovered that there were signs of human activity on one of the stars. I want to see who you are! Boom! He thought in his mind that in the next moment, Yang Muqing suddenly burst out, and his whole body had transformed into a golden escaping light, flying towards the star. On this extremely ordinary star, the things growing on it are extraordinary. I saw a huge stone ape here. It is 10 feet tall, and compared to the ordinary big sky demon, it is simply not worth mentioning. But at this moment, the eyes of the several tiny peak powerhouses in front of it were full of fear. This stone ape grew by gathering energy from the earth. The rock SHL outside its body is comparable to the hardest magic weapon. Even if they tried their best, they could not break the stone SHL. This guy is scarier than the big rock snake we encountered at that time. One of the old men looked at the stone ape in front of him, with a hint of fear and shock in his eyes. With so many of us joining forces, there is nothing we can do. Are you still thinking of catching it? Another shirtless strong man shouted. It's unclear whether we can escape from it alive. This strong man is called Yi Chang. He is a body-refining warrior, and his cultivation has reached the peak of Tai. The tempering of muscles and bones is very powerful. Even if a meteorite hits, he dares to use his body to fight hard. When he was catching the big rock snake, he was the first to attack him. Even when he resisted the big rock snake's attack, he didn't even take a step back. But now when facing this stone ape, he was powerless. Not only was he unable to suppress the stone ape, but his internal organs were also displaced due to the bombardment. The other warriors also suffered a lot of injuries more or less. Roar! The stone ape grinned and let out a roar. I saw it kicking its feet, leaping up like a spring. And with such rapidity, it was already on top of everyone's heads. Not good! Yi Chang's eyes moved, flashing with shock. He rushed forward, clenched his right fist, and struck Shi Yuan. I'll stop this stone ape. You guys run away first. Yi Chang, I'm afraid your strength won't be able to stop this stone ape for too long, the old man said. Hisses. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone ape grinned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Before everyone could recover, they saw the stone ape raising his fist and slamming it down. Boom! In an instant, both fists clashed, and a loud sound erupted. Crack! Yi Chang's right arm was broken in response. Ah! Yi Chang let out a scream, and everyone looked at it in shock. But before anyone could help him, Yi Chang was already held in the hands of the stone ape like a toy. His head was broken, and his hands and feet were twisted into pieces. The twists were thrown aside. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, If you dare to kill my brother, I will kill you! Seeing Yi Chang being killed, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. That was also a Tai Peak warrior. He held a killing stick and rushed out directly. At this moment, the inner energy surged up and poured into the killing stick. Boom! A burst of energy surged violently, converging into a terrifying stick shadow thousands of feet high, sweeping towards the stone ape like an army. Yi Chang, are you crazy enough to kill us? Everyone screamed in horror when they saw the man making a move. I saw this stick sweeping across the surface of the stars like an iron broom. Whether it was mountains, hills, or basins and lakes, everything was smoothed away, under the shocked eyes of everyone. This terrifying stick shadow hit the stone ape indiscriminately. His eldest brother was killed, and he has become furious. Now he has lost his mind. The only thought in his mind is to kill this stone ape. How can he care about us? As long as he kills this stone ape, he will wake up. A peak powerhouse flew into the air, dodged Yi Chang's indiscriminate blow, and spoke out. This is a sweep of thousands of armies. In order to avenge Yi Chang, Yi Chang poured all his power into this attack. That stone ape, no matter how powerful it is, will be beaten to pieces by this stick. Everyone hid one after another, while looking down. However, just when they thought that the stone ape would be swept away with a stick, a scene that no one expected happened. Facing the shocking stick figure, Shi Yuan not only did not retreat, but stepped forward. With a deep shout, he clenched his right fist again and punched it in the air, directly hitting the terrifying stick figure. Boom! Suddenly there was a burst of earth-shattering explosions in the void, and the almost unstoppable and earth-shattering stick shadow was intercepted by Shi Yuan's punch. At this moment, there was deathly silence on the stars, and everyone stared at the scene in front of them in stunned silence. almost unable to speak. Chapter 1768 Fury. Cold. At this moment, everyone felt as if a basin of ice water was poured from head to toe. And even the blood seemed to solidify at this moment. Seeing the stone ape's joking expression, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Only then did they realize that this stone ape had regarded them as mice, and had been playing tricks on them. Shi Yuan grinned, and was flying over again. It was like a glancing light, forcing itself in front of Yisheng, and its huge fist smashed down, with a huge force of tens of millions. Boom! There was a tremor like a trembling mountain, and the whole star seemed to explode. At this moment, everyone's eyes were completely frozen. I saw that where the stone ape hit with his fist, a deep pit of thousands of feet was created, with its fist as the center. Cracks like spider webs spread outward densely, and even through the cracks and gaps, see lava surging. Shi Yuan's punch caused the entire star to explode. Everyone looked at Yisheng again. Wherever he was, there was only a pool of blood. Is it possible that we are all going to die here? For a moment, everyone could not help but have such an idea in their minds. The stone ape grinned, its eyes sweeping across the area, as if looking for prey. At a certain moment, its eyes closed and fell on the old man in the team. Crackling, I saw its body twisting and tightening from head to toe, like a vigorous cheetah. Not good! Su Anqiu! It's targeting you! Everyone saw the stone ape's gaze, and immediately shouted. The old man named Su Anqiu felt his scalp numb. Yi Chong is a strong body refiner, and he is considered to be the top among them. Even Yi Chong couldn't bear the stone ape's blow. Could he? However, Su Anqiu couldn't help what he was thinking. The stone ape rushed towards Su Anqiu in the next moment, almost without any gap. Careful! Su Anqiu! Get away quickly! It's over! At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Just when everyone lost their color, just when the stone ape's giant fist was about to fall, the stone ape's complexion suddenly changed in the next moment, and his arrogant expression seemed as if he had encountered something terrifying. There was almost no gap between advance and retreat. He retreated towards the rear in a flash, and even retreated thousands of meters in full view of everyone. What's going on with this stone ape? Why did you retreat suddenly? Did you see something more terrifying? These monsters are very sensitive to danger. I guess there must be another more terrifying existence coming. Right. Shi Yuan's movements made everyone stunned. They were filled with surprise and doubt. To be able to scare away such a terrifying existence as this stone ape, the opponent's strength is definitely extraordinary. They were already in great danger when faced with an existence like Shi Yuan. Now that another one came, wouldn't it be a narrow escape from death? At this moment, everyone just felt stiff, and they didn't even have the courage to turn around and see what was behind them. Just die. At least I have to know what killed me. Su Anqiu gritted his teeth and quickly looked back. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Behind him, there was no such savage beast as he had imagined, let alone a terrifying beast with a green face and fangs. There was only a young man in a big black robe, standing not far behind him, walking slowly with his hands behind his back. When did he show up? This boy? Seeing Su Anqiu stunned, everyone looked back in confusion. But when they saw it, they were completely dumbfounded, and they immediately shouted. They also thought that it might be some powerful being who came here, but they did not expect that it was a young boy who looked like he was still young. This rock snake! Su Anqiu turned his eyes, and narrowed his eyes, when he saw the rock snake hidden in Yang Muqing's sleeve. Although the appearance of this rock snake was very different from before, its aura had not changed. Because of this, he recognized him in an instant. I was thinking before, how could this kid come to the 6th ring with only Tai cultivation level? But I didn't expect that he got this rock snake. It seems that this rock snake knows the way in, so he let this kid break into the 6th ring. As soon as he looked at Yang Muqing's cultivation level, and then at the rock snake, he automatically made up his mind. After all, in his opinion, with Yang Muqing's initial cultivation level as Tai, there was no way he could come here. The powerful pressure along the way alone was enough to crush him into pieces. When did this kid come here, and why didn't we notice? By the way, we must have been so shocked by this stone ape before that we forgot to look around. The stone monkey from before must have failed to react because of this kid's sudden appearance. He was completely frightened for a moment. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help but think to themselves. There are so many people at the peak of Tai, but they are no match for this stone ape. How could they believe that this stone ape would be frightened by this boy at the early stage of Tai? No one thought that it was Yang Mucheng who scared Shi Yuan away. After all, that was too absurd and unbelievable. While everyone was talking, the stone ape's expression gradually darkened. It originally planned to kill Su Anqiu directly, but at that moment, it instinctively told itself that if it took action again, there would be a crisis. So, without thinking, it retreated towards the rear. But who would have thought that he was just a young boy? Finally, as if to regain face, the stone ape raised his head and shouted to Yang Mucheng. "Boy! How dare you show up suddenly, scare me, and embarrass me? I will never let you off lightly." "Oh, just you?" Yang Mucheng looked over with a smile. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Su Anqiu felt that this boy didn't know how high the sky was. This stone ape is so powerful that killing Tai experts like them is like killing chickens and dogs. As a young boy in the early stage of Tai, what room could he have to resist and fight back? "You want to die!" Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Shi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Boom! It couldn't help but stepped heavily with the sole of its foot. The terrifying explosive power caused the entire ground to tremble suddenly at this moment. At this moment, everyone heard a terrible sonic boom. At this time, the stone ape was too fast and crashed into the void. And the next moment, it roared into the sky above Yang Mucheng. Seeing this terrifying momentum, everyone was stunned. This stone ape actually still had hidden power. Now that it was angered by Yang Mucheng, it actually took out all the hidden power. Chapter 1769, Catching the Stone Ape. Too strong. The strength of this stone ape has exceeded everyone's imagination. The minds of the surrounding warriors were dim and blank. No one could believe that this kid, who suddenly appeared, could escape this disaster. However, there was only sadness left in their hearts. Once this kid dies, it will be their turn. When everyone looked, when the stone ape's giant fist hit Yang Mucheng, Yang Mucheng slowly punched out. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Shi Yuan's fist, which was enough to kill a peak expert, collided with Yang Mucheng's attack. At the moment of impact, Yang Mucheng was not crushed to pieces by the stone ape in an instant as everyone imagined. At this moment, a shocking sonic boom erupted on the battlefield. Then, this terrifying sonic boom set off a wave of air visible to the naked eye, which sent all the surrounding warriors flying away. The people who were thrown away didn't even bother to get up at this moment, and quickly looked towards the field. Then, they saw an incredible scene. The stone ape, who was in a state of rage, had already crushed and killed two terrifying great demons at the peak of Tai. In the collision with Yang Mucheng's punch, he was sent flying backwards by Yang Mucheng. How can it be? Watching this terrifying stone ape being bombarded by an even more terrifying force, it rolled like a ball and flew out of everyone's sight. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was standing there with one hand behind his back and only taking a few steps back, everyone present was completely stunned. What on earth is it? A boy in the early stage of Tai actually blasted the big demonic stone ape away with one hand. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, few would have dared to believe what was happening. Boom! Shi Yuan, who was punched thousands of meters away by Yang Mucheng, became even more expressionless. The moment it fought against Yang Mu before, it clearly felt the huge force coming from the other party's body. This burst of power was actually stronger than him. How could you, kid, have such terrifying power? This body of mine took more than 10,000 years to condense with the most essence of earth energy. How could I be knocked back by your punch? Shi Yuan's eyes were full of shock. Before that, he didn't take this kid seriously at all. But now, it doesn't dare to look down upon Yang Mucheng in the slightest. Its eyes the size of copper bells looked at Yang Mucheng with horror. For a moment, it didn't dare to act rashly. It's really strong! Yang Mucheng loosened his fist. When he collided with Shi Yuan before, Shi Yuan's power was so shocking that his right hand was slightly numb. The power of this stone ape is even more powerful than the rock snake at its peak, and the power contained in the Taishu Earth Spirit Stone in its body is even greater than that of the rock snake. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng once again turned his attention to Shi Yuan. Boom! Seeing Yang Mucheng's gaze, the stone ape suddenly trembled violently, as if it had encountered something terrible, and immediately retreated towards the rear again. Then, the stone ape reacted immediately. This was the second time it was scared off by this kid. If it were the first time, it was just because Yang Mucheng's sudden appearance caught it off guard. So this time, it was truly fearful. Shi Yuan's movements made the other warriors start talking. This stone monkey is really frightened by this kid. If it was said that Shi Yuan was afraid of Yang Mucheng before, everyone thought it was ridiculous and impossible. So now it has indeed happened. Well, aren't you coming? Yang Mucheng looked at Shi Yuan, who was scared away by him with a smile, and said, "Since you don't dare to attack, then I will attack." As he spoke, Yang Mucheng moved slightly. Boom! Such a simple action immediately caused Shi Yuan's pupils to shrink, and at the next moment, he turned around and ran away into the distance. Escaped? Everyone felt incredible when they saw Shi Yuan escaping. Su Anqiu, in particular, felt like he was in the reincarnation of life and death. Previously, they tried their best but could not defeat this stone ape, and they were even almost killed by this stone ape. Now, this stone ape was scared away by Yang Mucheng. But when I thought about it again, I thought it was normal. After all, the stone ape is created from the energy of the all-spirit colorful stone, and has the strongest physique. The body of a rock SHL is comparable to the top basalt body, and there is nothing ordinary people can do about it. But now that we encounter the even more terrifying five-element spirit, we are naturally no match for him. If we don't escape, we will have no choice but to wait for death. If I let you escape, how can I push the Xuanwu body to Dishang? Yang Mucheng chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and took a step forward in an instant, directly in front of Shi Yuan. Then, Yang Mucheng raised his right hand and hit Shi Yuan directly. Roar! This light palm seemed to have no strength, but it made Shi Yuan feel terrified. It let out a roar, and not only was it a little bit indifferent, it quickly raised its arms in front of it, and immediately took Yang Mucheng's palm forcefully. Everyone stared with wide eyes. They wanted to see if this boy really had the ability to make Shi Yuan run away in fear. Crack! This understatement was taken with a palm, and the stone ape's body had been tempered by the colorful stones of all spirits for nearly 10,000 years. It was stronger than the copper skin and iron bones. Even the Tai strongman could not hurt the body in the slightest. It was actually in Yang Mucheng's body. With his palm, a deep palm mark was directly punched out. Boom! Immediately, the stone monkey, who was escaping quickly, was not only hit with a deep palm print on its chest, but this terrifying force even knocked it down from midair. When everyone looked around, they saw a dense spider web of cracks spreading out along the location where Yang Mucheng's palm struck. Time! Shi Yuan, on the other hand, did not hesitate at all. He turned around quickly and fled directly towards the center of the stars, like a fish returning to the sea. Don't let it escape. There are thousands of stars around here. Once it escapes, it won't be that easy to catch it. Seeing Shi Yuan's movements, Su Anqiu couldn't help shouting. Yang Mucheng smiled coldly, and suddenly grabbed the star with his big hand. The infinite spiritual energy on the star was immediately sucked away by Yang Mucheng, forming a huge palm, and he fiercely grabbed the stone ape head-on. This stone ape was no match for Yang Mucheng when he was at his peak combat power. How could he still be Yang Mucheng's match now that he was seriously injured? Boom! There was a loud sound, and the stone ape was firmly grasped in Yang Mucheng's palm. Chapter 1770 Glazed Body. Got it! Looking at the stone ape that was easily caught in Yang Mucheng's hands. No matter how hard he struggled, Shi Yuan could not break free and could only watch as he flew in front of Yang Mucheng. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This powerful stone ape, which was enough to kill them all, was actually held in the hands of this boy who only had the cultivation level of Tai realm like a plaything. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe their eyes. Is this still the terrifying stone ape that killed the peak of Tai before? Just like killing chickens and dogs? Is this still the terrifying stone ape that can easily block Tai's peak attack? Is this the same stone ape that almost killed them all before? But now, this stone ape was caught in the giant palm and flew in front of Yang Mucheng. Little brother, thank you for your help. Among the people, Su Anqiu was the first to react. He stood up in excitement and quickly thanked Yang Mucheng. I'm not trying to save you, but my target happens to be this stone ape, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Boom! While speaking, he lightly clenched his right hand, and the stone ape was crushed on the spot. At the same time, a shining Taishu Earth Spirit Stone flew in front of him. He casually made a sealed Ju, and the power contained in the Earth Spirit Stone suddenly surged towards Yang Mucheng's body. What about the rest of you? Were you all killed by this stone ape? The rock snake emerged from Yang Mucheng's sleeves and looked at Su Anqiu and others teasingly. These Tai Peaks are the same group of people who captured the rock snake in the first place. Now that the enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. So Rock Snake naturally wants to tease him a lot. Boom! The words of this Rock Snake immediately caused the expressions of these peak experts to change drastically. At the same time, many people's expressions darkened on the spot. Obviously, there are some hidden secrets in these people. What happened? Yang Machung looked towards Su Anchio while absorbing the essence of earth in the spirit stone. Su Anchio sighed, and then slowly said, "People die for wealth, and birds die for food. There is a traitor in our team, and that traitor stole all the heavenly and earthly treasures we collected. Among them, there is also a precious spinning sky jade." Revolving sky jade? Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with surprise. This is an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth. After taking it, it can make people improve to a small level without any hindrance. In order to prevent us from catching up, the traitor specially lured this stone ape to kill us. But he rushed into the seventh ring himself. If you hadn't taken action, little brother, I'm afraid they all have to be killed by this stone ape. Su Anchio's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. If everyone can form a team with each other, they must all have a lifelong friendship. But now they are betrayed by the people closest to them. And naturally their hearts are mixed. Traitor! Yang Machung chuckled, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What he hates the most is undoubtedly these people. But now that he has taken the revolving sky jade, his cultivation has reached high perfection. And he has infinite heavenly spirits and earthly treasures to refine. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to take revenge. Someone in the team sighed. I swear I won't give up until I kill him. Su Anchio clenched his fists with a solemn expression. He looked at Yang Machung. Suddenly his mind moved, and said, Little brother, I want to ask you to help us. You want me to help you kill people? Yang Machung raised his eyebrows. This is someone else's private matter. Even if it turns upside down, Yang Machung will never get involved as long as he is not provoked. Little brother, you are very strong. Even if you are not the opponent of the traitor, you still have people like us to help you. Seeing Yang Muqing's displeasure, Su Anchio quickly explained, Of course, we won't let you work in vain. That kid has a map of the star formation in his hand. If you kill him, we will share the secrets of the star formation with you. What secret? Yang Machung raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the secret of the Wanling colorful stone has been revealed? Just when Yang Machung was thinking wildly, Su Anchio continued, Little brother, many Wanyuan warriors have been strangled in this star formation. There was once an ancestor of the blood race who was buried here, and he had a blood mansion with him in this star formation. The blood mansion has a lot of treasures. That traitor just wants to take over the blood mansion, so he plans to kill us all. In addition to these colorful stones, are there other treasures? Yang Machung pondered for a moment and finally agreed. In that case, I promise to avenge you. However, with my current strength, I am still unable to enter the seventh ring. I still need to improve my cultivation. Present, Yang Machung traveled with these people. At the same time, Yang Machung also learned that the traitor was called Yin Yuan, and he was a strong body refiner. Rock Snake knows a lot about this body refining expert. This kid is so powerful. He was the one who broke my body into pieces in the first place. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be able to hold me down. Rock Snake secretly hated Yin Yuan, and obviously had a lot of complaints against Yin Yuan. If it weren't for Yin Yuan, it wouldn't have been almost swallowed by Yang Machung. Yin Yuan is the most powerful among us. He cultivates an extremely rare glazed body. Not only is he extremely powerful, but his defense is also unrivaled, Su Anchio said. Yang Machung concentrated for a moment, and quickly understood the general outline of this Liuli physique. To put it bluntly, this glazed body is equivalent to the synthesis of the Qilin body and the Xuanmu body. It is an extremely strong and powerful body. If this glazed body is cultivated to the extreme, it will be more terrifying than the Qilin body and Xuanmu body combined. But unfortunately, what Yang Machung cultivated was the 5 elements spirit body. The 5 elements of the spirit body circulate in the heaven and earth, and their potential is not comparable to that of the glazed body. However, through this, Yang Machung also understood that the 5 elements spirit body training method was not the only one in the starry sky. Although Shi Yuan's earth spirit stone has pushed my Xuanwu body to Desheng, it is still somewhat difficult to deal with him. His Zhaoqing glazed body is not weaker than my Xiaoqing 5 elements spirit body. In addition, he has a perfect cultivation level. If I want to defeat him, I must at least upgrade my cultivation to the middle stage of Tai, or the late stage of Tai. Brother Yang, we're here. While Yang Mucheng was concentrating, Su Anqiu was already shouting loudly, "It's the star! This one?" Yang Mucheng's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he cast his gaze downwards. Chapter 1771 Golden Willow Tree. Jin Tao Immortal Milk. After traveling within the star formation for so long, how could Su Anqiu and others not understand the situation here? This star is it? Yang Mucheng looked down and saw that the star was actually a bare patch of rocky desert, only in a huge valley. There is something different. He swept his spiritual thoughts over and found a golden lake first. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror. In the center of the lake, there is a willow tree that seems to be gilded. Whether it is the rough tree trunk or the light and ethereal willow leaves, they all look like they are made of gold foil, making them look extremely weird. Brother Yang. Su Anqiu was older than Yang Mucheng. He didn't blush at all when he called him brother. He bowed his hands to Yang Mucheng and said, "This golden lake is the rare Jin Tao Immortal Milk. But, it's just that although the Jin Tao Immortal Breast is precious, the lake is occupied by the golden willow tree." Yang Mucheng glanced at Su Anqiu and said with a smile, "You know everything?" Su Anqiu showed a wry smile. Yang Mucheng said nothing. He didn't know how many times he had encountered this situation. Every heavenly and earthly treasure must be guarded by a guardian beast. With such a large fairy milk lake here, and the weird golden willow tree, it is difficult for people to see the clues at a glance. "So many of you can't deal with this golden willow tree?" Yang Mucheng thought for a while, and then said, "Brother Yang, this golden willow tree is not weak. The stone ape we dealt with earlier could pierce through with just a wicker stick." Su Anqiu gestured exaggeratedly. That's how it turned out. They were scattered throughout the star array in search of treasures. And Su Anqiu discovered the Jin Tao Immortal Milk Lake. He happened to see the golden willow tree cave and killed a stone ape. Moreover, the power of the stone ape was even more terrifying than that of their previous opponent. Su Anqiu knew that he was no match for the golden willow tree, so he wanted to go back and gather his companions to deal with it. But who wanted Yin Yuan to betray him? And only 7 of the 11 people in the team were killed. Now I brought Yang Mucheng here just to see if Yang Mucheng could defeat this golden willow tree. This golden willow tree is a little tricky. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. This golden willow tree is 800 feet tall. Although it is not that huge compared to some large sky monsters that can easily reach tens of thousands of meters, it gives people a sense of dominance and shock. Besides, there is not a single flower, grass, or tree on this entire star. It is obvious that this golden willow tree is extremely domineering and does not want others to share its golden wave immortal breast. If anyone dares to covet this golden willow tree, he will definitely not give up. This golden willow tree demon is not weak. Brother Yang alone may not be able to get close to it. Why don't we all join forces? At this time, one of the peak warriors came up with a plan. Then let's join forces. Yang Mu was originally going to refuse, but then he thought about it. It was a bit difficult to deal with this golden willow tree demon with his strength. If there were a few more people, maybe he could have more power. Everyone gathered above the star, and before they even expressed their thoughts about Jin Tao Immortal Breasts, the golden willow tree demon seemed to have sensed it, and the willow leaves stood up like a cat with its fur. Obviously, it has been alerted. Do it! At this moment, Su Anqiu shouted. The next moment, everyone surged out like a flood, madly heading towards the golden willow tree. Wow! The originally vigilant golden willow tree seemed to suddenly wake up from a deep sleep at this moment, and began to stir rapidly. But what made everyone angry was that the willow tree demon only produced 1 wicker. This understatement, and the attitude of not taking everyone into consideration made everyone a little angry. This golden willow tree is too much. To actually look down on people like this. Does it think that it only needs a wicker stick to deal with so many of us Tai Peak powerhouses? Zheng! Su Anqiu, who was the first to bear the brunt, swung his long sword and slashed directly towards the willow tree. He obviously wanted to cut off the willow tree and let this arrogant willow tree demon have a taste of their power. Careful! However, at this moment, the golden light swaying from the wicker made Yang Mucheng's eyes narrow, and he shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, Su Anqiu was already confronting the wicker. Clang! The seemingly weak willow actually broke Su Anqiu's long sword directly. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a golden afterimage swept across Su Anqiu's body like a whip. Puff! As if Su Anqiu was hit hard, he spurted out a mouthful of blood mist, and his whole body flew backwards like an arrow from a string. What? No one reacted. although they had known how terrifying the golden willow tree was before. But now that they were fighting, they realized that the golden willow tree was several times more powerful than they had imagined. Hurry up and break this wicker! After a burst of shouting, everyone did not dare to neglect any more. They all took out the magic weapons in their hands and blasted towards the wicker. All he saw was that the wicker tree suddenly turned in midair, and with great skill, it created a shocking light and shadow, which crackled on the magic weapon that everyone blasted out. In an instant, the void was filled with golden shadows. 6 or 7 tiny peak experts were forcibly intercepted by this golden willow tree using only a willow branch. What a terrible scene this is. Call! The wicker fluctuated rapidly in midair, as if it was controlled by a master of swordsmanship. The infinite shadows merged into one in an astonishing manner at this moment, and then swept over. This golden wicker brought out a piece of golden light, and actually chopped the 2 magic weapons that intercepted it into 2 pieces on the spot. Wherever it passed, it was indestructible and invincible. Not good! Everyone's expressions changed dramatically when they saw the scene. If you were hit by this wicker, I'm afraid it would be cut in half on the spot. For a moment, everyone thought of quitting. But when everyone retreats, the wicker advances. The speed of everyone's retreat could not be compared to this wicker. Just when these 6 or 7 peak experts were about to be cut off by the willow tree demon with a wicker stick, suddenly a white palm seemed to protrude from the void and directly grabbed the wicker stick. Wow! The wicker swayed slightly, as if unmoved, but suddenly erupted into golden light, and its speed increased several times. Obviously, it intends to cut off the white palm that is about to catch it. But this white palm suddenly brought up layers of phantoms, and with an extremely skillful gesture, it grasped the wicker in its palm. Chapter 1772 Penetration. Got it! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This willow stick that was enough to kill them all was only caught in such a white hand. And the owner of this palm is not Yang Machung. Who else could it be? Retreat quickly! You are no match for this willow tree demon. Feeling the crazy struggling power of willow in his hand, Yang Muqing's expression changed slightly, and he quickly reminded the people around him, who were already completely shocked. Wow! Of course, the most angry one is the golden willow tree demon. It struggled to break free, and suddenly shook its body crazily. At the same time, I saw the second willow stick stabbing quickly. The terrifying whistling speed reached its extreme at this moment. Break it for me! Yang Machung pointed his fingers together like swords, condensed a 3-inch sword light, and slashed directly towards the wicker. But the wicker was extremely hard, and it turned suddenly, interrupting Yang Muqing's sword light. So strong? With his eyes closed, Yang Muqing squeezed his right hand and directly gathered the killing marks and blasted forward. Boom! A burst of explosions resounded, and the wicker that struck was interrupted by the murderous mark on the spot. A golden liquid spurted out from the broken wicker. Zitsidi. The snapping of the willow branches completely plunged the golden willow tree into a rage. The 800-foot-tall tree began to sway crazily at this moment. Poof! 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 Between the lightning and flint, hundreds of willow sticks shot directly towards Yang Machung. Previously, against Su Anqiu and others, the golden willow tree only used 1 wicker. But now when facing Yang Machung, it actually used hundreds of wickers. This horrifying gesture immediately caused Su Anqiu and others' complexions to change drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear. The golden willow tree didn't care about these retreating people. Its target was Yang Machung. Uh-huh. The roaring sprint brought with it a piercing scream. At this moment, even the void was completely pierced by the willow branches one by one. Seeing each wicker flowing with golden light, looking at each wicker as if it were made of pure gold, even Yang Machung couldn't help but have a flash of shock in his eyes. Zheng! But quickly, he closed his eyes, and with one finger of his right hand, he blasted out the Xinyuan sword. Immediately, a monstrous sword shadow was brought up and slashed towards these willow branches. Even when Xinyuan's sword struck the wicker, sparks erupted, and an exciting sound of metal and stone struck. But Xinyuan's sword is a super celestial weapon after all. With this sword strike, more than 100 willow branches were cut off on the spot. Jin Lushu, who once again underestimated Yang Muqing's power, fell completely into rage. I saw the tree body swaying, and under the turmoil of golden light, tens of thousands of willow branches roared out on the spot, slashing at Yang Machung fiercely. In an instant, the starry sky was completely enveloped. Obviously, this golden willow tree has fallen into a complete rage, and it wants to kill Yang Mucheng in one fell swoop. The attack by tens of thousands of willow sticks not only shocked Su Anqiu and others, but also made Yang Mucheng's heart sink. Oops! This golden willow tree is too powerful! With almost no hesitation, he turned around and retreated backwards. But the golden willow tree seemed to have anticipated Yang Mucheng's actions. At the same time, tens of thousands more wicker holes shot out. The sky is filled with wickers, and the golden light is overwhelming. The astonishing power tore apart this piece of golden light. King Liantai! Yang Mucheng turned from offense to defense for the first time and shouted. In the center of his eyebrows, green light flourished, and a green lotus platform suddenly appeared, protecting him within it. The golden wicker sticks hit the green awns, causing the Qinglian platform to collapse. Boom! The golden willow tree whose attack was blocked did not give up at all, but quickly twisted the trunk. In an instant, tens of thousands of willow branches suddenly turned, and the speed suddenly increased. At this moment, like thousands of powerful crossbows erupting with arrows, two consecutive superimposed forces directly exploded the green light. Yang Mucheng did not expect that Qinglian Terrace could only support such a short period of time. He stepped on the void and shot out quickly towards the back. Although he was extremely fast, a few wickers still attacked him. Brother Yang, you are injured! Su Anqiu couldn't help but be horrified when he looked at the bloody holes in Yang Mucheng's body that had been pierced by the wicker sticks. To know, Yang Mucheng is a five-element spirit, a terrifying being who can kill a stone ape with one punch. But now, he was injured by the golden willow tree. This golden willow tree is more powerful than I imagined. After taking a look at the blood holes on his body, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. This injury looks serious, but to the five-element spirit body, it is just a superficial wound. As soon as the thought occurred, it was already restored. He looked toward the golden willow tree above the stars. I saw that the golden willow tree seemed to be proud of having penetrated Yang Mucheng's body, and even waved its thousands of willow branches provocatively. This golden willow tree demon is too powerful. Why don't we go to other places to find some heavenly and earthly treasures to replenish our strength first, and then deal with him later? Su Anqiu looked at the golden willow tree and couldn't help but say, this willow tree demon was so powerful that so many of them were completely repelled almost in one encounter. Even Yang Mucheng was injured by the willow tree demon. They have completely lost the courage to fight this willow tree demon. If they want to fight against this willow tree demon, unless all of them reach Tai consummation, unless Yang Mucheng reaches the middle stage of Tai, there is no way to fight against this willow tree demon. Then let's wait until our strength improves before dealing with this willow tree demon. Yang Mucheng condensed for a moment and nodded. The speed of this willow tree demon is really too fast. Using the seal of destruction on your own might be effective, but I'm afraid that before he can condense the earth seal of destruction, he will be pierced by this willow tree demon. Even if you take out the five elements flag, the green lotus platform, and the Shen Yuan sword, Yang Mucheng did not have the absolute confidence and certainty to defeat this willow tree demon. In this dangerous situation, even if he is just a little negligent, he might become the nourishment of the golden willow tree. However, I am not very willing to leave like this. Just when everyone was about to leave, Yang Mucheng suddenly spoke up. This willow tree demon penetrated my body and provoked me so much. If I don't teach it a lesson, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Boom! Yang Mucheng's words immediately stunned everyone. They didn't expect that Yang Mucheng was still unwilling to give up and wanted to fight the willow tree demon again. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Mucheng cast his gaze towards the willow tree demon again, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his pupils like a flame. Everyone closed their mouths when they saw Yang Mucheng's posture. They know that Yang Mucheng has made up his mind and will never give up until he achieves his goal. Chapter 1773 Snatch. Boom! Just when everyone was shocked, Yang Mucheng suddenly stepped into the void, and his whole body turned into a ray of light, and he quickly rushed towards the golden willow tree. This time, he directly summoned the green lotus platform, and even sacrificed the five elements flag. Facing this golden willow tree, Yang Mucheng almost used all his most powerful means. Hulala. Jin Lushu, who was swinging his body crazily, suddenly became turbulent when he discovered that Yang Mucheng actually dared to kill him again. The next moment, tens of thousands of willow sticks shot out. The speed of these rushing willows reached the extreme, even more terrifying than the previous smashing of the green light of King Liantai. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. Boom! Facing this endless wicker, Yang Mucheng not only had no intention of dodging, but at this moment, He quickly activated all his internal energy. The monstrous inner energy swept through, pouring into the limbs and bones. In an instant, those wicker branches were separated by Yang Machung like a tide. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but scream. They didn't expect that Yang Machung also had hidden methods. After he used this method, it was even enough to withstand the attack of the golden willow tree. He said he wanted to teach this willow tree demon a severe lesson. I don't know what lesson it will be. Everyone recalled what Yang Machung said earlier and couldn't help but speculate. I saw Yang Muchung's tidal wave of wicker branches rushing toward the golden wave immortal milk lake without any hindrance. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but burst into shock. Jin Lushu regarded this piece of Jin Tao immortal breast as his own private property, and even occupied the entire star. Now, if you plunder this fairy milk in front of it, wouldn't it be like pulling out a tooth from a tiger's mouth? Puff! 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 Jin Lushu, who discovered Yang Muchung's intentions, became furious at this moment. Tens of thousands of willow branches shot out from its 800-foot tree again. These willow branches condensed into one in an instant, like a roaring spear, directly hitting Yang Muchung's eyebrows. Zheng! Yang Muchung's pupils closed, and Shen Yuanjian also felt his boiling fighting spirit, and a whistling sword sound suddenly erupted. The sound of the swords even suppressed the whistling sounds caused by the willow branches. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung's sword collided hard with Jin Liushu's angry blow. Boom! When the demonic energy and inner energy collided, an endless wave of energy and aura suddenly erupted. In the terrifying explosion, Yang Machung was so violent that he vomited blood from the blow from the willow stick. At the same time, the spear composed of tens of thousands of willow branches exploded under this blow and turned into countless fragments. At this moment, Golden Willow stopped. Obviously it didn't expect that Yang Machung could withstand his attack, and even forgot to continue attacking. However, it was the moment when it failed to react that gave Yang Machung a chance. Receive! Looking across the Jin Tao immortal milk lake, he opened his mouth and took a sudden breath. Immediately, the golden fairy milk gathered into a stream, and Yang Machung swallowed it in one gulp. But in just a short moment, Yang Machung had swallowed up 1/10 of the Jingtao immortal milk lake. Wow! This scene made Golden Willow completely explode. Almost instantly, all the willow branches of the golden willow tree were blasted out at this moment. This monstrous wicker spread almost to the entire star. Apparently, the golden willow tree was not only angry, but also furious. It wants to kill Yang Machung and take back its own fairy milk. Under such an explosive attack, the faces of Su Anqiu and others who were watching the battle turned completely pale. And in their hearts, there was only fear. It's too big! At this moment, there was only one thought left in their minds. Now, the entire star is blocked. Standing outside the star, they can't even see Yang Muchung's figure. They can only see the constantly turbulent golden wicker. If the golden willow tree had used such a terrifying attack before, they might not even be able to enter the star, let alone fight out of it. No matter how powerful Yang Machung is, he may not be able to escape from such a crazy attack by Jin Lushu. Everyone's eyes turned gloomy when they saw this scene. Oh! You are too young. You are too young and energetic. There is no way. He has achieved such an achievement at such a young age. He must be arrogant. He saved our lives. How could he listen to our orders? Everyone sighed and shook their heads. With Yang Muchung's strength, even if he is no match for the golden willow tree for a while, as long as he practices for a period of time, he will definitely be able to kill the golden willow tree with his sword. There is no need to get angry with it at this time. Now he has lost his life. Just when everyone was feeling sad, a burst of explosive sword sound suddenly burst out from inside the star like crazy. What? Everyone was shocked and looked down in disbelief. On the completely sealed star, a monstrous sword energy burst out from the inside of the star. Bang! 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 The wicker sticks that sealed the entire star one by one were completely chopped and broken in an instant by this terrifying sword energy. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the torn hole. That's not Yang Machung, who was blocked earlier. Who else could it be? Call! 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 Yang Machung was seen emerging from the hole, and the golden willow tree became more and more furious. At this moment, the endless willow branches quickly gathered together with a monstrous power, forming a huge palm, and grabbed Yang Machung fiercely. Void Transient! He was furious when he saw the golden willow tree. Naturally, Yang Machung did not dare to fight hard. He turned around and quickly escaped from the star. The big wicker palm that had not caught Yang Muchung suddenly closed up. And this burst of huge force even completely crushed the void. The terrifying air current swept out, blowing Su Anchio and others to stagger around. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, appeared on the other side. Brother Yang, are you okay? Did you really escape? Everyone felt incredible when they saw Yang Muchung appearing in the starry sky, escaping from the golden willow tree, and even snatching away 1/10 of the fairy milk lake. After a brief shock, they quickly came to their senses and rushed to Yang Muchung to ask. His eyes were full of disbelief. I'm fine. This time, the golden willow tree finally suffered a big loss. Yang Muchung looked at the shocked eyes of everyone, nodded, and then looked towards the star at his feet. Chapter 1774 Penance. Wow! Countless willow branches squirmed rapidly and returned to the body one by one. The originally angry golden willow tree returned to its previous calm appearance at this moment. But everyone knows that the golden willow tree at this moment is like a volcano. If anyone touches it without the foresight at this time, it will not say anything, and will directly use all its power to completely kill the opponent. However, what shocked everyone more was that Yang Muchung was able to snatch 1/10 of the fairy milk from the hands of Jin Lu Shu, who was under such terror. When Su Anchio and others looked towards Yang Muchung, they found that Yang Muchung was looking at the fairy milk lake with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Obviously, Yang Muchung was not very satisfied with his previous results. This golden willow tree reacts too quickly. Even if it were just a moment later, I could have robbed another 20% of the fairy milk. Unfortunately, I have only robbed 10% now. Yang Muchung let out a slow breath and felt a little regretful. These fairy breaths are not enough for me to advance to the middle stage of Tai. However, for golden willow, I am afraid it will be very painful. Right. Think of this. Yang Muchung looked towards the golden willow tree again. He could feel that the demonic aura emitted by this golden willow tree contained frightening murderous intent. After all, he snatched the fairy breaths from under the nose of this golden willow tree. If it weren't for the golden willow tree and the star that couldn't be separated from it, Yang Muchung didn't even doubt whether it would uproot it and kill him directly. But this time it was successful. But next time, it may not be so easy to snatch the fairy milk from the golden willow tree. Maybe, once he gets close to the star, he will be attacked by the golden willow tree like crazy. We must improve our cultivation to the middle stage of Tai as soon as possible within this period of time. At that moment, Yang Muchung found a star nearby to use for practice. Su Anchio and others also knew that they were no match for the willow tree demon, so they prepared to look for some heavenly and earthly treasures to enhance their strength. Everyone has agreed on a time. After his cultivation level is improved, he will attack the willow tree demon again. After the agreement was made, Yang Muchung began to practice. Although he had swallowed a lot of fairy milk at the beginning, he only temporarily stored the fairy milk in his body and did not refine it. Now is the time to refine. Call. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he pinched out a sealed Ju, and the ancient swallowing heaven Ju directly stirred up in his body. The power contained in the pure fairy milk was directly extracted and poured into Yang Muchung's limbs and bones. Although he only absorbed a small part, the power in it was so pure that his meridians, which had been depleted during the battle with the golden willow tree, were filled up on the spot at this moment. What pure fairy milk! What a powerful force! Perhaps these fairy milks can really improve my cultivation to the middle stage of Tai. Shock and excitement flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. At that moment, he couldn't wait to release all the power contained in the fairy milk. For a moment, he felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The hundreds of thousands of pores all over the body couldn't help but stretch out. Not only is his strength and cultivation constantly improving, but even the fatigue caused by fighting against the willow tree demon is swept away in an instant. Even Yang Muchung felt a sense of heroism in his heart. He could go into the battlefield again and fight the golden willow tree. However, he still suppressed the war thoughts in his heart. He knew in his heart that with his current strength, even if he fought the willow tree demon again, he might not be his opponent, but he would be injured. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung could only suppress his thoughts and absorb these fairy milk again. Su Anchio and others also continued to search for many heavenly and earthly treasures during this period of time. They had been practicing in this starry sky for a long time, experienced life and death several times in this formation, and had a deep understanding of cultivation. Therefore, it did not take them too long to break through to Tai consummation. During this period, Su Anchio and others even found a corpse. That corpse was the body of a strong man with one element. When he was in this large formation, he was completely crushed and killed by the terrifying power contained in the formation. Although this one Yuan strongman has been crushed and killed, there are still many weapons and magic weapons on his body that can be used. These things have been obtained by Su Anqiu and others, which has once again raised their strength to a new level. It took 7 days for Yang Macheng to completely absorb the immortal milk, and his strength finally reached the middle stage of Tai. However, even with this kind of strength, there are still some difficulties in dealing with the golden willow tree. At that moment, Yang Macheng joined the team of Su Anqiu and others, and continued to explore the 6th ring. When Yang Macheng joined the team, many rock monsters in the 6th ring suddenly suffered. Wherever Yang Macheng went, the physique and strength that they were proud of were simply not worth mentioning. Each of the Taishu Earth Spirit Stones was also taken out and used to advance the Xuanwu body. Even on the 15th day, everyone could freely enter the 7th ring of the star formation. And everyone immediately started practicing in this 7th ring. The 7th ring contains more monsters than the 6th ring, and its strength is even more powerful than the 6th ring. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't withstand the overwhelming tide of Yang Macheng and others. During the continuous practice, Su Anqiu and others also discovered traces of Yin Yuan. This traitor actually entered the 8th floor directly. I didn't expect this traitor's strength to increase so horribly. However, no matter how strong he is, so what? I will not be a human unless I kill him. Everyone is determined. At this moment, the speed of cultivation became faster and faster. By the 30th day, after everyone had practiced for a full month, everyone felt that they had the ability to fight against the golden willow tree. Boom! On this 31st day, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not practice anymore, but flew directly back to the 6th ring and came to the front of the star, looking at the golden willow tree demon above the stars, with its willow branches blowing in the wind. Everyone's eyes shone with excitement, because they knew that they would challenge this willow tree demon next. At this time, they tested the best means of hard training in this month. They wanted to see if this month of hard work could wash away their shame and defeat this willow tree demon. Chapter 1775 Fighting the Golden Willow Tree Again. Call. Looking at the huge willow tree demon, Su Anqiu and others couldn't help but let out a breath to calm down their excited and slightly trembling mood. A month ago, in front of this willow tree demon, they couldn't even resist any of his attacks. Now, they have been practicing hard for a month just to deal with this willow tree demon. When we faced off against this willow tree demon again today, everyone felt a little nervous. After all, the strength of this willow tree demon is not that simple. However, when their eyes turned toward Yang Macheng, who stood in the center and bore the brunt of the attack, they suddenly became calmer again. A month ago, when they couldn't resist even a single willow stick, Yang Macheng actually snatched away 10% of the Jin Tao immortal milk from the defense of the golden willow tree. Nowadays, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level has been promoted to the middle stage of Tai, and his strength has been greatly improved. Plus, they might have the strength to kill this willow tree demon. Are you ready? Yang Macheng looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other, and although they didn't speak, they all nodded heavily. The tension in their eyes calmed down at this moment, and instead, a look of perseverance flashed in everyone's eyes. Boom! At this moment, everyone unleashed all their strength. A total of 8 people, all of whom have reached the perfect level of cultivation. This terrifying power turbulence spread out, even making the entire star tremble. Obviously, Su Anqiu and the others are declaring war on this golden willow tree. The silent golden willow tree felt the surging inner energy and suddenly exploded. A monstrous evil spirit also swept out crazily. This shocking demonic energy even caused the mountains and rivers on the star it was located to collapse and shatter. This burst of monster energy actually suppressed the momentum of 8 people. Boom! Just when the momentum of Su Anqiu and others was suppressed, Yang Macheng also took a step forward and released his overwhelming inner energy. The moment this aura surged, the situation changed color, and it actually suppressed the golden willow tree. Wow! The suppressed Jin Lushu felt the familiar aura of Yang Macheng, and suddenly fell into rage. With almost no hesitation, its huge tree body suddenly swung, and thousands of willow branches shot directly towards Yang Macheng. In the blink of an eye, these willow sticks were in front of Yang Macheng. Snort! Yang Macheng clasped his hands together, his brows shining brightly. Almost instantly, the green lotus platform and the 5 elements flag flew out quickly. For a moment, the green light burst out, and wherever the green light shrouded it, It was as if a hard shield had emerged, making it impossible for the thousands of willow branches to move forward. Let's take action quickly! Seeing this scene, Su Ancio immediately shouted loudly. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the 8 Tai reached perfection, like 8 angry arrows shot with full bows, shooting towards the fierce hull of the golden willow tree with a blaze of light. If it were other big demons, they would probably be extremely panicked at this time. But the willow tree demon showed no signs of panic. At this moment, it branched out hundreds of willow sticks and went directly towards Su Ancio and others, while its main attention was still on Yang Maicheng. After 2 offensive and defensive battles with the Green Lotus platform, the willow tree demon already understood that this Green Lotus platform was a rare wood magic weapon. If it could absorb this Green Lotus platform, it would be of great benefit to it. Boom! So at this moment, it erupted into hundreds of thousands of willow branches. These willow branches quickly wrapped around the Qinglian Terrace, and directly wrapped the Qinglian Terrace into a huge cocoon. You want to take my Qinglian Terrace? Sensing Jin Liuxiu's intention, a sneer flashed in Yang Muqing's eyes. I want to see if you have the ability to take the Qinglian Terrace away from me. After pinching out a seal, the Green Lotus platform immediately began to dance and soar into the sky. This violent burst of power was like breaking through a tight siege, trying to break out of the shackles of the golden willow tree. Feeling the struggle of King Liantai, the golden willow tree trembled suddenly, and at the same time, the power of the blockade increased again. But this Qinglian Terrace was nourished by Yang Muqing's body, and the power of the golden willow tree was not strong enough to take the Qinglian Terrace away from Yang Maicheng. It seems that he felt the power of Qinglian platform, which was far more powerful than he imagined. And the golden willow tree suddenly burst out again. It directly rushed out 8,000 willow branches. When these willow branches rushed out, they merged into one and stabbed straight towards Yang Muqing's chest like a long sword. The willow tree demon's sudden attack was unexpected by everyone. At this moment, Yang Maicheng was controlling Qinglian Terrace with all his strength and did not react at all. Even if he summoned the Xinyuan sword, it would be too late. Brother Yang, be careful! Not good! When Su Ancio and others saw the scene, they immediately let out bursts of exclamations. But they were too far away from Yang Maicheng at the moment, and it was too late to rescue them even if they wanted to. Moreover, in order to prevent Su Ancio and others from helping, the willow tree demon once again sent out hundreds of willow sticks and rushed towards them, directly entangling them. Looking at this scene, everyone's eyes flashed with horror. You must know how terrifying this tree demon's attack is. In the previous battle, the willow tree demon had penetrated Yang Muqing's body. You know, that is the 5-element spirit body. If he hadn't been able to hide quickly, he might have been penetrated by this tree demon. Could it be that Yang Maicheng would be completely killed by this willow tree demon this time? Boom! At the moment when these willow branches rushed towards him, Yang Maicheng directly activated the 5-element spirit body to the extreme. Even at this moment, golden magical patterns even appeared on his body. However, these patterns are very superficial, and they only just appeared when the Xuanwu body advanced to Desheng. At the same time as this pattern flashes, it is also the time when the 5-element spiritual body breaks out. Facing the charging willow tree, Yang Maicheng stretched out his right hand and grabbed it forward. Wow! In an instant, the long sword made of 8,000 willow branches was directly grabbed by Yang Maicheng with his right hand. Then, Yang Muqing's eyes shined with golden light, and the mysterious patterns on his palms also exploded to the extreme. In this magical scene, a burst of crackling sound was heard, and the more than 8,000 golden wickers were actually Yang Maicheng broke it with his hands. Puff! Those broken wickers suddenly sprayed out golden liquid crazily. Chapter 1776 Mutation. What? Everyone was shocked when they saw that there were more than 8,000 willow branches that were torn off by Yang Maicheng directly with his palm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be even harder for them to believe it. You know, these wicker sticks can even be broken into pieces by magic weapons, and can even be blasted through the 5-element spiritual body. But now, it was torn apart by his hands. This was really shocking. Woo! The willow tree demon whose willow branches were torn off suddenly became furious. The millions of willow branches squirmed, crushing and bursting the air in the void, and even let out a roar-like cry. This time the willow tree demon fought against Yang Maicheng, and he did not underestimate the enemy as before. Every attack is done with full force. It thought that this time it would not be like before. Not only did Yang Maicheng escape, but the other party also took away its fairy milk. but it didn't expect that its wicker would be broken so easily. However, what makes this golden willow tree even more shocking is that at the moment when its willow branches were torn off, Yang Muchung grabbed it again with his big hand and directly grabbed all the tens of thousands of willow branches that were wrapped around the Qinglian terrace in his palm. Then he pulled hard suddenly. Boom! These tens of thousands of willow branches were torn apart by Yang Muchung again. Ouch! Under the pain, countless willow branches were danced to tear the space apart, and the burst of screams made people's scalp numb. Then, all that was seen was that the dancing willow branches erupted into a blaze of light and shadow, fiercely heading towards Yang Muchung. The terrifying power brought by these billions of wicker branches directly knocked Su Anqiu and others away. Under this power, Yang Muchung stepped into the void and advanced instead of retreating. He danced his hands in the air, and in an instant, endless rays of light gathered rapidly in the sky, forming the Earth's seal of destruction. In the battle a month ago, Yang Muchung only broke a wicker branch of the golden willow tree with his fugitive seal. Now, he directly uses the destruction seal. After reaching the middle stage of Tai, not only the 4 big characters appearing on the Earth seal of destruction have been completely revealed, but even the outline of the entire big seal has been completely revealed. Although the power of destroying the Earth seal has not yet fully emerged, it is enough to deal with the golden willow tree now. Then, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he directly smashed the Earth seal of destruction in his hand at the billions of willow sticks that the willow tree demon had blasted away. Bang! 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 The overwhelming power brought about by the Earth seal of destruction and the billions of willow branches struck together fiercely in an instant. 2 terrifying forces exploded on the spot. This shocking explosion almost surpassed everything else and even made everyone temporarily deaf. Then, an unforgettable scene happened. I just saw that under the bombardment of this terrible annihilation seal, the billions of willow branches were shattered at this moment. Pop! Pap! Pap! The endless wicker broke instantly like an egg hitting a stone. And at the same time, the terrifying annihilation seal was struck down like a crushing force. Under the crazy and shocking power of this big seal, the 800-foot-long golden willow tree began to explode at the same time. Too strong! Brother Yang actually suppressed this willow tree demon. No one expected it. Yang Muchung was actually able to crush the willow tree demon with this side of the Earth seal. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. And my heart is suddenly filled with excitement. Let's all work together to completely kill this willow tree demon. Su Anqiu shouted angrily. I saw him making a sealed Ju with his right hand, and the long sword in his hand suddenly trembled with a clang. The infinite auras of heaven and earth gathered rapidly, forming 35 long swords in front of him. These 35 long swords, plus the sword in his hand, exactly formed the number of Tiangang. Then, with a press of his right hand, the sword formation that formed the number of Tiangang roared down and crazily pressed against the golden willow tree. Let's take action quickly! Watching Su Anqiu perform the sword formation, no one dared to neglect at this moment. They unleashed all their inner energy and poured all their cultivation into weapons, magic weapons, and martial arts. In an instant, the monstrous attack transformed to infinity. With a horrifying attitude, it crazily crushed out and bombarded the golden willow tree overwhelmingly. Originally, under the bombardment of the Earth seal of destruction, the golden willow tree was at the end of its powerful crossbow. Now 8 Mortai took action. This terrifying power immediately accelerated the destruction of the golden willow tree. Pop! Pap! Pap! There was only a terrifying breaking sound. And then I saw countless wickers breaking crazily almost at this moment. There were originally hundreds of millions of wicker branches, but now more than half of them have been broken off. Brother Yang, we can kill the golden willow tree this time, Su Anqiu said excitedly. Yes, we have been practicing hard for a full month, and this time we were finally able to kill this golden willow tree. Everyone couldn't help but cheer excitedly when they saw that the wicker branches of the golden willow tree were broken by more than half. And even the willow tree demon could barely parry under the attack of everyone. Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but nod his head. However, before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung's expression changed. I only saw that the roots of the golden willow tree that penetrated deeply into the ground rolled up, like a dragon at this moment, and plunged directly into the Jintao Immortal Milk Lake. Then, I saw the thick tree roots squirming continuously. With the squirming, everyone can clearly see that the Jintao Immortal Milk Lake is decreasing crazily at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the broken willow branches of the golden willow tree grew rapidly at the same time. Even the crushed and cracked trunk of the golden willow tree quickly returned to its original appearance at the same time. What? What's going on? Oh my god! Under everyone's shocked eyes, the 800-foot golden willow tree actually grew to 1,600 feet in the midst of lightning and flint. The original decadence was also swept away at the same time. What's more, the monstrous evil energy erupted from the golden willow tree is even more powerful and terrifying than before. What on earth is it? Amid the exclamations of everyone, Yang Muchung suddenly came back to his senses when he looked at the mutated golden willow tree, and then at the Jintao immortal milk lake that was constantly decreasing and even completely dried up. This willow tree demon is absorbing this Jintao fairy milk. Chapter 1777 Spiritual Stone? What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Yang Muchung's words. Under the crushing force of the crowd, the rolling demonic energy not only showed no sign of restraint, but instead completely exploded to a terrifying degree. Almost in an instant, he saw that the full pool of Jintao immortal milk was completely swallowed up by the golden willow tree. With devouring, the wicker sticks that were originally as thin as hair actually grew crazily at this moment, and each one was as long as the thickness of an arm. At the same time, the power of wicker also increased several times at this moment. Boom! The shadows all over the sky began to turmoil rapidly, and billions of willow sticks condensed rapidly, sweeping down directly like a giant stick holding up the sky. There was just a bang sound, and the huge earth seal of destruction was blown into pieces by it. And Su Anchio's Tiangang sword formation was crushed to pieces in an instant. Puff puff! With unprecedented fury, everyone spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. They have been practicing hard for a month to deal with this golden willow tree. Am I still going to be completely defeated today by this golden willow tree's strange tricks? Ouch! The golden willow tree, which had completely absorbed the entire Jintao immortal milk lake, quickly stirred up its body and erupted into bursts of howling like wolves and ghosts. The next moment, the wicker, which had also grown hundreds of times, shot towards Yang Muchung with a violent attitude that shook everything. This terrifying power brought about a shocking power, and the wind and waves caused Su Anchio and others were directly thrown away. The target of those billions of willows is clearly Yang Muchung. Willow sticks were rushing towards Yang Muchung at this moment. Even the billowing demonic energy was poured into the willows at this time, and each willow became shining with golden light, as if made of pure gold. Every wicker twig brings a piercing scream. At this moment, it was as if billions of swords exploded under the control of the sword master. It's like countless powerful crossbows, all firing at the same time. It's like overwhelming rain falling from the starry sky. This endless attack not only enveloped Yang Muchung's body, but also completely blocked the entire star. In the face of this kind of attack, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you will still feel that you can't hide and avoid it. Boom! Since there is no way to hide or avoid it, there is no need to avoid it anymore. Facing such a shocking attack from Jin Lushu, Yang Muchung not only showed no fear or timidity, but instead unleashed all his inner energy. This pure inner energy swept out like a flame and poured into Xin Yuan's sword on the spot. At this moment, Yang Muchung's whole demeanor suddenly changed, and he was so sharp that it was impossible to look directly at him. It was like an unsheathed sword, making everyone feel horrified. When this terrifying aura reached its extreme, Yang Muchung's eyes widened in anger when the billions of willow branches rushed toward him. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly, like a god who controlled everything, and the Xin Yuan sword in his hand slashed down directly at the same time. Sword of Time! Facing the crazy critical attack of the golden willow tree, Yang Muchung also used the most powerful swordsmanship he currently has. When the sword was slashed out, time seemed to stop in an instant. At this moment, the light dimmed, the void stopped flowing, and time stopped. It seemed like an instant, and it seemed like millions of years had passed. Everyone could only see that the billions of willow branches that had been bombarded were drying up and withering in an incredible manner. And the golden willow tree that was so arrogant before and wanted to kill everyone quickly turned into ashes under this sword. The stars that were originally empty and had their vitality taken away by the golden willow trees have turned into a lush forest sea. After the sword was over, everything started moving again. Everyone stared at the stars in front of them in stunned silence, almost unable to believe their eyes. This is so scary. Yang Muchung actually completely killed the golden willow tree with one sword strike. Call! Yang Muchung, who was in midair, slowly fell down and exhaled a breath of turbid air like a rainbow. He glanced at the star that had been quietly changed, and once again felt the terrifying power of the years. Brother Yang, you are too strong. When the golden willow tree exploded, you actually killed them all. Everyone rushed over. They looked at the golden willow tree that had turned into ashes, and then at the lake that had been completely sucked dry, with a trace of regret in each of their eyes. The reason why they wanted to kill this golden willow tree was because they wanted to get Jin Tao immortal milk. But who would have thought that golden willow tree would completely absorb an entire pool of Jin Tao immortal milk at the last moment? He even mutated because of it, and almost killed them all. If Yang Muchung hadn't been here, I'm afraid they would have become nourishment for the golden willow tree. However, when they looked at Yang Muchung, they found that instead of showing any regret on Yang Muchung's face, he was actually concentrating on something. Just when everyone was confused, they saw that Yang Muchung had already arrived under the dry fairy milk lake. Really? His eyes moved slightly. Under the lake bed, there was a shimmering thing. He just glanced at it, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This is a rock-like thing the size of a mung bean. The rock is covered with lines like golden ripples, and ripples of spiritual energy are constantly turbulent around it. And the energy it emits is exactly the same as the Jin Tao immortal milk that was forcibly absorbed by the golden willow tree before. I have been wondering why this kind of Jin Tao immortal milk appeared on this star. It turns out that it is because of this spiritual stone. It is precisely because of the existence of this spiritual stone that such a large lake was created. Jin Tao immortal breasts. Presumably the spirit stone must have been very big once. But over the long years, it was all absorbed by the golden willow tree. Although there is only a tiny bit of this spirit stone left, but the power contained in it is enough. Comparable to 2 lakes. Yang Muchung picked up the spiritual stone. Everyone looked at this spiritual stone with horrified eyes. Finally, all the hard work was not in vain. After killing this golden willow tree, I also got the essence of fairy milk. The reason why this golden willow tree was able to be killed is all due to Brother Yang. Even if you get this spiritual stone, it should belong to Brother Yang. At this time, Su Anchio's words suddenly rang out. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. Holding back the heat in my eyes. They understood that without Yang Muchung, they might have died under the bombardment of the golden willow trees. Although they were numerous in number, they were not able to exert much effort when killing the golden willow tree. Therefore, they are not qualified to distribute this spiritual stone. Chapter 1778 4th Grade Lotus Platform. Regarding the persistence of several people, Yang Muchung did not force it. The energy contained in this spiritual stone is equivalent to 2 fairy milk lakes, which can greatly improve his strength. In the future, as long as you get some more adventures in this star formation, you can reach the late stage of Tai. Certainly, what surprised Yang Muchung the most was that the dried core of the golden willow tree did not turn into ashes due to the blast of the Sword of Time, but instead remained intact. The dried core of this golden willow tree comes from the same origin as my Qinglian Terrace. I need to use it to improve the quality of my Qinglian Terrace. Yang Muchung picked up the dried core. Since they come from the same origin, then you can take it. None of us needs this tree demon core. Su Anchio thought for a while, and said decisively, Brother Yang, your Qinglian platform is already very powerful. Can it still improve its quality? Someone asked in confusion. During the previous battle with the golden willow tree, the green lotus platform shone brightly and directly withstood the bombardment of tens of thousands of willow branches. Everyone was already very surprised. Now, when I heard that the quality of Qinglian Terrace could be improved, I couldn't believe it. Su Anchio also nodded repeatedly, because he also saw that the golden willow tree from before was also extremely greedy and wanted to take the Qinglian Terrace away from Yang Muchung. He also wanted to see how far the improved quality of Qinglian Terrace would reach. Yang Muchung smiled faintly. The highest level of this green lotus platform is the 9th-rank lotus platform, which is enough to compete with the powerful Wen Yuan. And his lotus platform is only of the 3rd grade, which is still far from Fang Baiyu's 9th grade. This green lotus platform is usually nourished by the body, and it will continue to improve as your cultivation level improves. Yang Muchung flicked his right hand, and the green lotus platform suddenly appeared. The huge lotus platform is suspended in the air, surrounded by only 3 solitary green leaves. However, in addition to nourishing it with the body, it can also be nourished with original things. The core of the golden willow tree is one of them. The golden willow tree wanted to devour my Qinglian Terrace before, and obviously it also wanted to take the opportunity to improve its own quality, Yang Muchung said, taking out the core. He squeezed his right hand and urged it to rise. The huge internal energy hit his core, and a golden demonic energy suddenly surged up. At the same time, Yang Mucheng focused on two tasks and activated the Qinglian Terrace. I saw the lotus platform rotating and turbulent, completely swallowing up the golden demonic energy pouring out of the core. Of course, this golden demonic energy is the purest wood energy, so it comes from the same origin as Qingliantai. I saw the green lotus platform spinning up, the original 3 green lotus leaves turning quietly, and the 4th petal grew again under the astonished eyes of everyone. However, the 4th lotus leaf that grew out was obviously much smaller than the other 3. But what surprised Yang Mucheng was that as the core of the tree demon was absorbed, the green lotus platform quietly gained a golden texture. This shocked Yang Mucheng. After all, Fong Baiyu's 9th grade green lotus terrace had no motley color at all at first. Now he just upgraded it to the 4th grade green lotus terrace, and there was a trace of variegation. This naturally made him a little nervous. However, with the infusion of his spiritual thoughts, he discovered that the quality of the green lotus platform did not seem to be disturbed by the appearance of this golden variegation, but had no impact at all. It's a pity. If Fong Baiyu was here, he could ask what happened. Thinking of this, he secretly hated him again. These 7 clans are so hateful. Not only did they betray their Shen sect, they actually wanted to gain the Shen sect's inheritance. When I have enough cultivation, I must fight back to the starry sky and destroy the 7 tribes. Clenching his fists, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The core of the dryad did not take long to be absorbed by the green lotus platform, and it was quickly completely absorbed, and the lotus platform was successfully promoted to the 4th level as Yang Mucheng imagined. However, the newly grown 4th lotus leaf is not as big as the previous 3 lotus leaves, and it obviously needs more original things to nourish it. Now that everything in the 6th ring has been solved, we have also explored the 7th ring, and now it's time to go to the 8th ring. Yang Mu became enlightened. Everyone was shocked that this lotus platform had actually been promoted to the 4th level. When they heard Yang Mucheng's words, they all couldn't help but get excited. That's right. After killing this golden willow tree, we can directly enter the 8th ring. The traitor might still be in the 8th ring. This time, we will rush directly into the 8th ring and kill the traitor. Everyone secretly hates and prepares for revenge. But, just when everyone was preparing to set off, the formation suddenly started to move, and a large meteorite burst out from nowhere in the originally empty starry sky. Huge meteorites, roaring at a terrifying speed, shot towards everyone like a heavy rain. Bang! 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 The power of these meteorites is very terrifying. When the bombardment came, it even completely penetrated and smashed every huge star. Some meteorites even directly blasted through 4 or 5 stars. After all the power on the meteorites was exhausted, they collided with the last stars and turned directly into dust in the starry sky. Looking at this horrifying scene, everyone's eyes were a little straightened. If these terrifying meteorites hit them, even the strongest Tai would be seriously injured in an instant. Everyone looked at the starry sky and didn't know what to do for a while. This formation is moving again. Su Anqiu couldn't help but said. Yes, the operation of this star formation is completely irregular. Sometimes it stops suddenly, allowing people to come and go as they please. But sometimes, it suddenly breaks out. In this state, I'm afraid the entire star formation is operating at full capacity. Yang Mucheng looked at the moving starry sky and made a seal with his right hand. I saw that the Qinglian platform, which could only accommodate 1 person at first, actually became huge at this moment. Come up. I will take you into the 8th ring. Yang Mucheng stood on the Qinglian stage and said calmly. Boom! His words immediately shocked Su Anqiu and others. Such a terrifying and dense rain of meteorites and stars is already very difficult for a person to break through alone. Not only does Yang Mucheng plan to break through, he even wants to take the 8 of them with him. However, there was no sign of joking with them in Yang Mucheng's calm words. He really plans to take everyone with him to conquer this meteorite formation. Chapter 1779 Breaking into the Big Formation. If someone else had said this, Su Anqiu would not have dared to respond. But now it is Yang Mucheng who speaks. Under everyone's disbelief, Su Anqiu was the first to step onto the Qinglian terrace. Brother Yang, I'll help you next. Others, you look at me, I look at you. In the end they chose to go to Qinglian terrace. Although, they were sitting on the green lotus platform, but they had no intention of relaxing at all. Everyone's muscles were as tight as a bow, as if they would escape directly from the green lotus platform if they encountered danger. Sensing the tense state of several people, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and said nothing. Call. He formed a seal. and the Green Lotus platform suddenly rushed away, suddenly transforming into a wild green light. This terrifying flying speed is even faster than a flying puppet. You know, some beings in the starry sky who have reached the ultimate level of cultivation can quickly shuttle between two galaxies, or even two star fields with their magic weapons and physical bodies, even without borrowing flying puppets. The speed of the Qinglian platform under Yang Muqing's feet was beyond everyone's imagination. Oh my god! So fast! The 4th grade Lotus platform has such terrifying speed. What will happen if it reaches the 5th grade Lotus platform? Moreover, this has not yet fully developed into a 4th grade Lotus platform. But with such a fast speed, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the entire star formation. Everyone felt the speed at which the Qinglian terrace erupted. While they were surprised, they couldn't help but start to worry in their hearts. To know, this star formation was once controlled by a strong man of 1 yuan. And it was the magic weapon of that strong man of 1 yuan. The movement of stars is enough to strangle any existence. Sure enough, just when everyone was worried, the star formation had already noticed them. At this moment, everyone seemed to have an illusion that they were being targeted by something. This creepy feeling made everyone's hearts tremble suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he saw the terrifying roaring rain of meteorites, crushing towards everyone in a majestic manner. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Some people even moved quietly, ready to escape at any time. It's not that they don't believe Yang Muqing, but this meteorite rain is too powerful. With Yang Muqing's strength, he may not be able to protect so many people. Just when everyone was preparing, just when the meteorite rain was about to hit, Yang Muqing was seen not moving, letting the meteorite rain hit him. Boom! 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 When the meteorites, which were enough to completely shatter the stars, hit the green light on the Green Lotus platform, they were like an egg hitting a stone. They fell apart in an instant and turned into a piece of powder. And that faint green light didn't even move. Everyone was a little shocked when they saw this scene. This Green Lotus platform is actually extremely powerful and terrifying. Just when everyone was shocked, they saw the void suddenly swaying. And then the tiny meteorite rain suddenly disappeared. The originally noisy starry sky suddenly became silent at this moment. Have we passed through this space? Looking at the suddenly quiet void, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea. No, not yet. At this moment, Yang Muqing's voice was poured over his head like a basin of ice water. Everyone was startled and looked towards Yang Muqing, only to see Yang Muqing's face was solemn. Although the starry sky has calmed down, it is like the calm before the storm. What awaits everyone will be an even more terrifying formation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the void in front of them suddenly started to turbulence. Huge ripples opened up in the flat space, and asteroids quickly drilled out of the centers of the ripples. These asteroids are bigger than the previous meteorites. The power contained in it is stronger than before. There are more of these asteroids than before. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, these meteorites were roaring towards everyone, and they were fiercely blasting towards everyone. Ha ha! Good time! Just let me give it a try. The power contained in this Green Lotus platform has been upgraded to the 4th level. Yang Muqing laughed loudly, and suddenly clasped his hands in the air. In an instant, a burst of more dazzling green light erupted from the Qinglian platform. Under this burst of green light, the starry sky seemed to be completely enveloped at this moment. Then, Yang Muqing took the Qinglian platform, which exploded with green light, and rushed forward fiercely. He actually used his magic weapon to collide with these asteroids. At this moment, everyone's hearts were about to jump out of their throats. If Qinglian Terrace was smashed, they would be blown to pieces by the asteroid in an instant. Boom! 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 Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Muqing drove the Qinglian platform, as if a hurricane that destroyed the world directly hit the asteroid. Boom! This terrible impact directly erupted into a loud and earth-shattering sound. Compared with this asteroid, King Liantai is like dust on the stars. Not worth mentioning at all. But it was this inconspicuous Qinglian platform that directly blocked the impact of the stars, blasting the asteroid into pieces on the spot. The terrifying power set off a huge wave. This terrifying wave swept directly forward with a shocking attitude. The asteroids that came like rain hitting banana trees were directly swept away by this gushing air wave. Bang! 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 In an instant, the terrifying asteroid was directly blown to pieces by this terrifying air wave. The asteroids that were originally pouring out like crazy turned into nothing at this moment. The entire void, at this moment, returned to nothingness. This actually destroyed all the asteroids at once. This burst of power is so powerful. It's simply... Looking at the flattened void, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Who would have thought that the Qinglian platform controlled by Yang Macheng would actually erupt with such terrifying power? Not only smashing the asteroid to pieces, but even completely crushing the surrounding asteroids. On the other hand, the Green Lotus platform they were on only retreated slightly during the impact, and the green light outside the Green Lotus platform was only dim, but it was still suspended in the void. In this direct collision, Yang Macheng controlled the Qinglian platform and completely flattened the endless asteroid. Chapter 1780 Superstars. Powerful! It's so powerful! No wonder he dares to lead us directly into this star formation. It turns out that his Qinglian platform is so powerful that it can even smash such terrifying asteroids. Seeing this scene, everyone screamed in disbelief. With their strength, there is no problem in destroying an asteroid. But when faced with the terrifying power of the asteroids in this formation, they were so powerful that they didn't even dare to resist. But in the face of these bombarding asteroids, Yang Macheng directly tore them into pieces, and even erupted with a huge force that completely crushed other asteroids that bombarded. Previously, when Yang Macheng wanted to lead them into the starry formation, each of them was extremely uneasy, and did not dare to completely trust Yang Macheng. But now, Yang Macheng smashed so many asteroids in an understatement. It was like a loud slap hitting their faces. Has this great formation ceased? Wherever Qinglian Terrace passes, the asteroid fragments filled in the void directly turn into nothingness. Su Anqiu looked at the starry sky that had returned to silence and couldn't help but ask. Everyone also looked at Yang Macheng. You know, during this period, once the formation is in operation, they will choose to hide in one place and wait for the formation to stop. Now this is the first time to face a tough formation. It should stop. For so long, no meteorites or stars have popped out of the starry sky again. Yes, those asteroids have been completely crushed. Even if something comes out again, it will be completely turned into powder under the bombardment of this Qinglian platform. Everyone was talking one after another, and all looked at Yang Macheng. But when he looked at it, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was seen that Yang Macheng was not as relaxed and carefree as everyone imagined. Instead, there was a dignified look in his eyes at this moment. This star formation is not over yet. I'm afraid there will be more powerful attacks next, Yang Macheng said solemnly. What? Want to be even stronger? The previous attack had even bombarded asteroids. Could it be that the next step was to blow out the sun? Seeing the worry on everyone's faces, Yang Macheng said, This star formation has been damaged, and there will not be such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, do you think there is anything left in this star formation? The terrifying power contained in the golden crow of the sun will make the stars in this area barren. But now, within this star formation, monsters such as rock snakes, stone apes, and golden willow trees have emerged, which obviously shows that the power within the formation is not as terrifying as before. But even so, everyone is still a little uneasy in their hearts. Call! Just as Yang Macheng finished speaking, a breeze seemed to pass by in the starry sky, and a strange force quickly passed through the field. I saw that the previously calm void suddenly became turbulent. A huge star comparable to the ancestral land of the Tuoba clan seemed to be spit out from the void. At the same time as this star appeared, it was crushing towards everyone. The stars swept across the void, tearing the space apart. In fact, everyone's gaze became distorted and blurred at this moment. Although, the sun that struck out this time was not as terrifying as everyone imagined. But the size of the star still made everyone turn pale. Under the bombardment of this star, each of them couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Even if they had already predicted the trajectory of the star's bombardment, they could not eliminate it. This star is so big that it destroys everything it passes by. The stars in the starry sky with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers, did not let it stop, but were directly crushed, broken. It wasn't until they faced this incoming star that everyone felt the fear and trembling that ordinary people feel when facing nature. But Yang Macheng closed his eyes. I saw his right hand pointing in the air, and the 5 elements flag suddenly flew out. Under the blessing of the power of the 5 elements, the green light that had dimmed slightly on the Qinglian platform actually turned into a shocking light at this moment. The posture completely exploded. Facing this falling star, Yang Macheng not only took out the 5 elements flag, but also used the 5 elements spiritual body as nourishment to support the Green Lotus platform. The Green Lotus platform with its bright green light rose directly into the sky and fiercely bombarded the stars. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Qinglian platform directly hit the stars. Boom! On one side are the huge stars, and on the other side is the Green Lotus platform that shines brightly. The two sides collided fiercely, and a terrifying explosion suddenly broke out. In this explosion, the green light emitted from the Qinglian platform was blasted with spider web-like cracks. But at the same time, the Green Lotus platform also resisted the crushing force of the stars. It even directly exploded the huge star, and directly shot out the countless rocks blasted out when the star exploded. Destroy! 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 Looking at the star that was directly hit and completely exploded, Yang Muqing's eyes shone brightly, and he quickly made a seal with his hands. I saw that the broken, even dim and almost transparent green light exploded again at this moment with a shocking gesture. Wherever this green light passed, countless star fragments were blown into powder. And under this green light, the chaotic starry sky also returned to calm. Feeling that the illusion that he was being targeted by some kind of wild beast suddenly disappeared from his body. It was only then that Yang Muqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If such terrifying star attacks continued one after another, even he would be a little unbearable. According to the pattern of continuously increasing attacks in this formation, the next attack may be able to kill him in an instant. Fortunately, this is all over. However, what made Yang Muqing even more excited was that the power of the Qinglian platform was beyond his expectation. You must know that the fourth leaf of Qingliantai has not fully grown, and has not yet fully reached the level of 4th grade. Now it has such terrifying power. How terrifying will it be if it is promoted again? It's over! It is finally over! We really broke through this array of stars. Looking at the array of stars that had returned to silence, a hint of fear for the aftermath of the disaster flashed across everyone's faces. When the star fell, they had already concluded that they had a narrow escape from death. However, they never expected that Yang Muqing would use the power of Qinglian platform to completely smash this star. And at this time, they finally reached the 8th ring of the star formation.